Li Chen traversed into a fantastical realm, becoming a prince of the Tiance Dynasty. On the very day he ascended to the pinnacle of cultivation in this world, the old emperor passed away, thrusting him onto the throne. He had anticipated a life of leisure as an emperor, reveling in his newfound power. However, he soon found himself entangled in a web of political intrigue, with the Empress Dowager wielding influence from behind the curtain and factions among the ministers vying for dominance. Regional princes sought to carve out their own territories, while external threats loomed ominously. There were even formidable sects that disregarded the law and placed themselves above the populace. Li Chen remained unfazed, boldly declaring, "I have reached the maximum level. Who dares to coddle you?" Chapter 1. The strength of the strong emerges after accumulation, manifesting the might of a sovereign. Bestowed by heaven, may longevity and prosperity reign. Few can resist the allure of such words. Some individuals exhaust their lives, striving tirelessly, yet never grasp the essence. Li Chen did nothing but sit upon the dragon throne, a symbol of imperial authority. Over a decade ago, he had traversed to this world, becoming the sixth prince of the Tiance Dynasty. As a transmigrator, he possessed a system, but it had stalled at 99 loading, leaving him in suspense. Li Chen was indifferent, for his innate understanding was profound, complemented by the extraordinary cultivation talent of his current body, allowing him to seclude himself within the palace for training. The palace offered safety with all necessities met. As a prince, he enjoyed numerous privileges. Acquiring resources and techniques was merely a matter of command. Li Chen had originally planned to cultivate to completion before enjoying a carefree life in his fief. Yet, unexpectedly, the crown prince had suddenly perished, and the old emperor fell gravely ill, officially announcing his death just yesterday. The other princes were either already in their fiefs or absent on their cultivation journeys. Li Chen, the only prince remaining in the imperial capital, was elevated to the throne by the Empress Dowager. She seized this opportunity to begin her regency. It was evident to all that she intended to use Li Chen as a puppet emperor to control the court's power. Since his mother had passed away years ago, he had received little attention from the old emperor, and his reclusive nature kept him from forming alliances within the court, leaving him with a remarkably clean slate. This made him the perfect pawn. On the day of his ascension, the court was already rife with undercurrents. Various factions prepared to exploit this opportunity, intending to leverage the new emperor's position to purge the court and elevate their own followers, thereby solidifying their power. However, Li Chen seemed largely unconcerned, for at that moment, his system inexplicably finished loading. A cold voice resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the accumulation system. This system shall assist you in enhancing your strength, allowing you to build a solid foundation and reach the pinnacle of your life." Upon hearing this notification, Li Chen mused internally. "Is this system jesting? I've already reached the maximum level in this world. Where am I supposed to accumulate more? Why couldn't you wait until I was on the brink of death to show up? If only you had activated a few years earlier, I wouldn't even bother to berate you." As Li Chen lamented, the system presented a new notification. "Please accept the beginner's gift pack, tailored specifically for you, designed to enhance your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Chen began to ponder. If he hadn't miscalculated, he should indeed have reached the maximum level. The system's appearance suggested that his current realm might not be the highest. Thus, he inwardly inquired, "System, what is the highest realm you can help me achieve?" "This system can assist the host in attaining the great perfection of the saint realm." "Then please check what my current realm is." Upon examination, the host's current realm is the great perfection of the saint realm. "Could you repeat what you can elevate me to?" "This system can assist the host in attaining the great perfection of the saint realm." "Then what use are you to me?" "This system can assist the host in attaining the great perfection of the saint realm." Li Chen, his heart, once anxious, finally sank. "Oh well, I thought you wanted me to accumulate. Turns out it is you who needs to accumulate." This accumulation system certainly possesses a remarkable level of patience. While Li Chen was lost in thought, the system's beginner gift pack had already been distributed. "Congratulations, host, for receiving 10 Heavenly Grade Solid Veins pills and 19 Heavens Dragon Vein formula. Heavenly Grade Solid Veins pill. This pill is primarily composed of tentosandirolled ice marrow, supplemented by 9-turn spirit ginseng, and by luo yunji, crafted by A. master alchemist in a vigorous spirit fire furnace, precisely controlling every subtle change in firepower through blood and intent. Upon consumption, practitioners can unleash their potential, significantly enhancing their cultivation qualifications, allowing even the most mediocre cultivators to aspire to higher realms. Point 9 Heaven's Dragon Vein Formula. Legend has it that the Dragon Vein celestial lord observed the celestial bodies from the heavens, comprehending the mysteries of the dragon vein, and thus created this supreme technique. After consuming the heavenly grade solid veins pill and practicing this formula, practitioners' meridians become as resilient as dragon veins, with spiritual energy as vast as the ocean. Upon reading these descriptions, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth. If one were to claim this system was useless, the items it provided were indeed the finest of the age, coveted by countless practitioners of the opening vein realm, and they were wonderfully complementary. Yet, the problem was that Li Chen had already achieved the great perfection of the Saint Realm. He had no need for such trinkets. World scanning complete mission initiation. Entering the Imperial capital. Time-limited mission, level challenge. After the accumulation of the strong, manifest the might of a sovereign through leveling up. Mission requirements. The host must defeat a mid-stage opening vein realm practitioner in the eastern part of the Imperial capital within 14 days. Failure penalty. Height reduced by 10 centimeters. Wait a moment. This failure penalty is rather abstract. No, I should be complaining about this level challenge mission. I am at the great perfection of the Saint Realm, and you want me to face someone at mid-stage opening vein realm? I am 8 major realms above him, who is truly challenging whom? After a lengthy lament, the system fell silent, offering no response. The countdown for the mission had begun, and failure to complete it within 14 days would be troublesome. Li Chen reflected that if he failed the mission a few times, he might as well become a gnome. Such a cruel penalty, one wonders who conceived it. However, upon deeper contemplation, if he had just arrived in this world at a young age and unlocked the system, consuming these pills and commencing cultivation, combined with his innate talent, he could indeed challenge a mid-stage opening vein realm strongman within 14 days. At that point, he would undoubtedly gain fame in the Imperial capital, earning the old emperor's favor and embarking on a legendary life. Yet, the dilemma was that the old emperor had just died. Whom should he seek for recognition? Should he burn paper offerings to inform the late emperor? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Li Chen noticed the gazes of the civil and military officials converging upon him. It dawned on him that he was, after all, the emperor. And now, it was his first day of court assembly. What is it? Has today's court assembly concluded? As he spoke, Li Chen yawned and prepared to rise. He loathed early morning assemblies in his days as a prince. He had always awakened naturally. No one had informed him that being an emperor required such early rising. Had he known, he would have refused the position. This scene left the entire court in shock. Just moments ago, the court had been embroiled in fierce debate, with factions hurling accusations at one another, even revealing various explosive secrets as if seeking to destroy each other. The discourse had grown so heated that some ministers were flushed, struggling to catch their breath. Everyone had expected the new emperor to remain composed, sitting serenely upon the dragon throne. It now appeared that he was merely daydreaming, completely oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. The imperial physician was particularly incensed, believing the sixth prince to be utterly ignorant. The Minister of Justice is responsible for monitoring officials, rectifying unlawful acts, and upholding the court's discipline. Within the court, he is a rare loyal subject. As long as the new emperor displays authority and seeks to solidify his position, he will undoubtedly lend his full support. In the hearts of these loyal subjects, there is an anticipation that Li Chen is a potential dragon. However, Li Chen's recent performance has left the Minister of Justice utterly disillusioned. He has begun to perceive Li Chen not as the emperor, but rather as the sixth prince, harboring deep-seated doubts about his legitimacy. At that moment, a soft yet commanding voice emerged from behind the curtains. Chapter 2. He cannot be emperor, I shall assume the throne. This declaration caused an uproar within the entire court. How could the court proceed while the emperor had departed? The speaker was none other than the Empress Dowager, who had elevated Li Chen to the throne. The entire assembly of civil and military officials believed that the Empress Dowager would utilize this puppet emperor to gradually cultivate her own faction. Unexpectedly, she brazenly sought to usurp power and exercise the emperor's authority, which incited immense outrage. The loyal Minister of Justice, his teeth nearly ground to dust, brimming with fervor, initiated yet another round of debate. In their view, this was the greatest dishonor since the establishment of the Tiance Dynasty. Initially, they held disdain for this new emperor, but now their contempt had deepened, condemning him for lacking courage, thereby rendering the imperial dignity utterly void. In truth, Li Chen could not be blamed entirely. He had always been a prince who merely passed the time, never contemplating the possibility of ascending the throne and lacking the requisite knowledge of governance. At this moment, the Empress Dowager sat behind the curtain, her brow slightly furrowed in response to the sharp words of the court officials. She appeared to be in her 30s, though she was actually older. Clad in a resplendent phoenix robe adorned with intricate crimson embroidery, the subtle patterns gleamed in dark ink. A delicate black and gold sash cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure with each graceful movement. Her flowing hair resembled black silk, and her faintly violet eyes sparkled like stars. With a refined nose and a softly pursed mouth, her alabaster skin radiated an air of elegance. Concealed beneath her wide-sleeved robe were two formidable attributes that rendered her exquisite appearance exceedingly alluring, embodying a perfect fusion of dignity and seduction. To a descendant of noble lineage, the Empress Dowager possessed her own influence within the court. Over recent days, through persuasion and deception, she had managed to elevate the weakest prince to the throne. According to her plan, as long as Li Chen performed adequately and showcased royal authority, she would assist him in consolidating his position, thus reaping substantial benefits. This would result in a mutually advantageous situation for both her and Li Chen. Little did she anticipate that Li Chen would attempt to depart before even uttering a few words, leading her to express this statement to gauge the minister's sentiments. While Li Chen may not have cared for the throne, it was evident that the other princes did. They had devoted their lives to scheming some cultivated trusted confidants, while others achieved remarkable military feats at the borders, all in pursuit of the imperial crown. Li Chen, a prince who merely floated through life, would likely never ascend to the position of crown prince. He was the only prince remaining in the imperial capital. Yet, who could have foreseen that the old emperor would suddenly pass away, allowing Li Chen to leapfrog the crown prince and directly assume the throne? At that time, the Empress Dowager and the entire court had considered that should the princes vie for power, the Tiance Dynasty would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Thus, elevating Li Chen was seen as a means to swiftly resolve matters. Had Li Chen exhibited any semblance of capability, they would not have felt such disappointment. As the civil and military officials began to argue once more, Li Chen felt helpless. Was it truly so difficult to leave work? It was already late, and yet they would not allow him to depart. Just as he remained on duty, those who wished for his early departure arrived. A resonant voice echoed from outside the hall, reverberating throughout the entire chamber. "I believe the sixth prince cannot assume the throne. Let me take on that role." This statement further changed the complexion of the civil and military officials, and even the Empress Dowager felt an ominous premonition. The one bold enough to make such a declaration was none other than the second prince, Li Chen. As soon as his words fell, he stepped into the hall, adorned in a luxurious robe of deep blue adorned with dragon motifs, intricately embroidered with golden threads, exuding an air of regal authority with every deliberate stride. Compared to the leisurely demeanor of Li Chen, Li Xian's presence radiated the essence of imperial majesty. As the second prince, he was naturally the foremost contender for the position of crown prince, having spent years gathering talented individuals and forming alliances. He had numerous supporters within the court who looked to him as their leader. Certainly, aside from Li Chen, all other princes had faced scrutiny. As the second prince, Li Xian possessed the right to attend morning court. His entrance significantly intensified the pressure within the court. The Empress Dowager and the officials attempted to suppress the information, effectively sealing their own fate. At that moment, the upright Minister of Justice stepped forward, holding his tablet with a grave expression directed at the second prince. "Your Highness, such words are misguided. The throne has been established, and the new emperor has ascended. It is the will of heaven and the desire of the people. As a member of the royal family, you ought to prioritize the greater good." How can you allow personal grievances to disrupt our court and jeopardize our state? The Minister of Justice's words resonated with authority, each syllable underscoring his respect and protection of imperial power. Only those with a sense of integrity would dare to confront the second prince so openly. Li Chen, however, was not angered. He had anticipated this moment upon his arrival. After years of scheming for the throne and navigating the court, he was well prepared. A cold smile crept across Li Chen's lips as he fixed his piercing gaze on the Minister of Justice, countering, "The succession of the throne has always been contingent upon virtue and talent, which must command respect. May I ask, which of our dynasty's ancestors was not both cultured and martial, thereby establishing this enduring legacy?" Before the Minister of Justice could respond, the Minister of Rights stepped forward. "Might I inquire what qualifications your highness possesses to claim the right to inherit the throne?" Though it sounded as if he were challenging Li Chen, the Minister of Rights was, in fact, one of his supporters. Essentially, he served as a foil, prompting Li Chen to articulate his own capabilities worthy of command. With encouragement from his ally, Li Chen seamlessly continued, "Gentlemen, while our nation may appear stable, beneath the surface lies a tumultuous undercurrent. In this era of peace, civil governance is indeed vital. However, without formidable strength as a foundation, how can we ensure the longevity of our dynasty? I do not seek to boast, but in my pursuit of cultivation, I believe I am not inferior to anyone, having already attained the realm of observing heaven." Upon concluding his statement, Li Chen's cultivation prowess was unveiled. A profound surge of spiritual energy emanated from his palms, transforming into a radiant light that spiraled through the air, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding an overwhelming presence. Within the brilliance, the faint sound of dragon roars echoed, causing the entire court to tremble. All present were astonished. The world comprises 9 major realms: Kaimai, Ningyuan, Yuanshan, Dongsu, Pasu, Luha, Guantian, Tianyuan, and Shangzhe. Most cultivators spend their entire lives reaching only the Dongsu realm, while those who attain the Luha realm can establish their own sects and become regional dominators. For the second prince to achieve the realm of observing heaven at such a young age was an extraordinary talent. Should he break through to the Tianyuan realm within his lifetime, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the most gifted prince in 5 centuries. Elevating such an individual to the throne would surely usher in a new era of prosperity for the Tiance Dynasty. The Minister of Justice, upon hearing the second prince's impassioned speech, felt a ripple of emotions within. He gazed at the imposing figure of the second prince, realizing that he might just embody the ideal emperor he had envisioned. As for Li Chen seated upon the throne, he hardly resembled an emperor. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the court officials, Li Chen felt a surge of pride within. His reluctance to speak of civil governance stemmed from his primary focus on martial prowess. Indeed, his civil achievements were rather unimpressive. The only individuals who could boast of political merits were the late crown prince and the third prince, who was engaged in warfare beyond the palace walls. Thus, Li Chen decided to showcase his strength, asserting his qualifications for the imperial title, believing himself to be a complete superior to Li Chen. Throughout the proceedings, Li Chen did not cast a single glance at Li Chen, engaging instead in debates with the officials. In his perspective, convincing the ministers and applying a modicum of pressure on the Empress Dowager would compel the puppet emperor to relinquish his throne. Just as Li Chen turned his gaze towards the curtains, Li Chen abruptly spoke from the dragon throne, asking, "And then what?" His tone dripped with mockery towards Li Chen, igniting a fierce anger within him. How dare this puppet emperor question him? What right did he have? He was not worthy. As a cultivator at the observation of heaven realm, he could not endure such humiliation. Li Chen promptly resolved to deliver a harsh lesson to Li Chen. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming and suffocating aura descended upon the entire hall. Li Chen, seated upon the dragon throne, radiated a resplendent light, the brilliance of the great Tao illuminating his presence. The heavens seemed to rain down splendor, and the earth erupted in golden lotus blooms. Mysterious patterns swirled, and divine light arched like a rainbow. Behind him, a golden radiance enveloped the entire hall. 9 divine rings descended from the heavens, orbiting around Li Chen. Even in his languid repose upon the dragon throne, the court officials could sense the majestic dragon might emanating from him. The sacred ring? The second prince, Li Chen, paled dramatically. Only those who reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm possessed such divine rings. One ring alone could signify immense strength. Yet this puppet emperor possessed 9? In that fleeting moment, Li Chen felt as though he were but a flickering candle in the wind before Li Chen. Just moments ago, he had been basking in brilliance. Now he stood like a defeated hound. He had calculated every possibility except for the remarkable strength of this seemingly inconspicuous brother. What did it mean to be at the sacred realm? He dared not even contemplate it. The ministers were equally struck dumb by Li Chen's display, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves of shock. A royal of the sacred realm? Perhaps only the founding emperor of the Tiance Dynasty could boast such power. The grand historian trembled with excitement, murmuring, "Blessings upon our Tiance. Blessings upon our Tiance." From behind the curtains, the typically composed Empress Dowager had risen, her gaze fixed intently upon Li Chen on the dragon throne. No one could discern her thoughts, yet the rise and fall of her chest suggested her astonishment was no less than that of the others. At this moment, Li Chen surveyed the entire court, his gaze locking onto Li Chen, amplifying the pressure upon him, as if he were a target unable to move a finger. A wave of terror washed over him. That it was known that the only individual capable of instilling fear in Li Chen was the late emperor. Now, this new emperor was inciting the same feelings of dread? No, this was the oppressive aura of the sacred realm. In truth, one could hardly blame Li Chen for intimidating him. It was all self-inflicted. In Li Chen's eyes, the mere observation of heaven realm was insignificant. If one were to discuss other matters, he would be disinclined to engage. Yet, if one insisted on comparing realms, then my apologies, you are the younger brother here. While my civil governance may not be impressive, you insisted on comparing cultivation levels. Unfortunately, there is no contest to be had. Chapter 3. I do not grant. You cannot seize. Do you comprehend? The unexpected turmoil within the court has rendered the previously contentious throne a settled matter. After all, who dares to contest the throne against one who has attained the realm of the sage? Moreover, this sage has already taken his place upon the throne. Throughout history, there have only been precedents of sages rebelling to seize the throne. Who, in their right mind, would provoke such a formidable being? It is tantamount to courting death. The grand hall fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Initially, there were 3 principal figures anticipated at this court assembly: the Empress Dowager, the Chancellor, and the Grand General of the kingdom. These 3 were the leaders of their respective factions, commanding the majority of power within the court. Following this assembly, their influence would undoubtedly swell. The sudden emergence of a formidable second prince had already taken everyone by surprise. Now, with the new Emperor Li Chen being utterly invincible, neither the Chancellor nor the Grand General dared to utter a word. They were even cautious in their very breaths. All schemes and factional struggles became mere trifles in the face of absolute power. After all, if provoked, the new Emperor Li Chen possessed the capability to execute everyone present and replace them with obedient subjects. The officials had no need to question whether Li Chen would dare to act, for if he would do so, no one could impede him. Second brother, Li Chen addressed the visibly trembling Li Chen. "Your servant is here," Li Chen responded, terrified, immediately prostrating himself on the ground. He no longer dared to assert himself as Li Chen's elder brother, having already bowed in submission. Reflecting on his recent insolence towards the new emperor, claiming he was more deserving of the throne, he was drenched in cold sweat. He understood that should Li Chen decide to take action against him, no one could save him, and he was in the wrong. Having failed to secure the throne, his very life was now at stake. "What I bestow upon you is yours. If I do not grant it, you cannot seize it, understand?" "I understand, and I beg your majesty for forgiveness," Li Chen replied. Observing the entire court in utter silence, Li Chen finally displayed a satisfied expression. Initially, Li Chen had doubted his qualifications as an emperor and had been reluctant to speak. However, upon hearing the second prince's words, he felt a surge of confidence. Who else could possibly take the throne if not he? Let today's court assembly conclude here. The first on the left and the first on the right, please come to my study this afternoon. With that, Li Chen rose to leave, and indeed, No one dared utter another word. The officials respectfully escorted him out. Even the Empress Dowager could only wait until Li Chen had departed before she dared to leave. As for the second prince, he remained kneeling in the grand hall until the Minister of Rites helped him up, offering him a means of retreat, allowing him to leave with some semblance of dignity. Upon exiting the palace, the Minister of Rites discerned that his lord was unable to swallow this humiliation and, fearing it might lead to trouble, began to offer reassurances. Li Chen had plotted for many years, eagerly awaiting the opportunity following the crown prince's sudden demise. How could he readily abandon his ambitions? Just moments ago in the court, he had indeed been terrified, kneeling before Li Chen to preserve his life. Now, outside the palace, his courage began to swell. You are right. I cannot remain in the imperial capital. I must summon my master. Only a sage can contend with another sage. The reason for Li Chen's formidable capabilities lay in his apprenticeship under a powerful sage. He had just received a covert message from the Minister of Rites and hurried over without preparation, leading to his humiliation before Li Chen. Now, he needed to devise a careful plan. The throne would eventually be his. As he traveled away from the imperial capital, Li Chen could not fathom why his sixth brother had become so powerful. Originally, he had felt secure in his position as emperor, yet now it seemed to have solidified for Li Chen. This cannot be good. If he continues this way, I am bound to be a mere pawn. On the other side, at the border of the Tiance Dynasty, the army surged forth like a rolling black ocean, majestic and imposing. Sunlight gleamed upon their iron armor, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Each shield and spear seemed to embody the courage and glory of countless warriors. This army was undoubtedly the victorious force, advancing toward the distant imperial capital with an unstoppable momentum. The passes they traversed yielded without question. The third prince, as the young commander of the Tiance Dynasty, donned military attire adorned with golden embellishments, signifying both his noble status and an unassailable authority. His visage was resolute, his gaze deep and piercing, with hair neatly secured beneath his military cap, revealing a noble brow that enhanced his heroic demeanor. A faint, composed smile graced his lips, the assurance of one who has already grasped the throne within his palm. Who would dare to confront the might of his army? This was a lesson the third prince had learned over many years of training at the border. Thus, he had early on taken command of this elite force, waiting for the opportune moment to ascend. With the old emperor deceased, none could restrain him. Even if the second prince had made significant strides in his cultivation, could he truly reach the realm of the sage? The third prince rode upon his steed, contemplating how he would ensure that the historians recorded his rightful succession to the throne. Suddenly, a swift rider appeared ahead. The third prince's subordinates instinctively sought to intercept the messenger to ensure his safety. However, he gestured for them to remain calm, recognizing this individual as one of his own, presumably delivering news from the imperial capital. The messenger halted his horse before the third prince, dismounted, and respectfully handed over a letter. Furrowing his brow, the third prince opened the missive, an unsettling feeling washing over him, and the contents within astonished him. He immediately issued commands. Within this army, his words were law. As the deputy commander directed the troops to retreat, he curiously inquired, "Your Highness, what has transpired in the imperial capital?" Initially, the third prince had not intended to disclose anything, wishing to stabilize the morale of the troops. Yet this matter would inevitably reach their ears, so he preferred to speak openly. At this, the deputy commander hesitated, unable to respond. What? The new emperor Li Chen has attained the realm of the sage? No wonder the third prince hesitated to approach the imperial capital. Had the news merely stated that the new emperor Li Chen had reached the sage realm, the third prince would have dismissed it. Who could achieve such power at such a young age? This was not an era of great conflict. However, the fact that the second prince had been frightened away was sufficient proof of the sixth prince's terrifying strength. The third prince's retreat stemmed from his fear of the sage realm. While the sage might not annihilate the entire army, he could certainly slay him amidst the throng. How could the third prince not be apprehensive? He also could not comprehend how the most gifted prince of the current generation was not the second prince, who had taken on an esteemed master of the sage realm. How could the usually docile sixth prince possibly surpass the second prince in strength? Chapter 4. As the saying goes, when the ruler desires the minister to die, the minister must comply. The two individuals named by Li Chen in the court were none other than the foremost civil official, Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, and the foremost military official, Grand General Guopoyan. Following the morning court session, the officials naturally changed out of their court robes and donned their formal attire. Li Chen had merely requested for the two of them to come in the afternoon, but had not specified a time. Were he an ordinary new emperor, they might not have felt compelled to arrive punctually. As seasoned and influential ministers within the Tiance Dynasty, they possessed the standing to show some disdain to an emperor whose position was not yet secure. Yet, what was Li Chen's rank? He was the emperor of the Sage realm. Who would dare challenge the boundaries of this new emperor? Could you please stop fidgeting? You have been pacing before me for over an hour. I feel exhausted just watching you, Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan remarked with irritation. Had this been a normal occasion, Guopoyan would have certainly retorted. However, the circumstances were different now. Guopoyan had no desire to bicker with his former rival. He surveyed their surroundings and approached Zhao Wenyuan, speaking in hushed tones. What do you suppose our emperor has summoned us here for? The saying goes, accompanying the ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. Guopoyan had previously navigated the late emperor with ease, yet Zhao Wenyuan had never witnessed him display such trepidation. If you ask me, whom should I inquire of? Do not be deceived by Zhao Wenyuan's composed demeanor. Internally, he is as anxious and suspicious as Guopoyan. While he cannot claim to fully comprehend the late emperor and the other princes, he possesses a fair understanding of their preferences, temperaments, and manners. As the current prime minister, it is imperative for him to study these intricacies diligently to navigate court politics effectively and maintain his position with unwavering stability. However, with Li Chen, the situation is different. Not that he is inscrutable, but rather that Zhao has had no prior engagement with him. Zhao has long been aware of Li Chen's existence among the princes and has encountered him at various court banquets. Yet he remains entirely ignorant of Li Chen's abilities and interests. The unease felt by both the Prime Minister and the Grand General stems from the heated confrontations among their factions during the morning court session, where they were preoccupied with elevating their own followers, seemingly disregarding the new emperor's presence. As leaders of opposing factions, they fear that Li Chen may take drastic measures to assert his authority. Had they known of Li Chen's formidable strength, they would have thought twice before acting so boldly. Fortunately, during the morning court, neither of them spoke, hoping the new emperor would overlook their transgressions in light of their past contributions. It is not only the Prime Minister and the Grand General who are consumed by such thoughts. The ministers who engaged in the most vociferous disputes during the morning session are now gripped by fear. Some of the more anxious officials have even begun to prepare for their eventual downfall. Only the loyal ministers, whose integrity remains untainted, are celebrating, for they anticipate the dawn of the most formidable emperor the Tiance Dynasty has seen in nearly 5 centuries. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the door to the imperial study was finally pushed open by a eunuch. You two arrived quite early, Li Chen remarked as he entered, prompting the Prime Minister and the Grand General to stand at attention. Not too early at all. We have just arrived. It is our honor to be summoned by your majesty. Having long been accustomed to flattering remarks, these words flowed easily from their lips. Li Chen had kept them waiting for a full 3 hours, yet neither displayed any discontent. It is inconceivable that Li Chen was unaware of their presence in the imperial study. He had known as soon as he awoke. However, knowing it changed nothing. As the emperor of the Saint Realm, he had no intention of indulging these high-ranking officials. Although he had not studied the art of governance, he understood one fundamental principle: excessive leniency would embolden his subordinates. Nonetheless, Li Chen was indifferent to court matters. He had summoned these two merely to assist him in fulfilling a systematic task. Are you both well acquainted with the eastern district of the city? Li Chen inquired. Despite Zhao Wenyuan having contemplated hundreds of possible dialogues during the 3-hour wait, he had not anticipated such a question. As for external merchants, I believe we must safeguard their legal rights and encourage their active engagement, thus contributing to the prosperity of our dynasty's economy. At the same time, we must impose reasonable taxes to ensure the stability of the national finances. Specifically, I propose the establishment of a dedicated taxation agency for foreign merchants to meticulously inspect their operations, determining reasonable tax standards based on their scale and profitability. Moreover, I suggest implementing tax incentives to encourage our merchants to expand their operations and adopt advanced technologies, thereby enhancing product quality and further propelling the economic development and prosperity of our dynasty. Zhao Wenyuan's lengthy discourse left Li Chen momentarily bewildered. Had he even asked for this? Nevertheless, Li Chen found no fault in his words and refrained from interrupting. After all, he was the prime minister. If he had merely recited platitudes about national stability and peace, it would have suggested a lack of competence, portraying him as a mere opportunist. Given Zhao's age and his long-standing favor with the late emperor, it was evident that he possessed genuine talent. Even Guopoyan beside him noted Zhao's quick wit, indicating he had come prepared. Although Zhao Wenyuan was uncertain of Li Chen's preferences, he sought to subtly convey that he could alleviate Li Chen's burdens. With Li Chen's approval, his position would remain secure. The one who found himself in an awkward position was Guopoyan. Should the new emperor decide to make an example of one of them, it would likely be him. While Guopoyan pondered these thoughts, Li Chen spoke. In that case, both of you will accompany me to the Eastern District today. The two veteran officials exchanged glances, bewilderment evident in their eyes. They were genuinely at a loss regarding Li Chen's intentions, but dared not question him, instead resolutely agreeing to comply. As subjects, they were bound to obey the emperor's commands, for as the saying goes, if the monarch commands, the subjects must comply. Yet, this is predicated on the ruler possessing the capability to enforce such obedience. Li Chen's confidence in issuing such an order stemmed from his awareness of his own strength. This is the advantage of possessing power. It instills a constant reminder in the minds of subordinates that they remain subservient. Chapter 5. The Birthplace of Conflict. A Natural Task Location. The bustling commercial avenue in the Eastern District of the imperial capital is a sight to behold. The buildings are arranged with exquisite harmony, standing tall and grand. Each brick and tile reflects the artisan's exceptional skills and endless dedication. The soaring towers reach for the heavens, narrating the glory and splendor of the Tiance Dynasty. Previously, as a prince, Li Chen was acutely aware of the treacherous waters of the imperial capital. To avoid drawing attention, he remained secluded within the palace, honing his abilities. This was his first visit to this area, and his unfamiliarity prompted him to bring along the two elder officials to guide him. However, times have changed. He now surveys his own domain. Observing the bustling streets filled with people, Li Chen pondered how to fulfill his task. In this world, the path to cultivation begins with the meridians. Once the meridians are opened, one's physical prowess significantly increases, allowing for the cultivation of inner energy, which can then be progressively enhanced. Should the foundation be weak, future cultivation will also falter. The combat style involves channeling the meridians to unleash immense power. However, intensive battles may damage the meridians, leaving cultivators in a predicament. Unless they actively channel their energy, their true strength remains concealed. This posed a challenge for Li Chen, as everyone appeared relatively the same. Where could he possibly find a mid-stage meridian cultivator to spar with? Initially, Li Chen believed the task would be straightforward, having heard from palace insiders that the capital was rife with noble offspring who often stirred trouble, inciting the ire of influential families. When such incidents occurred, certain concubines would plead with the late emperor for leniency, subsequently involving the crown prince to mediate, thus transforming significant issues into minor ones through established protocols. The crown prince would certainly welcome such opportunities to cultivate connections for his future ascension to the throne. Li Chen harbored no animosity towards the crown prince, as they had no grounds for rivalry. The crown prince generally treated individuals without direct conflicts of interest favorably. Even if it was merely an act, he executed it convincingly. Having grown accustomed to hearing such tales, Li Chen positioned himself in opulent commercial districts frequented by the scions of noble families, intent on observing for any signs of trouble. Once he identified a troublemaker, he would swiftly intervene to complete his task. However, despite his good intentions, after wandering for quite some time, he encountered no such individuals. The offspring of the noble families he observed appeared far less arrogant than the rumor suggested. This led Li Chen to reconsider his approach. Most of these noble youths received excellent education and strict guidance from their elders, with only a minority lacking in knowledge. How could he possibly identify a place where conflicts among cultivators arose? After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen spoke, inquiring about the areas in the eastern part of the city where practitioners are more prevalent. In his view, many cultivators possess a sense of arrogance, and their mingling often leads to conflicts. Hence, seeking locations with a higher concentration of practitioners seemed a prudent choice. Up until now, it had been Zhao Wenyuan, the chancellor, who dominated the conversation, sharing various local customs and traditions, while Guopoyan felt like an invisible man, anxiously waiting. Seizing the opportunity to discuss a topic, he aimed to leave a favorable impression on the new emperor. As the head of the military, he possessed considerable knowledge of cultivation. He had once accompanied the late emperor on incognito visits, and observing Li Chen's demeanor, he surmised he was emulating the previous emperor's practice of surveying the capital. Thus, he addressed Li Chen as Gongzi, aware of the latter's desire to conceal his identity. Unlike the previous emperor's covert excursions, which were accompanied by mysterious strong figures from the palace, Guopoyan would arrange numerous secret guards to ensure the safety of the emperor. As a general, he himself was formidable, yet the threat of hidden dangers was ever present. Should the emperor encounter any frightful incidents, it would be deemed his dereliction of duty. This new emperor was at the Saint realm, with the second prince being so powerful that he had already scared off adversaries. Theoretically, no one would dare to harm him. However, Guopoyan believed the opposite to be true. A being of the Saint realm was, by nature, extraordinary. Should they become enraged, it would be a catastrophe for all involved. Therefore, he dispatched an unprecedented number of secret guards, exceeding even 3 times that of the previous emperoress. Individuals who appeared to be mere passers-by were, in truth, Guopoyan's subordinates, possessing formidable strength. Whenever any discordant scenes arose in the areas Li Chen was to traverse, they would swiftly intervene. For instance, if 2 practitioners quarreled or if a ferocious beast lurked nearby, these secret guards would swiftly apprehend the individuals and subdue the beast, ensuring Li Chen could pass through the regions unimpeded. Hearing that they were protecting the new emperor, Guopoyan's subordinates worked with fervor, which explained why Li Chen had spent considerable time in bustling areas without encountering trouble. When Guopoyan mentioned the battle academy, Li Chen's interest was piqued. After all, he was not the only one residing in the palace. The concubines, maidservants, and eunuchs were also idle and enjoyed gossiping about the capital's affairs. Li Chen, with his idle hours, had gleaned much information. The capital boasted multiple battle academies, with 3 prominent ones in the eastern part, each controlled by different factions. Excelling in these academies and graduating successfully could lead to positions in the military or local forces, effectively guaranteeing employment. Each year, the number of positions was limited, thus fostering competition and significant discord among the 3 academies. Li Chen had heard that students from various battle academies often engaged in fierce brawls in public, willing to accept penalties rather than lose face for their institutions. The late emperor had turned a blind eye to such matters. Believing that students of the battle academies needed to possess a spirit of valor, the Tiance Dynasty did not require sycophants. Moreover, the academies were populated with both noble offspring and talented individuals from humble backgrounds. Yet, conflicts persisted as the noble students sought to secure their standing within their families, while the talented commoners would not miss the opportunity to ascend. Those who graduated successfully from the capital's major battle academies with excellent results were truly the cream of the crop. In Li Chen's estimation, this situation was favorable. Such conflicts would undoubtedly allow him to fulfill his mission. Chapter 6. What distinguishes your actions from deception? The Xianhua Battle Academy is one of the 5 prestigious academies of the Tiance Empire and holds a prominent position across the continent. Many of the instructors at Xianhua Battle Academy are retired generals from the front lines, endowing the institution with a formidable faculty. If students gain the approval of these teachers, a mere recommendation could lead to a prosperous future in the military. In reality, there are 3 battle academies in this area, and Li Chen happened to arrive at this one first. One must admit, the capital is indeed vast. It took him several hours to reach this location. Along the way, Li Chen noticed some peculiarities. Just 2 streets ahead, he had distinctly heard commotion from a nearby treasure shop, where 2 formidable practitioners had clashed over the same item, threatening to break each other's legs. The sounds of shattering objects and the pulsations of energy were audible. Li Chen chuckled to himself, thinking he would surely accomplish his task this time. However, upon entering the shop, he found a scene of tranquility. The 2 practitioners who had just threatened each other now seemed to be arm in arm, appearing quite amicable. Exiting the treasure shop and stepping into an empty alley, Li Chen soudain lialta. The 2 elderly ministers behind him dared not walk ahead and instead remained at his side. Who were the secret guards within the shop? One question caused the 2 ministers to instantly kneel. As subjects, they feared not the emperor's wrath, but dreaded his indifferent tone, which rendered his thoughts inscrutable. Guopoyan began to perspire profusely, realizing he might have mishandled the situation. The earlier incident at the treasure shop had not been addressed promptly by his subordinates, resulting in a jarring scene, compounded by his subordinates casting pleading glances at him. How could the emperor not perceive this? Li Chen now understood why he had encountered little trouble during his journey. It was this old fellow who had taken it upon himself to resolve matters. To complete his task, he needed to devise a way to dismiss him. Thus, Li Chen remarked, "Since you are aware of my incognito visit, I wish to witness the authentic capital. How is your approach any different from deceiving me?" Guopoyan bowed his head, admitting his fault, stating, "I only wish to ensure your majesty remained free from trouble." Upon hearing this, Guopoyan felt a temporary relief and expressed his gratitude before departing the area, along with the withdrawal of all his dispatched secret guards. As a minister, one may not fathom the emperor's thoughts, yet it is imperative to comprehend his words. Li Chen glanced at Zhao Wenyuan, the chancellor, whose face was lined with wrinkles, and inquired if he had any personnel nearby. Zhao Wenyuan, being astute, seized the opportunity to portray himself as a scholar with only a few old servants, presenting himself as devoid of means to arrange such a substantial guard. Hearing this, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Throughout their journey, Zhao Wenyuan acted like a steward, eagerly introducing places of interest whenever he noticed Li Chen's gaze lingering. "Your Majesty, this is the Xianhua Battle Academy, where the late emperor also studied during the Qianlong period." The grand entrance of the Battle Academy was imposing, embodying the stature of a prestigious institution of the Tiance Dynasty. Upon arrival, they encountered a throng of young individuals, most of whom were students of the Xianhua Battle Academy. The young innkeeper was quite astute. Upon noticing these two distinguished patrons, he hurriedly cleaned the table and chairs, inquiring what they would like to eat. His movements were fluid, showcasing a certain finesse. Li Chen casually ordered some beef and wine, then glanced at the young innkeeper, casually asking, "Your skills are commendable. Why not seek a more prominent position?" After all, Li Chen was now the emperor and believed that such talent was squandered in this establishment. Undoubtedly, he had been asked this question many times and answered with practiced ease. Li Chen found no issue with this. He held a certain admiration for self-sufficient individuals from humble beginnings. The chancellor, Zhao Wenyuan, had been observing in silence, refraining from expressing any opinions or views. He was acutely aware that the emperor detested subordinates like Gu Pyn, who fancied themselves clever. Thus, he resolved to comply with whatever Li Chen instructed, believing this would avert any blunders. Just as at this meal, he could only begin eating once Li Chen had taken the initiative. When Li Chen set down his chopsticks, regardless of whether he had satiated his hunger, Zhao Wenyuan, too, had to immediately relinquish his own. This was the conduct befitting a perfect minister, a lesson for Gu Pyn to take to heart. Just as Zhao Wenyuan felt a sense of satisfaction at gaining the new emperor's approval, Li Chen's question shattered his image of the ideal servant. "Do you have any money?" Dining naturally required payment, and Li Chen, accustomed to feasting within the imperial palace, had no habit of carrying money. "I do not have any." Zhao Wenyuan, as chancellor, also lacked the habit of bringing money. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Who could have imagined that the two most powerful figures in the Tiance Dynasty could not muster a mere 2 taels of silver? The only one who might have had money had just been dismissed by Li Chen. Why be left waiting here until nightfall? Even after decades of being chancellor, Zhao Wenyuan could not devise a better solution under such circumstances. He could not allow his majesty to abscond with the bill. Should word of this escape, other princes would not need to rebel. They would simply die of laughter at Li Chen's expense. The gaze of fellow diners began to converge upon them, thickening the air with embarrassment. To make matters worse, the waiter had approached. Zhao Wenyuan was hastily searching his person, hoping to find something to use as collateral. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young woman suddenly took a seat beside Li Chen. Chapter 7. You should know that seeking assistance comes at a price. The young woman beside Li Chen possessed exquisite features, her disheveled hair framing a delicate, pale, oval face. Despite her slightly haggard appearance, she could not conceal the allure in her eyes. Such a gown was better suited for women with more voluptuous figures, rather than someone of her slender build. Before Li Chen could inquire about her intentions, she spoke first. This young gentleman seems unfamiliar. You rarely visit this area, do you? Her voice was soft and sweet, akin to a playful tease, and her gaze held an affectionate glimmer, instilling an illusion in every man she looked upon that perhaps she fancied him. Such a woman could effortlessly stir the hearts of men. Li Chen, however, was not swayed by such charms. Compared to the alluring women of the palace, this one appeared almost innocent. He directly asked, "What is it that you wish to say?" She seemed to harbor some unspoken troubles. Dressed as if she were heading to a banquet, young and beautiful, she would undoubtedly attract many male admirers. Upon further contemplation, it seemed she did not wish to attend the soiree. Rather, she likely sought his assistance as a shield. In the past, Li Chen would have declined such a request, but now, being a shield could allow him to justifiably confront others, potentially fulfilling his own objectives. Yet, Li Chen did not anticipate that while he had guessed correctly, he had not fully understood. "You said so I shall speak plainly." At this moment, her demeanor shifted dramatically. From a captivating woman, she transformed into a girl burdened with thoughts. It was evident that her earlier flirtation had been an act. She ordered a jug of wine, downed it in one go, and courageously began to share her story. Her name was Li, a student from the Hu Combat Academy, renowned for her talents since childhood, a prodigy known throughout the region. As she recounted her journey, Li Chen found himself momentarily taken aback. "I asked you to be straightforward, not to recount your entire life story." However, seeing the bitterness in her eyes, he chose not to interrupt, opting to listen as a bystander. After all, with no money to pay for the meal, it was not an opportune time to leave. As a child of humble origins, Li had trained diligently, aspiring to achieve great things. It was no surprise that, through hard work and talent, she passed the most rigorous assessments and gained admission to the Hu Combat Academy, one of the premier institutions within the Tiance Dynasty. If she could graduate successfully, it would signify a triumphant return home. Brimming with passion, she left her hometown for the imperial capital, believing her skills would shine brightly there. However, upon arriving at the academy, she discovered it was filled with exceptional talents from across the nation. Some possessed even greater gifts and worked harder than she did, turning the place into a battleground of brilliance, rendering her accomplishments seemingly ordinary. Because of the abundance of talent, she realized that standing out among them would carry significant weight. Thus, she devoted herself to her studies at the academy, eventually achieving commendable results and attaining a high ranking. This was indeed an inspiring tale, although Li Chen remained puzzled as to the source of her sorrowful demeanor. As Li reached this point, she hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue. She took several more swigs from her wine, gathering courage to proceed. Naturally, as a woman of some beauty, she faced her share of romantic pursuits. Yet one suitor, a man in his 40s, the son of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Rights, relentlessly pursued her. This man, a quintessential idle and lecherous character, had encountered Li by chance and became infatuated with her. Having worked so hard to reach this stage, Li was resolute against marrying such a man or becoming a concubine. However, the suitor wielded his father's influence, making it difficult for other admirers to contest him. After all, offending an official in the imperial capital would spell doom for anyone in the Tiance dynasty. While he benefited from the protection of the academy's instructors, he was careful not to cause trouble within its walls. That evening, a special banquet was to be held, attended by the most outstanding students from the 3 major academies, a matter crucial to their futures. The older suitor had made it clear that if Li did not acquiesce, she would never graduate from the Hu Combat Academy. Thus, she found herself compelled to attend, yet unwilling to yield. That was the gist of her predicament, and Li Chen grasped the situation. "So why seek my assistance?" Li replied, "I notice your attire. You must be of royal descent, correct?" She was no fool. She understood that royal offspring often held power over the sons of officials. Having seen the dragon-patterned gold trim on Li Chen's garments as she passed by, she decided to seek his help as a last resort. "Indeed, you are correct. I am of royal blood," Li Chen confirmed, without fabricating any lies. For was not the emperor also of royal lineage? Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Would you be willing to assist me?" Li Chen scrutinized her for a moment and replied, "You should be aware that seeking assistance comes at a price." Realizing the implication of his gaze, Nu's face flushed red. As long as your demands are reasonable, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Although Li Chen's features were strikingly handsome, enhanced by the effects of the wine, she maintained her boundaries. Very well, you have said it. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Li Chen's request was merely for her to cover the meal's expense. Nu was taken aback, feeling as if she had bared herself only to be shown something trivial. Nevertheless, she quickly recovered, thinking that perhaps Li Chen was simply finding a convenient excuse to assist her. With his attire and demeanor, he could hardly be without funds. Even if he were, surely the elderly steward nearby must have money. With this thought, her fondness for him grew even more. She simply did not expect that these two did not have any money. After Lin Yue paid the bill, the group departed from the restaurant. The residence hosting the banquet was not far from this area, merely a 20-minute walk. Along the way, the cool breeze cleared Lin Yue's mind considerably. Had it not been for the assistance of alcohol, she would have felt quite awkward asking a member of the royal family whom she had never met for help. However, without any connections, she felt utterly helpless in this treacherous imperial capital. Li Chen was her only lifeline. As she lost herself in thought, they arrived at the residence where the banquet was to be held, organized by the Ministry of Rights. Dressed splendidly, both Li Chen and Lin Yue were casually allowed entry by the gatekeeper. Yet, the guard stopped Zhao Wenyuan, claiming that his servants were waiting outside and that he could not enter such a place. This infuriated Zhao Wenyuan, who, as the current prime minister, could not believe he was being treated like a mere servant. How dare these guards stop him? If it were not for the look in Li Chen's eyes, Zhao Wenyuan would have considered having the place torn down, for he knew that the protagonist of the day was not himself. The Ministry of Rights was in for a rough time. Zhao Wenyuan had heard of such matters, which were part of the unspoken rules of the imperial court. However, the one who had entered was an undeniable embodiment of the dynasty's authority. As dusk fell, a magnificent residence illuminated by bright lights stood before them. The Ministry of Rights was one of the crucial institutions of the Tiance Dynasty, overseeing the nation's rituals, culture, education, and diplomatic affairs. This banquet was essentially for the elite from various combat academies in the imperial capital. Ultimately, the Minister of Rights would make an appearance to interact with these young scholars, serving as a form of on-site assessment. Everyone aspired to impress him, for winning the favor of such a high-ranking official could lead to a future of prosperity. Upon entering the residence, Li Chen noticed numerous young talents akin to Lin Yue, their faces adorned with smiles and exuding an extraordinary aura. Their presence injected vitality and vigor into the banquet, representing the future backbone of the Tiance Dynasty, showcasing the depth and heritage of the dynasty at first glance. As time progressed, Li Chen discerned that beneath the surface of this grand feast, currents of discontent were brewing. Once the officials dressed in ceremonial robes and the second-generation aristocrats arrived, the smiles on the students' faces began to fade, casting a shadow over the banquet. Li Chen observed repeatedly how these second-generation aristocrats teased and provoked the young talents present. The officials remained indifferent, leaving the young talents to suffer in silence, forced to endure. Casting a glance at Lin Yue beside him, he inquired, "Is this how they always behave?" Initially, he merely intended to confront someone and fulfill his task, but it seemed that the atmosphere had soured. Theoretically, these second-generation aristocrats, lacking any real education, should not have been allowed into such a banquet. Yet they swarmed like flies, and no one seemed to intervene. The late emperor placed immense value on education, and even though Li Chen had not engaged in any significant studies, he understood that these elite students were the future of the Tiance Dynasty. If they were subjected to such humiliation and oppression here, one could only imagine the plight of other students. As a prince, Li Chen could choose to remain aloof, but now, as the emperor, he felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. He may not grasp the complexities of court affairs, but he could clearly perceive the expressions on the students' faces. They were enduring in silence, unable to voice their anger. How could they function in such an environment going forward? Upon hearing Li Chen's question, Lin Yue nodded helplessly. Even if she were furious, unless she wished to sever ties with the Tiance Dynasty, she had no choice but to endure in front of these officials from the Ministry of Rights. In fact, she had contemplated that if the individual bothering her became excessively aggressive, she might as well leave the imperial capital and seek refuge in a powerful sect, which was one of the reasons for the prosperity of sects in recent years. Lin Yue felt it was a pity that all her years of hard work and study at the academy would go to waste. With the assistance of this royal disciple, she believed she could weather this storm. Regrettably, the others present were not as fortunate. Unlike Li Chen, who was somewhat reclusive, Lin Yue still maintained a degree of social interaction within this circle. Many students from the Xinhui Combat Academy approached her for conversation. Apo noticing Li Chen beside Lin Yue. Especially the girls, they displayed envy in their eyes. Yue, is this your friend? Why not introduce us? Indeed, this young man is truly remarkable, exuding an extraordinary presence. As her friends teased, Lin Yue felt quite embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't want to introduce him, but she didn't even know Li Chen's name. Hello everyone. I am Li Chen. The surrounding individuals seemed to recognize that he was a member of the royal family, and his surname, Li, was entirely expected. Consequently, there were very few second-generation aristocrats in Li Chen's vicinity. There is a certain tension between the second-generation aristocrats and royal descendants. Typically, Li Chen spent his time in the palace, interacting most with palace maids and eunuchs, who were quite formal in their speech, rarely encountering peers of his age. Li Chen began conversing with the students from the combat academy. Initially, they exchanged pleasantries, but as they grew more comfortable, they perceived Li Chen as possessing an elder's demeanor and began to unburden themselves. They lamented how these uneducated second-generation aristocrats frequently disrupted their studies, monopolizing resources while showing no dedication to their cultivation, much to the distress of the academy's instructors. Some of Lin Yue's female friends whispered to Li Chen that many naive girls in the academy had been victimized by these second-generation aristocrats, even being coerced into drinking with certain officials. They had just been harassed, which was why they sought refuge with Li Chen, hoping he could help shield them. Hearing this, Li Chen chuckled in anger, saying, "Rest assured, as long as they dare to come over, I shall deal with them one by one." At that moment, everyone took his words as a light-hearted jest, not particularly concerned. Lin Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking that she had inconvenienced Li Chen far too much this evening. Initially, he was only meant to shield her, yet now he was also helping her friends. Noticing the resentful gazes from the nearby second-generation aristocrats, she realized Li Chen had already offended many people this evening. Even as a royal descendant, he could not afford to offend certain powerful officials. As time passed, more and more individuals entered the banquet. Generally, second-generation aristocrats would not dare provoke royal descendants, indicating that their backgrounds were not particularly strong. Those daring enough to offend were naturally backed by influential fathers. Just as Li Chen was enjoying his conversation with the students from the combat academy, a middle-aged second-generation aristocrat in his 40s approached. His sunken eyes and bloated bags under them, along with his pallid complexion, suggested he was clearly a victim of indulgence. At over 40 years of age, without any accomplishments to his name, he relied on his father's authority to assert his dominance. It was no wonder Lin Yue looked down on him. The students from the combat academy instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing him, seemingly afraid to offend him. This middle-aged second-generation aristocrat was exceedingly arrogant, outright ignoring Li Chen and addressing Lin Yue instead. "Have you considered the matter I asked you about?" While other second-generation aristocrats engaged in subtle manipulations, this one brazenly resorted to threats in front of so many people. It was a blatant disregard for decorum. He truly treated this place as his own. His body, like a kite with a broken string, careened backward, knocking over nearby tables and chairs, causing a ruckus, with cups and dishes scattering everywhere. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a painful groan. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, those around them were instantly engulfed in shock, especially the two young ladies of Lin Yue. They widened their eyes as if witnessing something truly astonishing. Just moments ago, they thought you were jesting, but to their surprise, you were indeed serious about the fight. They had already deemed this second-generation scion rather arrogant. Yet Li Chen proved to be even more audacious. When he struck, he didn't even bother to inquire about the identity of his opponent. The beaten second-generation scion was quickly assisted by officials from the Ministry of Rights. Spitting blood, he glared fiercely at Li Chen and exclaimed, "So you think your royal lineage makes you exceptional? Can royal offspring strike others at will?" Chapter 9. Just you wait. I will report you. In that moment, the onlookers were bewildered, unable to discern who was truly causing the commotion. It felt as though Li Chen were delivering the lines of a villain. The second-generation scion was furious, under normal circumstances. He would have unleashed a torrent of insults upon Li Chen's ancestors and commanded his subordinates to break Li Chen's legs and expel him. However, with Li Chen adorned in his dragon-embroidered robe, his royal status apparent, and numerous officials present, he lacked the courage to berate him. To the second-generation scion, what did it matter that Li Chen was of royal blood? Royals were still divided into ranks. Common royals, lacking power and wealth, were merely ornamental figures. If you dare to remain here, we shall see who prevails. The second-generation scion quickly realized he was no match for Li Chen and instructed his subordinates to assist him in calling for reinforcements. Observing his departure, Li Chen remained unconcerned. He was rather curious to see the extent of the chaos. However, those nearby grew anxious. Striking the son of a court official in front of such a large crowd would make any attempt at a private settlement impossible. Even if the second-generation scion chose to overlook it, other officials would surely seek to punish Li Chen. Lin Yue hurriedly informed Li Chen about the second-generation scion's background. This second-generation scion, named Chen Jie, was the son of Chen Rong, who oversaw the Department of Ceremonial Rites. Chen Rong held significant power within the court, managing ceremonial rites, military honors, academic affairs, and the imperial examination, and had many protégés. This was the foundation of Chen Jie's arrogance. Lin Yue merely intended for Li Chen to deflect the situation. She did not anticipate that he would act without uttering a word. It should be noted that Chen Jie was the only son of Chen Rong, the sole heir to his legacy, and Chen Rong was notoriously protective of his son. Should Li Chen handle the situation poorly today, he could easily face a decade of imprisonment. However, observing Li Chen's calm demeanor after learning this, it was likely he had formidable backing. One of Lin Yue's companions even discreetly inquired about Li Chen's background. To their astonishment, Li Chen replied, "I have no background." This revelation left everyone utterly stunned. With no background, how could he dare to strike Chen Jie? They had assumed his father was a prince. But now they wondered if he might be a distant relative of the royal family. Was this truly the audacity of ignorance? Many present began to cast sympathetic glances at Li Chen. When Chen Rong, the head of the Department of Ceremonial Rites, arrived, he naturally became the focal point of attention. Several individuals rushed to greet him, eager to ingratiate themselves before this high-ranking official. Chen Rong's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. His official tone perfectly measured. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, he strode purposefully towards Li Chen. Chen Rong slowly raised his hand and gently stroked his meticulously groomed beard. Every gesture exuded an air of composure, as if he had long been accustomed to such a lofty lifestyle, having witnessed such scenes countless times. Beside him, Chen Jie wore a smug expression, seemingly envisioning the moment when Li Chen would beg for mercy. Who was responsible for this act of violence? Step forward, Chen Rong bellowed, his authority palpable. His words revealed his experience in the political arena. He did not inquire who had attacked his son. That would imply he was being protective. Instead, he focused on the identity of the perpetrator, intending to punish them harshly. In the past, it had been his son who instigated trouble, and he had to use his authority to save face. Now, with the tables turned, he seized the rare opportunity to assert his dominance. Even if the assailant was of royal blood, he held the moral high ground. With a resounding slap, Chen Rong followed the trajectory of his son's earlier flight. At over 60 years old, that strike nearly cost him his life. The crowd was left utterly astounded. While the royal scion's assault on the second-generation scion could be excused as a mere scuffle, daring to strike a court official in front of so many witnesses was an entirely different matter. If this escalated, it could lead to exile, if not worse. Lin Yue rubbed her eyes. If she was not mistaken, it was indeed Li Chen who had struck. She had encountered many fierce individuals, but this one had simply acted without a word. Chen Rong was furious, while his son Chen Jie gazed at him with innocent eyes, as if to say, "I told you I was attacked this way, but you didn't believe me. Now you see, this person is utterly unreasonable." Spitting blood, Chen Rong glared at Li Chen and shouted, "So you think your royal lineage makes you exceptional? Can royal offspring strike others at will?" Li Chen's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Could you rephrase that? I've encountered that line before." Chen Rong gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Very well, just you wait. Tomorrow at court, I shall report you to the minister." This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. It was clear that Chen Rong intended to escalate the matter to the emperor, suggesting that this incident would not end quietly. However, Li Chen found this quite amusing. What? Report me? Who among you dares to accuse me? How ironic. Now realizing the error of his ways. It was too late. Shen Rong, noticing Li Chen's silence, mistakenly believed he was intimidated. The atmosphere had reached a boiling point, with numerous officials attempting to placate Shen Rong. Meanwhile, onlookers speculated whether Li Chen would face imprisonment or banishment. Lin Yue discreetly tugged at Li Chen's sleeve, suggesting, perhaps we should make a hasty retreat. She had already devised an escape plan, knowing she could not abandon Li Chen, whom she had brought along. They could find a sect to join, change their identities, and live in seclusion. Yet she wondered if it was still possible to flee. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, responding calmly, "It's fine. I merely wish to draw attention to myself." This statement perplexed many. What did he mean by drawing attention? Was he suggesting that through conflict, they would form a bond? How peculiar that sounded. It appeared he was speaking as if he was the one to be recognized, not the one doing the recognizing. Their confusion was understandable. Shen Rong's status was too minor to attend court, and only a few officials had encountered Li Chen. As the saying goes, strike the small to attract the large. Li Chen aimed to provoke a greater figure. Just as the crowd was engaged in discussion, the esteemed Minister of Rights arrived. The Minister of Rights has arrived. With the announcement from the guards, the Minister of Rights, Yan Hai, slowly entered the Grand Hall. His countenance was imposing and solemn, his gaze profound. The surrounding crowd instinctively bowed in unison, their movements synchronized. Their faces were etched with reverence and sincerity, for this was a genuine high-ranking official, someone many would never encounter in their lifetime. Upon the arrival of his superior, Shen Rong rushed to Yan Hai to lodge a complaint, shedding his earlier arrogance and resembling a wronged child. Yan Hai furrowed his brow slightly, pondering which royal scion possessed such audacity to strike one of his subordinates in his domain. Failing to deal with this royal scion appropriately would jeopardize his standing in the court. As Yan Hai approached this audacious royal scion, he suddenly knelt before him. "I, Minister Yan Hai, pay my respects to your majesty." Chapter 10. Your Majesty, should I declare that I have a background, or that I do not? The Minister of Rights, Yan Hai, knelt down with astonishing speed. However, this act left the entire assembly in stunned silence. In the next moment, the entire estate was filled with kneeling figures. "Students, pay your respects to His Majesty. I, your humble servant, pay my respects to His Majesty." What had once been a lively banquet now felt as silent as a pin drop. The oppressive aura emanating from Li Chen enveloped the entire estate, causing even the heavens to tremble. Under this overwhelming pressure, the officials quivered, their foreheads pressed against the cold ground, too fearful to even contemplate raising their heads. The students kneeling around them suddenly comprehended why Li Chen claimed he had no background yet dared to strike at court officials. It was because he was the emperor. What more background could one need when one is the greatest background of all? In this world, those with connections are not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the one who requires no connections at all. Beside them, Lin Yue was filled with trepidation. She could hardly believe that the person she had casually chosen as a shield at the roadside establishment turned out to be the reigning emperor. No wonder he had mentioned that he knew someone. It was simply that those with lesser titles did not recognize him. It was I who had underestimated his stature. I had suspected his identity was extraordinary, but never imagined he was the emperor. The most fearful in the assembly were none other than Shen Rong and his father, Jin Ye. Upon hearing the Minister of Rights, Yan Han, addressed Li Chen as Your Majesty. Shen Rong recalled his earlier bravado of confronting the emperor and fainted on the spot. Shen Jie's face turned ashen, paralyzed by fear, and he lost control of his bodily functions, leaving a puddle on the ground. Although he was indeed in the right, what difference did it make? The opposing side was not unreasonable. They simply had no need to be reasonable. It should be noted that this royal descendant was His Majesty. Even if he had 100 lives, he would not dare to appear here. "Yan Hai, your servant is here." Hearing His Majesty call him, Yan Hai was in a state of panic, his palms slick with sweat. He pondered how his subordinates had dared to offend this newly ascended sage. It seemed the new emperor intended to make an example of him. If another prince had ascended, Yan Hai would not have been so alarmed. After all, other princes would have to consider many factors if they wished to dispose of or even kill him. For instance, if he were executed without having committed a capital offense, it would turn the established laws of previous emperors into a laughingstock for the world. It could be said to be a contest of wits between sovereign and subjects. The Tiance Dynasty was a realm bound by law. Many sects on the continent dared to act above the common people and disregard imperial authority precisely because of the sage-level individuals in power. A sage represents an existence beyond the law. A sage's strength allows them to discern right from wrong through their own consciousness. Moreover, this individual was the sage-level emperor. Could Yanhai afford to be unafraid? During the morning court session, he had anticipated the day would come, but he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. He was prepared for Li Chen's severe punishment and confiscation of property. Yet Li Chen remarked, "You have no real power? Compared to others, I may have some authority, but compared to you, I dare not claim to have any." Li Chen cast a glance at the second-generation aristocrats surrounding him and questioned Yanhai. Then how did these individuals manage to infiltrate here? In an instant, Yanhai understood. The emperor was upset about this. As long as it did not involve him directly, it was a minor issue. A minister must be able to comprehend the emperor's intentions. If he failed to manage this well, he would find himself in trouble. At that moment, Yanhai regained his composure as the Minister of Rights, instructing his subordinates to escort these second-generation aristocrats away along with their fathers. To face investigation and punishment, he resolved to clarify the evidence of their misdeeds as swiftly as possible, ensuring justice was served. As for Chen Rong and Chen Jia, he would certainly extend them special consideration. Once these troublesome figures were removed, the estate appeared much more at ease. Li Chen encouraged everyone not to feel constrained, stating that all present were the elite of the Tiance Dynasty, the very pillars of its future. This evening, they could speak freely, sharing their grievances and requests with Minister Yin, who would endeavor to accommodate their needs. The shift in conversation left Yanhai somewhat bewildered. Was it not his responsibility to address these matters? Yet, since His Majesty had spoken thus, he naturally complied. The elite students from the Battle Academy, upon hearing the Emperor's words, felt emboldened to relay various issues to Yanhai, who instructed his subordinates to take note of each concern. Observing the pure expressions and heartfelt expectations on the faces of these students, he reflected that once he attained high office, he must serve the people. However, upon entering the political arena, he had lost his way, succumbing to the allure of power and choosing to conspire with the corrupt. In that moment, he realized he had distanced himself from the turmoil of the court. Currently, he was not merely a subordinate of the second prince. He was simply fulfilling the role of Minister of Rights. In truth, he was well aware of his subordinates' actions. The second prince, seeking to win over court officials, must grant them privileges. Otherwise, how could they be motivated to serve? Just as these second-generation aristocrats wreaked havoc in the imperial capital, their greatest support was indeed the second prince. As the Minister of Rights, Yanhai could only turn a blind eye. For reasons unknown, he began to feel that Li Chen truly resembled an emperor. A true sovereign acts with impartiality, prioritizing the public over personal interests. The elite students from the various battle academies sensed that this new emperor, while imposing, was also approachable. He was willing to listen to their opinions, which naturally garnered their support. As the banquet progressed, Li Chen sensed that something was amiss. After careful consideration, he recalled that someone was still waiting outside. He summoned Yanhai, instructing him to greet a guest at the door. Yanhai was puzzled as to who required his personal attention. Yet he said nothing and complied with the emperor's request. Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback to find Prime Minister Zhao Wenyuan standing there with his hands tucked into his sleeves, an expression of resentment etched across his face. This startled Yanhai, prompting him to approach and inquire why Zhao Wenyuan had not entered. His question only served to ignite Zhao Wenyuan's ire further. "Was it not your subordinate who stopped me?" Zhao Wenyuan dared not voice his grievances against Li Chen, but he felt free to reprimand Yanhai. After harboring a belly full of anger, he finally had someone upon whom to unleash it. Onlookers witnessed the Minister of Rights being berated by a figure resembling a steward. Unable to retort, Yanhai was at a loss. After all, rank does hold power. News of Li Chen's intent to frequently visit the Battle Academy and even dedicate time to teach them skills spread throughout the eastern city, dispelling all clouds of gloom. The prospect of such a boon left the students exhilarated, eager to repay Li Chen's kindness with loyalty. Observing the fervor of the students, Li Chen understood why the late emperor placed great importance on these young scholars. As the banquet concluded, Li Chen naturally departed the estate of the Minister of Rights ahead of the others. Yet from a moment he revealed his identity until his departure. Lin Yue had not exchanged a single word with him. Was it that she did not wish to? No, it was simply that she had no opportunity. Chapter 11. The Value of Self-Awareness. Wherever Li Chen went, he was surrounded by throngs of people, leaving Lin Yue unable to approach him. She could only watch silently as Li Chen walked away, her heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, a female companion beside her, gazing at her with pity, remarked, "Yue, why did you not seize the opportunity? I hear our new emperor has just ascended and is without a consort." The implication was clear. She was encouraging Lin Yue to engage with Li Chen, suggesting that perhaps she could rise to prominence. This statement momentarily rendered Lin Yue speechless, before she solemnly remarked, "It is inappropriate to phrase it that way. His Majesty merely encountered me during a discreet visit and assisted in resolving my predicament, while simultaneously enhancing our cultivation environment and improving the welfare of the Academy. What we ought to focus on is not incessantly yearning to curry favor with those in power, but rather to diligently practice our skills and contribute to the Tiance Dynasty in the future, thereby honoring His Majesty's nurturing of us." Lin Yue's words were sincere. She recognized her own charm, yet acknowledged it was insufficient to utterly captivate others. A person's value lies in self-awareness. Indulging in unrealistic fantasies leads to a cul-de-sac of thought. If Lin Yue could not comprehend this fundamental truth, she would not have attained her current level of cultivation. Most importantly, Li Chen's gaze upon her was exceptionally clear, revealing his true feelings effortlessly. Why are you standing there in a daze?" she inquired. "I was merely contemplating how to repay His Majesty's kindness. For many, tonight may be a day of great joy. The new emperor, Li Chen, has resolved a long-standing issue that has plagued the Battle Academy, ensuring that the second-generation heirs will no longer cause disturbances, and instead, more resources will be allocated. This revitalization of the Battle Academy will undoubtedly enhance his reputation, as many elite students now regard him as a lifelong aspiration." However, Li Chen was presently vexed. "What? You don't consider this task complete?" Upon returning to his chamber, he discovered that his task had not been fulfilled. He had engaged in combat twice, but was uncertain of the cultivation level of Chun Rong from the Ministry of Rites. Nonetheless, Chen Jie, the second-generation heir, had at least studied at the Battle Academy, and even if deemed incompetent, he should possess some level of cultivation. Upon inspection, the two individuals defeated by the host possess cultivation at the peak of the Ning Yuan realm and lack any cultivation. Hence, the host has not vanquished a practitioner at the mid-level of the Kaimai realm, and the task cannot be settled. Li Chen mused. The Ning Yuan realm is indeed one level superior to the Kaimai realm. Goodness, must I specifically defeat someone at the mid-level of the Kaimai realm? Are you not concerned that I might eliminate someone at that level? At his current status, it was easy to find formidable opponents, yet challenging to locate weaker ones. With ample time remaining, Li Chen decided to venture once more to the eastern part of the city. He pondered whether his approach was flawed. Initially, Li Chen thought that as an emperor at the Saint Realm, accompanied by two subordinates, he could effortlessly seek out a troublemaker to complete his task. He had no desire to conceal his identity as long as he was acting within legitimate bounds. If the system perceived him as newly traversed into this realm and assigned him a beginner-esque tutorial, he should have had few subordinates and a low status at that time. Hence, was the system instructing him to operate alone? Moreover, why was he required to conceal his identity? What was the system's intent in this regard? Was it merely about completing a task? Or was there something it wished him to acquire that would benefit him at that time? The following morning during the court assembly, Li Chen appeared rather listless. However, those beneath him were full of vigor, particularly Yan Hai, the Minister of Rites, who wore a countenance of triumph, leading one to believe that some joyous event had transpired in his family. Nonetheless, today, as court assembly exhibited considerable changes. General Guopoyan was penalized to reflect at home for 3 days, while the Empress Dowager, who should have presided over the assembly, feigned illness as an excuse to abstain. Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan maintained his usual composed demeanor, his thoughts inscrutable to all. In contrast to the previous day's clamor, today's atmosphere was notably solemn and dignified. All attention was fixated on the new Emperor Li Chen, with each of his actions scrutinized. As the assembly commenced, Minister Yan Hai presented a series of detailed lists, meticulously documenting the offenses of officials within the Ministry of Rites, even uncovering that Chun Rong had stolen a chicken from a neighbor at the tender age of 7. Li Chen was perplexed by the thoroughness of his investigation. As for the consequences, they were straightforward. Li Chen instructed Yan Hai to enforce the law strictly. Yan Hai understood Li Chen's implication. Those who had abused their power would not merely face imprisonment, but would now be dispatched to mine. Subsequently, other court officials began to earnestly report on their duties, such as the need for renovations to the palace eaves, repairs to the official roads outside the city, and various reports from regional offices. For the first time, Li Chen felt as though he were imprisoned. Why were there so many affairs to attend to as an emperor? Merely listening to the reports consumed several hours, not to mention the memorials awaiting his review in the study. This left Li Chen utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why other princes aspired to the throne. After merely 2 days as emperor, he was already fatigued. Nevertheless, Li Chen devised his own strategy. He delegated minor matters to the court officials while reserving significant issues for consultation with Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, albeit requiring Li Chen's approval for execution. Midway through the assembly, the Minister of War rose to address the court. "Your Majesty, I have received urgent reports from the border. The third prince harbors treasonous intentions and has initiated a rebellion. His army is advancing toward the imperial capital. The situation is dire, and I implore your Majesty to make swift decisions." The hall fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the Minister of War's labored breaths. The officials exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and unease. Their astonishment was not merely at the third prince's rebellion, but at the audacity of such an act against a sovereign of the Saint Realm. What difference was there between the third prince's rebellion and courting death? The hall erupted into discussions. The second prince had previously caused some disturbances, yet he had only engaged in verbal sparring without tangible actions. Li Chen had disregarded him, and there was no need for further discussion. However, the third prince was different. To remove the troops from the border was an unforgivable act. Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan remained silent. Yet he understood that the Minister of War was aligned with the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's absence today was likely a calculated move behind the scenes. Was she intent on instigating a conflict between the Emperor and the third prince? Chapter 12. The principle of letting the one who speaks handle it. Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan was deeply strategic, not out of a desire for usurpation, but rather to solidify his position within the court. Those who have attained such levels, including General Guopoyan and the Empress Dowager, as well as the other princes, have all offended too many individuals. They are surrounded by factions and kin, all bound to their fates. Should they fall from grace, those close to them, including their allies and the families of their lineage, would face annihilation. Being reduced to commoners would be a fortunate outcome. Typically, they would be exiled to the frontier or executed. In the Tiance Dynasty, both official ranks and cultivation resources are conserved. Only by expelling those who occupy these positions can others gain access to these resources. This is the essence of the principle: when the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the Empress Dowager advocated for Li Chen's ascension, Zhao Wenyuan supported her because Li Chen lacked any factions. His rise posed no threat to Zhao Wenyuan's influence. This was advantageous for Zhao Wenyuan, who could leverage the situation to expand his own power. However, that was merely his initial thought. Upon learning that Li Chen was of the Saint Realm, Zhao Wenyuan aspired to be a loyal minister. He held no direct conflict with Li Chen. To speak candidly, even if Li Chen were not emperor, it would not be his turn to rule. Who had direct opposition with Li Chen? Naturally, it was the Empress Dowager and several other princes. The other princes, having endured for so long, harbored a built-up desire to seize the throne, and they would not simply relinquish their ambitions. Zhao Wenyuan perceived the Empress Dowager's considerable ambition. He recalled her probing remark from the previous day, an attempt to gauge the sentiments of the court officials. The purpose, one might surmise, is to surpass the emperor or, when the opportunity arises, to usurp the throne and become the empress herself. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the annals of history on the continent, where several dynasties have been ruled by empresses. Throughout the years of political maneuvering against the Empress Dowager, Zhao Wenyuan has been diligently investigating her true identity. On the surface, the Dowager appears to be a descendant of noble families, with her ancestors having rendered significant contributions to the founding emperor of the Tiance Dynasty. If this were indeed the case, her background would be deemed impeccable. Despite Zhao Wenyuan presenting himself as a destitute scholar in front of Li Chen, he has managed to survive and maintain his own circle of influence. Since the Dowager's arrival in the imperial capital, he has been conducting an investigation into her. Even though the Dowager has concealed her past meticulously, he has received information suggesting that her noble family has recently been in contact with remnants of the previous dynasty. Only Zhao Wenyuan is privy to this information, and without any concrete evidence, it would be unwise to confront the late emperor about it. Otherwise, the Dowager might retaliate, and that would only lead to his own downfall. Zhao Wenyuan's desire to serve loyally stems from his realization that Li Chen has no intentions of turning against him. Thus, he merely needs to demonstrate his usefulness and loyalty to Li Chen to secure his position as chancellor. A young emperor, possessed of terrifying strength and devoid of any factional ties, undoubtedly presents more advantages than disadvantages for a minister. Zhao Wenyuan would even willingly become part of Li Chen's faction. In a similar vein, Guopoyan has come to a realization, although he may have mishandled the situation. Within this court, neither he nor Zhao Wenyuan has had a direct conflict with Li Chen, making it improbable that they would not support him. Zhao Wenyuan has discerned that Li Chen is also aware of this, which is why he summoned both of them to the imperial study yesterday, to gauge their attitudes. He is aware of the third prince's rebellion, but according to his calculations, the third prince will likely withdraw upon learning of Li Chen's status as a sage. Should events unfold in this manner, Li Chen could easily turn a blind eye, as there would be no need to escalate matters. After all, executing a blood relative immediately after ascending the throne would not reflect well on him. However, the Minister of War has now thrust the third prince directly into Li Chen's path, leaving him no choice but to acknowledge the situation. Since he is aware, he must take action. Failure to do so would undermine imperial authority. If the public sees the third prince rebelling without consequence, future insurrections will surely arise. Should the third prince realize that Li Chen intends to deal with him, he would certainly not acquiesce. This scenario effectively compels Li Chen into a direct confrontation with the third prince, resembling a blatant political maneuver. Even an experienced official like Zhao Wenyuan finds himself at a loss. This statement left the Minister of War utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Zhao Wenyuan stated sternly, "What? Do you dare to defy the emperor's decree?" The Minister of War was thrown into a panic, realizing that Zhao Wenyuan was indeed capable of casting blame. Initially, it was Zhao Wenyuan who had proposed the dilemma, yet now they were expecting him to resolve it. Observing the minister's discomfort brought Zhao Wenyuan great joy. It seemed their majesty possessed some political acumen. What began as a conflict between the emperor and the third prince had now transformed into a conflict between the dowager and the third prince due to the minister's involvement. Should the minister refuse to act, he could easily be accused of two offenses, resulting in the loss of his official cap and a subsequent weakening of the dowager's influence. In such an intractable situation, Zhao Wenyuan couldn't help but admire Li Chen's ingenuity. In truth, he was overthinking. Li Chen had never regarded the third prince with any seriousness and was simply adhering to the principle that whoever raises the issue must also address it. If you bring it up, you should naturally have a solution. If you cannot resolve it, then what purpose do you serve if not to create trouble? Typically, a rebellion by border troops would be a matter of national concern. However, the ministers were unable to muster their usual panic. They were all contemplating, is this the sense of security that the sage emperor can provide? No wonder the second prince had so brazenly remarked yesterday that without formidable cultivation as support, how could one ensure the longevity of our dynasty? It appears that he was indeed prescient. However, the individual in question is not the second prince, but rather Li Chen. Some even wished to observe how the third prince would ultimately fare. As noon approached, Li Chen finally concluded the morning court session in the palace, within the chambers where the dowager resided. As soon as the morning court adjourned, her maidservants conveyed the news alongside the Minister of War's message intended for the dowager. The dowager stretched languidly, her garments barely containing her form, aware that she was on the verge of breaking free from her constraints. She lowered her arms to prevent an untimely incident. "I am aware of the situation. Inform Zhou Cheng to leave the imperial capital as per the emperor's command, to subtly provoke the third prince without igniting a major conflict, and to check on the second prince's preparations." Once the maidservants departed, a playful expression graced the dowager's face. "Your Majesty, it seems I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to surprise me on consecutive days." She remained unhurried, possessing an abundance of trump cards, each sufficient to confound Li Chen. Nevertheless, she intended to present Li Chen with a small surprise, to remind him who truly reigns over this palace. Chapter 13. Only Children Choose. I am the emperor. The dowager approaches, just as Li Chen was partaking in his midday meal following the morning court. The voice of a eunuch resonated from outside. He was no stranger to the dowager, although they were not intimately acquainted. Previously, their encounters had been infrequent, but recent days had seen more interactions due to the Ascension matters. I hope I am not interrupting Your Majesty's meal. The dowager spoke gently, exuding the allure characteristic of a mature woman. At her ripe age, every contour of her figure was captivating. Women in the palace are particularly concerned with their beauty and physique, and the dowager has evidently maintained her figure for many years. Every gesture seemed to be imbued with an endless allure, especially her ample bosom, which sparked boundless imagination, explaining why Li Chen's gaze remained so innocent despite the significant trials he had endured. Upon uttering these words, the dowager waved her hand, signaling the maidservants and eunuchs to withdraw, shutting the door behind them. Li Chen was somewhat taken aback, pondering whether it was sweltering with the door closed while he was enjoying his hot pot. Without further ado, the dowager sat beside him at the table. She was about to articulate something, but was immediately captivated by the feast before her. Your Majesty, what is this dish that still bubbles? Li Chen was indulging in a hot pot he had devised from memory. The surrounding air was filled with the enticing aroma of sizzling meat, instantly awakening primal appetites. In the pot, the crimson oil swirled, golden bubbles continuously rising, bursting with a soft pop. Within the pot lay vibrant slices of beef, as thin as a cicada's wing, each piece marbled to perfection and exquisitely tender. This is called hot pot. As he spoke, Li Chen deftly lifted a slice of beef with his chopsticks, and the juices flowed forth, dripping into the broth and creating delicate ripples across the surface. The richness and freshness of the meat seemed capable of instantly melting on the palate. The verdant vegetables, having been bathed in the red oil, appeared even more vibrant and enticing, intertwining beautifully with the beef, tofu, and other ingredients to form a culinary masterpiece. This hot pot base was Li Chen's own 14th generation recipe, a creation so exquisite that it met even his own standards. After all, as a former prince, sequestered within the palace, his time was spent either cultivating or experimenting with such delights. Li Chen noticed the dowager's gaze fixed intently on the meat in his chopsticks, and he casually inquired, "Would you care for some?" The dowager swallowed, responding, "How could I possibly indulge?" Yet her enchanting eyes seemed to convey to Li Chen that with just a little persuasion, she would eagerly partake. At this moment, she had entirely forgotten what she intended to say, having been waiting for news and not yet having enjoyed her midday meal. In order to maintain her figure, she refrained from consuming oily and spicy foods, opting instead for a diet of light fare. The tantalizing aroma of the hot pot stirred her cravings, and today she had prepared an abundance of ingredients, possibly too much to consume without waste. Very well, since Your Majesty insists, I shall assist in savoring some, as we must not let food go to waste. With an excuse from Li Chen, the Empress's appetite triumphed over her resolve, and she eagerly grasped her chopsticks. Under Li Chen's guidance, she dipped the morsels in the boiling pot. As they swirled within, an even more intense fragrance wafted forth, as if the meat and the hot pot were engaging in a delightful alchemical reaction. When Li Chen declared it was time to eat, the Empress could hardly contain her eagerness to indulge. With a single bite, the succulent meat filled her mouth, the savory essence cascading into her senses, rendering her body weightless with delight. It was a moment that could easily lead to intoxication. Your Majesty, this beef must originate from the mystical yaks of the northern snowy regions, correct? Indeed, the yaks thrive atop the snow-capped mountains, subsisting on ice grass and drinking pure snowmelt, resulting in tender, exquisite meat that melts in the mouth. And this tofu must be the famed ice lotus jade tofu from the same northern realm? Yes. It is crafted from the unique essence of the ice lotus, combined with carefully selected yellow soybeans from the spiritual fields, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Apart from its delightful texture, it also enhances one's cultivation. As the Empress savored the ingredients, she praised both them and Li Chen's culinary skills, inquiring about the chef responsible. Upon learning it was Li Chen himself, her admiration deepened. The Empress had already commanded the doors to be shut, and with the slight spiciness of the hot pot, a person accustomed to light meals like her found herself increasingly warm. Once one develops a taste for something, they often forget their reservations. To alleviate the heat, she loosened her garments, revealing a generous neckline, which made it impossible for Li Chen to avert his gaze from the alluring sight before him. He mused in himself that if she could not handle even a mild spiciness after her light lunch, what would happen if it were extraordinarily spicy? During this meal, Li Chen had hardly eaten, leaving the Empress to indulge freely. Before long, her abdomen had subtly rounded, marking the completion of her feast. The food was so delectable that she nearly consumed the entire broth. "Your Majesty, your visit here cannot solely be for a meal, can it?" At Li Chen's reminder, the Empress recalled her purpose. "During your time as a prince, did you have any romantic interests?" The Empress had been orchestrating a scheme, encouraging the second and third princes to stir up trouble, creating pressure on Li Chen. Once he felt pressure, he would seek support, allowing the Empress to extend her olive branch and help him navigate his troubles, thereby earning his trust. It was essential to note that aside from his imperial status, Li Chen's prowess as a saint-level cultivator was sufficient to entice numerous powerful factions. Any force with a saint-level powerhouse would naturally overshadow those without. Therefore, wherever Li Chen ventured, he was undoubtedly a coveted figure. To cultivate a good relationship with him, the Empress had devised another plan involving subtle persuasion. This tactic should not be underestimated. Throughout history, many rulers have succumbed to the allure of beauty, unless Li Chen were a eunuch. The Empress merely needed to place her people within the palace, ideally to bear Li Chen's offspring, thereby securing her influence over him. All along, her intentions were never to harm Li Chen. She merely sought to gain advantages through him. "No," Li Chen replied candidly, for he was quite reclusive and had encountered few women beyond those in the harem. However, having seen so many, he found little interest in ordinary women outside. The Empress continued, "Now that you have ascended to the throne, you should consider branching out and ensuring the royal lineage." Li Chen was tempted to retort, suggesting that she should handle matters herself. However, sensing something amiss, he simply inquired, "Is there a suitable candidate in mind?" Upon hearing this, the Empress produced a prepared list from her sleeve containing the names of 10 women from noble families, esteemed houses, sects, and princely clans. 8 of them were under the Empress's influence, all possessing qualities she deemed acceptable in appearance, character, and talent. After all, her goal was to win Li Chen over, and she had no intention of offending him with unsatisfactory choices. Nevertheless, she could not make it too evident, so she added 2 more names, both renowned for their beauty, yet notoriously aloof. She doubted Li Chen would choose either of them. "Your Majesty, do let me know which one catches your fancy, and I can summon her to the palace." This was the Empress's strategy. Those who dared to be aloof often had formidable backgrounds. Thus, while it seemed like a selection, it was, in reality, a predetermined choice. To her surprise, Li Chen simply tucked the list into his sleeve, as though to convey that such trivial decisions were for children. He was the Emperor. "Your Majesty means to summon them all to the palace?" The Empress was slightly taken aback, her graceful movements revealing an array of charm and allure. "I meant one at a time." Li Chen had no intention of feigning innocence. Firstly, he was a healthy individual from another world, free from ailments or peculiar preferences, with a perfectly normal disposition. Moreover, in terms of his own attributes, his looks could rival those of 25 handsome men, and his physical prowess surpassed that of 5 renowned warriors. Having cultivated to the pinnacle of the saint realm and assumed the throne, he felt justified in enjoying life. Seeking excuses seemed unnecessary. As long as he found joy within reasonable bounds, that sufficed. The political factions within the court were rife with conflict, a fact Li Chen was acutely aware of. Yet, he could hardly be bothered, not out of inability, but rather a belief that it was unnecessary. To him, the civil and military officials were merely his subordinates. As long as they committed no egregious errors and fulfilled their duties, he saw no reason to intervene. After all, his cadre had been left by the late emperor, achieving a certain equilibrium. There was no need for him to bolster any factions, leading to unnecessary strife. As long as he occupied the throne, they would forever remain his vassals. While it was true that the Tiance Dynasty concealed turbulent undercurrents and dangers, Li Chen did not deny this. After all, the cause of the crown prince's death remained a mystery. However, what did it matter? Li Chen was a saint-level cultivator, and who among them would dare to challenge him? Just yesterday, the second prince trembled in fear at Li Chen's display of strength. As a time traveler, Li Chen had his own methods and felt no distress over the system not being activated at that moment. With sufficient power, one could secure the best assurance in this world. The essence of fear stemmed primarily from a lack of strength. As long as they did not incite unrest, he would not spare them if provoked. Of course, he would intervene upon witnessing injustice. As a strong individual, he had the right to determine right from wrong, a privilege of the powerful. This was also the reason why the Chancellor Zhao, Wen Yuan, and General Guopoyan were determined to protect Li Chen. To put another way, had another prince ascended the throne, lacking the absolute strength to command respect, they would have sought to consolidate power. Thus, the conflict between emperor and vassal would be all too apparent. Li Chen found that his ministers were rather obedient. Even a minister of rights, Yan Hai, who served under the second prince, would undoubtedly prioritize executing Li Chen's orders over those of the second prince. Yan Hai was acutely aware that offending the second prince might lead to his downfall, but offending Li Chen would mean certain death. He understood the gravity of the situation. As for the Empress Dowager, if the emperor were a mere puppet lacking strength, he would have to rise and address her as mother upon her arrival, a phrase that serves to bring their relationship closer, functioning as a form of flattery and submission. However, Li Chen could not be bothered to greet the Empress Dowager and instead addressed her according to her official title. The Empress Dowager sensed something amiss, knowing well that she could not afford to offend this formidable emperor. From his experiences over the past couple of days as the emperor, Li Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Next, he had to contemplate other matters, particularly the introductions of potential consorts by the Empress Dowager. Having previously led a reclusive life, he had little acquaintance with women beyond those in the palace. As he faced these significant challenges, his discernment naturally sharpened. Thus, he did not refuse the Empress Dowager's suggestions, recognizing that sometimes, especially in the heat of the palace, one must seek relief. Moreover, the women selected by the Empress Dowager were unlikely to be mere trifles. At present, Li Chen did not perceive any malice in the Empress Dowager's intentions. After all, this was an aspect of his imperial privilege. If her introductions were indeed a trap, he would hope she would ensnare him further, even personally. Within the palace, upon hearing Li Chen's response, the Empress Dowager began to recount the backgrounds and identities of these women. Your Majesty, this lady is called Chu Ruoyan, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Chu family in the imperial capital. She is renowned as one of the two exceptional beauties of the capital, possessing remarkable innate talent. The Empress Dowager intended to emphasize the formidable talent of Chu Ruoyan, but refrained, recalling Li Chen's own prowess. While many beauties existed in the capital, the Empress Dowager selected only those from her own faction who met her criteria. With a looming workload, Li Chen felt quite overwhelmed. An emperor need not attend court daily. Sometimes, a week might pass before his presence was required. However, he faced a backlog of matters awaiting his attention. Meanwhile, within the Chu family estate in the capital, noble families sought to establish their footing amidst the turbulent tides of the Tiance Dynasty, requiring a powerful backing. Failing to secure such an ally would result in swift obliteration by newly ascended families. The Chu family support stemmed from the Empress Dowager's nephew, while not yet qualified to engage with her, could be considered under her influence. Although the Chu family was merely a second-tier clan in the capital, their ancestral patriarch possessed cultivation in the observation of Heaven Realm. However, with age upon him, should he pass away, the Chu family's value would diminish, rendering them expendable to the Empress Dowager's faction, leading to a precipitous decline in their standing. Fortuitously, they boasted an extraordinary prodigy, Chu Ruoyan. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but her beauty was ethereal. Upon reaching adulthood, she was elected as one of the capital's two exceptional beauties. Young scions from prominent families and talented individuals from afar would lose themselves at the mere sight of her, vowing to remain devoted to her for life. It could be said that suitors for Chu Ruoyan lined up from her doorstep to the eastern gate of the capital, as it was the nearest exit. The Chu family gained notoriety in the capital primarily due to Chu Ruoyan. From a young age, she exhibited remarkable talent and was well protected by her family, leading to her somewhat haughty demeanor. She had never shown kindness to anyone, not even her kin, feeling that they regarded her merely as a tool for strategic marriage. Failing to recognize her true worth, given her exceptional gifts, her sentiments were entirely understandable. She believed that for her family to thrive, they must rely on their own strength. Chapter 15. What the Sage Realm? I fear not the Sage Realm. Is not marriage merely a means of leveraging the prestige of other families? Thus, Chu Ruoyan diligently practiced her cultivation, attaining her current level in the mid-void realm, which ranked her among the higher echelons of her peers in the capital. Among her suitors were three particularly distinguished individuals: Lu Hao, a noble scion at the peak of the breaking void realm, the highest among her pursuers. With a significant familial background, Xiao Ming, a scion of a fallen family in the mid-breaking void realm, whose combat prowess was formidable enough to challenge even Lu Hao. And Wu Qi, an outsider from a wealthy family in the early breaking void realm, reputedly with an ancestor of heaven abyss cultivation, though this was his claim. These three young men, having attained breaking void realm at such a young age, were among the top young cultivators in the capital. Following a serendipitous encounter with Chu Ruoyan, they became infatuated with her, almost obsessively devoted. Particularly, her indifferent demeanor towards them only fueled their fervor. During various gatherings and trials in the capital, these three vied for attention, striving to win Chu Ruoyan's heart. Over the years, they had engaged in numerous confrontations on her behalf. Today, while practicing in the Chu family's training grounds, a maid rushed to inform Chu Ruoyan of her summons by the emperor. At that moment, the entire Chu family erupted with excitement, especially the ailing patriarch, whose eyes brightened considerably, not to mention the family head, who was already racing with exuberance. They understood that the new emperor had no consorts. Should Chu Ruoyan capture his favor, the Chu family's standing in the capital would be secured, potentially surpassing even first-tier families and becoming a super clan. Many Chu family members believed they could see smoke rising from their ancestral graves. Within the training grounds, Chu Ruoyan addressed her three ardent admirers. Did you all hear the news? These three were her shadows, following her wherever she went. Upon hearing of the emperor's summons, Lu Hao's heart sank, and he quickly declared, "The sky grows late. My mother awaits my return for dinner. I must take my leave." With that, Lu Hao sped away from the Chu estate, faster than when he had been pursued by a beast. This was no jest. As a noble scion, he relied on the royal family and dared not provoke the current emperor, Li Chen, especially given the terrifying rumors surrounding his strength, which allegedly reached legendary heights. His father would surely punish him severely if he were to learn of any impropriety. Meanwhile, Wu Qi's expression flickered like a traffic light. Shortly after Lu Hao's departure, he gritted his teeth and said, "My ancestor has tasked me with procuring some items in the capital, so I must take my leave. Farewell." With that, Wu Qi dashed away, matching Lu Hao's speed, fearful of being caught. Finally, Chu Ruoyan turned to Xiao Ming, curious about what excuse he would conjure. To her surprise, Xiao Ming merely smiled slightly, showing no inclination to leave, and instead said, "Ruoyan, my feelings for you are sincere. Rest assured, I will find a way." His words brought some comfort to Chu Ruoyan, and her regard for him grew. In this moment, Xiao Ming's demeanor was indeed that of a man. At the very least, compared to the other two, he indeed possesses a remarkable fortitude. To claim he is devoid of emotions would be rather implausible. Her persistent refusal is merely an attempt to validate herself rather than relying on marriage to affirm her identity. However, the actions of Lu Hao and Wu Qi have undeniably left her heartbroken. Presently, Chu Ruoyan contemplates that if Xiao Ming were to offer her an escape, she would not hesitate. She has no desire to remain in the frigid confines of the harem, merely a beauty among the emperor's 3,000 favorites. Observing the sorrowful glimmer in Chu Ruoyan's eyes, Xiao Ming patted his chest with fervor, declaring, "Grant me 7 days, and I shall surely take you away. Yet, I have heard that His Majesty is a saint. And what of the saint? I harbor no fear of such power." His words ignited a spark of hope within Chu Ruoyan. Could it be that Xiao Ming possesses a means to confront the saint, or perhaps a way to liberate her? The capital is heavily guarded, and escaping is no trivial matter, especially with her being summoned by the emperor. Chu Ruoyan has always sensed something unusual about Xiao Ming, as he frequently engages in challenges beyond his level, showcasing strength that surpasses that of his peers. As a girl, she finds herself equally strong-willed. Moreover, Xiao Ming possesses a mysterious master whose identity remains a secret to Chu Ruoyan. Perhaps Xiao Ming's assurance lies in this enigmatic mentor. 7 days it shall be. Chu Ruoyan uttered no objections and turned to prepare herself for the emperor's audience. It is possible that the emperor has other matters at hand, and there is no guarantee he intends to take her as a concubine. Nonetheless, Chu Ruoyan harbors no fondness for the emperor and feels a tinge of resistance. After she departed, Xiao Ming stealthily left the Chu residence and ventured to an isolated street, where he began to channel spiritual energy into his necklace. seemingly seeking to awaken something. "Master, is your condition improving?" With his own cultivation insufficient, he relied on the remnants of the saint within the necklace to barely overcome a formidable beast. Since that encounter, the saint's spirit has been resting within the necklace. Though Xiao Ming ought not to disturb his master, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. "I am aware of the circumstances, my disciple, do not fret." A voice, aged yet commanding, resonated in his mind. "That tyrant is but a puppet, unworthy of Ruoyan. Our love is genuine. I support your decision. The girl possesses a unique constitution that will aid your future cultivation. Given your sincere affection, seize her." A surge of joy filled Xiao Ming's heart as he hastily inquired how to proceed. In the eyes of the saint's spirit, the young emperor likely harbors a counterpart akin to himself, merely exuding an intimidating aura. Grant him 7 days to recover, and he shall assist Xiao Ming in claiming his beloved. Once they escape the capital, the emperor's reach will be distant, indifferent to their fate. Xiao Ming eagerly awaited these words. He did not aspire to slay the emperor, but as long as his master could help him take Chu Ruoyan away, that would suffice. With this thought, he began to devise an escape route, preparing for their flight. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the imperial study where Li Chen resided. Outside the palace gates, many from the Chu family gathered, including the esteemed ancestor. Without receiving Li Chen's summons, they could only wait at the entrance. When the head of the Chu family noticed Chu Ruoyan moving slowly, he instinctively wished to push her inside. However, his wife restrained his impulsive action, reminding him that they were in the imperial palace and must maintain decorum. Reluctantly, the head of the Chu family relented, though he remained anxious and agitated. The elderly ancestor's well-being hinged on Chu Ruoyan's successful entry into the palace. Having navigated the capital for many years, the head of the Chu family was undoubtedly seasoned. In his view, Chu Ruoyan's exquisite appearance, summoned by the young emperor who had no consorts, implied intentions beyond mere companionship. He secretly hoped that Chu Ruoyan would not return from this visit. He had even arranged for certain eunuchs to convey kind words to the Empress Dowager, ensuring she received proper care. From the moment she stepped into the palace, Chu Ruoyan wore an expression of desolation. Despite her relentless efforts in cultivation, she ultimately could not escape the fate of being treated as a mere pawn. A sense of coldness pervaded her surroundings, with her only warmth emanating from Xiao Ming's promise to take her away in 7 days. As the palace maid guided her through the grand halls, she had just received instructions from her father and was diligently explaining the palace's etiquette to Chu Ruoyan. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, Chu Ruoyan barely absorbed the words. And before she knew it, she stood at the entrance of the imperial study. The emperor within was a complete stranger to her, rendering her somewhat fearful. One thing she knew for certain was that she must not offend the emperor. Should he take offense, both she and her family would face dire consequences. Thus, she forced a smile and, upon the maid's announcement, stepped into the study. At that moment, Li Chen, having heard someone enter, glanced over. As Chu Ruoyan appeared, she indeed captivated all attention. Her long, flowing black hair evoked a sense of ethereal grace, while her pale violet eyes sparkled like stars. Her delicate nose was elegantly defined, and her lips, tinted a soft pink, were slightly pursed, exuding an air of sophistication. Her fair skin radiated a refined charm. The hem of her gown bore a slit, allowing Li Chen to catch a glimpse of her long, slender legs. A golden belt adorned her waist, accentuating her collarbone and enhancing her slender figure. The effect was nothing short of alluring, leaving one yearning to leave an indelible mark upon her. At her age, she had already developed a modest figure. Had Xiao Ming witnessed this scene, he might have been driven to fury, for in their training sessions, she was always bundled up, revealing only her hands and face. How could she now present herself in such a revealing outfit before Li Chen? Chu Ruoyan's attire had been meticulously chosen by her family, with the clear intention of showcasing her every advantage. Even in her usual garb, she could incite admiration among countless young talents. How much more so in her current state? She could even envision the emperor's reaction upon seeing her, a sight that filled her with distaste. As anticipated, upon entering, she felt the weight of a gaze upon her. Yet, to her surprise, the owner of that gaze merely remarked, "I am rather busy. Please find a place to sit." Before her stood a strikingly handsome visage, with well-defined features and a commanding presence, exuding both authority and charm. His deep-set eyes seemed capable of perceiving all, glimmering with wisdom and decisiveness. Upon seeing Li Chen, Chu Ruoyan felt as if the world around her had dimmed. He alone shone as the singular brilliance within it. What was more astonishing was the overwhelming aura of imperial majesty emanating from him, enveloped in a celestial radiance. Such a divine countenance evoked the sensation of a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. In Li Chen's presence, Chu Ruoyan found herself profoundly awed, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she marveled inwardly. So this is what true beauty entails. Previously, her most esteemed suitor had been Lu Hao, the most handsome among them being Wu Qi, while Xiaoming could only be described as fair-featured and formidable. In the entire capital, having these three as admirers was a testament to her extraordinary beauty. Yet today, she truly comprehended what it meant to possess divine allure. The very essence radiating from Li Chen surpassed even Lu Hao by a considerable margin. Wu Qi's appearance, when compared to Li Chen, could be likened to a mere brick upon the ground. As for Xiaoming, he could only be described as the most devoted sycophant. Chu Ruoyan stared blankly at Li Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. She did not perceive Li Chen as intentionally ignoring her, for he was the emperor, burdened with the weighty responsibilities of state affairs. How could he possibly be delayed by trifles, such as her presence? His fingers were long and strong. The manner in which he held his pen was exquisitely graceful, rendering him a sight to behold. While she could not claim to harbor an abundance of affection for Li Chen upon witnessing this scene, she at least felt less repelled than before. The expression of her earlier disillusionment upon entering the palace had transformed into one of curiosity towards Li Chen. Chu Ruoyan stood in the imperial study for a full half-hour, not because Li Chen had finished his work, but because another individual had arrived at the doorway. Upon seeing this person, her eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized him from a grand banquet in the imperial capital, where she had only glimpsed him from afar, seated in a position of prominence. Given the Chu family's status as a second-rate clan, they could only occupy a seat on the periphery, completely unable to approach such high-caliber figures. Chu Ruoyan distinctly remembered feeling an unparalleled aura of dominance emanating from him, a presence that could only belong to Guo Poyan, the renowned general of the kingdom of Tiance, who had achieved remarkable military feats. He was a legendary figure among the populace, akin to a god of war. At that moment, Chu Ruoyan had mused that if she could ascend to such a level as the Protector General, the Chu family would undoubtedly flourish under her stewardship. However, that was merely a fantasy. Among the billions of souls in the kingdom of Tiance, Guo Poyan stood alone. The likelihood of her achieving the realm of a saint was perhaps even lower. Yet, this esteemed Protector General now knelt before Li Chen as if he were an ordinary old man. The stark contrast left Chu Ruoyan feeling dizzy, questioning whether she was ensnared in a dream. No, she had forgotten to kneel upon entering. Should she do so now? But that seemed inappropriate as well. Li Chen had invited her to sit down upon her arrival. Did standing here constitute disobedience? She placed her hands on the table, gazing intently at the general. In an instant, a formidable aura began to permeate the air. Chapter 17. Should I catch you being duplicitous, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Oh, are you lamenting to me? Do not think that Li Chen could not discern this. The old man was merely using the pretext of a 3-day confinement to make his grievances known. Whether he was truly farming or merely feigning it remained uncertain. Upon hearing Li Chen's tone, Guo Poyan bowed his head once more, filled with trepidation, and said, "I dare not, Your Majesty. What is it that you summoned me for?" Li Chen stroked his chin and inquired, "Were you not responsible for the protection of the Crown Prince during his incident?" This question caused Guo Poyan to break into a cold sweat. If such an accusation were leveled against him, he would have to face the late emperor immediately. "Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. A week prior to the Crown Prince's incident, he had ordered my personal guards to withdraw. Other old ministers may not dare to speak. But if I had indeed been tasked with protecting the Crown Prince, I would have sworn to defend him to the death. I have served the Li family for decades, shedding blood and sweat. How could I betray them?" As he spoke, the old general began to recount his long history of service, detailing his labors and sacrifices. Li Chen, weary of his lengthy discourse, interrupted him. Just as Guo Poyan prepared to leave, he was called back by Li Chen. "Wait a moment. Does Your Majesty have further orders?" 7 days of confinement. Goodness, the emperor truly bore a grudge. Just for a moment's indiscretion, he was to endure an additional 4 days. So be it. He surmised that someone was likely stirring the pot regarding the crown prince's demise, and it would be wise not to stick his neck out. After expressing his gratitude for the emperor's grace, Guopoyan departed the imperial study, trembling. The spot where he had knelt still bore traces of earth, evidence of his presence. These old men are indeed clever. Nevertheless, the scene that had just unfolded left Chu Ruoyan in a state of shock. The protector, General Guopoyan, whom she had once regarded as an untouchable, godlike figure, was now so fearful of the new emperor, Li Chen. If she were to recount this to her father, he would likely not believe her. Rumors circulated in the imperial capital that Li Chen was merely a puppet emperor, his so-called power reliant on others, with no means to substantiate such claims. As a member of an ordinary noble family, they were unaware of the intricacies. Their information was gleaned from the servants of court officials, and through such oral traditions, the truth could easily be distorted. However, it became evident to Chu Ruoyan that, regardless of the rumors, Li Chen was certainly no puppet. A puppet could not instill such fear in a venerable figure like Guopoyan. Particularly, the innate, regal aura that Li Chen exuded stirred tumultuous waves within her heart. Shortly after Guopoyan's departure, another significant figure entered the imperial study. The Prince of Jing'an, Li Longyu, the younger brother of the late emperor and Li Chen's uncle, had not attended court for quite some time. He was uncertain why Li Chen had summoned him. Had he not heard that Li Chen had achieved the realm of a saint, he would have been disinclined to come. This was merely out of respect for the saint. Although Li Longyu was advanced in years, he still possessed a striking countenance, adorned in luxurious royal attire, with a jade pendant signifying his status at his waist. Upon entering the imperial study, he bore an air of relaxation and nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In such a setting, he was not required to kneel and could simply offer a polite greeting. At that moment, Li Chen spoke. Prince of Jing'an, it has come to my attention that you have been indulgent towards your subordinates, permitting them to forcibly requisition arable land. Do not feign ignorance with me. His tone was calm, yet resonated with undeniable authority. This matter had indeed not originated from Li Longyu himself. As a high-ranking prince, he was unlikely to concern himself with such trivialities. More likely, one of his descendants had taken a fancy to some farmland and abused their power to seize it. In his mind, they were all of royal blood. Was the realm not theirs to command? However, Li Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke in an unusually casual manner. I would think that if your subordinates forcibly seize farmland from the common people, they will have no land to cultivate and will inevitably revolt. Surely, you cannot be so oblivious to this? Or do you intend to teach me a lesson? Upon hearing this, Li Longyu felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Realizing his nephew was genuinely angered, he understood the seriousness of the matter. Trembling, he knelt upon the ground, his voice tinged with fear and supplication. Your Majesty, I truly had no knowledge of this. I shall ensure that those responsible are severely punished, that all requisition lands are returned, and that compensation is provided to the affected farmers. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. This time, he resolutely claimed ignorance, lacking the previous vague evasiveness. I have no desire for further discourse with you. There are many matters to attend to. For now, I shall spare you, but you are to be punished with 1 year's salary, and you must rectify the situation within 3 days. I shall personally inspect the resolution. Should I discover any duplicity on your part, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Now be gone. I shall attend to this immediately. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. I shall take my leave now. With that, Li Longyu hastily exited, as if fearing Li Chen would uncover further transgressions. Upon returning, he would ensure a thorough investigation, aware that the emperor might be intent on demonstrating his authority. It was best for his descendants to keep a low profile and fulfill their duties diligently. If other princes were to ascend the throne, Li Longyu would truly have no reason to be so apprehensive, nor would he need to show any deference. He could even exert his influence as an uncle. However, this particular individual is not only unfamiliar, but also possesses the power of a sage. It is not merely a matter of respect. The capability to take his life is but a mere gesture away. Each one of them seems to act with exaggerated flair. Yet beside them, Chu Ruoyan is rendered speechless by shock. She had not anticipated that Li Chen would dare to penalize even his own uncle, doing so without sparing any semblance of courtesy, leaving no room for negotiation. It seems this new emperor is indeed not as inept as the rumors suggest. He surpasses ordinary excellence. Perhaps it is a blessing for the people of the Tiance Dynasty to have such an emperor. This is the most direct sentiment of the populace of the Tiance Dynasty. Chu Ruoyan grows increasingly curious about just how extraordinary this sovereign truly is. Chapter 18. The Overly Theatrical Ministers. In the Imperial Palace, within the Imperial Study, the appearance of these two prominent figures has already set Chu Ruoyan's heart racing. She never expected to encounter such significant individuals in this setting. However, the subsequent arrivals instill a sense of trepidation in her, as some of these individuals are familiar to her. As a member of a second-tier family in the imperial capital, the Chu family has had access to certain upper-class circles. The individuals who successively enter the imperial study are all high-ranking officials wielding real power in the capital, core members of the 6 ministries, key figures within the Imperial Guard and City Defense Army, as well as the governor of the capital and a renowned noble. Particularly, the Chu family head would shamelessly seek out these prominent figures to inquire about their birthdays or similar anniversaries, even without an invitation. Despite her father's considerable prowess and status within the Chu family, he appears subservient before these powerful officials. Yet now, these influential officials of the capital are trembling as they kneel before Li Chen, some even quaking before entering, struggling to articulate their words. While the earlier general and prince displayed some theatricality, the latter arrivals are genuinely fearful. Of course, the noble whom Chu Ruoyan recognizes nearly stumbles upon entry, clearly overacting, with a performance that is both deliberate and ostentatious. Chu Ruoyan begins to comprehend why Li Chen had previously muttered about the theatrics of the old fellows. For reasons unknown, witnessing these high officials quaking on the ground evokes deep reflections within her. These towering figures, whom even her father cannot aspire to reach, exhibit such expressions? Perhaps outside the palace, a mere glance from them could instill fear in those around them. Yet here, within the palace, they are confronted by the emperor. In the presence of this emperor, it is they who feel dread. Gradually, a subtle shift occurs in Chu Ruoyan's gaze towards Li Chen. Although she cannot fully articulate her feelings, the respect and admiration are clearly reflected in her eyes. "My apologies for keeping you waiting," Li Chen states, offering an apologetic smile as he gazes at the graceful figure standing in the imperial study. This moment causes Chu Ruoyan to feel both flattered and astonished. Her expression flusters as her hands fidget nervously. No, Your Majesty, please do not say that. You have official matters to attend to, and it is already an honor for a humble subject like me to have your precious time. If you're occupied today, you may summon me at another time." As she speaks, Chu Ruoyan realizes she is losing her composure. Her previously disdainful demeanor towards Li Chen has faded, replaced by the flustered face of a bewildered girl. This is the first time in her life she has experienced such emotions. As she watches Li Chen approach, her heartbeat quickens, her mind clouded with uncertainty about what to say next. In truth, Li Chen merely intends to engage her in conversation and gain a deeper understanding, perhaps even to arrange a date. After all, when selecting a partner, while appearance is undoubtedly important, understanding one's character and integrity is equally essential. At the very least, a certain emotional foundation must be established, as they will share a pillow in the future. Li Chen is a prudent individual. He would not risk his safety for the sake of fleeting beauty. Otherwise, he would not have diligently cultivated his strength to the level of a sage before revealing his capabilities. Just as Li Chen prepares to speak, several others enter the room, causing him to ponder who they could be, as he believed all those he summoned had already arrived. 3 eunuchs enter, led by the familiar figure of Eunuch Chui, the head eunuch responsible for the palace's myriad affairs and a confidant of the late emperor. Eunuch Chui and the 2 junior eunuchs carry a large stack of memorials. After speaking, Eunuch Chui instructs the 2 nimble junior eunuchs to place the memorials on the table, sorting the ones Li Chen has already addressed to the side. Shortly, the table is cluttered with 2 small mounds of documents. Li Chen, who had intended to enjoy a leisurely outing, finds himself beset with more troubles. Since early morning, has he been allowed no respite? Li Chen gazes at the enchanting and alluring Chu Ruoyan, momentarily at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, you should prioritize state affairs. If you do not mind, I can keep you company for a while." Chu Ruoyan is indeed a perceptive woman, articulating her thoughts in a manner she deems most appropriate. She recalls entering the palace, feeling the coldness that made her reluctant to stay even a moment. Yet now, her aversion has waned, for she witnesses a diligent emperor at work. in the presence of his subordinates. Li Chen's demeanor exudes both the majesty of one who reigns supreme and the poise and wisdom unique to an emperor. With blood relatives, he conveys an air of authority and strength, capable of handling every matter with impartiality. While it is uncertain how Li Chen fares as an emperor in the eyes of others, for Chu Ruoyan, he is undoubtedly a commendable ruler. Very well. You may explore here for a while. Li Chen concedes, summoning a palace maid to prepare some tea and snacks for Chu Ruoyan. He then resumes his place at the table to review the memorials, which require his approval before proceeding. Li Chen finds himself in a predicament. After all, he is now the emperor. Having assumed this role, he must fulfill certain responsibilities. Even the esteemed emperor of the Tiance Dynasty experiences moments of frustration. Is His Majesty feeling disheartened because he wished to arrange a date with me, but now finds himself too busy? Chu Ruoyan muses internally, secretly delighted. However, she quickly dismisses the thought, convincing herself that the emperor is surely preoccupied with the welfare of the nation. This subtle transformation within her goes unnoticed. The palace maid sets up a seat for her in the imperial study, accompanied by exquisite tea and pastries. While an ordinary person might overlook the significance, awe fills Chu Ruoyan's eyes, especially at the sight of the pastries, some of which she recognizes. The one that makes her swallow hard is the long Xianyu cake, made from deep-sea dragon-s saliva, golden silk dates, and rare Ganodermospores. Chu Ruoyan recalls that on her 18th birthday, a distinguished noble had gifted her this very delicacy. Chapter 19. The distinction between adults and children. According to the noble's description, the long Xianyu cake is crafted by collecting morning dew through secretive techniques that eliminate impurities while preserving its purity and sweetness. Subsequently, the dragon saliva is finely ground and mixed with golden silk dates and Ganodermospores, then gently simmered until its fragrance wafts and its color resembles jade. Finally, the refined morning dew is blended with the mixture, poured into specially crafted molds, and cultivated with spiritual energy until it cools, resulting in the translucent, aromatic long Xianyu cake. When she first tasted it, she had expressed boundless gratitude to that noble. Unexpectedly, the rare treasures from outside, which could only be gifted by esteemed nobles, were merely ordinary pastries here. Moreover, according to the words of the palace maid in charge, she could provide them at any time after consuming them. This stirred a certain excitement within Chu Ruoyan. However, being a woman, she maintained a degree of reserve. She sat for quite a while, hesitant to indulge. Stealing glances at Li Chen's handsome profile, she noticed he was still diligently reviewing memorials. She thought to herself, I'll just try a piece. Yet, once she took a bite, it became difficult to stop. The delightful flavors had enveloped her in a world of fantasy. What began as a mere taste test led to her finishing the entire plate of pastries without realizing it. Just as she instinctively reached for more, she accidentally bumped into a nearby teacup. The crisp sound of it shattering upon contact with the floor drew the attention of the palace maids outside, as well as Li Chen's gaze. Flustered, Chu Ruoyan hurriedly rose and knelt before Li Chen to express her apologies. The low-cut attire she wore left little to the imagination in that position. Li Chen, while continuing his serious review, pondered, I did not expect her to possess such proportions. Although not as exaggerated as the Empress Dowager, she was quite remarkable among her peers. This brief interlude passed, and as Li Chen's mood lightened, he dismissed the incident as trivial, instructing the maids to tidy up and sending more pastries to Chu Ruoyan. He then resumed his work on the memorials. This time, Chu Ruoyan refrained from overindulging, her long eyelashes fluttering as she observed the earnest man before her. The sight of Li Chen meticulously reviewing the documents radiated the allure of a mature man. Coupled with his exceptional looks, it was truly intoxicating. Chu Ruoyan was so entranced that she failed to notice her own state of distraction. Throughout her life, she had encountered various types of men, some exuberant and generous in social settings, others young and fiercely passionate, and still others loyal to the point of unwavering devotion. As one of the most sought-after women in the capital, she had countless admirers, many of whom were regarded as paragons of excellence by others. Yet, she had never encountered a man like Li Chen, who genuinely toiled for the nation and its people. Previously, when she witnessed her admirers competing for her affection, even resorting to physical confrontations, she would feign indifference, secretly pleased that her charm elicited such fervor. Now, encountering a man of genuine substance, She recognized the stark contrast between adults and children. In comparison, other men paled in significance before Li Chen. Truth be told, Chu Ruoyan found it unnecessary to compare the men she knew with Li Chen, as they simply did not belong to the same realm. With this realization, she began to harbor a growing fondness for the diligent emperor. It was inevitable. He was simply too exceptional to encounter a second time. This was something Li Chen himself had not anticipated. He was unaware of the depth of Chu Ruoyan's thoughts. In fact, upon first seeing her, he noted her ample bosom and long legs, silently acknowledging her suitability for advancement, as chosen by the Empress Dowager. However, he was quite occupied today and could only leave her nearby for the time being. After finally finishing his tasks, he had hoped for a moment to arrange a date. Yet, to his dismay, a slew of matters arose that only he, the emperor, could address. Li Chen mused that this date was likely to be a lost cause. While Chu Ruoyan appeared unperturbed on the surface, she must have been growing impatient internally. Little did he know that Chu Ruoyan was adept at self-advocacy. After 5.5 hours of busy work, around 6:30 in the evening, Li Chen finally completed his duties. He set down the last memorial, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh of relief, finally liberated. At this hour, he was no longer inclined to go out for a date. Instead, he instructed the kitchen to prepare some food, and they would share a meal while engaging in conversation. Li Chen encouraged her to relax and speak freely. It must be said that he possessed a certain skill in charming women. Initially, he inquired about basic information and then asked about Chu Ruoyan's interests. Understanding her preferences allowed him to delve deeper into their conversation. By exploring her interests, she could express many thoughts, which was a splendid approach. However, conversation is meant for mutual understanding, not merely for one side to gather knowledge about the other. Once they discussed Chu Ruoyan's interests sufficiently, Li Chen shared some of his own passions to intrigue her curiosity. As long as she showed interest, he could use that as a foundation to showcase his strengths, ensuring she retained the information he wished to convey and forming a preliminary impression of him. Once the dialogue began to flow, Chu Ruoyan naturally became less reserved than at the start. During their dinner, much laughter and joy ensued. At this juncture, they had garnered a reasonable understanding of one another. At the very least, this meal had served to strengthen their bond. Moving forward, they would simply need time to explore further, determining if mutual feelings began to blossom. Ultimately, they would engage in various exchanges to deepen their connection. As night fell, Chu Ruoyan had to take her leave. Witnessing such a young and commanding emperor, indulging in delicacies she rarely enjoyed, and conversing with him about captivating topics left her feeling entirely at ease. However, lurking in the shadows was a mysterious figure who quietly followed her. Chapter 20. A heart that was once heavy, now lightened by half. In the Chu family estate, from the family head to the elders, down to the maids and stable hands, there was an air of excitement. Today, their eldest daughter had been summoned to the palace by His Majesty. Should he take a liking to her, their family would surely ascend to new heights. As Chu Ruoyan stepped through the gates of her home, she saw her mother hurriedly emerging from the house, her face filled with concern and anticipation. Chu Ruoyan's father pretended to sip tea, yet his hands trembled with excitement. This was a pivotal opportunity that could shape the future of the Chu family. How could he not be elated? If his daughter proved obstinate, it could lead to serious trouble. Being expelled from the palace would be the least of their worries. If they offended His Majesty, it would be a stroke of luck if the Chu family could leave the capital unscathed. She gently patted her mother's hand to soothe her. "Mother, do not fret. Allow me to explain everything." With that, she slowly stepped inside, her mother following closely, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Sitting by the window, Chu Ruoyan took a small sip of tea to clear her throat before recounting the events of the afternoon banquet. His Majesty appeared in excellent spirits today and treated me with considerable courtesy. However, matters of the heart cannot be resolved in a day or two. I exchanged a few words with him during dinner, but did not delve deeply into personal matters. Compared to those who pursue me fervently, unable to restrain themselves, and seem bewitched, Li Chen's approach is far more endearing to me. At least I can sense that this powerful emperor respects me. During our conversation, he was attentive to my feelings. Unlike other men who boast of their prowess without caring about what I truly desire, Li Chen was exceptionally considerate. Upon learning of my fondness for sweets, he not only prepared an array of desserts for me, but also expressed his knowledge of this subject. I eagerly anticipate tasting the ice cream he mentioned, and the thought of it makes my mouth water. In that moment, I couldn't help but feel that Li Chen was simply too exceptional, perfectly embodying everything I admire. The formidable presence of Li Chen is such that few women could withstand it. During an animated conversation with her mother, Chu Ruoyan mentioned having encountered numerous illustrious figures in the imperial study. Despite their usual air of authority, those dignitaries trembled in fear, kneeling before Li Chen when they erred. This revelation alarmed her mother, who hastily cautioned her, "Hush. Such matters should not be spoken of carelessly. Even if you have witnessed them, you must never mention it to others. Do you not understand the peril of divulging palace affairs?" Upon hearing her mother's admonition, Chu Ruoyan felt a pang of trepidation. What if her knowledge of these matters placed her in jeopardy? Each of those ministers kneeling before Li Chen possessed the power to annihilate the Chu family. Sensing her daughter's unease, her mother reassured her, "Do not worry. Since it is His Majesty who has permitted you to remain there, you have his tacit approval. It is merely as commoners who must remain silent." Did Chu Ruoyan's mother not yearn to know what transpired in the imperial study? Of course she did. Yet she understood that some knowledge is best left undiscovered to avoid complications. Observing his daughter's expression, the head of the Chu family could discern her feelings towards the emperor. As a man of experience, he had no doubt she harbored affection for him. A portion of his apprehension dissipated, yet another remained, contingent upon whether the emperor would reciprocate his daughter's feelings. However, one thing was certain. The new emperor was undoubtedly exceptional. If he were unworthy, his proud daughter would not exhibit such admiration when speaking of him. As she made her way to her quarters, a shadow approached quietly. It was none other than Xiao Ming, who positioned himself before Chu Ruoyan. "What are you doing in my home?" Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Chu Ruoyan instinctively clutched her chest and adjusted her collar. Xiao Ming, feeling a sense of propriety, averted his gaze, lowering his head and even taking a few steps back to assert his virtuous intentions. "Ruoyan, I have come to share good news. My master has agreed to help us leave the imperial capital." He had followed her from the palace with the sole purpose of clarifying this matter. Seeing her attire, Xiao Ming felt a deep pang of sorrow. Over the years, apart from her hands and face, he had seen little else of her. How infuriating it was that the despicable emperor had taken advantage of her. From the moment he laid eyes on Chu Ruoyan, he had deemed her the woman for him. Now that his goddess faced danger, he felt compelled to rescue her from a toxic situation. While waiting outside the palace gates, he had envisioned the humiliation she endured within. That wretched emperor. "I shall remember this grudge," he vowed. "When I attain the realm of the sage, I will teach him a lesson and avenge my grievances." Alas, his current strength was insufficient, and for now, he could only let the emperor be. Were Chu Ruoyan to discover his thoughts, she would likely retort, "It is not as humiliating as you imagine. In fact, I found it somewhat pleasant." Initially, she had hesitated to agree, yet the notion had crossed her mind. However, upon entering the palace and encountering Li Chen, she had promptly forgotten it. Just as she prepared to explain, Xiao Ming grit his teeth and said, "I understand this was not your intention. You need not explain. I trust your character. You must do your utmost to delay for these 7 days." In his mind, how could a proud woman like Chu Ruoyan ever find favor with that emperor? To Xiao Ming, Li Chen was merely an old, unattractive, and lustful figure. After all, most people were only aware that the Tiance Dynasty had a new emperor, unaware of the specifics surrounding him. Xiao Ming's prowess already surpassed Chu Ruoyan's by a level, and with his peculiar cultivation techniques and swift movements, she could not hope to impede him. Chapter 21. The Existence of Sects, Coexisting Benefits and Drawbacks. Let us leave it for our next encounter to clarify everything. After developing a slight fondness for Li Chen, Chu Ruoyan had no thoughts of eloping. She had not been raised in opulence, yet her living conditions were far from poor. On one hand, there was the prospect of braving the elements with Xiao Ming. On the other, the allure of indulging in the luxuries of the palace. Furthermore, Xiao Ming was merely a potential talent, with the possibility of achieving greatness in a decade or two. Yet, that remained uncertain. The future held many variables. Li Chen stood at the pinnacle of this world. Being the emperor of the Tiance Dynasty, wielding immense power and possessing unparalleled looks. To claim that Chu Ruoyan was not moved by him would be disingenuous. It was not mere sycophancy. The emperor's attributes were indisputable, and which woman could resist such allure, especially after just the first day of acquaintance? Moreover, Li Chen was no stranger to the realm of romance. He was acutely aware of his advantages and could easily discern the type of woman he sought to court. allowing him to leverage those advantages effectively. Upon returning to her chamber, Chu Ruoyan intended to practice for a while. However, thoughts of Li Chen's handsome visage continually intruded upon her mind, disrupting her concentration. Initially, she had perceived him merely as imposing and authoritative. Yet upon reflecting on his dialogues with the ministers, she increasingly recognized his extraordinary capabilities. She recalled the moment General Guopoyan had arrived, his shoes caked in mud. He claimed to be tending to vegetables, a guise of humility aimed at conveying to His Majesty that he harbored no grand ambitions. This was a ruse, devoid of any intention to concede. After all, he was the Emperor's uncle, perhaps believing His Majesty would overlook such trivial matters. Yet when the Emperor truly lost his temper, reprimanding Li Longyu under the pretense of a peasant rebellion, only then did he kneel, promising to handle the matter strictly, detailing his proposed methods. It was only then that the Emperor allowed him to leave. Chu Ruoyan genuinely admired how Li Chen, at such a young age, could engage in a battle of wits with these seasoned foxes. During dinner, it seemed Li Chen had arranged to meet her the following day. As she pondered this, a faint smile graced her lips, and she drifted into a dreamy slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, Chu Ruoyan awoke feeling somewhat uneasy. During breakfast, her thoughts were consumed with when Li Chen would summon her and what attire would be appropriate. Did he prefer the outfit she wore yesterday? Or did he desire something different? As she surveyed her wardrobe, she felt an unprecedented sense of inadequacy, changing her clothes numerous times that morning, leaving the maidservants fatigued. Yet, the maidservants remembered how reluctant she had been to change yesterday, resembling a lifeless doll. Today, however, she was unusually proactive, even complaining about the insufficiency of her clothing and expressing a desire to purchase more. While changing, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, questioning whether her figure was satisfactory or if her face required touch-ups. It was worth noting that, during previous engagements and soirees with other signs of the imperial capital, she had never contemplated such matters. Her bare face was already a vision of beauty. As time wore on, and as midday approached, her anxiety grew. She had yet to receive any summons from Li Chen. After all, he was the Emperor, and she could not possibly approach him uninvited. Had he perhaps forgotten about her? A tumult of emotions began to intertwine within her. Chu Ruoyan's mother seemed to sense her daughter's distress and offered comfort. His Majesty has just ascended the throne. He must be quite busy. He likely has not yet convened the morning court. Look at how anxious you are. Who is anxious? We merely had an arrangement last night. Chu Ruoyan retorted, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Mother, please step outside. I need a change. This is indeed what you said. With so many years of dressing experience, are you certain you do not wish to listen? While Ruoyan's mother may not offer guidance on the art of cultivation, when it comes to showcasing feminine charm, Ruoyan cannot compare to her mother. Realizing her mistake, the daughter implores her mother for assistance in selecting attire. Ruoyan hurriedly stops her mother, beseeching her for advice. Meanwhile, LCHN has just concluded the morning court session. Yet another day filled with the clamor of court officials. The discussion during the morning assembly largely revolves around the issue of sect regulation within the Tiance Dynasty. Regulating sects has always been a challenge, particularly with certain sects harboring formidable figures at the saint level who are beyond the constraints of the mundane world. These sects enjoy immense prestige locally, significantly impacting the governance of local authorities. If these sects were more upright, the situation would not be so dire. Local officials tend to turn a blind eye, allowing a mutual coexistence. In times of need, cooperation is possible. For instance, when demonic beasts wreak havoc or malevolent practitioners resort to nefarious deeds, these sects would lend their support for the stability of the region. Thus, successive emperors have refrained from imposing control over these sects, or perhaps it could be said they were incapable of doing so. However, in recent years, issues have arisen as sects have expanded, and the increase in disciples has led to a wide array of moral character. Conflicts among sects have begun to emerge, with them forming alliances such as the Pi Omi Oshi Nming, Gu Nshing, and Z11 Oting, all of which are among the larger sect organizations within the Tiance Dynasty. This has escalated into fierce competition among these alliances for territory, particularly when rare mineral veins and divine artifacts come to light, resulting in considerable chaos in the region. These alliances are filled with powerful individuals, and the Tiance Dynasty lacks the energy and capacity to manage them. Had another emperor been in power, Perhaps these officials would not have dared to raise the matter in court, only mentioning it in private memorials. To put it bluntly, these sects have transcended imperial authority, rendering any attempt to control futile. Any official who raises the issue in court would put the emperor in an awkward position. Yet, Li Chen, as an emperor of the saint level and the strongest ruler of the past 5 centuries, inspires a degree of courage among them, allowing them to present their concerns openly. Li Chen is acutely aware of this, having read numerous memorials yesterday indicating that some sects have become havens for ruthless criminals, leaving officials powerless. Military reports indicate that sect disciples have been clashing in military camps, disrupting their operations. Li Chen recognizes that these are indeed problems, but he has yet to engage directly with individuals from these sects, making it difficult to ascertain their intentions. He resolves to seek an opportunity to interact with them before making a decision. The existence of sects brings both advantages and disadvantages. Finding a method of management is the optimal strategy. After concluding these discussions, the morning assembly is adjourned. Stretching lazily, he notices that the countdown for his novice task is still ticking. If memory serves, Ru Yen's residence is located to the east of the city, making her a suitable guide, as well as an opportunity to further his pursuits. With this thought, he instructs a eunuch to summon Ru Yen. Before long, a tall and striking figure appears in the imperial study. Chapter 22. Do not question why. Simply know that I have brought sufficient funds today. As Li Chen stretches along, fair-legged steps into the imperial study. As he glances towards this figure, his gaze collides with the girl's clear and bright eyes. Li Chen feels no particular emotion, yet the girl, biting her lip and lowering her head slightly, appears somewhat shy and reserved. Commoner pays respects to your majesty. Ru Yen kneels before Li Chen, evidently having prepared for this encounter, unlike the previous day's awkward demeanor. Today, she dons a light purple robe adorned with floral embroidery, exuding the essence of a blooming maiden. Rise, Li Chen commands, and Ru Yen gradually stands. Still somewhat tense, yet Li Chen soon engages her in conversation. He expresses his intention to survey the eastern part of the city, inquiring whether she is familiar with the area. To her, it seems that the emperor is planning a discreet visit. For this outing, Li Chen has specifically changed into attire that conceals his royal identity. Moreover, learning from past experiences, he has prepared ample funds. The eastern part of the city is bustling with merchants, and the commercial districts boast various upscale shops. The streets are frequented by the powerful and newly wealthy of the imperial capital, who indulge in these luxuries to showcase their status. Li Chen and Ru Yen first arrive at a clothing store named QCH This establishment is renowned for its unique designs and precious materials, a favored destination for countless nobles and practitioners. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance wafts through the air, emanating from the shop's specially crafted spices, which bring a sense of tranquility, as if one were in a realm of immortals. The decor is both rustic and elegant, with various clothing designs displayed on the walls, each revealing the designer's ingenuity. On one side of the store, an array of silks and brocades, woven by the dynasty's esteemed artisans, exudes different spiritual energies, nurturing the wearer's body and spirit. Should patrons wish to customize their garments, they may select their preferred silks and brocades. On the opposite side, an assortment of finished garments is showcased, including exquisitely embroidered robes adorned with intricate totems and symbols, each stitch reflecting the artisan's exceptional skill, as well as flowing skirts that sway gracefully in the breeze, reminiscent of celestial beings. Li Chen casually points to a garment and asks Ru Yen, "Do you like this piece?" Ru Yen gazes at the extravagantly priced brocade robe, a flicker of delight passing through her heart. What woman could resist such finery? However, maintaining her composure, she downplays her interest. Li Chen, uninterested in further discussion, turns to the shopkeeper and declares, "Did you hear that? My friend is not like this one. Pack up everything else except this." This statement leaves both the shopkeeper and Ru Yen momentarily astounded. They are well aware that garments in this place are quite expensive, and while they have witnessed bulk purchases, such a method is unprecedented. Li Chen remains unfazed by Ru Yen's agreement or disagreement. Do not question why. Simply know that I have brought sufficient funds today. Wealth indeed opens doors. The establishment offers professional delivery services. As long as customers pay, they will send strong guards to escort the items. The shopkeeper trembles as he clutches the banknotes. Today's sales are exceptional, and he bows low before Li Chen, displaying utmost humility, treating him as if he were an ancestor. Had he known Li Chen's true identity, he would realize that even regarding Li Chen as an ancestor would be an overreach. Before Chen can fully recover from her shock, they find themselves at another renowned establishment for women's products, named Lu N. The entrance is adorned with a plaque carved from ancient wood, inscribed with the name Lu N in gold powder, the characters flowing and archaic, indicative of a master calligrapher's handiwork. Upon entering, a gentle fragrance wafts through the air, a blend of rare treasures meticulously crafted into perfumes and cosmetics, each bottle infused with distinct spiritual energies, capable of nourishing the skin and enhancing cultivation. The shop showcases a variety of cosmetics, some radiant like the glow of dawn, others fresh as morning dew, each tempting to the touch. Li's shopping method becomes increasingly extravagant. Anything that catches Yin's eye is promptly bundled. The extravagance is enough to make one's scalp tingle. The proprietor of Chen, upon hearing of such a distinguished client, personally came to extend a warm welcome. With a voice sweet as honey, the owner lavished praise upon Chen, likening her to a celestial fairy, declaring that it was a privilege for their perfumes and cosmetics to be graced by her presence. Furthermore, he assured her that any new products would be made available to her first, a privilege reserved for esteemed patrons who had frequented the establishment for over a decade. Chen felt a bit dazed, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. No, it wasn't the world that was mad. It was Li Chen. Typically, when she accompanied her mother to such shops, even selecting mid-range perfumes caused her considerable distress. Now, here she was, surrounded by the finest and most extravagant products, as if they were being offered at wholesale prices. What thrilled her most was that Li Chen was purchasing these items for her without even consulting her, exhibiting a domineering style of shopping that few women could resist. Indeed, Chen found herself unable to withstand it, especially with the envious glances from nearby women. She felt herself soaring with elation. This was the radiance that Li Chen bestowed upon her, elevating her affection for him to unprecedented heights. Yet, the day was far from over. Li Chen had brought a considerable amount of money and led the entranced Chen to a boutique named Jinyumantang. This establishment, renowned throughout the imperial capital and the entire Tiance Dynasty, was a prestigious brand of jewelry and gold. The exterior walls were crafted from translucent jade, which, under the sunlight, radiated a soft and warm glow, indicative of its immense value. Inside, the shelves were adorned with an array of exquisite jewelry, some encrusted with brilliant gemstones, others fashioned from pure gold, each piece a marvel of craftsmanship. Among them, the most striking was a rare piece known as Tears of the Stars, crafted from fragments of fallen stars fused with deep-sea blue coral, a truly unique treasure. Jinyumantang's popularity stemmed from its status as a supplier of gold and silver to the royal family. If the royal family deemed an item worthy, its value was unquestionable. Thus, it was evident that Jinyumantang catered to an elite clientele, with many patrons being powerful figures, especially those newly affluent, who, upon learning that even the royal family purchased from here, would feel compelled to buy as well, spending lavishly merely to showcase their own refined taste. Chen had previously only dared to pass by this place, never entering, as the Chu family, a lineage devoted to cultivation, allocated their funds to training resources and weaponry. Yet, what woman could resist such sparkling treasures? Chen had always been sensible, and even if she longed for such items, she would not wish to burden her family. But today was different. Before she could even glimpse the Tears of the Stars, Li Chen had already arranged for all of it to be packaged for her. The only ones more bewildered than Chen were the members of the Chu family, who watched in astonishment as priceless treasures were delivered to their home. Their expressions seemed to convey, "Is Chen planning to move the entire commercial street into our house?" They witnessed the shop's attendants bringing in not only the merchandise, but also the fixtures from the store, a spectacle far beyond their comprehension. Li Chen appeared to buy indiscriminately, without regard for whether the items were even for sale. Amid the joy and confusion that enveloped Chen, two figures lurking in the shadows were gnashing their teeth, in frustration. Chapter 23. Not bro. Are you really daring to provoke the emperor? Lu Hao, a scion of a distinguished family, was quite the figure of authority in the imperial capital. His peers would greet him as Hao Ge, and anyone who dared to challenge him would quickly find themselves subdued. With formidable strength and a powerful background, Lu Hao was accustomed to wielding his influence without hesitation. However, his sense of superiority had recently been shattered, as the goddess he had pursued for many years was summoned to the royal palace. Lu Hao could easily predict the outcome of this development. Previously, his rivals had been the enigmatic Xiao Ming and the mysteriously powerful Wu Qi. Lu Hao believed himself to be their equal, which had led to ongoing rivalries. Yet now, he faced an opponent whose sheer status dwarfed his own, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. No, he realized he lacked the standing to contend with the new emperor. Lu Hao was not merely resigned. He had no choice but to come to terms with reality. What else could he do? Compete with the emperor for a woman? The mere thought would prompt his father to intervene immediately. The Lu family had maintained their foothold in the capital for centuries by aligning with the royal family. Should he find himself at odds with the emperor, the Lu family could swiftly face annihilation. After a day of brooding, Lu Hao visited the luxurious commercial district of the imperial capital to indulge himself. It was there he spotted his goddess, shopping with another man. The sight of Chu Ruoyan's shy demeanor, which he had never witnessed before, ignited a fire within him. This was his ice-cold goddess, revealing her softer side in the presence of someone powerful. Lu Hao was furious, ready to teach the man accompanying Chu Ruoyan a lesson. However, he quickly regained his composure. Lu Hao was no fool. He understood that Chu Ruoyan had been summoned by his majesty, and her bashful demeanor only confirmed that this man was the reigning emperor. So, as Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan passed by, Lu Hao could only retreat to a corner, nursing his heartache. Witnessing Li Chen's extravagant shopping style, Lu Hao recognized the chasm that separated him from the emperor. The day he lost his goddess was merely a matter of time. "What are you doing here?" Lu Hao asked a companion nearby. "Did I not mention that my ancestor tasked me with purchasing some items in the capital? Did you think I was joking?" Wu Qi shrugged, expressing his own exasperation. He had also been shopping when he spotted Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan, prompting him to hide. Fatefully, he encountered Lu Hao, who was observing the scene from the shadows. Wu Qi felt a kinship with Lu Hao, both elite young men from the capital, their long-standing rivalry now giving way to mutual sympathy. Wu Qi inadvertently fanned the flames, provoking Lu Hao, who unexpectedly strode toward Li Chen. "Not bro. Are you really daring to provoke the emperor?" Meanwhile, after a long afternoon of shopping, Li Chen felt a pang of hunger and was preparing to find a place to eat when a young man dressed in finery approached. "What a coincidence. I did not expect to see you here. May I ask who this is?" Lu Hao smoothly initiated a conversation with Chu Ruoyan, inquiring about Li Chen's identity. For a moment, Chu Ruoyan was at a loss for words, her heart racing with anxiety. She feared that Lu Hao might act recklessly and cause a scene in front of Li Chen, which could lead to serious trouble if Li Chen were to become upset. After all, she knew Lu Hao had pursued her for many years and would not easily relinquish his claim. "I am Li Chen, a friend of Ruoyan," he introduced himself. "Ah, so you are Li Chen. What a pleasure to meet you. I have always said that Ruoyan is as beautiful as a celestial being. No mortal could ever be worthy of her. To meet you today is a revelation. You two are truly a match made in heaven." Li Chen found Lu Hao's words pleasing and formed a favorable first impression of him. Seizing the moment, Lu Hao introduced himself, declaring himself to be the son of the Lu family patriarch. His demeanor was that of a courteous gentleman. After casting a brief glance at Chu Ruoyan, his gaze returned to Li Chen. As Li Chen had recently ascended to the throne and was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the noble families, he saw this as an opportunity to inquire about some pressing matters. When Lu Hao learned that Li Chen was about to dine, he eagerly recommended a particularly excellent establishment and generously offered to treat him. In order to treat this meal, Lu Hao displayed his eloquence, vividly describing the sumptuous dishes, which piqued Li Chen's appetite and naturally granted Lu Hao the privilege of hosting. The venue for this feast was swiftly determined to be the renowned Zhe Xianlu, a place Lu Hao typically could not afford to frequent, having only visited with his father on rare occasions. However, today presented one of the few opportunities he had to curry favor with the emperor, prompting him to spare no expense. Zhe Xianlu is situated in the heart of the capital, boasting an exterior of classical elegance while its interior reveals a hidden paradise. Its hallmark is the unparalleled celestial brew, said to be meticulously crafted by a master brewer, using a century-old spiritual spring and rare herbs. With each drop infused with the essence of heaven and earth, invigorating the mind and potentially enhancing one's cultivation. Each floor of Zui Xian Lu features a distinct theme, offering everything from traditional cuisine of the Tiance Dynasty to delicacies from around the globe, making it a favored haunt for dignitaries and wealthy families in the capital. Upon entering Zui Xian Lu, the observant Wu Qi slapped himself in disbelief. Goodness, Lu Hao is truly eager to flatter the emperor. Why didn't I think of this approach? With no hope left regarding the goddess, he considered the cunning strategy of winning over her man. It was no wonder Lu Hao's cultivation was so advanced. His insight was truly remarkable. Wu Qi, feeling a sudden sense of urgency, realized he had accomplished little in the capital. With other disciples and his family waiting to surpass him, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Once it slipped away, it would be gone for good. Therefore, after Li Chen and his companions entered Zui Xian Lu, he orchestrated a chance encounter. However, Wu Qi was more audacious. Directly greeting Lu Hao to introduce himself to Li Chen, hardly casting a glance at Ruo Yin. Thus, Wu Qi managed to infiltrate the gathering. When it came to social etiquette, both Lu Hao and Wu Qi were exemplary. As Li Chen approached the private room, Lu Hao swiftly opened the door and drew back the curtain, allowing Li Chen to enter seamlessly. Wu Qi assisted by adjusting Li Chen's chair to a position he deemed comfortable. During the meal, whenever Li Chen swallowed or expressed thirst, Wu Qi promptly rose to pour more wine. If Li Chen's chopsticks lingered over a nearly empty dish, Lu Hao immediately summoned a waiter for a refill, particularly during conversations. Whenever Li Chen inquired about something, Lu Hao and Wu Qi spoke candidly and exhaustively. Having navigated the capital for many years, they were well informed, even if some opinions might offend the powerful. Yet they understood that these were the truths the emperor wished to hear. In the interludes of their casual banter, both were exceedingly careful and deferential, their words dripping with flattery. Throughout the entire affair, Ruo Yin felt like an outsider, unable to interject. It was only towards the end of the meal that she finally realized the situation. Oh no, these two are vying for my man. As the wine flowed, Li Chen began to form a preliminary understanding of Lu Hao and Wu Qi. One was a disciple of the illustrious Lu family, whose ancestors had once achieved great military feats but had been in decline for the past 2 centuries. The other was the son of the city lord of Huzhou City, an important stronghold of the Tiance Dynasty, surrounded by a wilderness teeming with ferocious beasts. Their respective strengths were in the latter stage and early stage of the Breaking Void realm, and even Li Chen acknowledged their commendable abilities, though commendable here was relative to the majority of cultivators. After all, they were among the elite of the capital, holding significant merit. However, no comparison could be made with Li Chen, who stood far above them. It was crucial to note that the second prince, Li Xian, was so audacious because he had already reached the observation realm at such a young age, surpassing Lu Hao and Wu Qi by 2 major realms. Li Chen, however, was 2 realms above even Li Xian and significantly younger, which was the primary reason Li Xian had scurried away in fear. Li Chen found the meal quite pleasant, having met 2 young talents whose demeanor and eloquence left him thoroughly impressed. Yet, Ruo Yin was dissatisfied. She had been preoccupied with eating and drinking, unable to engage with Li Chen. Initially, she believed Lu Hao and Wu Qi would cause a stir. Their excessive attentiveness had to be either deceitful or mischievous. Previously, Ruo Yin had enjoyed watching men compete for her favor, as it showcased her allure. Alas, being beautiful came with such burdens. However, today, she discovered that she felt no such vexation. Lu Hao and Wu Qi were indeed vying for attention, but they were solely focused on flattering another man, completely disregarding her, leaving her with a sense of neglect. Moreover, as the 3 men drank, their conversation grew increasingly lively, making her feel as if she were merely a bystander at this banquet. Had it not been for Li Chen's status, Lu Hao and Wu Qi might have begun to call him brother. Ruo Yin's disadvantage lay in her lack of experience and flattery. When she spent time alone with Li Chen, he always guided the conversation. In contrast, Lu Hao and Wu Qi were seasoned flatterers, having honed their skills over the years. Swapping one target for another was no challenge for them. This left Ruo Yin feeling exasperated, contemplating the necessity of practicing her own flattery towards Li Chen, lest she lose her opportunity altogether. Having consumed considerable amounts of wine, Chu Ruoyin decided to excuse herself to the restroom, temporarily leaving the private room. Upon noticing her departure, Lu Hao felt a surge of excitement, recognizing his chance. He poured another glass of wine for Li Chen and seized the opportunity to draw closer. Whispering, "Li Chen, I have a cousin who is breathtakingly beautiful, with an exquisite figure. If you're interested, I can certainly arrange this for you." Before Li Chen could respond, Wu Qi was taken aback. "Are you really going to play that card? To curry favor with the new emperor, you are truly resorting to any means necessary, even employing the beauty ploy. How utterly despicable." Sensing Wu Qi's gaze, Lu Hao shot him a defiant look, as if to say, "What are you going to do about it?" Wu Qi quickly formulated a plan in his mind, revealing a mischievous smile. While raising his glass to toast Li Chen, he interjected, "Li Chen, just look at his character. How could his cousin possibly be that exceptional? To be honest, I have an aunt who is an absolute beauty, still possessing her charms. Rest assured, she remains single. If you desire, I can have her come over tonight." This statement infuriated Lu Hao. "You can mention your aunt all you want, but why do you have to undermine me? Having just met." He felt Wu Qi was competing with him for the affection of both a goddess and now a god, disregarding all decorum. Fueled by the effects of the wine, Lu Hao pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Qi and shouted, "What of my appearance? Even if I am lacking, my cousin is 100 times more attractive than your aunt." Wu Qi, feeling the heat of Lu Hao's finger, retorted, "What a joke. My aunt is not only 1,000 times more beautiful, but in terms of figure, your cousin is no match for her. You must be itching for a fight. Come at me. If I don't knock your teeth out today, I won't share your surname. What on earth is happening? Can someone please explain?" Li Chen finally comprehended that these two were likely aware of his identity, which prompted their outlandish remarks. Among them, Lu Hao was the most perceptive. He dared not take advantage of Li Chen, hence his offer to introduce his cousin, ensuring that Li Chen's standing was above his own. Furthermore, Lu Hao's brilliance lay in his discretion. He refrained from mentioning this in front of Chu Ruoyin, thus avoiding an awkward atmosphere while also gauging Li Chen's genuine reactions. Had he spoken before her, it would have shown a lack of understanding. Wu Qi, lacking the skill of reading others like Lu Hao, nevertheless possessed remarkable quickness of thought. He discerned the situation and promptly introduced his aunt to Li Chen, elevating Li Chen's status significantly in the process. Li Chen deduced that the two were likely aware of his identity as the emperor. Otherwise, it was perplexing why they would so fervently present beautiful women to him upon their first meeting. However, Li Chen chose to remain silent about his realization. Why would he refuse the flattery of those eager to please him? After all, he had a penchant for such attention. Throughout, he had never feigned innocence. He liked what he liked. Li Chen even felt that these two were quite perceptive, demonstrating a talent for understanding and catering to his preferences. When he noticed them preparing to make a scene, he merely gestured with his hand, bringing the farce to an immediate halt. No matter how incensed they were, they dared not cause trouble before Li Chen. After their meal, the day had grown late, and Lu Hao settled the bill in advance, providing Wu Qi with no opportunity to intervene. Observing the situation, Chu Ruoyin felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed as though these two had not been so dedicated in their pursuit of her. At this juncture, Lu Hao and Wu Qi had no reason to linger around Li Chen any longer. They had achieved their objective for the day, leaving a favorable impression that would serve them in the future. Although today's outing had its minor disruptions, Li Chen's primary goal was accomplished. Yet, the system task remained unfulfilled. With more than 10 days left, Li Chen speculated on the system's patterns, feeling no urgency for the moment. As a being of the Shengzhe realm, Li Chen's perception was keen. It seemed that a powerful force was engaged in battle nearby. From the intensity of the energy, it was likely a practitioner of at least the Liuhe realm. Strangely, they were in the bustling commercial district of the imperial capital. Who would dare to cause such a ruckus in public? Chapter 25. Since he fears my identity, I shall make good use of it. Why are you still following me? Who is following you? My family resides in this vicinity. Ever since Lu Hao and Wu Qi exited from Zue Xianlu, their already strained relationship had grown increasingly hostile. If given the chance, both would relish the opportunity to stab the other. They bickered as they walked, having consumed considerable alcohol, and thus did not pay attention to their surroundings. Consequently, they collided headlong with a group of people. Lu Hao, having a relatively high cultivation, managed to steady himself after taking a few steps back. Wu Qi, perhaps too inebriated, felt as if he had been struck by a bull and found himself sitting on the ground, overpowered by the sheer force. as they beheld the figures before them. Both sobered somewhat. The two individuals stood tall, exuding an undeniable aura of strength and authority, accentuated by an almost imperceptible air of menace, evidence of their experience in battle. Their attire, woven from heavy beast hides and exquisite silks, bore intricate and mysterious totems, symbols of their ancestral beliefs, adorned with finely crafted sheaths at their waists. Concealed within were sharp daggers. Even without being drawn, the chilling glint of the daggers was palpable to those nearby. Witnessing the impending altercation, onlookers halted in their tracks, with curious gazes even peering down from the second floor of a nearby restaurant. Having spent many years in the imperial capital, Lu Hao and Wu Qi quickly deduced that the individuals before them were likely from the northern royal court, and their attire suggested noble status. With so many eyes upon them, they felt a sense of shame. Under normal circumstances, their tempers might have led to violence. However, today was different. In adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Lu Hao helped the disgruntled Wu Qi to his feet, preparing to leave. Seeing the two young nobles capitulate, the crowd began to disperse, believing there was no spectacle left to witness. Yet, at that moment, the nobles from the northern royal court insisted on pressing the issue. "Oh, is it customary for those of the Tiance Dynasty to be so uncouth? You collide with someone and refuse to apologize while attempting to leave?" The leading noble, Altai, was a towering figure, his powerful hands adorned with a gleaming eagle ring, a symbol of his status. Even Lu Hao, typically good-natured, found this remark displeasing. "Is this road owned by your family? Who do you think you are to lecture me on manners?" Lu Hao's ancestors had achieved great military feats, and he had always held a disdain for outsiders. Now that he was being bullied, he could no longer swallow his pride. This comment elicited laughter from Altai and his brother, Adida. Since arriving in the imperial capital of the Tiance Dynasty, it was the first time someone had dared to speak to them in such a manner, especially a mere youth. Their mood soured further when they collided with these oblivious boys. In truth, they had seen Lu Hao and Wu Qi approaching, but had no intention of yielding. For in their world, only others made way for them. They had intentionally knocked into Lu Hao and Wu Qi. Yet one of the boys had the audacity to insult Altai, igniting his wrath. As an envoy to the Tiance Dynasty, he could not allow his family's dignity to be compromised. "You unruly wretch. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." With that, Altai swung a hand toward them with immense force. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy sent nearby pedestrians staggering backward. Lu Hao and Wu Qi's expressions changed drastically as they recognized the formidable strength of the noble before them. They both activated their meridians, unleashing their own potent energies to break free from Altai's oppressive force. The ground beneath them cracked, sending dust and debris flying. At this point, Lu Hao and Wu Qi were completely sober, staring at the shattered earth, realizing that had they not reacted quickly, they would have faced severe consequences. The provocation from the noble stirred their latent ferocity. "Are you seeking death? Why waste breath on him? If we don't teach him a lesson today, how will we survive in the imperial capital? Impressive. You possess some strength, but you are still too naive. Brother, let me handle this one." The two parties erupted into a fierce clash, like two tempests sweeping through the entire street. Adida was the first to strike, launching himself at the formidable Lu Hao, seemingly preferring to engage with strong opponents. Lu Hao swiftly activated his meridians, an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his aura exploding forth. Wu Qi, not to be outdone, swung his massive fist, transforming it into a dazzling arc of light, the force of his punch howling toward Altai's head. Altai, however, remained unfazed, casually activating his meridians to enhance one arm, muscles bulging, and his fist descended like a sledgehammer with even greater might. The collision of their fists sent ripples through the surrounding air. Wu Qi was pushed back several steps, while Altai stood resolute, embodying the essence of a true warrior. At that moment, Wu Qi began to realize that his opponent was concealing his strength. With the fight underway, there was no need for further restraint. Wu Qi bit his lip, utilizing his family's secret techniques to amplify his power. However, he soon found himself at a disadvantage, as Altai was a full realm above him. Altai deliberately allowed Wu Qi to enhance his strength before revealing his own higher capabilities, always maintaining a slight edge. As an iron fist crashed into Wu Qi, Altai prepared to conclude the one-sided beating with a single powerful strike aimed at Wu Qi's chest. If that blow landed, Wu Qi's ribs would likely be shattered, leaving him with severe injuries. The problem was he was unsteady and unable to evade, while Lu Hao was embroiled in his own struggle, unable to provide support. At that moment, Wu Qi's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that this despicable outsider would resort to such underhanded tactics. If I had known you were this strong, I wouldn't have dared to fight. At the moment when Wu Qi found himself engulfed in despair, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before him. With a single hand, the white-clad individual seized Altai's wrist with an iron grip, instantly neutralizing his formidable strength. As the white-robed figure exerted pressure, a sharp crack echoed through the street. The once ferocious noble from the royal court was now brought to his knees, helplessly howling, akin to a chick pinned down without the means to retaliate. The onlookers marveled at the astonishing prowess of the white-robed man, speculating fervently about his identity. What had transpired? A familiar voice reached Wu Qi's ears. The one who had intervened on his behalf was none other than Li Chen, whom he had been desperately trying to please moments before. Li Chen possessed an acute perception, capable of detecting any fluctuations in energy. The sight of the white-robed figure, turning his back to the crowd, captivated Wu Qi, evoking a sense of reverence akin to that of gazing upon a deity. His handsome face, perhaps flushed from drink or excitement, bore a hint of crimson, his heartbeat quickening, his gaze growing somewhat dazed. He mused to himself, no wonder women are drawn to powerful men. This unparalleled sense of security would prompt me to marry him were I a woman. Fortunately, the newly arrived Chu Ruoyan remained oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely have been incensed. Lu Hao ceased his combat and approached Li Chen, fully aware that with his majesty present, the outcome was unequivocal. The noble Altai was merely at the sixth realm of strength, and had only been bullying Wu Qi. Lu Hao discerned that his majesty was holding back. Had he exerted more force, the consequences for Altai would have been far graver than merely a broken hand. Lu Hao briefly conveyed the situation, allowing Li Chen to grasp the reason behind the altercation. Just as he contemplated how to address the matter, the noble Altai, writhing on the ground, spoke first. "Release me at once. I am an envoy of the royal court. Do you comprehend the repercussions of laying hands on me?" Upon revealing his status, the white-robed man, as expected, relinquished his grip. He yawned and remarked that they would meet again another day before departing. Altai's brother, Atade, mistakenly believed Li Chen had been intimidated into retreating and prepared to intercept him, interpreting the phrase "we shall meet again" as a veiled threat. Altai gestured with his uninjured arm, cautioning Atade against rash actions. The man had displayed terrifying strength. It was best not to provoke him again. Had Altai not invoked his status as an envoy, the situation might have escalated unfavorably. "Is that all there is to it?" Atade grumbled, feeling dissatisfied. Altai, instead of expressing anger, smiled maliciously. "Since he fears my status as an envoy, when we meet with his majesty of the Tiance Dynasty tomorrow, I am confident that justice will be served." Only then did Atade acquiesce. Recognizing his brother's cleverness in exploiting their opponent's weakness to incite discord among the Tiance Dynasty's ranks. Chapter 26. In 6 days, you shall reclaim your radiance. Upon entering the hall, her mother rushed over anxiously. "My daughter, have you truly purchased so many things? What did I teach you about presenting a virtuous demeanor before His Majesty? Only then will he take a liking to you." "Mother, I didn't utter a word. It was His Majesty who lavished gifts upon me. Do you think I dare to refuse?" Chu Ruoyan sighed, surveying the room filled with treasures, her heart brimming with joy. It was the first time in her life that someone had shown her such overwhelming affection. Women often claim to be uninterested, yet their hearts reveal a different truth. Hearing her daughter's words, her mother exhaled in relief, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. It appeared that His Majesty had genuinely taken a liking to Chu Ruoyan. Otherwise, he would not have bestowed such extravagant gifts. As a mother, she felt fortunate to bask in her daughter's glory. The garments and jewels were of the highest quality in the imperial capital. Donning a few of them would surely evoke envy from the other families. As they began to try on the exquisite attire and adornments, a mysterious shadow reappeared at her door. "Xiao Ming, you have finally arrived." Chu Ruoyan thought that she needed to clarify matters this time, believing her deity awaited her departure from the imperial capital, expressing impatience in her tone. Xiao Ming felt a pang of heartache. lamenting his own helplessness. He glanced around at the treasures and garments, gritting his teeth in anger. That wretched emperor dares to use mundane possessions to insult you. What does he take you for? It infuriates me, having played the devoted admirer for so long. Xiao Ming understood that Chu Ruoyan did not cherish such materialistic gifts. Even the items given by Lu Hao and Wu Qi had been firmly rejected, as she expressed her desire to cultivate diligently and elevate the Chu family to become a top-tier clan in the imperial capital. What a commendable woman, unperturbed by material wealth, embodying independence and strength. This was precisely why Xiao Ming was enamored with Chu Ruoyan. Were she to know his thoughts, she would undoubtedly retort, in truth, I dressed simply because I could not afford anything else. If receiving these treasures is an insult, I wish for more of such affronts. The reason she declined Lu Hao's and Wu Qi's gifts was due to a woman's modesty. Accepting them would imply a willingness to deepen their relationship, which she was not prepared for. Yet, before Li Chen, she found herself with no opportunity to refuse, nor any justification to decline. Women who remain unmoved by material possessions fall into one of two categories. Either they lack nothing, or what is offered is insufficient. No, Xiao Ming must have misunderstood something. Chu Ruoyan resolved to clarify her position. Before she could speak, Xiao Ming vanished once more, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. In 6 days, you shall reclaim your radiance. Chu Ruoyan glared at the departing figure, frustrated at not being afforded the chance to speak. Did he think his actions were impressive? Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Xiao Ming could not suppress a smile. He had meticulously prepared for this moment all afternoon, from his entrance to his exit, including his lines, all designed to convey that he was the most sincere in the imperial capital. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the Chu household, the Lu residence was steeped in tension. The Lu family upheld strict decorum. The servants nearby could barely contain their astonishment, wondering if the young master had lost his mind by daring to sit beside the patriarch. An insightful servant had already closed the estate's gates to prevent any sight of a father and son sharing a tender moment from being witnessed by outsiders. Lu Hao's father, known for his volatile temper, was furious at his son's audacity to sit beside him without so much as a greeting. Just as he rose, ready to discipline Lu Hao with his belt, Lu Hao set down the teapot, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he declared, Today, I treated His Majesty to dinner. With that proclamation, no one in the Lu household dared to move, including his father, whose hand froze in midair clutching the belt. Lu Hao was confident his father would not dare to strike him. Today, he was resolute in his performance. As Lu Hao anticipated, his father's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by an eagerness to inquire about the day's events. Though Lu Hao considered requesting a drink, he thought better of it, wary of the potential repercussions. Thus, he settled for a small display of bravado. Today, I happened to visit the commercial street and coincidentally encountered Chu Ruoyan. He recounted how he discerned Li Chen's identity through her and how he discreetly observed him, ultimately seizing an opportunity for a chance encounter. He feigned ignorance of Li Chen and sought to ingratiate himself with him through his connection with Chu Ruoyan. As he spoke, he became increasingly animated while sharing the details with his father. Wonderful, wonderful. Truly my exceptional son, who could devise such a clever scheme. The Lu family lineage is indeed in capable hands. Seeing his father's beaming face filled Lu Hao with great pride. He felt that his astute decision at that moment was the most sagacious choice of his life. Lu Hao began to boast, and when he mentioned introducing his cousin to Li Chen, his father gave him a thumbs up. Perhaps Li Chen was disinterested in the court, but it was a realm where countless noble families of the Tiance Dynasty aspired to gain entry, even if only to stand at the back. The Lu family had once produced a general of the same caliber as Guopoyan, but a lack of successors had rendered them unqualified to enter the court. In Lu Hao's father's eyes, this dual approach of Lu Hao's, whether it be himself or his cousin, would eventually allow them to draw close to Li Chen, thus bringing glory to their ancestors in no time. Lu Hao's father even immediately commanded that the cousin Lu Hao mentioned remain on standby, ready to enter the palace at a moment's notice should His Majesty summon her. Ideally, she could help the emperor bear a child, thereby solidifying their standing. And what did His Majesty say afterward? Lu Hao's father pressed. Chapter 27. Even I was moved, let alone others. His Majesty's expression should indicate satisfaction with my proposal. But when Chu Ruoyan arrived, His Majesty did not provide a response. Nevertheless, more chance encounters in the future would suffice. Lu Hao dared not express his fondness for Li Chen, yet he considered him a perfectly ordinary man. When Lu Hao recounted the conflict at the commercial street involving two noble families, his father emanated a formidable aura. This murderous intent was unlike anything Lu Hao had ever witnessed. Damn it, these royal court dogs, who were driven into the snowy mountains centuries ago, dare to come to our Tiance Dynasty and provoke us. If they dare to harm my son, let me handle them. Observing his father's furious demeanor, Lu Hao sensed something must have transpired. However, upon hearing of Li Chen's intervention, astonishment washed over his father's face. What? His Majesty crushed a royal court dog with a single hand, without even mobilizing his meridians? Indeed, the royal court dog had exerted all his might against Wu Qi, but His Majesty effortlessly thwarted him. Rumors had long suggested that His Majesty might be a sage, and it now appeared that this information was likely true. As a former Grand Noble, despite being unqualified to attend court, he still possessed channels for intelligence. When the royal court was mentioned, Lu Hao's father was filled with rage, as the northern royal court had recently regained its strength, a formidable presence. The Tiance Dynasty faced both internal strife and external threats. The late emperor had continually made concessions to stabilize the situation. Without military power, the Lu family's status had been steadily declining. After all, this was the national policy, and he understood the late emperor's helplessness. At that moment, Lu Hao's father gazed fervently at the northern sky. In that instant, the bloodline power within Lu Hao seemed to boil. "Annie, what brings you here?" The mysterious figure before him was clad in a black cloak and possessed a voluptuous figure, concealing a stunning visage beneath the hood. This individual was none other than Wu Qi's aunt, Wu Nanji. She was the daughter of a formidable figure in the Tianyuan realm from Hujiqing and the sister of Wu Qi's father. Upon seeing her, Wu Qi naturally maintained utmost respect. Wu Nanji removed her cloak, revealing a beautiful face marked by distress. "It's your grandfather and your father who keep urging me to find a suitor. I've been on over 40 blind dates this month alone, and it's become unbearable, so I've come here to escape for a while." With her beauty, it was no wonder that not only in Hujiqing, but also in surrounding cities, many strong individuals would go mad over her. Moreover, the Wu family's ancestor was a top-tier powerhouse in the Tianyuan realm, rumored to have a chance to break through to the sage level. If the Wu family's ancestor could indeed break through, their influence in the region would become even more formidable. One must wonder, which noble family's offspring Wu Ti wished to marry into the Wu family and cling to the leg of their esteemed ancestor. Hearing this, Wu Qi immediately spoke up. "You need not worry about this matter. Auntie, I shall arrange your marriage." No sooner had he spoken than he received a swift reprimand, causing his already sore head to swell further. Wu Nanji's ample bosom heaved with indignation, and had she not seen Wu Qi's injuries, she would not have held back. Regaining her composure, she scolded, "You little rascal, who said you could decide my affairs? You deserve a good beating. Your grandfather and father are already quite bothersome. Do you really have to add to it?" Wu Qi wished to retort, "I'm the little rascal, but what about you? Moreover, you've already struck me." To avoid further punishment, he refrained from voicing his true thoughts. "Auntie, you misunderstand. I encountered the new emperor of the Tiance Dynasty today. Similar to Lu Hao, Wu Qi recounted the day's events. Naturally, he embellished his role as the discoverer of Li Chen, portraying Lu Hao as a mere disruptor. After all, it was all about the art of persuasion. When Wu Qi complimented her beauty, Wu Nanji felt a flicker of happiness. At least she didn't feel inferior to anyone. However, such jesting could not be taken lightly. What if His Majesty truly took a liking to her? Due to the isolation of information and the intentional slander by certain factions, many from cities outside the imperial capital believed that the new emperor was merely a puppet. According to their claims, Li Chen was a talentless, wasteful prince, overweight and unattractive, a foolish emperor who could not even recognize a single character. Wu Nanji's preconceived notions led her to visualize Li Chen in an unfavorable light, making her resistant to the idea. Sensing her displeasure, Wu Qi hastily said, "This matter was merely a casual remark in front of His Majesty. Nothing is set in stone. However, you can use this as an excuse. Surely grandfather and my father would not dare to press you further." Wu Nanji thought this over and found it reasonable. After all, she had merely escaped to avoid blind dates, and having an excuse was beneficial. This little brat, Wu Qi, was likely just boasting after drinking a bit. His Majesty probably wouldn't take it to heart. Furthermore, this emperor likely held no real power. Matters of marriage had long been arranged, and it had nothing to do with her. All right, you've helped resolve my troubles today, so I shall let you off the hook. Upon seeing the wicked woman leave, Wu Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He refrained from speaking highly of Li Chen in front of his aunt, as he knew she would not believe him. It was only through opportunity that he could facilitate a meeting between his aunt and Li Chen, allowing her to witness what a remarkably handsome man he was. Even I was moved, let alone the women. Within the inner palace, the flickering candlelight in the emperor's chamber cast shadows. Li Chen was perusing information on various nations, much of which had been delivered by eunuch Shui. The Ice Bear royal court to the north of the Tiance Dynasty had been defeated 600 years ago and had retreated into the snowy mountains. Since that time, the Ice Bear royal court had disbanded. After centuries of recuperation, the formidable Snow Eagle clan had risen, re-establishing the Snow Eagle royal court. It was said that they had gained divine power in the far north, enhancing the ferocity and strength of their warriors. If it were only the Snow Eagle royal court, the Tiance Dynasty would have little to fear. However, the surrounding nations were also pressing forward. After several hours of reviewing the documents, Li Chen gained a general understanding. Just as he prepared to rest, a eunuch's voice echoed from outside the door. The door of the sleeping chamber was gently pushed open, and a graceful figure quietly stepped in. It was the Empress Dowager. She was clad in an exquisite nightgown, the fabric closely hugging her bosom. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow, accentuating her enchanting silhouette. The Empress Dowager gracefully entered the inner chamber, her steps light and elegant, as if each footfall were upon a cloud. Her features were delicately sculpted, and the candlelight cast gentle shadows on her face, rendering her visage even more alluring and three-dimensional. Li Chen felt a tinge of irritation upon witnessing this scene. The mounting pressures of work had been keeping him from a restful night's sleep. "Is this how you're going to let me sleep?" he exclaimed. "Empress Dowager, do you have business with me at this late hour?" Chapter 28. If you come to see me, it better be for a reason. How can you say that? Am I not allowed to check on you if I have no matters to attend to? The Empress Dowager approached Li Chen's desk and delicately took a seat beside him. Her movements gentle and refined. "You better have a reason," Li Chen replied, placing down the documents in his hand with a hint of impatience. "I would prefer to sleep." Li Chen contemplated whether he should suggest that the Empress Dowager take on a more active role in governance to alleviate his burdens. This thought was unprecedented. Unlike other princes who feared such a notion, he felt no trepidation. Upon hearing Li Chen's remark, the Empress Dowager rolled her beautiful eyes in exasperation. "When I finally show a bit of tenderness, you refuse to yield. Had it been any other prince, they would have been profusely grateful." "Very well. I shall let it slide since you are a figure of such stature," she continued. "It's not a significant matter, just two things. What do you think of the daughter of the Chu family?" The Empress Dowager inquired about the progress between Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan, as she needed to determine whether to cultivate her further. If Li Chen's affections were lacking, she could always seek another candidate for the palace. "I have had little time to converse with her in recent days, but I find her impressionable enough," Li Chen replied. He had indeed been busy and had not devoted much time to understanding her. However, he was certain that winning over Chu Ruoyan was merely a matter of time. Young girls around the age of 18 still believed in love. They were pure and untainted by the world's harsh realities. They longed for a romantic tale akin to that of a prince and a Cinderella. With the right gestures, they would even forsake everything to follow a man they fancied, regardless of his wealth. Yet, Chu Ruoyan was different. She was clearly a woman with experience, having witnessed much in the tumultuous capital. Such women were acutely aware of their own worth and knew precisely the type of man they desired. To Li Chen, this made things simpler. After all, as an emperor of the sacred realm, he possessed both wealth and power, and his capabilities were beyond reproach. Dealing with Chu Ruoyan would be akin to a dimensional advantage. All that remained was to allow time for mutual rapport to flourish. As for emotions, those could be addressed later. "Very well. Let us proceed according to your wishes. I shall support you," the Empress Dowager declared, seemingly preparing to take her leave. "Weren't there two matters you mentioned? Li Chen and Kirat Pujlat." "Oh, I had almost forgotten." The Empress Dowager shifted slightly closer, as if to whisper a secret. Li Chen could sense the alluring fragrance emanating from her. "How did you prepare the hot pot you served last time?" "I had the imperial kitchen gather numerous ingredients, yet they lacked the essence of yours." Upon hearing this, Li Chen was momentarily speechless. You made such a mystery over this trivial matter. I expected you to discuss something of greater significance. The hot pot cannot be made without a proper base. If you wish to indulge, I can provide you with a list of ingredients. He could not afford to be stingy, especially given that she was assisting him in selecting a consort. Li Chen retrieved a piece of paper and began jotting down the ingredients. However, halfway through, he reconsidered the spice levels. Knowing the Empress Dowager could not handle too much heat, he set the original list aside and revised it. Even a mere list of hot pot ingredients brought a radiant smile to the Empress Dowager's face, akin to that of a delighted child. Li Chen mused that perhaps the Empress Dowager was indeed a bit gluttonous. Yet, her character was unpredictable and adept at disguises, leaving him uncertain of her true nature. Alternatively, it might be that she was deliberately presenting this facade to him. What she sought to gain from him, and her ultimate intentions, remained inscrutable to Li Chen. Although the Empress Dowager appeared replete with vulnerabilities, this paradoxically rendered her challenging to navigate. It was this complexity that led Li Chen to consider her a formidable woman. As she departed from his sleeping chamber, the Empress Dowager tucked the recipe into her robe, regaining her regal demeanor and composure. Her presence underwent a remarkable transformation, akin to that of a different individual, instilling a sense of trepidation among the nearby maidens and eunuchs. While Li Chen found her difficult to decipher, she too perceived him as equally enigmatic. In her eyes, his demeanor was overly casual, suggesting interest in various matters without showing any earnest commitment. This left her unable to ascertain his true desires, thus complicating her ability to manipulate him. As a woman with grand ambitions, her thoughts remained a mystery to all. The following day, as dawn broke, the silhouette of the Forbidden City gradually emerged from the mist, heralding the arrival of court assembly. Outside the main hall, officials donned their ceremonial robes as they made their way inside. Within the hall, several ministers had arrived early. Some stood while others conversed, greeting newcomers with cordiality. The interior of the grand hall was resplendent, exuding an air of majesty. The towering dragon throne, adorned with lifelike five-clawed dragons, occupied the center, flanked by phoenixes poised to take flight. Before Li Chen's arrival, the atmosphere in the hall was lively, with ministers whispering and exchanging light-hearted banter, their faces adorned with smiles. Many discussed their post-assembly plans, contemplating which tavern to visit for a meal and who would bear the cost that day. Some even gossiped about a newly recruited dancer by a certain official, expressing envy and curiosity. Amidst this cacophony, a few ministers, including the current Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, stood upright, their gazes resolute and expressions grave. Normally, another official would be present to match his rank, but that individual had been placed under house arrest by Li Chen for 7 days, making Zhao the highest-ranking official in attendance. At that moment, a resonant call echoed from outside the hall. "The emperor has arrived." Instantly, the chatter within the hall ceased. Li Chen, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned, strode in with steady steps. His countenance bore an air of nonchalance, yet his every gesture radiated an indescribable imperial authority. Although he had only ascended the throne days prior, the innate aura of a sovereign commanded respect and submission from all present. Li Chen's presence signified the official commencement of the court assembly. The Deputy Minister of War stepped forward, presenting a report with both hands. His voice boomed with clarity as he announced, "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss." Li Chen nodded, signaling him to proceed. The Deputy Minister handed the report to a eunuch and continued, "The rebellious third prince, upon hearing of your Majesty's overwhelming might and furious countenance, was so frightened that he retreated overnight, daring not to offend again. Such news is indeed a blessing for our dynasty and a testament to your Majesty's power." Observing Li Chen's reaction, the military officials began to echo their agreement. "Your Majesty is wise and mighty, instilling fear in the hearts of such petty miscreants, making them flee in terror. This is the will of heaven and the hearts of the people. Our dynasty shall endure for generations, enjoying everlasting peace." The hall was filled with praises and flattery from the remaining ministers. Meanwhile, the Deputy Minister of War pondered the fate of his superior, the Minister of War, the individual dispatched to capture the third prince by Li Chen. However, the Deputy Minister of War, aware of Li Chen's temperament, feared that an inquiry would result in Li Chen sending him off on a similar errand, which would be quite troublesome. Therefore, he opted for a straightforward report, leaving the matter to Li Chen's discretion. Li Chen appeared to have forgotten the incident, acknowledging it but providing no further commentary. Subsequently, numerous ministers reported on the conditions across various regions. At this juncture, the Minister of Rights, Yin Hai, stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, I have a matter of great importance to discuss. Recently, the Northern Court has sent envoys to seek an audience with Your Majesty, intending to engage in friendly exchanges and discuss state affairs. This matter pertains to the diplomatic relations between our two nations, and I humbly request Your Majesty's guidance on whether to arrange an immediate audience for the envoys." Chapter 29. In the realm of the sacred, who still indulges you? Altai and Ataid had been waiting outside the hall for an extended period. The younger brother, Ataid, exhibited signs of impatience, while the elder, Altai, had his hand bandaged. The previous night, they had visited the residence of Minister Yin Hai to discuss the incident, proclaiming that a lack of satisfactory resolution would be seen as a provocation against the swaying royal court. Yin Hai, aiming to pacify their tempers and ensure stability in the north, assured them he would identify the true culprits. Based on their descriptions, Yin Hai concluded that the assailants were likely aristocratic offspring. Liu Hao indeed bore accessories that confirmed his identity. Today, Altai and Ataid were determined to demand an explanation from the emperor of the Tiance Dynasty. After a brief wait, the palace eunuchs summoned them to the court. As they made their way to the grand hall, they carried themselves with an air of superiority, akin to envoys from a higher dynasty inspecting one from a lower one. Moreover, they believed their stance was justified, anticipating not only punishment for the assailants, but also compensation for medical expenses. Otherwise, the Northern Court's forces were not to be trifled with. However, upon entering the court and laying eyes on the visage of the new emperor of the Tiance Dynasty, they were instantly struck dumb. Wasn't this the very individual who had assaulted Altai the previous night? How could he be seated on the throne? Could it be that he was indeed the emperor? Altai then realized why the youth had said they would meet again. He was not intimidated by Altai's status as an envoy. He had known they would seek him out. It seemed they had walked directly into a predicament they had hoped to create. In their initial moment of confrontation, the imposing presence of the two noble envoys diminished significantly. The court officials, witnessing their bewildered expressions, found the situation peculiar. Eventually, it was Minister Yin Hai who spoke up, declaring, "Your Majesty, yesterday, an individual publicly assaulted the envoys of the royal court in the bustling market. Such behavior is utterly contrary to our national dignity. I implore Your Majesty to impose severe punishment on the assailant to uphold the integrity of the court." As the Minister of Rights, diplomacy was his domain, so upon observing Altai and Ataid frozen in place, he assumed they were at a loss for words and took it upon himself to voice the matter. The civil officials began to murmur among themselves, questioning which noble offspring would dare to violate national protocol by assaulting envoys. Once the truth was uncovered, they were determined to collectively petition for harsh penalties against this noble. Hearing this, Li Chen could not suppress a sly smile, slowly remarking, "Do you know why they are hesitant to speak?" Yin Hai shook his head, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Li Chen Tiasa, it was I who struck them yesterday. What punishment do you believe is appropriate for me, Minister?" The court erupted in chaos. Those officials who had sought to support Yin Hai's cause were now gripped by fear. Yin Hai's political rivals stifled their laughter, contemplating the audacity of this man to confront the emperor. "I am terrified. I did not realize it was Your Majesty. I beg for Your Majesty's forgiveness." Yin Hai, Ovoem, fell to his knees. Punish the emperor? What a ludicrous notion. It was akin to courting death. He looked incredulously at Altai and Ataid, thinking to himself, "Are you two conspiring against me? Did you not say that it was a few noble sons who assaulted you? How is it that the emperor himself was involved? If I had known it was Li Chen who struck you, I would have certainly aided him instead of raising a complaint." Yin Hai felt as though his luck had run out, having walked straight into the line of fire twice. The last time, his subordinates had urged him to confront the emperor, and now he found himself in the very predicament he had sought to avoid. Altai, sensing Yin Hai's gaze, felt equally helpless. "I did not say anything. Why did you have to speak up?" Now, the situation had become awkward, and even if they wished to feign ignorance, that was no longer an option. The atmosphere within the grand hall thickened, and even Prime Minister Zhao Wenyuan refrained from interjecting at this moment. After a brief silence, Li Chen's voice resonated in the hall. "Step outside and give yourself 100 slaps. You may return only after you have completed the task. Thank you for your graciousness." Yin Hai hastily exited the hall, and soon, the sound of slaps echoed from outside. The force behind each strike was considerable, as if to ensure Li Chen would hear them clearly. This punishment was relatively lenient. Having offended the emperor, the severity of the repercussions was ultimately at the emperor's discretion. Following this lesson, Yin Hai dared not speak out of turn again, keeping a wide berth from the two envoys as if they were harbingers of misfortune. Altai, quick to adapt, performed a respectful bow, introducing himself in the capacity of a foreign envoy, hoping to move past the incident. Observing his brother kneel, Atade followed suit. They were, in fact, the only two from the royal court's envoys to kneel in recent centuries. Others merely offered a standard bow. Regardless of Altai's broken hand, he understood that he had instigated the trouble himself. Had another been responsible, he might have argued his case, but with the assailant being the emperor of the Tiance Dynasty, he realized there was no way to deflect blame, and it was wiser to change the subject. Rise, let us discuss matters of importance. Li Chen stated with his usual straightforwardness. I have come on behalf of our Khan to propose a union between our nations, thereby solidifying our amicable relations. I hope for your majesty's gracious approval. Altai stated earnestly. Many court officials had already surmised this matter. The ninth princess had recently turned 18 and was one of the two most exceptional figures in the imperial capital. It was likely that the envoys had arrived for this very reason. A single princess could secure decades of peace along the borders, and the civil officials deemed this arrangement quite advantageous. The military officials felt some discontent but remained silent, accustomed to the notion that the emperor would likely acquiesce for the sake of stability. Indeed, they were correct in their assumptions. Li Chen, bearing asmila, raplia, no problem. Your Khan has demonstrated remarkable foresight. He likely understands that I have just ascended to the throne and that my harem is vacant, hence this proposal. I cannot refuse his kindness. Let us arrange for 10 unmarried sisters from your Khan to be sent to me. If that is insufficient, we can also consider those related to the royal family, as only your kin can ensure a closer bond between our two courts. I have heard that the northern tribes are abundant, with numerous talented individuals. I require no more than 200 to 500 beautiful women as bridal attendants. A minimum of 200 is essential, and I shall not refuse any more you choose to send. As for the dowry, let your Khan prepare 50,000 fine steeds and 10,000 tons of premium beef. As soon as Li Chen concluded his statement, it seemed he was still somewhat unsatisfied. But the court was already in an uproar, and the two envoys were left in a state of shock. Indeed, the emperor had agreed, yet his demands were astonishingly brazen. Historically, it had been the northern court that made such requests. Former emperors had offered these gifts to pacify the tribes, believing they could exchange them for decades of peace and stability. However, in recent years, the northern court's demands had become increasingly frequent, which had been quite irksome. Who could have anticipated that the new emperor, Li Chen, would boldly turn the tables and demand such provisions with conviction? Altai and Atade were utterly bewildered. Is this not our terminology? Moreover, we have never requested so much. How dare you, Tiance Dynasty, make such exorbitant demands? Now that we have reached the realm of the sage, who would still indulge you? Chapter 30. Who consulted you? You are not even qualified to negotiate with me. The individuals within the grand hall widened their eyes and perked their ears. Some ministers, having served for decades, were hearing such audacity for the first time. Those in the know realized that Li Chen was proposing a marriage alliance, while others might have mistaken him for attempting to rob the northern royal court. While the scholars felt a mix of admiration and unease, knowing that should His Majesty truly utter such words, it would inevitably incite conflict, leading to a troublesome aftermath. Scholars generally value stability, believing that small favors can yield long-lasting peace, which is both reasonable and pragmatic. The military officials, however, were grinning, as the oppressive gloom of centuries seemed to dissipate with the emergence of this new emperor. Li Chen's words instilled in them a sense of dignity and uprightness. The Tiance Dynasty was indeed powerful, consistently ceding territories to neighboring nations for the sake of stability. Yet the northern royal court always sought just a trifling amount, a request that did not threaten the core of the Tiance Dynasty, which previous emperors had chosen to overlook. Over time, these trifles accumulated into significant demands. Shortly thereafter, Altai and Atade emerged from their stupor, exchanging glances, and it was Altai who spoke first. Your Majesty, you must be under some misunderstanding. The so-called marriage alliance should entail your princess marrying into our northern court, and your demands are far too excessive. Altai initially intended to propose the marriage of the ninth princess, coupled with a request for treasures as a token of goodwill. Was this not the standard approach for other royal envoys? Yet this emperor began his demands with hundreds of beauties, thousands of fine steeds, and tons of high-quality beef. Such exaggeration is unheard of. What? You cannot even meet these demands and still have the audacity to propose a marriage alliance with me? Even beasts know to be grateful. Do you wish to send my sister away as a provocation against me? Li Chen exclaimed startlingly. The military officials, inspired by his fervor, began to glare at the two envoys. It was clear that should Li Chen utter a word, there would be ministers eager to confront them. Let us discuss this with the Khan, Altai suggested. Though as an envoy, he wielded limited power in the northern royal court, particularly lacking the authority to declare war. Discuss? Who consulted you? You are not even qualified to negotiate with me. At this point, Li Chen had grown weary of idle chatter and ordered the two to be expelled from the hall. Altai and Atade, who had arrived with such arrogance, now found themselves in a most undignified predicament. The imperial guard's demeanor reflected the emperor's attitude, given his unfriendly stance towards the northern royal court. The guards felt no obligation to be courteous to the envoys. Did you not just look down upon us with your gazes? You would do well to behave yourselves, lest we take action. Once outside the palace, Altai and Atade wore expressions of defeat, feeling that their journey south had been fraught with misfortune. How had it come to this for them? Atade was aware that the Khan had been fixated on the ninth princess's portrait, and her ghastly visage was indeed intimidating. On their way, Atade had confidently assured the Khan that he would succeed, even sharing a drink with him. Now, it seemed they had botched the task. I will certainly discuss this matter thoroughly with the Khan. The Tiance Dynasty must pay a price for this. Altai was merely venting bravado. Do you not realize the level of the emperor? Did you not see how I lost my hand? As they walked, a thought struck Atade, and he whispered, I have heard that the ninth princess has a fondness for poetry and often studies in the capital's academies. Given that the emperor has spoken so resolutely, the Khan will undoubtedly not let this go lightly. The relationship between our two nations will inevitably sour. It is better to take a firmer stance. One must admit that Altai found his brother's audacity quite impressive, daring to abduct a princess from the Tiance Dynasty. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. We must gather information first. Altai understood that he had but one opportunity and needed to consider all aspects carefully. As the morning court session concluded, news of the humiliation suffered by the northern royal court's envoys at the hands of Li Chen quickly spread. In the Empress Dowager's palace, she, with her ample figure, gracefully exercised amidst flowing silk, striving to maintain her enviable physique. Sunlight streamed through the intricately designed window panes, casting a warm glow upon her jade-like skin, enhancing her already radiant beauty. Clad in a gossamer training outfit, her figure swayed gently with each movement, exuding an ineffable charm and elegance. This was her secret to indulging in delicacies while maintaining her figure. Her trusted maid had arrived at the door, but seeing the Empress Dowager in practice, refrained from interrupting until she completed her routine. Only then did she begin to report on the morning court's proceedings. The retreat of the third prince was anticipated by the Empress Dowager. These princes would not engage in battles without assurance of victory. Li Chen's displayed strength indeed warranted their re-evaluation of strategies. However, this did not imply that they would concede. Yet the Empress Dowager found Li Chen's attitude puzzling. Was he inclined to take charge or not? When discussing the envoys from the Northern Royal Court, she murmured, His Majesty is rather impetuous. Yet if he is not impetuous, can he still be deemed youthful? Your Majesty, should we not prepare our strategies for the Northern Front? Her trusted maid, having served the Empress Dowager for many years, was well aware of many matters. The Empress Dowager's influence extended beyond the capital, reaching the northern borders and even the Northern Royal Court, where she had her people. The maid suggested this because she sensed that this emperor was not jesting. Proceed according to your own judgment, but remember to conceal our tracks. We have many eyes upon us lately. Understood. As the Empress Dowager spoke, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, igniting her appetite. The ingredients that Li Chen had provided were already prepared by the imperial kitchen, and she looked forward to relishing a sumptuous meal at noon. Aside from the court officials and palace attendants, the reaction to this incident was particularly pronounced among the noble youths, especially those from families like the Liu clan. who had once fought on the northern battlefield, eagerly awaiting Li Chen's command. Lu Hao's father urged him to familiarize himself with the emperor, as opportunities for achievement and advancement were imminent. Meanwhile, Li Chen's treatment of the royal envoys also resonated profoundly within the academies located on the western side of the capital. For the ninth princess, Li Chen was studying at the largest academy, Yunlu Academy. Chapter 31. Such words, does he dare to utter them at the sage level? Yunlu Academy. Nestled at the southern edge of the Tiance Dynasty, is not only the largest academy in the capital, but also a sacred place in the hearts of countless scholars. The academy is perched upon a majestic mountain, shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a celestial realm. At dawn or dusk, golden sunlight pierces through the thin fog, illuminating the ancient architecture and adding an air of mystery and solemnity. Early in the morning, a convoy slowly came to a halt at the mountain's foot, and within the luxurious carriage, the ninth princess Li Chen gracefully descended the steps. The mountain breeze gently caressed her garments and long hair. Li Chen had always been fond of reading and was renowned as the most accomplished young woman in the capital. Yunlu Academy was her favorite place to visit. Today, she came to take a final look, for she had received word of the northern envoy's arrival in the capital yesterday. According to the old customs, as an unmarried princess, she was essentially a pawn in a political marriage. Though somewhat reluctant, she, as a member of the royal family and a well-educated woman, had long since accepted this fate. She leisurely strolled along the stone-paved path of Yunlu Shuyuan, observing the lush cypress and evergreen blooms nearby. The air was infused with a faint aroma of books and flowers, which typically would have uplifted her spirit, yet now it was overshadowed by a lingering gloom. Within the academy, familiar pavilions appeared: the library, the lecture hall, and the quiet reflection garden, places where she often indulged in reading and listening to lectures. Wherever Li Chen passed, scholars would greet her. As they watched her departing figure, the scholars sighed deeply, a sense of regret palpable in their hearts, yet they felt powerless. Student Li Chen, paying respects to the master. In the stargazing pavilion, Li Chen bowed to the master before her. Upon her arrival, the surrounding Confucian scholars rose to pay their respects. The ninth princess is here. Please take a seat. Where's my lecture? The speaker was none other than the founder of Yunlu Shuyuan, known as Yu Fuji. He was a figure revered by countless scholars of the Tiance Dynasty, having traveled through various realms and debated with many learned individuals without ever being outmatched. During the reign of the late emperor, there were attempts to recruit him into the court, yet he graciously declined. Yu Fuji was a pure-hearted man, devoted to reading and giving lectures. His disciples were scattered throughout the Tiance Dynasty, with many even in the court, earning him the reputation of having students all over the land. If anyone thought of him as a frail scholar, they were gravely mistaken. Yu Fuji stood at 8 feet tall, with a bald head and a long white beard, his visage adorned with robust features. And even a thin white robe could not conceal his 16-pack abs. Especially notable were his arms, larger than the heads of most men. Were he to don different attire, one might easily mistake him for a warrior. At nearly 70, he reached the realm of the sage and then abandoned martial pursuits for literary ones, becoming enamored with books, reading from dawn until dusk, and deriving immense joy from the knowledge he acquired. This was why, during his travels, he could hold his own against other great scholars. After all, even if opposing scholars could outtalk him, they had to consider his feelings. Otherwise, should he become incensed, who could withstand his wrath? Over time, Yu Fuji's reputation spread, drawing many scholars eager to learn. He established Yunlu Shuyuan in the imperial capital, and its fame resonated throughout the Tiance Dynasty. Li Chen was one of Yu Fuji's disciples, and he admired her pure thirst for knowledge. The late emperor, engrossed in state affairs, had little time to attend to Li Chen, leading her to spend more time at the academy than in the palace. Yu Fuji cherished her deeply, treating her as his own kin. Were this to happen with another, it would be considered outrageous to regard the emperor's daughter in such a manner. Yet as a sage, Yu Fuji possessed the capital and status to do so. Moreover, the late emperor would occasionally visit the academy to play chess and converse with Yu Fuji, further legitimizing Li Chen's status as the academy's favored one. Not only was she cherished by Yu Fuji, but the majority of the surviving scholars also aspired to become her consort. Li Chen was renowned in the capital for both her beauty and status, and marrying her would spare 1 decade of detours. Many scholars present were her admirers. A few had once confessed their feelings to her, only to be swiftly expelled from the academy by Yu Fuji upon discovery. Since then, such incidents had ceased. Yu Fuji merely wished for Li Chen to have a conducive learning environment, free from the entanglement of complex emotions that could distract this studious princess. Master, Chen has come to bid farewell today. The sorrow in her voice tugged at the hearts of all who heard. As a disciple of Yunlu Shuyuan, with many peers in the court, news of the royal marriage proposal had spread among them. Thus, upon her arrival, many scholars displayed expressions of regret. Upon hearing that Li Chen had come to say goodbye, the faces of the surrounding scholars filled with indignation. How could the emperor be so weak and ineffectual? To barter peace through marriage, exclaimed a scholar clad in a blue robe, his eyes ablaze with fury. Indeed, how can our grand nation allow the barbaric court of the north to bully us? Should the ninth princess be wed, it would be a disgrace for all, lamented another scholar, shaking his head in dismay, his tone heavy with helplessness and outrage. The emperor's actions only bring joy to our enemies and pain to our own. A gaunt scholar clenched his fists, his voice quaking with fervor. If this is the case, how can we, as scholars, remain silent? We must petition for reform to set the court straight. A senior scholar rose, his gaze resolute, his words ringing with conviction. The audacity of the scholars to speak so directly about the emperor was dangerous. Such remarks could cost them their lives. Yet, within the academy, under Yu Fuji's watchful eye, he did not intervene, and their affection for Li Chen had emboldened them. Yu Fuji, having set aside his book, stroked his beard, gazing at Li Chen with warmth. Chen, if you do not wish to go, the academy shall be your home. At these words, the scholars erupted with excitement. As a sage, Yu Fuji's statement bore weight, providing a shield for Li Chen. Not even the new emperor would dare defy Yu Fuji's wishes. Thank you for your kind intentions, master. Chen is a royal scion and ought to contribute to the stability of the Tiance Dynasty. I am grateful for your teachings and those of my fellow scholars. Li Chen's display of understanding only deepened their reluctance to part with her. Yu Fuji, too, wished to see her remain, but he respected her decision. However, as the scholars buzzed with righteous indignation, contemplating a collective petition, Li Chen's maid rushed in. Once engaged, she would no longer be permitted to appear outside the palace, as it would tarnish the royal family's reputation. When the maid conveyed that His Majesty had consented to the marriage proposal, Li Chen exhibited no visible reaction. She had anticipated this outcome. Yet, the maid caught her breath and relayed the subsequent words of Li Chen. His Majesty's agreement to the marriage proposal does not entail sending the ninth princess to the north, but rather bringing a member of the northern royal family to wed into the Tiance Dynasty. Upon hearing Li Chen's audacious demand, both Li Chen and Yu Fuji were taken aback. This news swept through the assembly of scholars like a refreshing breeze, dissipating the cloud of despair that had settled over them. Their expressions transformed into one of reverence and sincerity as they began to extol the emperor's wisdom and might. So that is the case. The emperor is indeed far-sighted. This move not only asserts our nation's authority, but also spares the princess the hardship of a distant marriage, achieving two objectives with one action. The blue-robed scholar was the first to amend his stance, his voice brimming with admiration. Yes, the emperor is unmatched in valor. Such a clever scheme is beyond ordinary intellect. Another scholar quickly concurred, shame etched on his face. His Majesty's decision not only showcases our dynasty's tolerance and magnanimity, but also serves as a reminder to the northern court of our strength. A true enlightened ruler. The gaunt scholar's eyes sparkled with admiration, his speech infused with praise for the emperor. Indeed, with such a sagacious emperor, we, as scholars, must remain loyal to our country and serve the court. Once the northern royal family weds into our dynasty, our nation will surely thrive. The elder scholar also rose, his voice filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Observing this transformation, Yu Fuji could only shake his head in disbelief. Moments ago, these were the very individuals who had denounced the emperor so vehemently. How swiftly they had changed their tune, abandoning all principles. Li Chen could hardly fathom that her usually low-key brother, whom she had seldom seen, could be so audacious. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Fuji remarked, "Xining, your brother is undoubtedly a sage." Li Ning expressed her confusion, asking, "How can you be so certain?" Yu Fuji smiled faintly and replied, Such words can only be spoken by one who has reached the realm of a sage. Li Chen acknowledged, that makes sense. For the first time, she felt a spark of curiosity towards another person. Chapter 32. To survive in the imperial palace, one must wear a mask. No longer bound to the northern kingdom through an unwanted marriage, Li Chen found herself in exceedingly high spirits. At this moment, her emotions were a mix of excitement and exhilaration. Had any of the other princes ascended the throne, she might not have felt such nerves, for they had all doted on her since childhood. The crown prince, as the future heir, understood her thirst for knowledge and commanded that rare tomes be gathered to satiate her intellectual curiosity. His vast knowledge often illuminated the confounding passages within her books, and Li Chen held her elder brother in great esteem, believing he would undoubtedly be a wise ruler. Whenever she adorned the jade pendant gifted by him, warmth seemed to flow from it, gently nourishing her meridians. She admired her second brother, whose formidable prowess could summon the winds and rain. The third prince, a commander of the frontier armies, had achieved great military accolades, and upon returning victorious, he would always bring her spoils of war. Though he was not one for many words, his unwavering promises earned her deep respect. The other princes also extended their care towards her, but it was merely superficial. As a princess, she had been taught since childhood by her father to be cultured and well-mannered. She was expected to enjoy reading, heed her elders, and make modest requests, always mindful of her royal status. In receiving her eldest brother's attention, she was to praise him earnestly. In the face of their father's favoritism, she was to display utmost joy. These were lessons imparted by her mother, emphasizing the necessity of disguise for survival within the palace. Personal feelings were irrelevant. What mattered was the perception of others. Those within the palace wore their masks, feigning warmth and amiability while concealing their true intentions. This was the primary reason Li Chen despised residing in the palace. Only before Li Chen could she shed her fade and embrace the playful, endearing sister within her. His chambers were filled with toys she had never seen before, and her favorite was a marvel called Lego, a name Li Chen had shared with her. She found it enchanting, capable of being assembled into her preferred forms. Equally impressive were the Transformers, toys that could morph from humanoid figures into four-wheeled vehicles. There were also vividly colored figurines, which Li Chen referred to as shubin, and forbade her from touching, leaving her quite disheartened. Li Chen would also teach her to play with spinning tops and yo-yos. Whenever she had free time, she would eagerly rush to his room to engage with these toys. However, as she grew older, her father restricted her interactions with Li Chen, perhaps believing she should spend more time with her other brothers, who were deemed more exemplary. The fear was that prolonged contact with Li Chen would lead her to become frivolous and mediocre. Young as she was, Li Chen understood that she could not live the life she desired. Thus, she resumed her role as a princess, burying her fondness for Li Chen along with her innocence and playfulness deep within her heart, leading to reduced interactions. But today was different. Only her favorite brother remained in the palace. Perhaps outside its confines, she could maintain her composure. Upon entering the palace, she began to skip with newfound energy. For Li Chen, being the emperor, would not demand that she uphold the demeanor of a princess. For the first time, she sensed an air of freedom within the palace, no longer the dreary and rigid environment she had known. Li Chen felt a surge of excitement as she was about to meet her brother. How delightful it was to discover that Li Chen was on par with her esteemed teacher. Li Chen believed that Li Chen's refusal to engage in a marriage alliance with the Northern Kingdom, even going so far as to provoke them, was motivated by his affection for her as a sister. Passing maids could see the admiration shining in her eyes. At that moment, a girl clad in splendid palace attire flitted gracefully through the corridor, her face adorned with curiosity and mischief. She approached the door of the imperial study with familiarity. But just as she was about to push the door open, she caught sight of a slender figure standing quietly beneath the window, slightly turned away, with bright eyes peering through the lattice, curiously observing the room's interior. Her form was as graceful as a willow swaying in the spring breeze, drawing admiration from all who beheld her. Li Chen felt a surge of curiosity and approached quietly, cautious not to disturb the serene atmosphere. When her fingers gently rested upon the shoulder of the slender figure, the girl was clearly startled by the unexpected touch. She spun around, her large, sparkling eyes widening in surprise, her lashes fluttering like a startled fawn. Her hands instinctively covered her heart, and her slightly parted lips revealed a mixture of astonishment and shyness. A sight both endearing and captivating, evoking a protective instinct within Li Chen. Unable to contain herself, Li Chen burst into laughter, finding the girl's reaction utterly charming. She took a moment to scrutinize the beautiful stranger before her, discovering that she too was breathtakingly lovely, rivaling her own beauty. In that instant, the two beauties of the imperial capital met for the first time, and the astonishment reflected in their eyes indicated mutual admiration. "Are you perhaps the consort of my royal brother?" Li Chen inquired playfully, with a hint of mischief and curiosity in her tone. The girl blushed deeply at the question, hastily shaking her head and clarifying, No, I am not." Sensing the awkwardness of her response, she quickly amended, "Not yet, at least." Her voice was melodious and sweet, imbued with a blend of earnestness and charm. Li Chen found her answer amusing. She had not anticipated encountering such a delightful and earnest girl. As a princess, she had never felt the need to be as reserved as Chu Ruoyan. She blinked, mentally preparing herself as the good sister of her brother. It was her duty to assess this potential future consort and ensure her brother was not ensnared by a femme fatale. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Ruoyan made a shushing gesture and pointed towards the imperial study. Li Chen leaned in closer, their exquisite faces nearly touching, causing Chu Ruoyan's cheeks to flush even deeper, and she felt a slight dizziness. Upon reaching the window, Li Chen was met with the sound of furious shouting emanating from within. Chapter 33. The Strange Tales of the Imperial Study. "You incompetent official, do you possess any capability? So many have submitted memorials against you, claiming that whenever they seek your assistance, you either procrastinate or evade. A trivial matter has lingered for over a year. Why don't you just vanish? Moreover, and you, even embezzling the funds meant for paving the palace roads. You dare to do such a thing right beneath my feet." Yes, the voice belonged to none other than her beloved brother, Li Chen. Before him knelt two trembling officials, their bodies quaking in fear. Li Chen watched as a memorial was flung with precision, striking one of the officials squarely in the face, leaving him nearly convulsing from shock. This was the first time she had witnessed her brother in such a furious state. The regal aura he exuded was unmistakable, and her already high regard for him soared even higher. Perhaps no matter what Li Chen does, whether it be walking or dining, Li Chen would find favor in him, her affection steadily rising, though she remains unaware of it. Beside her, Chu Ruoyan is equally intrigued by the identity of this maiden in palace attire. In her eyes, this girl appears as a celestial being who has stepped out of a painted scroll, her skin as fair as snow, features exquisitely crafted, with a high nose and cherry-like lips. Even Chu Ruoyan, who is renowned for her beauty, feels a significant pressure in her presence. A thought crosses Chu Ruoyan's mind. Did the palace-clad maiden just refer to Li Chen as imperial brother? Could she be a princess? It is said that relationships among royal kin are often strained, masked by benevolent facades. However, from Chu Ruoyan's observations, the admiration and affection in the maiden's gaze towards Li Chen seem far too genuine to be mere pretense. Moreover, she does not appear intimidated by him, suggesting a cordial relationship between them. Chu Ruoyan contemplates whether she should first establish a rapport with this palace maiden. For if she were to become Li Chen's consort in the future, this maiden would be her sister-in-law. Yet, if Li Chen were not to take a liking to her, the awkwardness would be palpable. The most pressing concern is that their faces are uncomfortably close. Chu Ruoyan wishes to shift away, but fears that the palace maiden might interpret her movement as disdain. Conversely, remaining close feels equally unsettling. As she wrestles with this dilemma, the outcome of the discussions within is already determined. One minister has been dismissed to await news, while another is being carried out by the imperial guards. "You too may enter." Li Chen's voice soon reaches the ears of the two beauties peering through the window. Li Chen playfully sticks out her tongue and steps inside, while Chu Ruoyan appears more reserved, even more anxious than when she first visited days prior. This cannot be entirely blamed on her, as many dread entering Li Chen's study. Chu Ruoyan witnesses numerous officials, including the esteemed General Guopiyun, emerging either trembling or drenched in sweat. Indeed, Li Chen's study is akin to a place of ominous tales, a chamber dreaded by the ministers of the Tiance Dynasty. Among the officials, there circulates a set of rules regarding the study. Rule 1. Upon hearing His Majesty's summons, immediately set aside your tasks and hasten to the study, where you may find yourself in peril. Rule 2. If you happen to pick up a document that has fallen at your feet, regardless of its contents, feign fear and never admit to what it says, for this may ensure your temporary survival. Rule 3. When His Majesty rises, do not make eye contact, lest he perceive it as a provocation. Rule 8. Should you violate the aforementioned rules, it indicates you have succumbed to the ominous tales. Proceed to Wu Min for a blade to conclude your journey of dread. In the eyes of many, Li Chen embodies a fearsome and imposing new emperor. Yet, Li Ning feels a pang of sympathy. She recalls her teacher mentioning the burdens of being an emperor, and it certainly appears so. As Li Chen's devoted sister, she feels compelled to alleviate some of his burdens. At that moment in the study, Li Chen too is perplexed. It seems there were far fewer documents during the reign of the late emperor. Why do these petitions now flood in as if they were free, unbeknownst to him, during the late emperor's reign? The need to balance court politics and care for those loyal ministers from the Qianlong era led to many matters being left unaddressed or handled with caution, resulting in fewer petitions. However, since Li Chen takes action against anyone without allegiance, disregarding the feelings of elder officials, even princes and nobles, the volume of petitions has surged. As his achievements rise, Li Chen increasingly appears exceptional in the eyes of the ministers, particularly those loyal to him, who privately liken him to a sagacious ruler. It is understood that openly praising Li Chen as a wise monarch is merely flattery, of little consequence. However, private commendations carry substantial weight, reflecting their genuine recognition of him. In the study, after finishing the last petition, Li Chen gently massages his temples, finally liberated from the mountain of official duties. At this moment, Li Ning and Chu Ruoyan slowly enter the study. The sight of the two beauties lifts Li Chen's spirits considerably. Imperial brother, you have finally completed your tasks. Li Ning remarks with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with concern for him. Having not seen each other for a while, and with the constraints of formality lifted since Li Chen's ascension, Li Ning begins to pour out her grievances about the hardships she has faced over the years. Her mother constantly insists she learn this and that, many of which she finds uninteresting and feels compelled to study. Li Chen reassures her, do not worry. Now that I am emperor, who else will look after you? They become engrossed in their conversation, even forgetting about the presence of others. Chu Ruoyan starts to feel somewhat superfluous. Li Chen, momentarily taken aback, enjoying the massage, gestures for her to continue. Li Ning takes a deep breath and states, tomorrow marks the 20th anniversary of Yunlu Academy. There will be esteemed scholars from various regions in attendance, and students from all over will come to witness the Academy's prestige. The Master has specifically invited you to attend, both to celebrate the Academy's anniversary and to allow scholars to behold your Imperial Majesty and experience your wisdom and valor. The Master of Yunlu Academy? Li Chen recalls hearing of him, one of the few sages in the imperial capital. He remembers that during the late emperor's reign, there were numerous invitations extended to him to serve in court, all of which he declined. The late emperor even visited the academy personally, yet the sage never expressed any desire for such engagement. Why not does he seek to approach me? Given the rarity of encountering someone of equal caliber, Li Chen is intrigued and responds, very well, I shall personally attend the grand ceremony tomorrow and celebrate with the scholars of the realm. Upon hearing Li Chen's agreement, Li Ning beams with joy and glances at Chu Ruoyan with a mischievous grin, saying, Imperial brother, are you two planning to have a rendezvous? As you wish. As Li Ning departs, she casts an encouraging glance at Chu Ruoyan, leaving her feeling a bit bashful. Chapter 34. A Pair of Harmonious Lovers. In the eastern part of the imperial capital, Chu Ruoyan is mentally rallying herself. For today's rendezvous, she has prepared all night, even mapping out the route. After all, yesterday was disrupted by two bothersome individuals, so today she has chosen a location where familiar faces are unlikely to appear, the renowned Yinyuan Mountain, a famed dating spot in the capital. Yinyuan Mountain is famous not only for its towering Yinyuan tree, but also for its many touching love stories. However, that is not the main focus. The highlight is the various activities on the mountain that can enhance the bonds between couples. Li Chen has been cooped up in the palace for too long and has heard of this place, but this is his first visit. The scenery of Yinyuan Mountain is enchanting, resembling a flowing painting, with blooming flowers, fluttering butterflies, and a faint floral fragrance in the air. The fallen leaves create golden pathways that rustle underfoot. Numerous couples traverse the paths, though many also ascend alone to seek love. The mountain is not only rugged, but also rises to a great height. As one ascends, the crowd thins. Both Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan are cultivators, and although the path is steep, it poses no challenge for them. They chose to remain lower on the mountain to prevent Li Chen from becoming too fatigued. To ensure authenticity, she even scouted the path the previous night. It is evident that Chu Ruoyan has put considerable effort into this date. Her preparation rivals her dedication to cultivation, and she worries that Li Chen might perceive her efforts as disingenuous. What if he thinks she is being scheming? Yesterday, I failed to consider this point and wondered if I should choose a better location. Lost in thought, I inadvertently neglected the steps beneath my feet and twisted my ankle. The instinctive gasp and the slightly pained expression on my face were undeniably genuine. At that moment, Chu Ruoyan's little determination emerged. It seemed she was resolute in reaching the designated spot. Li Chen, being exceptionally understanding, picked her up and gently placed her on nearby grass. Offering to massage the injured area, as a cultivator of the sacred realm, he could certainly utilize his abilities to alleviate the swelling in Chu Ruoyan's leg. However, was it truly necessary? Of course not. While massaging her, the delicate and smooth texture of her calf was simply irresistible. Upon their first meeting, Li Chen had already noticed Chu Ruoyan's tall stature. Her legs were remarkably long. Imagining carrying her on his shoulders was quite a thrill. Yet, with passers-by around, he would not dare to act so brazenly in public. After a brief massage, he lifted Chu Ruoyan onto his back, allowing him to savor the softness against him. Their interaction was a harmonious collaboration, each achieving their desired outcome. They seemingly understood each other's intentions, eliminating the need for excessive coyness. It wasn't that Chu Ruoyan lacked modesty. As a woman, she undoubtedly felt a twinge of shyness. However, she was acutely aware of the kind of person Li Chen was. Opportunities like this were rare. She had witnessed Lu Hao and Wu Qi's desperate longing to be in her position. Yesterday, due to a lack of assertiveness, she had allowed those two opportunists to take advantage. Today, with a rare chance to be alone with Li Chen, she was determined to seize the moment. Before long, they reached the summit of Yinyuan Mountain, where the legendary Yinyuan tree, a symbol of love, stood before them. As Chu Ruoyan shook the divination, she silently wished for a favorable outcome, ideally a top-tier fortune. Li Chen, using his skills, assisted her in drawing a highly auspicious fortune. While one hoped for divine blessings, the other possessed the ability to manifest their desires, resulting in a mutual fulfillment. They then engaged in various light-hearted activities on the mountain, such as a blindfolded game of guiding one another across a bridge, where missteps could lead to a plunge into the water, testing their synergy. In essence, these playful games were designed to foster physical contact between shy couples, thereby deepening their bond. Aside from these, there were other simple activities, but both participants had their own agendas. Strangely enough, they seemed to be perfectly in sync. Even when Chu Ruoyan occasionally faltered, Li Chen effortlessly anticipated her moves, allowing him to assist her while gaining an advantage. During this time, minor troubles arose, such as a plump woman in a hooded cloak who accidentally stumbled toward them. Even a fleeting glance revealed her stunning beauty. Had Li Chen chosen to catch her, he would have grasped a rather generous reward. However, he merely channeled his internal energy to steady her. This act earned him admiration from Chu Ruoyan and gratitude from the cloaked woman. While engaging in the games, two foolish individuals began to fight over a woman, disrupting the activities for everyone. Li Chen, uninterested in confrontation, merely flicked his finger, causing them to collapse in a pool of blood. Realizing they had angered a formidable presence, the two quickly apologized and departed. In the face of true power, they dared not allow their emotions to cloud their judgment. Those nearby, however, interpreted the event as a manifestation of the Yinyuan deity punishing the troublemakers. Consequently, many flocked to the Yinyuan tree to offer their prayers, giving rise to yet another legend. Meanwhile, Chu Ruoyan observed clearly. This was not the work of a deity, but the actions of a genuine divine being. Thus, a delightful day came to an end as they descended the mountain. Now enveloped in dusk, Chu Ruoyan felt deeply moved. After 3 days, she finally enjoyed a proper date. Yinyuan Mountain was splendid in every aspect. The only disappointment for Li Chen being the absence of a 5-star inn nearby. Even a short-term lodging would suffice. They had achieved their objective for the day. Winning over Chu Ruoyan was merely a matter of time. In Li Chen's view, the most crucial aspect of a date was the feedback. As long as a woman genuinely liked someone, she would naturally express her enthusiasm. To him, the final result held significance, but the journey was equally indispensable. Given his strength and status, if he merely sought beauty, it would be too simple. Naturally, he did not dismiss the possibility of such pursuits in the future. However, with a woman like Chu Ruoyan, he relished the process of winning her over. After all, he could distinguish who he wished to spend his life with and who he simply desired for fleeting pleasures. Chapter 35. Not so fast, but also quick. That night, at the Chu family estate, she resolved to clarify matters with Xiao Ming, ensuring he would not have an opportunity to speak. Her feelings for Li Chen had soared, and she had no intention of eloping with Xiao Ming. Yet, Xiao Ming remained oblivious to this, mistakenly believing that Chu Ruoyan was enduring humiliation at Li Chen's side. However, one thing Xiao Ming did realize was that if he did not act swiftly, Chu Ruoyan would not merely be suffering beside Li Chen, but would find herself beneath him. The mere thought of his goddess in the arms of another made him anxious and filled with rage. The residual soul of the sage within Xiao Ming feared that such emotions would hinder his cultivation, potentially leading him astray. Yet, before it could intervene, it was astonished to find that Xiao Ming's cultivation speed was rapidly increasing under such emotional turmoil. The sage's residual soul began to suspect that its disciple possessed some unique attribute. Chu Ruoyan was well aware of Xiao Ming's temperament. Once he set his mind on something, he would not waver. She knew he would return tonight. With a plethora of polite refusals at the ready, she was determined to speak first and set the record straight. However, Xiao Ming did not grant her the chance to speak. Thinking he had employed some sort of hidden weapon, she examined closely and discovered a short sword with a letter attached. The letter read, "I know you endure torment each day. Don't dwell too much on me. We shall meet in 5 days." Upon reading this, Chu Ruoyan was infuriated. This person truly provided no opportunity for explanation. She only hoped Xiao Ming would not stir up any trouble, or it would end poorly. Should she inform Li Chen in advance? But given Li Chen's standing, what could Xiao Ming do? On the other side, within Wu Qi's residence, he appeared disheartened. "What's wrong? You look so dispirited." "It's nothing. I simply waited in vain for someone I longed to see, only to face off with someone I wished to avoid all day." Wu Qi sat on the threshold, looking exhausted. He had been lurking near the Chu family estate since early morning, hoping to track Chu Ruoyan and curry favor with the goddess's chosen man. Nearby, he had spotted Lu Hao, who seemed to share the same intention. The two exchanged disdainful glances, but said little. Strangely, they had not seen Chu Ruoyan leave the estate all day. Was the goddess being neglected by the emperor? In truth, Chu Ruoyan had anticipated their actions, opting to sneak out through the side courtyard rather than the main gate. Wu Qi and Lu Hao were thus unable to intercept her. However, they had heard that the emperor would attend the grand ceremony at Yunlu Academy the following day, presenting a chance for them to seek their fortune. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Wu Nanji, who was munching on fruit. Wu Qi pondered how to persuade his aunt to accompany him to Yunlu Academy. If his aunt caught the emperor's eye, it would be a grand achievement for him. WNNZH had not anticipated that her nephew genuinely wished to sell her. "Aunt, did you not visit YNYU NSHN today? What was the outcome of your divination?" "It was acceptable. The scenery there is quite beautiful. The matter of fate is merely a playful pursuit. Your aunt does not place any faith in such things." In truth, she had drawn an auspicious omen, and the interpreter had indicated that she would soon encounter her true soulmate. WNNZH felt that the interpreter was merely offering flattering words and did not pay it much heed. "Did you meet anyone intriguing?" That man possessed a formidable aura, strikingly handsome, and most notably, his gaze was exceptionally clear. He indeed left her with a rather distinct impression. Noticing WNNZH's silence, WQ adeptly shifted the topic to matters concerning YNLSHUN, which piqued WNNZH's curiosity. "I have heard from your grandfather that the master of YNLSHUN is a formidable being of the Holy Realm. Your grandfather once had an encounter with him and held him in high regard." Seeing that his aunt was interested, WQ continued to elaborate. Ultimately, through his persistent coaxing, WNNZH agreed to accompany him to visit the academy the following day. This did not surprise him, as the person in question was L.S. Ning. After departing from the imperial study, L.S. Ning went straight to LCHN's palace. It had been quite a while since her last visit. Yet each time she came, her heart brimmed with joy. In the outside world, she was the poised and virtuous ninth princess. Here, she was merely a spirited girl unrestrained by decorum, familiar with the process. She opened a door to reveal the toys Li Chen had previously crafted during his idle moments. For reasons unknown, despite having played with them numerous times, Li Chen still found immense joy in the toy known as Lego. With Li Chen absent, this space was hers to command. The feeling of being unmasked was utterly delightful. Under her deft hands, Lego transformed into an array of wondrous edifices. After dedicating a full 2 hours, she even completed a miniature palace. At that moment, receiving Li Chen's praise would have been the cherry on top. Li Chen stifled a yawn, her expression slightly weary, and leaned onto Li Chen's bed. She inhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing her face. The lingering scent on the quilt brought delight to every cell in her body. Unbeknownst to her, she had fallen into a deep slumber, clutching Li Chen's pillow. When Li Chen next opened her eyes, she encountered the handsome visage she had longed for. Slowly, she opened her starry eyes, the remnants of sleep casting a soft glow of innocence and delicacy. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, and as her gaze focused, it held a hint of dreamy bewilderment, stirring affection in the heart of anyone who beheld her. Her cascading hair lay carelessly around the pillow, a few strands brushing against her cheek, adding an air of tenderness and allure. Beneath her flowing locks, her fair shoulder peeked out inadvertently, her skin as delicate as porcelain, with a subtle blush that invited imagination. As Li Chen slightly rose, her shoulder became even more prominent. Li Chen casually remarked. At that moment, Li Chen leaned closer, a mischievous smile gracing her features. How goes the progress? Ahem, it's not that rapid, but it is progressing. Li Chen was equally perplexed by who might have instructed her in such matters. Did the late emperor truly have her reading books that contained such content? Perhaps no one could have envisioned that their conversation could be so straightforward and blunt. Chapter 36. As long as I do not exhaust myself in practice, it proves that my training is not in vain. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Chen patted his shoulder and earnestly advised, "Brother, you must strive harder. At your age, the crown prince already had more than 10 consorts." Li Chen shot her an exasperated glance. Was I not preoccupied with my cultivation? However, the demise of the crown prince remained a mystery, and investigations thus far had yielded little. According to certain intel, it seemed the crown prince had foreseen his fate. Yet at that moment, he had dismissed his guards, which was perplexing. The case had been under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, and Li Chen had little leisure to delve into it. Nevertheless, as the current emperor, he needed to be aware of such matters. While he pondered, Li Chen spoke again, "But brother, all you need to do is put in the effort. Surpassing the crown prince is only a matter of time." Li Chen replied, "What a dark jest. How am I to respond? Is the crown prince going to resurrect and take consorts again?" He swiftly diverted the topic. "Rest assured, I know what I am not permitted to touch." As she spoke, Li Chen approached the miniature palace she had just constructed with Lego. It felt akin to a child eager for praise after acquiring a prized possession. If Li Chen had a tail, it would be wagging enthusiastically now. "Wow, who crafted this? It is truly a work of art. I must personally meet this artistic master someday." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Chen's rosy lips could not help but curl into a proud smile. "Behold, the artistic master stands before you." After waiting all night, she finally received Li Chen's commendation, which made her immensely proud. In Li Chen's eyes, all the glory in the world paled in comparison to Li Chen's praise. The simplicity of their daily interactions was striking. Li Chen treated her as one would a child. In Li Chen's palace, all the toys were available for her enjoyment, and he would never refuse her, except for figurines. While they were chatting, Li Chen discovered that his system panel had unexpectedly updated. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of surpassing levels. You have received a heavenly grade meridian strengthening pill X10. Limited time task, ferocious secret realm. Task requirements: The host must strive to elevate to the mid-stage of the opening meridian realm and obtain a top-quality treasure from a wild secret realm within 60 days. LCHN was momentarily at a loss for words regarding this task. The two individuals he had casually dealt with on YNYU and SHN should have been cultivators at the mid-stage of the opening meridian realm, indicating a stroke of luck. This heavenly-grade meridian strengthening pill was undoubtedly a treasure, capable of accelerating the strengthening of meridians for cultivators in the opening meridian realm. Furthermore, the system provided only the finest quality. In this world, pills were classified into 4 grades: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow, each further divided into various qualities. The system always offered the best, which could not be deemed stingy. Yet, for him, it held little utility. Moreover, the wild secret realm was indeed a perilous place. According to LCHN's understanding, the wild secret realm was the quickest avenue for ordinary cultivators to acquire resources, albeit fraught with danger. Wild secret realms appeared randomly, with no fixed refresh points. Conversely, fixed resources in this world, such as spirit fields, spirit mountains, and/or veins, were predominantly controlled by major factions, with the Tiance Dynasty holding a significant share. For cultivators of the Tiance Dynasty to acquire resources, entering the Battle Academy was undoubtedly the best choice. Sect and aristocratic factions might occupy a region at most, while the Tiance Dynasty was a vast nation. As long as one achieved excellent results in the Battle Academy, the state would support them. This was also a primary reason why LCHN and the late Emperor placed great importance on this aspect. Take the new Battle Academy, for instance. On the first day of enrollment, one might believe oneself to be an unparalleled genius among millions. Yet, one's classmates could be even more formidable, all being champions for various regions. Who was not selected from among millions? The stability and development of the Tiance Dynasty heavily relied on these core forces. To rapidly enhance one's cultivation, resources were undoubtedly paramount. The formation of alliances among major sects, along with their ensuing conflicts, also stemmed from resource allocation issues. Currently, LCHN possessed ample resources, yet they seemed of little use to him. Contemplating this, LCHN suddenly turned his gaze towards LS-ing. Wait, if the system claims it can help me cultivate to the pinnacle of the holy realm, does that mean I can simply follow the system's process to cultivate a being of the holy realm's ultimate perfection? The system tasks are perilous. Yet this is merely the case for those newly activated. Consequently, this fully leveled character of mine can effortlessly create a fully leveled secondary character. Can it? When it comes to sharing these resources with others, Li Chen wouldn't bother to part with them even if they were to rot in his hands. However, he is willing to experiment by offering them to Li Chen. Before proceeding, Li Chen must first ascertain whether his sister has practiced cultivation. Upon approaching, he observed the joyful expression on Li Xining's face and called out to her. As if responding to a command, she didn't question why, but ran to stand before him. Extending her hand, Li Xining presented her fair, delicate left hand to Li Chen. Without hesitation, she offered her other hand as well. Oblivious to the reasons behind her actions, she understood that when Li Chen called, she simply obeyed. Li Xining would never refuse any request from Li Chen. He placed his hand on her pulse, examining her physical condition. Indeed, this young girl had never practiced cultivation. She was as blank as a fresh canvas. Resolute, Li Chen prepared to train this secondary character, choosing Li Xining precisely because of her obedient nature. Do you wish to become a sage? He posed, presenting her with a grand prospect before ensuring her satisfaction. Li Chen, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Have you been lost in novels? At my level, if I were to transfer even a modicum of energy to you, your body would surely explode. If it weren't for your last statement, I wouldn't even bother teaching you." In this world, cultivation commences with the refinement of meridians. If they cannot endure powerful abilities, they will suffer damage. Frequent activation of the meridians also incurs wear. Thus, cultivators are generally on par with ordinary individuals. Although Li Xining was not particularly concerned about cultivation, it provided her an excuse to frequently interact with Li Chen. Thus, she naturally endeavored to improve. Observing that his sister was prepared, Li Chen presented her with the beginner's gift pack, which included the Tianpin Gumai Dan and the Jiu Tian Long Mai Ju. Along with the Tianpin Jing Mai Changhua Dan, he began to guide her step by step on how to practice, instructing her on which meridian to cultivate first. The following day, upon awakening, Li Chen was astonished to discover that Li Ning had reached the initial stage of Kai Mai after a night of cultivation. Such a remarkable speed would make even the likes of the second prince, a genius of his caliber, envious. This meant that Li Ning had officially embarked on her cultivation journey. Li Chen had initially planned to advise her to proceed slowly, ideally consolidating her progress at the Kai Mai stage to allow for deeper accumulation, which would benefit her future advancements. However, recalling that he himself had reached the initial stage of Kai Mai in just 10 minutes, he felt it was not overly concerning. After all, Li Chen's cultivation method was simple. As long as he didn't end up killing himself in the process, it would affirm that he was on the right path. Chapter 37. This one is a sovereign of the Sage realm. In the capital's 7th ring lies a dilapidated courtyard. This is where Xiao Ming conducts his daily cultivation, and it also serves as one of the former residences of the Sage's remnant soul contained within his necklace. Inside, there exists a secret chamber housing treasures collected by the Sage's remnant soul. Xiao Ming relied on these artifacts, along with guidance from the Sage's remnant soul, to transform from a once fallen genius of a noble family into one of the most prominent prodigies in the capital. Early in the morning, Xiao Ming was diligently cultivating, the robust energy circulating within his meridians, and he was steadily advancing, subtly approaching a breakthrough into the mid-stage of Pasu. The Sage's remnant soul observed this with great sentiment. According to his estimates, Xiao Ming would require at least 2 more months to achieve a breakthrough. However, the humiliation he endured during these past few days of rigorous cultivation had accelerated his progress significantly. Xiao Ming was born in a border city of the Tiance Dynasty and was known as a local genius from a young age, displaying considerable talent for cultivation. However, this fortunate situation was short-lived. Over a decade ago, enemies came to his door. His father was slain, his mother abducted, and his family annihilated. Throughout the perilous journey from the border to the capital, he repeatedly evaded danger, experiencing qualitative growth in strength. He transformed from an ordinary genius of a small town to a distinguished prodigy within the core region of the capital. As time passed, the Sage's remnant soul noticed that Xiao Ming's cultivation speed began to slow. Along the way, he encountered many women, yet he remained steadfast in reaching the capital. The issue arose when he met Chu Ruoyan, a breathtakingly beautiful woman who captivated his heart. Under normal circumstances at this hour, Xiao Ming would not be in the courtyard cultivating, but would be vying for Chu Ruoyan's attention at the training grounds of the aristocratic disciples. Competing against the likes of Lu Hao and Wu Qi, the Sage's remnant soul thought that had Xiao Ming not squandered so much time, his cultivation would at least surpass Lu Hao's. Yet, Xiao Ming, being young and ambitious, was understood by the Sage's remnant soul, who recognized that the desire for beauty is inherent in all. Provided Xiao Ming practiced diligently, barring unforeseen events, he could attain considerable cultivation. Ultimately, he would seek a way to resurrect the Sage's remnant soul, who would then guide him to break through to the Sage realm. Whether Xiao Ming could ascend before his lifespan expired would depend on his fate. As a mentor, there was little more that the Sage's remnant soul could do. However, with Chu Ruoyan's departure, the Sage's remnant soul observed that his disciple's cultivation was rising at a terrifying pace, surpassing even his previous peak. If this momentum continued, reaching the Sage realm would be imminent. The Sage's remnant soul felt compelled to say, "Had you cultivated like this earlier, that girl would surely have been yours by now." He also felt a tinge of guilt, realizing that it was his failure as a mentor to have overlooked that Xiao Ming, being a child, understood little. Women would only impede his cultivation speed. The greater the humiliation, the more one could endure solitude, thus naturally accelerating their cultivation speed. Therefore, concerning the matter of taking Chu Ruoyan away in 7 days, the Sage's remnant soul began to hesitate. If Xiao Ming were to be with that girl, he would hardly focus on cultivation, his mind consumed with thoughts of procreation. Eventually, he would not only be physically weakened but also distracted, jeopardizing his entire future. The Sage's remnant soul relied on Xiao Ming's revival, which seemed increasingly bleak. After much contemplation, the Sage's remnant soul concluded that not only must he prevent Xiao Ming from taking Chu Ruoyan, but he must also devise a way for her to become involved with the emperor sooner. Such humiliation would drive Xiao Ming to cultivate vigorously. To put it bluntly, This young man simply needed a push. Without such measures, he would neglect his training. The sage's remnant soul regarded Xiao Ming. It is not that I do not assist you. My actions are for your own good. Resolute, the sage's remnant soul began to plot his next course of action, unbeknownst to the diligently cultivating Xiao Ming. In a few days, a world would emerge where everyone wins, leaving him the sole victim. Meanwhile, Li Chen was in high spirits, finally possessing a valid reason to skip the morning court session. The sun began to rise, bathing the capital of the Tiance Dynasty in a golden glow. Today marked the decade-long ceremony of Yunlu Academy, and the entire city was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Numerous scholars from afar regarded today as a day of pilgrimage. Amidst this celebration, the most striking sight was the royal carriage making its way to the academy. The carriage, adorned with a towering flag swaying in the wind, displayed a vivid depiction of the sun and moon rising, evoking the imagery of soaring through clouds and reaching the heavens. The vehicle was drawn by 6 rare and extraordinary beasts, a hybrid of qilin and dragon, possessing extraordinary strength and wisdom. Each step they took caused the ground to tremble slightly, exuding the majesty and nobility of the royal lineage. Surrounding the carriage were the imperial guard, clad in armor and wielding long spears, their gazes resolute, sworn to protect Li Chen within the carriage at all costs. Nevertheless, this was perhaps the least concerning escort for the imperial guard, given that Li Chen was a sage. Who would dare to attack him without cause? Nonetheless, the guards remained vigilant, fully committed, for the emperor's authority was indisputable. As the carriage of Li Chen arrived, the masses knelt in reverence, their faces reflecting a profound sense of awe and devotion, as if they were welcoming a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. At last, the procession came to a gentle halt at the entrance of Yunlu Academy. At that moment, a tall, venerable elder with a white beard and a physique sculpted with 16 abdominal muscles emerged gracefully. He was none other than the revered Master Yu, the sage of countless scholars within the Tiance Dynasty. Possessing the cultivation of a sage, he was equally adept in both martial and literary pursuits, commanding respect in a world where strength reigned supreme. However, today, he personally welcomed the arrival at the gates, an act that astonished all present. It was known that when great scholars from other nations visited, Master Yu would merely await them atop the stargazing pavilion, serving tea. Even when the former emperor of Tiance Dynasty graced them with his presence, Master Yu would only greet him at the entrance of the same pavilion. No one had ever been able to compel him to approach the gates in person. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the curtain of the carriage gradually lifted, revealing a young man clad in a dragon robe who stepped forth with measured grace. His demeanor was transcendent, as if he shared the same age as the heavens and the earth, radiating a brilliance akin to that of the sun and moon. Surrounding him was a faint, ethereal aura, making it not an exaggeration to liken him to a divine being descending from the ninth heaven. Li Chen, unperturbed, unleashed the overwhelming aura of a sage, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble, reminiscent of tumultuous waves surging forth from ancient epics. Piercing the heavens with a powerful breath, every individual present gazed upon this new emperor, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. Was this indeed the new emperor of the Tiance Dynasty? His prowess was truly extraordinary, beyond mortal comprehension. It was no wonder that even Master Yu felt compelled to personally welcome him. A powerful being certainly held the right to stand above emperors. Yet, this emperor was one of sage caliber. Who among them could claim superiority, daring to remain standing? At that moment, whether they were esteemed scholars from other nations, formidable figures within the Tiance Dynasty, or high-ranking dignitaries, all knelt upon ground. The pressure swiftly shifted to Master Yu, as he was the only one in attendance who had yet to bow before Li Chen. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, eager to witness whether he would kneel or remain defiant in the presence of the sage-level emperor who had already released his formidable aura. In that instant, the area occupied by Li Chen and Master Yu became the focal point of the gathering. What was intended to be merely a celebration turned into an unforeseen spectacle. As upon stepping from the carriage, Li Chen exuded an unparalleled presence, unmistakably revealing the aura of a sage. Many individuals fixed their eyes upon this scene, eager to discern Master Yu's next move. Even Master Yu himself felt momentarily bewildered, confronted by an immense pressure. surrounded by nobles, common folk, and the sage-level newcomer Li Chen. All eyes were upon him. In that moment, he believed Li Chen would extend a greeting, allowing those around them to rise, thus averting the heavy atmosphere. Yet, Li Chen showed no inclination to do so, merely observing him. At that juncture, Master Yu comprehended that this emperor required a response from him. He surmised that Li Chen's display of sage-level might upon disembarking was not solely for the purpose of asserting his status, but rather a deliberate act. Historically, emperors sought to stabilize their dominion by showing deference to such eminent figures. Hence, those at the pinnacle of power, like Master Yu, often regarded imperial authority with a measure of indifference. Scholars revered Master Yu, venerating him as a saint, and in their eyes his standing far surpassed that of any emperor. While they might dare to criticize an emperor, none would ever speak ill of Master Yu. Other emperors could only turn a blind eye, fearing public discontent. Li Chen, however, was unwavering, boldly scrutinizing the situation. In the Tiance Dynasty, who would dare defy him? Had he privately invited Master Yu for tea, he might have approached with less demand. But today, he was in the presence of an emperor, and this was a public venue where both commoners and nobility alike were watching. He had graciously come forth, but Master Yu must also recognize his own standing. Having attained sagehood, why should he indulge anyone? Should Master Yu choose not to kneel, the world might mistakenly believe he was Li Chen's equal. In that instant, no one could discern Master Yu's inner thoughts. Yet, the next moment he knelt upon both knees, his voice solemn, as he proclaimed, "I, Yu Zhong, humble citizen, pay my respects to your majesty." Master Yu had knelt, completely submitting before Li Chen. This act represented not only himself, but the entirety of scholars across the realm. At that moment, the surrounding scholars awoke to the realization that above Master Yu, there indeed was an emperor. What better embodiment of the adage that beneath the vast sky, there exists no ground but that of the king. On the shores of the land, there are no subjects but those of the king. Rise, Li Chen said, personally stepping forward to assist Master Yu to his feet. Master Yu expressed his profound gratitude, and thus the celebration at Yunlu Academy commenced. The most exhilarated among them were the nobles and ministers, for their emperor had made it abundantly clear to the world that he was the supreme being, the sovereign of all. In the Tiance Dynasty, his word was law. Should Master Yu be unwilling to accept this, he could simply unleash his power. They could witness whether this sage-level emperor would stand against him. In truth, had Master Yu lacked this awareness, the very foundation of Yunlu Academy might have been threatened by Li Chen's might, and he possessed the capability to do so. Subsequently, Li Chen slowly stepped through the ancient and solemn gates of Yunlu Academy, each stride resonating with strength and resolve. The officials followed closely, yet dared not overstep. Even Master Yu, the sage, could only walk at the side of Li Chen. This action not only demonstrated respect for Li Chen, but also underscored a profound reverence for the supremacy of imperial authority. The scene evoked a sense of nostalgia among some loyal ministers, as they reminisced about the times when they accompanied the former emperor to this very place, where Master Yu had walked alongside him, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The former emperor had invited Master Yu to serve in the court multiple times, yet Master Yu had not shown him much deference. A serene smile adorned Li Chen's face, and in his every gesture, he exuded an air of supremacy that seemed to overlook the world. As he progressed forward, the scholars of the academy, once proud of their knowledge, now lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of the supreme ruler. Especially those who had previously spoken boldly against Li Chen in private felt an acute sense of trepidation. As Emperor Li Chen entered the gates of Yunlu Academy, the common folk outside began to murmur excitedly, their faces aglow with admiration and respect, as if they were witnessing the manifestation of divine might and heroic grandeur. An elderly man, trembling as he stood, his eyes shining with reverence, exclaimed, "In my long life, I have never witnessed such a sight. The emperor truly embodies the spirit of the dragon, unmatched in valor." Nearby, a young woman cradling her child gazed upon Li Chen with adoration and awe, whispering to her child, "Remember his visage, for he is the wise ruler of our Tiance Dynasty." Not far away, a young noble sighed with excitement, declaring, "With such an emperor, how can the Tiance Dynasty not prosper? I dare say, our dynasty shall produce a ruler for the ages." During the moment from disembarking the carriage to entering the academy, few had the opportunity to see Li Chen, as those present were either of high status or had arrived early. The crowd surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the emperor's extraordinary presence, resulting in a degree of chaos. Amidst the throng, the patriarch of the Chu family safeguarded his kin as they retreated. Except for Chu Ruoyan, the others from the Chu family were seeing Li Chen for the first time. The head of the Chu family had only just realized why his proud daughter appeared so disoriented upon meeting His Majesty. Youthful, handsome, and terrifyingly powerful, he held an unparalleled position. It was no wonder that even someone as composed as Chu Ruoyan was captivated. The Chu family head felt that his early morning visit, before dawn, was indeed worthwhile. At this moment, Chu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with affection. It was her first time witnessing Li Chen adorned in a dragon robe, radiating an air of supreme authority that left her utterly entranced. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Wu Qi arrived early, yet found himself unable to squeeze through the throng surrounding the venue. My goodness, these people must have come at the crack of dawn to claim their spots. I'm truly impressed. Missing the opportunity to fawn over Li Chen left him exceedingly frustrated. Although Wu Qi was a renowned genius within the imperial capital, the presence of so many formidable figures around him, including the imperial guards, rendered him unable to push through. Nearby, his acerbic aunt, Wu Nanji, chided him. You always boast about how well you fare in the capital when you ride home. How is it that you cannot even secure a front row position? I told you to work hard on your cultivation, yet look at you, so feeble, easily pushed aside. How can you still call yourself a genius? Wu Qi dared not retort in the face of his aunt's scathing remarks. Though Wu Nanji had never seen the emperor's appearance, she could sense the overwhelming power emanating from him, far surpassing that of Wu Qi's grandfather. She found it peculiar that this aura felt somewhat familiar. Among the crowd, Lu Hao, the favored son of a grand noble, was particularly self-satisfied. Though his family had seen better days, he still carried a significant presence. Upon hearing that Li Chen would visit Yunlu Academy, he had his father leverage various connections to gain early access to the academy. Once he found an opportunity, he would fervently seek to curry favor with Li Chen. Chapter 39. Li Chen's Fan Meeting. Within Yunlu Academy, renowned scholars gathered in abundance. They were either distinguished figures from various regions of the Tiance Dynasty or scholars from foreign lands. Those who entered the star-gazing pavilion were all notable individuals, akin to literary luminaries. Initially, they had come to admire the presence of the esteemed Confucian master, but now they had transformed into fervent admirers of Li Chen. These literary giants were adept at navigating the currents of favor. To extol the virtues of the Confucian master at this moment would be tantamount to offending the emperor. Conversely, flattering Li Chen could potentially yield rewards, perhaps even an official appointment, and the repercussions of offending the Confucian master seemed negligible. With this in mind, the scholars eagerly penned verses in praise of Li Chen. One by one, they queued to kneel before him, offering their compositions as tributes. An onlooker might mistake this for a fan meeting dedicated to Li Chen. Li Chen did not deter the accolades from the literary giants. It seemed he welcomed their praises. However, a few individuals with tears in their eyes were undeniably overacting. Those courtiers accustomed to kneeling in the study were the true masters of performance. Meanwhile, the Confucian master, usually unruly, stood straight and composed, buttoned up, appearing even more modest than the chief eunuch, Cui Gonggong, beside Li Chen. Had one not known his identity, they might have mistaken him for Li Chen's bodyguard. Amidst the throng, Li Chen ascended to the platform of the star-gazing pavilion, surveying the thousands of students below. Each year, millions of students from the Tiance Dynasty participated in the imperial examinations, and those who passed would advance to local tests. Success in these tests would grant them the opportunity to attend the capital's final examination. Securing a position on the honor roll would ensure their entry into the court, and those fortunate enough to earn Li Chen's favor could directly ascend to significant government positions. The thousands of students gathered were primarily there to prepare for the final examinations. They would traditionally come to Yunlu Academy to pay their respects to the Confucian master before exams, akin to burning incense for good fortune. Over time, this had become a cherished tradition. The Confucian master usually delivered an impassioned speech at this juncture, encouraging the students to achieve their aspirations, thus solidifying his esteemed position among scholars across the land. Some even began to emulate him. What kind of person is the Confucian master? He turned down the emperor's offer to serve in government. Consequently, a certain atmosphere had taken root within Yunlu Academy, particularly among his disciples. who were known to openly criticize the emperor and mock the courtiers, even in the presence of Li Chen, a royal princess. They believed that as long as the Confucian master remained present, they would face no repercussions. The sight of the Confucian master kneeling today shocked many of his students. Some exceptionally talented disciples began to ponder whether they should pursue official titles, realizing that simply lingering within the academy was not a viable path. Just look at the imposing officials behind Li Chen. As their admiration shifted from the Confucian master to Li Chen, their considerations began to change as well. With the Confucian master lowering his head, his disciples naturally felt diminished. This was precisely the outcome Li Chen desired. Li Chen was not oblivious to the fact that the Confucian master invited him to this Grand Academy event to serve as a mere backdrop. As the head of Yunlu Academy and a revered figure among scholars, having the emperor present at such an occasion would etch his name in history. What literary giant could boast such an accomplishment? The previous emperor's humility had conditioned the Confucian master to expect the same. However, Li Chen was not inclined to indulge him, making his authority known from the outset. Many were curious about the reasons behind the Confucian master's kneeling. The emotionally astute interpretation would be that the Confucian master understood that the vastness of the world and its multitude of people require a sovereign to ensure peace and prosperity, and that despite his scholarly achievements, he must maintain humility regarding state affairs and the relationship between ruler and subjects. Conversely, the less astute interpretation might suggest he felt threatened and did not dare to act. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, if reasoning were effective, who would bother with cultivation? To Li Chen, the only solution to difficulties lay in force. If one's strength could not resolve a problem, it merely indicated that one's strength was insufficient. Do not speak to me of the Confucian master's literary prowess. Had he not possessed martial strength, he would have met his demise long before achieving his current status while traversing the realms. Li Chen merely employed the same method to deliver a warning to the Confucian master. As for how the Confucian master would reflect on this, Li Chen was indifferent. Should he remain unconvinced, he could always take action. Standing atop the star-gazing pavilion, Li Chen felt the eager gazes of the students upon him, and he proclaimed, "I am acutely aware that you are all sharpening your skills in preparation for the upcoming spring examination. I encourage you to strive for excellence. For when you achieve recognition, you shall aid me in alleviating burdens and securing prosperity for the people, together building the brilliance of our Tiance." His voice resonated with grandeur, akin to that of a deity. Each word struck the hearts of the students, igniting a wave of excitement within them. Long live His Majesty! We shall not disappoint your expectations, and we will serve the nation diligently. The students shouted in unison, their voices brimming with dreams and aspirations for a bright future. Witnessing the fervor among the students, Li Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the spirit they ought to embody. Wherever he went, the nearby students were electrified. Some even danced with delight, their faces flushed, as if they were on the verge of performing a heartfelt melody of gratitude. During this period, a minor incident occurred when Li Chen unexpectedly encountered Lu Hao near the Jingxi Yuan. Lu Hao, with his robust physique, found an opportunity to approach Li Chen. But before he could utter his pledge of loyalty, Li Chen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Study diligently for the exams this year. I look forward to seeing your name on the list." Lu Hao was momentarily dumbfounded, as he had not participated in the spring examination and had merely blended in. "Oh no, His Majesty regards me as a candidate. If I speak the truth, would that be considered deceiving the sovereign?" Even his father began to harbor doubts about whether his son had been possessed. At the Prime Minister's residence, Zhao Wenyuan did not have to attend the morning court today, but he maintained an early rising habit and was perusing the intelligence reports submitted by his subordinates, his expression somewhat grave. The actions from the second prince had become increasingly frequent. Was he unable to contain himself so soon? "Should we inform His Majesty about this matter?" a subordinate inquired, recognizing this as an opportunity to curry favor with Li Chen. Chapter 40. The Second Prince's Hidden Card, Securing Victory. After observing for several days, Zhao Wenyuan concluded that our sovereign is not fond of troubles, nor does he appreciate those who create them. Do you understand? Zhao Wenyuan wore an inscrutable expression as he savored the bitter tea in his cup. Unlike the tribute teas offered by other court officials, the tea he brewed was quite ordinary, affordable even for common folk. Upon hearing this, his subordinate appeared to have an epiphany. I understand now. We shall directly assist His Majesty in resolving his troubles, which he will undoubtedly appreciate. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Wenyuan sputtered tea, choking violently. His subordinate hastily offered him a handkerchief and began to wipe up the spilled liquid. After regaining his composure, Zhao Wenyuan scolded, "What do you mean by resolving? If I could handle the second prince, then there's no need to discuss this topic. Our duty as subjects is to provide assistance when His Majesty requires it. This way, he will perceive our utility." This encapsulated Zhao Wenyuan's philosophy of servitude. General Guopoyan erred in his excessive eagerness to showcase his abilities by attempting to assist Li Chen through his own understanding. However, were those actions truly what Li Chen desired? If he guessed correctly, he would indeed earn Li Chen's admiration. If he guessed wrong, he would find himself confined at home. Having served as prime minister for decades, Zhao Wenyuan maintained a stable rapport with Li Chen primarily because he understood the dynamics of the ruler-subject relationship. He could prepare what Li Chen needed in advance, yet he would not provide it prematurely. It is akin to Li Chen feeling thirsty and wanting water. He would have 10 cups of various flavors ready, but he would not offer them outright. When Li Chen requested, he would present them for selection, ensuring that Li Chen would choose the one he preferred. In this manner, he would never err, nor would he fall into the pitfall of flattering to the point of offense, as General Guopoyan had done. As prime minister, Zhao Wenyuan was already ennobled beyond measure. As long as he did not err and demonstrated his capabilities, he could safeguard his position. This is how he defined the ideal image of a perfect minister. Of course, the incident where he had dined recklessly without money was purely accidental, something he had not anticipated. Since that episode, Zhao Wenyuan had developed the habit of carrying a small sum of money whenever he ventured out. On the other hand, in the central region of the Tiance Dynasty, stood a magnificent and grand religious sect, the Tianye Shenzong. The Tianye Shenzong was blessed with 9 celestial mountains, each shrouded in mist and imbued with an ethereal aura. These 9 celestial peaks ascended from low to high, cascading like a heavenly staircase directly into the clouds. They were referred to as the 9 heavens by the sect's disciples, symbolizing the sect's transcendence. The Tianye Shenzong occupied a vast expanse of land, seemingly an independent small world. Within this extensive territory, the architecture was both well-ordered and imposing. There were resplendent palaces, serene and elegant courtyards, as well as towering spires, each structure exuding the sect's profound heritage and strength. The disciples numbered in the thousands, all exceptionally gifted individuals, while the registered disciples exceeded 10,000. Although they had not formally entered the sect, they held it in high reverence and admiration. The sect was replete with formidable figures, with the sect leader, Ding Tianshang, possessing unfathomable strength and capabilities that spanned heaven and earth. The Jiu Yuan Sheng Yu was his creation, and he was also the alliance leader of the Jiu Yuan Sheng Yu. Most importantly, Ding Tianshang was the master of the second prince, Li Chen. This connection rendered Ling Xiao Jiuchong Tian's status within the Tiance Dynasty even more esteemed and unique. He perceived that Li Chen, at such a young age, had reached the realm of a saint. He must have only recently ascended. His master, Ding Tianshang, had been a powerful figure at the saint level for decades, and countless strong individuals had fallen before him. As long as he could persuade his master to take action, dealing with Li Chen would be a mere trifle. However, the challenge lay in how to persuade his master. Although the title Ding Tianshang sounded grandiose, he had not yet committed any truly rebellious acts. To kill Li Chen would be tantamount to regicide. The entire Tiance Dynasty would be thrown into turmoil. The sect's practitioners regarded themselves as transcendent beings and were highly concerned with their reputation, rarely engaging in such actions. He was powerful and held a high position within the sect, and his fellow disciples dared not provoke him. If he did not act now, waiting until Li Chen solidified his position as emperor before taking action would indeed be an act of treason. No longer could he afford to wait idly. Thus Li Chen made his way to the back mountain of the sect, where a tranquil courtyard resided. The courtyard was rich in spiritual energy, resulting in exceptionally flourishing flora and fauna. In the courtyard sat a woman of unparalleled beauty, clad in a resplendent celestial dress and adorned with a delicate jade crown. The red cinnabar on her forehead added a touch of allure and enchantment, yet it did not diminish her celestial aura, making her seem untouchable. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as porcelain, with a beautifully defined nose and soft, rosy lips. Especially when she blinked, the glint in her eyes was mesmerizing. From another angle, one could also discern her voluptuous curves, with a silhouette that exuded maturity and allure, akin to a woman just past 30, exuding an intoxicating charm. She was the master's wife of the second prince, Li Chen, and also Ding Tianshangren's partner, Yulan Xianzi. Every time Li Chen beheld Yulan Xianzi, he was filled with utmost respect, for his master often remained in seclusion, with most of his cultivation guidance provided by his wife. You are still as impetuous as ever. What did I teach you? Desiring quick success will ultimately lead to failure. Yulan Xianzi's voice was melodious, gradually calming Li Xian's restless heart. Li Xian then, like a child, began to lament, recounting how many years he had fought for the throne, facing oppression from the crown prince and schemes from other princes, struggling to survive until now. If he yielded here, he would be utterly unwilling. Yulan Xianzi seemed moved by his words and agreed to speak with Ding Tianshangren once more. Li Chen was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to his master's wife, promising that once he ascended to the throne, he would construct the grandest temple for her in the imperial capital. Observing Yulan Xianzi's departing figure, Li Chen felt certain that his position was secure. His master was known to heed his wife's counsel. In the secluded realm of Ding Tianshangren, a graceful figure entered. I presume it is Xian, heir who sought you? Before Yulan Xianzi could speak, Ding Tianshangren already understood her intention. Since you are aware, why not provide Xian heir with a definitive assurance? I have noticed that he seems somewhat restless these days. Yulan Xianzi indeed cared deeply for Li Chen. In response, Ding Tianshangren replied calmly, I will certainly assist Xian heir, but not at this moment. That would be regicide. Yulan Xianzi's expression revealed her confusion. She had thought that Ding Tianshangren's reluctance to speak was due to his unwillingness to bear such a notorious title. Who said I intend to commit regicide? Ding Tianshangren smiled mysteriously. Chapter 41. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to catch a glimpse of me? Those familiar with the Tianshangren understand that this expression indicates he has devised a comprehensive plan. In truth, no one desires Li Chen to ascend to the throne more than he does. For if Li Chen becomes the emperor, he would naturally assume the role of the national master of the Tiance Dynasty, elevating his status significantly. Despite the Tianyin Shenzong's preeminent position within the Tiance Dynasty and its numerous disciples, it remains, at its core, an unofficial organization. Should Li Chen take the throne, the Tianyin Shenzong would be legitimized, transforming into an officially recognized power within the Tiance Dynasty. This would allow Tianshangren to relish the sensation of being above imperial authority. Few can resist the temptation of standing above an emperor, and Yu Fuzi is one such individual. Despite his extensive literary knowledge and awareness of the moral implications, the exhilarating feeling is simply irresistible. Naturally, this also means he has much to lose. The reason Tianshangren is delaying is to ensure that Li Chen adopts a more humble demeanor. Am I to rush to your side at your beck and call? That would suggest I am too easily swayed. To put it plainly, he wishes for Li Chen to plead with him a few more times, thus ensuring that once Li Chen becomes emperor, he will recognize who truly facilitated his ascension. It becomes apparent that this is indeed more advantageous for our sect. At this moment, Yulan Xianzi begins to comprehend her companion's intentions. From the beginning, she has known that Tianshangren possesses profound depths of strategy and refrains from acting impulsively until all is clear. While she is attentive to Li Chen, her actions are inevitably dictated by the perspective of the Tianyin Shenzong, such as the fate of those within the sect. It is prudent to understand that should I commit regicide, my reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Our objective must be to find a means to manipulate the new emperor into willingly bequeathing the throne to Xian heir, allowing him to appreciate our benevolence while avoiding any disgrace. Would this not be the ideal solution? Tianshangren's scheme is indeed clever. Even if all suspect their involvement, no evidence would implicate them. The one who faces the backlash would ultimately be Li Chen, and the blame would not fall upon him. As he spoke, Tianshangren produced a treasured artifact. This was a divine item he had seized after vanquishing an otherworldly demon, capable of being implanted within the emperor's body, thus rendering him subservient. The otherworldly demon had once utilized this very item to manipulate a powerful human sage, nearly resulting in annihilation. Such tools from the other world are prohibited across this continent. Though deemed illicit, the absence of discovery simply means they go unnoticed. Moreover, at the level of Tian Shang Run, he exists beyond the constraints of rules, which were established by individuals of his ilk. It took him 2 decades to refine this object. As he gazed at the slender needle in his hand, his eyes sparkled with obsession. He had spent these past years in seclusion tirelessly working on this needle. Yulan Xianzi, somewhat disapproving of such methods, felt compelled to act for the sake of the Tian Yin Shun Zone. Noticing Tian Shang Ren's weariness, she offered to alleviate his burdens, stating earnestly, "My dear, your body has yet to fully recover. Allow me to wield this divine artifact against the young emperor while you await good news within the sect." The world knows Tian Shang Run as a sage. Yet the one who conceals the deepest secrets within the Tian Yin Shun Zone is none other than Yulan Xianzi. She has always presented herself at the pinnacle of the Tian Yuan realm, yet she has long since transcended to the sage realm. Although she may not possess the same strength as Tian Shangren, she is certainly stronger than an average sage. Her deliberate concealment stems from a desire to avoid provoking undue fear from other sections. Many sects lack even a sage, and this dual sage emergence could compel enemies to unite. Upon hearing that his wife intended to confront the emperor alone, Tian Shang Ren quickly concealed the artifact and solemnly expressed, "It is not a matter of distrust. But the imperial capital is not devoid of sages. Just because the emperor may have recently attained sagehood does not mean others are equally inexperienced. I do this for your own safety. Tian Shang Ren is no fool, should there be a misstep. He cannot bear to imagine his beloved wife falling into enemy hands. The risk of Yulan Xianzi undertaking this mission alone is far too great." Thus he proposed that they venture forth together. 2 against 1 would surely diminish the likelihood of failure. Yulan Xianzi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but recognized the validity of Tian Shang Ren's rationale, agreeing to set out once he regains his optimal condition. The opponent is a newly ascended sage, and even if merely at the initial stage, one cannot afford to be careless. With matters largely settled, Tian Shang Ren returned to his meditative state to adjust his condition. Yulan Xianzi conveyed this news to Li Chen, succinctly stating that Tian Shang Ren would expend his life force to control Li Chen with forbidden techniques, thereby clouding Li Chen's judgment and compelling him to cede his position. The use of life force was intended to instill gratitude in Li Chen. Yulan Xianzi refrained from divulging any further details. At this moment, Li Chen was jubilant, having finally released the pent-up emotions of the past few days. In his reverie, he felt as though he were already seated upon the dragon throne, reigning as the emperor above all. Were Li Chen to comprehend his thoughts, he would surely retort, "Have you ever been an emperor? What makes you think you have lost anything?" Meanwhile, Prime Minister Zhao Wenyuan received word of Li Xian's expressive transformation at the Tian Yin Shun Zone. The typically sullen second prince, Li Xian, suddenly appeared elated, which could only indicate that his master had likely agreed to assist him in seizing the throne. If not, he would hardly exude such joy. The arrival of a sage to the imperial capital is no trivial matter. Zhao Wenyuan, lacking sage-level prowess himself, and without sage subordinates, was nonetheless acquainted with one. This individual was none other than Yu Fuzi from Yunlu Academy. Zhao Wenyuan and Yu Fuzi shared a long-standing friendship, with a blend of emotional appeal and rational persuasion. He believed Yu Fuzi would likely lend his assistance. Word had it that Yunlu Academy was holding its 20th anniversary celebration, to which Li Chen was also invited. In Zhao Wenyuan's mind, Li Chen and Yu Fuzi should currently be enjoying each other's company at the Star Observation Tower, sharing drinks and lamenting their past encounters. At this juncture, Zhao Wenyuan remained oblivious to the fact that Li Chen had already compelled Yu Fuzi to kneel, though this news would soon reach his ears. Within the inner palace, Li Chen exhibited little excitement over Yu Fuzi's submission or the adulation from literary scholars and students. To Li Chen, this was merely what was expected from those who beheld him. For the stability of the situation, should he not yield? Why should he? Simply observe their fear of death. And that suffices. However, with no morning court to attend and no need to endure the incessant chatter of officials, Li Chen felt quite content. He wished to retort, but found no justifiable grounds, as he too was within this realm of cultivation. Yet Li Chen had no intention of dismissing her. Who would refuse the company of such a charming and lovely sister? The coveted Tian Pin Dan Yao lay casually on a nearby plate, easily mistaken for mere snacks. The Jiu Tian Long Mai Ju rested atop her head, imparting a sensation akin to knowledge flooding into her mind. Li Chen recalled that he had not explicitly taught her in such a manner. Noticing Li Ning engrossed in her closed-door training, Li Chen chose not to disturb her and prepared to relocate. Li Chen mused, "Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths just to catch a glimpse of me?" Chapter 42. What difference does it make whether you say it or not? How has your cultivation progressed today? As he spoke, Li Chen gently wiped the blood from the corner of Li Ning's mouth with his hand, particularly when tending to her lips. The vivid crimson against her rosy complexion added an alluring allure, rendering Li Ning's already exquisite features even more enticing. Moreover, the texture was delightful, soft yet resilient. I've only just begun my training, having perfected only 2 meridians thus far. I estimate it will take many more days to accomplish what you spoke of regarding the 12 primary meridians. Li Ning pouted, clearly dissatisfied with her own performance. In the early morning, he had only cultivated 2 meridians, which perhaps left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, if this were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly frighten many. Typically, a normal cultivator requires a week to successfully cultivate a single meridian, while some, in order to solidify their foundation, may take an entire month for just one, completing the process in a year. Li Chen felt it was acceptable, as he could progress even faster. Yesterday, he had informed Li Ning of the paramount importance of cultivating the 8 extraordinary meridians. Once the 12 meridians within the human body are identified and unblocked, one can absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth, subsequently enhancing their physical attributes such as strength, speed, and reflexes to varying degrees. Those with exceptional talent may even awaken unique abilities. Lu Hao awakened a wind-type ability, achieving remarkable proficiency in both body movement and sword techniques. Wu Qi awakened a rare dark-type ability, which manifests as dark energy that erodes his opponents, granting him a significant advantage in protracted battles. Xiao Ming awakened a highly coveted fire-type ability, a rarity among cultivators, which not only boasts immense combat prowess, but also serves as a prerequisite for alchemists. Additionally, Xiao Ming awakened an earth-type ability, which he typically uses to feign weakness, resorting to his fire-type for showmanship when necessary. Li Chen's 2 abilities are particularly extraordinary, transcending all others. One embodies the golden energy representing the power of the heavenly path, imbued with boundless majesty and sanctity, while the other symbolizes the regal aura of purple energy, the most exalted existence in the world, bestowing upon him an ever-present air of sovereign authority. This is why, when he unleashes his power, it resonates with the heavens, evoking a sense of cosmic harmony and celestial brilliance. Li Ning must refine all 12 primary meridians to awaken her unique abilities. However, upon testing her meridians, Li Chen speculated that she would likely awaken a lightning-type ability. The nature of the awakened ability varies according to one's fate. After a lengthy discussion, Li Ning expressed her curiosity about cultivation, asking what realm follows the meridian opening stage and what capabilities it entails, as well as the significance of the essence condensation stage. The realm following the essence condensation stage is the soul formation stage, where one can activate their soul. The siblings conversed extensively about cultivation, interspersed with light-hearted banter. Li Chen had no particular expectations for Li Ning's cultivation. He merely wished for her to enjoy the process. By afternoon, Li Ning suddenly recalled something. "Brother, aren't you going on a date today?" "What? Is it not acceptable to stay here with my sister?" "Of course it is. Then today, you are all mine." Li Ning suspected some underlying reasons, but refrained from voicing them. It was likely that the Empress Dowager intended to impart some palace etiquette to Chu Ran, perhaps even to influence her mindset. After all, the Chu family is a force under the Empress Dowager's influence. And Chu Ran was aware that this opportunity was bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager, so she would naturally heed some advice. Navigating the palace requires caution, as offending the Empress Dowager is perilous. As for how Chu Ruoyan would contemplate matters later, Li Chen was unconcerned. With a certain emotional foundation established, even if Chu Ruoyan were to follow the Empress Dowager's counsel in some respects, it would be under the condition that it does not harm Li Chen. In due time, with proper guidance, she would become compliant. Upon first seeing Chu Ruoyan, Li Chen discerned that she was a girl untrained, which is why he invested a bit of time. Had she been someone loyal to the Empress Dowager, sent directly to the harem, Li Chen would have felt no need for politeness. He would have simply enjoyed the experience. Different individuals warrant different approaches. In truth, many in the court underestimated the extent of Li Chen's current power. Even without exerting much effort, he could access this information. During the reign of the former emperor, the imperial guards and eunuchs were utterly loyal. These individuals possess various channels of information. For instance, Eunuch Shui, who served the former emperor for decades, possesses commendable strength and capability. Likewise, the commander of the imperial guards, Li Chen, is undoubtedly of royal lineage. Betraying the emperor would be of no benefit to him. If Li Chen were inept and merely a puppet emperor, they would soon seek refuge with the major factions in the court for self-preservation. Yet, in his current state, they proudly uphold the principle of loyalty to their sovereign. There is no need for Li Chen to issue reminders. They will, as they did for the former emperor, relay all matters within and beyond the palace to him and diligently perform their duties. No faction in the court, regardless of its size, can surpass the former emperor. The art of emperorship seeks balance, but it does not imply that an emperor should forsake power. Of course, there are still some elements beyond Li Chen's control. However, as long as they remain non-disruptive, like Zhao Wenyuan and Guo Poyan, who obey orders, Li Chen is quite indifferent towards managing them. This is the advantage of being forthright. He has laid his cards on the table, declaring himself a sage realm cultivator, leaving them to navigate their own paths. Li Chen had a well-deserved day of rest. Perhaps he himself had not anticipated that he had become the greatest target in this world, with many aiming to eliminate him. Currently, the entire Chu family believed that the situation was secure, as the eldest daughter had garnered the emperor's favor and received a summons from the Empress Dowager, making her entry into the palace as a consort a foregone conclusion. Even the Empress Dowager's nephew had come to strengthen ties with the Chu family today. It is worth noting that previously, the head of the Chu family had found it challenging to meet this individual. The Chu family could be seen as a faction under the nephew of the Empress Dowager, serving him. Now, he took the initiative to visit, and the head of the Chu family felt a surge of pride, standing tall. Despite his joy, the head of the Chu family solemnly advised his daughter to avoid causing trouble upon entering the palace, for he believed that he would be wise to heed the emperor and the Empress Dowager's counsel. At that moment, Chu Ruoyan suddenly interjected. What if the emperor and the Empress Dowager say opposing things? Whose word should I follow? The head of the Chu family was momentarily taken aback, then stood up, surveyed the surroundings, and ensured no one was listening before responding. Our Chu family has been able to establish a foothold in the imperial capital thanks to the Empress Dowager's protection. However, the emperor is currently very assertive. Even the royal tutor kneels in submission. Chu Ruoyan paused, perplexed, and asked, Father, what difference is there between what you just said and saying nothing at all? Upon hearing her question, the head of the Chu family thought his daughter was still too inexperienced, as this was precisely the answer. Sometimes, speaking ambiguously allows one to avoid offending either side. What does it mean to be wise yet appear foolish? It is simply to feign ignorance while understanding the truth. He then inquired about Chu Ruoyan's impressions of the Empress Dowager during their meeting and whether the Empress Dowager had said anything significant. This question completely bewildered Chu Ruoyan, for upon first seeing the Empress Dowager, she had felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was immense, truly immense. I doubt I could grasp it with both hands. Chu Ruoyan found herself utterly perplexed. How had her father perceived her as exceptionally intelligent when she had not been paying attention? Never mind, she thought. It was best to set aside complicated matters for now and figure out a way to resolve the situation with Xiao Ming. Upon returning to her room, she reclined on her bed, reminiscing about the commanding presence of Li Chen that morning, who embodied the perfect image in her heart. Clad in a dragon robe, Li Chen was, to women, a vision of seductive authority. If she were to enter the palace, would she not be able to see him dressed thus every day? As this thought crossed her mind, she unconsciously rubbed her legs together, and with a slight shiver, she felt a familiar warmth spreading beneath her. Tonight, as fate would have it, Xiao Ming did not appear, nor did he send any word. This only deepened Chu Ruoyan's confusion regarding his intentions. It suddenly dawned on her that she did not even know where Xiao Ming resided. She could only hope that in the coming days, he would not act recklessly. In a secret chamber of a small residence beyond the 7th ring of the imperial capital, The residual spirit of a sage within a necklace incessantly provoked Xiao Ming with words, conjuring images of his goddess nestled in another's embrace. Yet at that moment, Xiao Ming was deeply immersed in breaking through to the mid-stage of the Void Realm, a pivotal moment in his cultivation. Most would falter under such distractions, potentially suffering dire consequences, but Xiao Ming erupted with an overwhelming power. As the space within the chamber trembled slightly, he unexpectedly succeeded in his breakthrough. What typically required months, often needing elixirs to assist, he achieved in merely a few days. The sage's residual spirit could not help but feel that this technique was indeed more effective than any elixir, for his disciple's willpower had never been so resolute. It seemed he had begun to comprehend the manual for utilizing Xiao Ming. Initially, Xiao Ming, with the temperament of a devoted admirer, yearned to convey his success to Chu Ruoyan immediately. However, considering the late hour and that she was likely resting, he suppressed his restless heart. Just 4 more days. I know you are anxious, but you must wait for me. Unable to sleep, Xiao Ming decided to continue his cultivation. This scene evoked a sense of admiration even from the sage's residual spirit, who often remarked that had he devoted himself to such diligent practice earlier, enduring solitude, no woman could possibly resist him. Many were sleepless that night. Within the residence of the Minister of Justice, a gathering of influential ministers convened for a clandestine meeting. The Ministry of Justice, as the legal enforcement agency of the dynasty, wielded immense power and responsibility. It not only adjudicated various cases, but also upheld order in the imperial capital and ensured the citizens' safety. This was merely part of its duties, as it also supervised officials and dispatched personnel to inspect various provinces of the Tiance Dynasty. It could be said that the ministry was populated with formidable figures and was a veritable force in the capital. Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice, was the authority within this institution, his reputation instilling fear in most officials of the capital. In this realm, whether the offspring of minor officials or the descendants of noble families, anyone who transgressed the law would find themselves apprehended by the ministry. Even those under the Empress's protection could only dispatch maidens to plead for leniency, unable to intervene directly. In the imperial capital, it was not uncommon for second-generation elites to cause disturbances. Thus, Feng Huai possessed extensive connections with many influential figures indebted to him. At banquets, he boasted that no official dared to slight him, as he held leverage over many, merely choosing whether or not to act against them. Should he desire, he could summon any official, and if they failed to arrive promptly, they would soon find themselves imprisoned in the capital's dungeons. Of course, such claims contained an element of bravado, yet his power was indeed substantial. Moreover, his backing was the emperor himself, or rather the late emperor. During the reign of the late emperor, even Zhao Wenyuan and Guopoyan had to treat him with respect. Even after the demise of the late emperor, he remained an indomitable force in the court, unshaken by the shifts in power. However, since the ascension of the new Emperor Li Chen, Feng Huai had been in a perpetual state of ire, as his privileges were systematically stripped away. For instance, the authority to mobilize the Imperial Guards, an exclusive military force of the royal family, was a staggering privilege for any minister to hold. Additionally, Feng Huai had free access to certain temples reserved for royal blood. Yet, he was accused of abusing his power by employing the Imperial Guards as his personal escort, compromising the dignity of the royal family, and obstructing other departments in their work. Following investigations, Li Chen revoked these privileges, leaving Feng Huai seething with frustration. In truth, his power was already considerable, rendering many of these privileges unnecessary. Yet, the loss of power was a bitter pill to swallow as once grasped. One is loath to relinquish it. The individuals summoned by Feng Huai were all seasoned ministers loyal to the late emperor, possessing significant influence and connections, and were staunch supporters of the former regime. In their gathering, they lamented the past, reminiscing about the late emperor's greatness, inevitably indicating their dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. With drinks flowing, they began to unleash a torrent of invective against Li Chen, their words far more scathing than those of the scholars from Yunlu Academy, who at least maintained a semblance of decorum in their criticisms. In their eyes, when they had solidified the throne for the late emperor, Li Chen had yet to be born. How dare he strip them of their authority? They recalled how the crown prince had treated them with respect, while Li Chen was nothing in comparison. To them, any ruler would be preferable to Li Chen, who seemed utterly oblivious to the nuances of governance. If the Tiance Dynasty allowed him to continue his reign, its demise was inevitable. As the alcohol took effect, the elder ministers felt emboldened to speak freely. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Feng Huai finally articulated the purpose of their meeting. Gentlemen, the late emperor treated us well. We cannot allow the Tiance Dynasty to languish. That young man, Li Chen, is clearly unfit to be emperor. When the second prince returns, I shall lend him my support. What say you all? With these words, many of the elder ministers sobered considerably. Chapter 44. We need not take the initiative to descend into chaos, but we must prepare for all eventualities. Those invited by Feng Huai were loyal old ministers of the late emperor. Having served for many years, they were well-connected, wielding substantial power, and were indeed the real power brokers. In the court, they were regarded with respect. Anyone wishing to challenge them would need to carefully weigh their own standing. The assembly was taken aback to see Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice, openly aligning himself with the second prince. Apparently, the second prince had promised him certain benefits, coupled with Feng Huai's dissatisfaction with Li Chen, leading him to firmly choose sides. When Feng Huai made this proclamation, many ministers pondered, recognizing that he was no impulsive fool. He typically did not engage in ventures lacking certainty. They speculated about the renowned figure from the Tiance Dynasty, the venerated sect leader. Although they had not encountered such a person, they were aware of his reputation. It was said that he was influential not just within the Tiance Dynasty, but across the continent, a true powerhouse. It appeared that this esteemed figure had likely agreed to assist, and Feng Huai seemed aware of this, prompting his decision to side with the second prince. Had he calculated that the second prince lacked the means to deal with Li Chen, he would not have dared to align himself so easily. No one believed that the young Li Chen could stand against such a formidable adversary, unless he could enlist other allies. Yet, given Li Chen's current circumstances, who could possibly come to his aid? This is indeed a solitary existence. Many of the venerable ministers attending Feng Huai's banquet are inclined to follow his lead. Upon hearing his proposal, they readily acquiesce and begin to envision a promising future. However, a few of the older officials harbor uncertainties. After all, they have no desire to engage in the struggle for the imperial throne, having toiled to reach their current status. They are content with the retention of their official powers, even as Li Chen has stripped them of their privileges. As long as they fulfill their duties, their positions remain secure. To align themselves would be akin to wagering their lives, unnecessarily increasing their risks. Should the second prince prevail, they might benefit, but if he fails, would they not face collective punishment? The threats of confiscation and execution are not mere jest. A number of court ministers contemplate departing, but they soon sense movement outside. The Ministry of Justice boasts many skilled individuals, and Feng Huai has trained a considerable number of followers. The energies outside are likely those of Feng Huai's prearranged associates, serving as a warning. The ministers then realize that Feng Huai's audacious assertion today is aimed at binding them to a shared fate. Offending Feng Huai at this juncture is clearly unwise, leading them to suppress their intentions to leave and collectively pledge their allegiance to the second prince. Seizing the moment of mutual animosity, Feng Huai produces a declaration of loyalty, urging all present to sign. Once signed, escape or betrayal would be impossible. Should he perish, they would share the same fate. Feng Huai's banquet is no mere social gathering. Anyone refusing to sign would not exit alive. This is a critical moment of life and death, and there can be no room for carelessness. Having held the position of Minister of Justice for so many years, one must possess considerable acumen. In the depths of the inner palace, within the Empress Dowager's chamber, she reclines languidly upon her bed, her bosom creating a striking valley against the bedding. The delicate fabric of her attire accentuates her graceful silhouette, which would surely leave Chu Ruoyan awestruck. The Empress Dowager holds a fondness for Chu Ruoyan, appreciating the girl's focused gaze, which seems to etch her words into memory. In contrast, others speaking to the Empress Dowager often lower their heads or avert their eyes, revealing their ulterior motives. Of course, Li Chen is an exception. The Empress Dowager finds him inscrutable. Chu Ruoyan's sincerity is apparent, her admiration for the Empress Dowager etched upon her countenance. Most notably, Chu Ruoyan is not verbose, lacking the desire to showcase herself or to utter awkward flattery. This endears her to the Empress Dowager, who perceives her as an obedient and compliant child. Consequently, the Empress Dowager aligns her views with Li Chen, being pleased with Chu Ruoyan's entry into the palace. Just as she prepares to rest, a trusted maid gently enters, presenting a secret missive from a second prince. The Empress Dowager takes the letter, examining it with little enthusiasm. It commences with the second prince's flattery of her, words of praise that she can easily disregard. Unlike Feng Huai, who harbors resentment towards Li Chen, the second prince merely needs to paint grand visions to garner support, as he is an ally of the late emperor and loyalty to him does not equate to betrayal of the imperial family. With the crown prince deceased, Feng Huai naturally finds favor with the second prince. In contrast, Li Chen's unfamiliarity with Feng Huai poses a different challenge. The second prince's expectation to win over Feng Huai is hardly surprising. However, the Empress Dowager is aware that Li Chen is her protégé. As long as her requests are reasonable, Li Chen will comply. The essence of the second prince's letter is a subtle warning. He does not seek her assistance, but rather implores her not to hinder him when he acts. Should she choose to aid him, he promises her the power she desires upon his ascension. The second prince's strategy seeks to create a rift between Li Chen and neutral factions while courting those discontented with Li Chen. The Empress Dowager keenly discerns the underlying message of the letter. The trusted maid inquires, "Your Majesty, whom shall we support?" The Empress Dowager yawns lazily, responding, "Between the second prince and the sixth, I find myself more inclined towards the latter." It seems the Empress Dowager still remembers the kindness of Li Chen's hot pot. The maid nods, asking, "Shall I inform His Majesty?" The Empress Dowager counters, "If you inform him, do you intend to assist him in resolving his issues?" Indeed, with Li Chen's disposition, anyone presenting him with challenges would be tasked to resolve them. If she were to voice this, Li Chen would certainly compel her to deal with the second prince. "What is your intention, then?" Unable to decipher her meaning, the maid directly queries her. The Empress Dowager closes her eyes and replies, "We need not take the initiative to intervene, but we must prepare for all eventualities, particularly for the sixth prince." The maid comprehends that the Empress Dowager seeks to strategize for each prince's bid for the throne. The Empress Dowager desires Li Chen to seek her counsel. She possesses the means to contend with the second and third princes. However, should Li Chen not approach her, she shall remain inactive. Her ultimate aim is Li Chen himself. To hold a sovereign of the sacred realm in her grasp is far more exhilarating than acquiring additional power. Is there anything more gratifying in the world? Even if the Empress Dowager speaks little, her trusted maid comprehends her intent. Within the Tianye divine sect, in a secluded loft designated for Li Chen, his subordinates report the latest developments. Chapter 45. The confrontation between the second and third princes, the uncertain elements within the imperial palace. Li Chen occupies a position of exceptional standing within the Tianye divine sect, enjoying an independent loft by all accounts. He is adorned with numerous accolades, including being the second prince of the Tiance Dynasty, the esteemed disciple of the Supreme Being, the youngest expert in the observation of heaven realm within the Tianye divine sect, and the champion of the 7th Sword Dao Conference in the Jiu Yuan sacred domain. Among others, it can be said that in this region, Li Xian's renown has reached unprecedented heights. Yet, Li Xian is clearly unsatisfied. His singular ambition is the imperial throne. Within his independent loft, a formidable subordinate stands beside him, reporting with urgency. He is Li Xian's trusted aide, a formidable figure of the Tianyuan realm. Once renowned as the fastest sword in the capital, Feng Wuhan, he moves like the wind, his swordplay swift and lethal, striking fear into the hearts of many. After being ambushed by enemies during a confrontation, he was saved by Li Xian, leading him to pledge his loyalty. Though Feng Wuhan is not a member of the Tianye divine sect, he is permitted free access, a tacit agreement of the sect's leader. It is through such unwavering loyalty that Li Xian swiftly gathers intelligence from across the Tiance Dynasty. It is not merely Feng Wuhan's speed, but the intricate network of informants under Li Xian's command that enables this. Li Xian scans the intelligence with a delighted expression. Feng Huai's allegiance and the Empress Dowager's ambiguity were entirely anticipated by him. He has not even alerted Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan and General Guopoyan, as his ascension poses a significant threat to them, and they would not lend assistance, possibly even divulging information to Li Chen. This time, Li Xian has learned to be cautious, gradually laying plans rather than acting impulsively as he did previously. His excitement stems from Feng Wuhan's arrival with auspicious news. Li Chen has compelled the imperial scholar to kneel. The imperial scholar is a sage of great renown, a teacher to students across the realm. However, Li Xian believes that Li Chen has failed to consider the consequences. Just days into his reign, he dares to act recklessly, offending all who can be offended. How can he expect to maintain stability as emperor? For Li Chen, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Feng Wuhan nods and departs the room, aware that his master intends to pay a clandestine visit to the esteemed imperial scholar. Feng Wuhan has followed Li Chen for many years and has gleaned insights into his working style. At this moment, Li Chen yearns to depart from this place, for he has discerned that if he does not act swiftly, Yu Fuzi may be preempted by the other princes. He does not require Yu Fuzi to take action directly. It suffices for Yu Fuzi to mobilize his disciples to sing his praises while disparaging Li Chen. Do not underestimate these scholars. They are among the most fervent disseminators of information, and the phrase "the voice of the masses" refers predominantly to them. Thus, on the day Li Chen officially ascends to the throne from Li Chen, he will be seen as the one destined by heaven, the embodiment of the people's will. As for why Yu Fuzi would assist him, the second prince believes it is merely an opportunity gifted by Li Chen. Had Li Chen not been so overbearing, this esteemed sage would not have been placed in such an awkward position. Therefore, it is only natural for Yu Fuzi to aid him, especially since Li Chen has personally visited to express his sincerity. He cannot fathom why Yu Fuzi would refuse him. Should Yu Fuzi indeed offer his assistance, Li Chen would willingly become his disciple, wishing for him to restrain the celestial powers above. Frankly, Li Chen is puzzled as to how he could possibly lose in this game. He has begun to overlook Li Chen, contemplating how to master the art of imperial balance after his ascension. The greatest source of his vexation is the third prince. After easily dealing with Li Chen, Li Chen must confront the third prince head-on. According to his intelligence, the third prince is making significant moves, not only rallying powerful allies, but also conspiring with neighboring strong nations. His intentions are evident. What do these neighboring powers desire? Naturally, they seek territory, resources, and labor. Coincidentally, Li Chen has recently offended the Khan of the Northern Court, presenting an opportunity for the third prince. It is worth noting that the third prince's actions bear a striking resemblance to treason. However, he is not alone in such behavior throughout history. In pursuit of the throne, he is willing to resort to extreme measures at any cost. The second prince harbors a deep disdain for the third prince's tactics. His ascension would merely elevate certain factions above imperial authority, yet the Tiance Dynasty would remain intact, allowing him to gradually instigate change through imperial strategies. Thus, both princes have, to a certain extent, disregarded Li Chen and begun to strategize for the future confrontation. Their thoughts align remarkably. Li Chen is merely somewhat powerful, but in this world, possessing strength alone is insufficient. One must also wield influence and possess a formidable background. The internal feudal lords of the Tiance Dynasty, the commanders of major cities, the guards at key passes, and the generals of various armies, as well as the elite city guards of the imperial capital, are the true arenas for the second and third princes contest. They believe this confrontation will undoubtedly be protracted. Meanwhile, Li Chen wanders leisurely within the imperial palace, devoid of any sense of urgency. As long as he remains near Li Xining, she cannot concentrate on her cultivation. As night falls and rest time has yet to arrive, Li Chen strolls through the palace. The eunuchs and maidservants he encounters halt to pay their respects, only resuming their duties once he has passed. Upon reaching the eastern side of the palace, Li Chen senses a peculiar aura fluctuating nearby. It seems someone is attempting to break through, practicing an unorthodox technique. This aura is permeated with negative energy. Normal cultivation methods would not manifest such a phenomenon. Even if it were to briefly reveal itself, it could still be detected by Li Chen's keen perception. Among the numerous concubines in the rear palace, some possess exceptional skills. Yet it is unlikely that anyone practices such malevolent arts. Even the most foolish of emperors would not permit such individuals to be in close proximity. Moreover, the late emperor possessed considerable ability. His aura was robust during his lifetime. At that time, each prince believed the late emperor would reign for at least another decade, and no one contemplated action. Even when the crown prince perished unexpectedly, the second and third princes kept their distance. Who could have anticipated that the late emperor's health would decline so rapidly? Upon ascending the throne, Li Chen deduced that the emperor's demise might be linked to the concubines he favored. This world is rife with esoteric techniques, and the royal library catalogs tens of thousands of methods, yet barely scratches the surface of what exists. Li Chen has perused certain texts detailing techniques that could induce imperceptible afflictions through intimate encounters. After repeated unions, the issues would escalate, leading to rapid bodily decay. This is colloquially known as poison within. Numerous physicians examined the late emperor without discerning the nature of the affliction. Every aspect of the late emperor's life was scrutinized, leaving no room for error. The problem was clearly situated in a realm beyond external examination. Thus, until the situation is clarified, Li Chen dares not engage with any of these women. Chuan, however, seems relatively normal. Her lineage and background are traceable for at least 10 generations. In pursuit of understanding the recently perceived dark energy, Li Chen discreetly vanishes from his location. Shortly thereafter, he arrives near the site where the sinister aura had manifested. Gazing at the structure before him, Li Chen feels perplexed. The cold palace? If memory serves, there appears to be a rather unique individual here. Chapter 46. The Cold Palace Courtyard. The Fallen Extraordinary Genius? The Cold Palace houses those who have offended the emperor, but whose transgressions do not warrant death. It is also a destination for concubines who have lost in the court's intrigues. In essence, it serves as a prison within the palace. The towering walls are entwined with mottled moss and creeping vines, seemingly narrating the passage of time for this palace. At that time, Li Chen was but a frivolous prince, spending his days in the palace tinkering with his toys. Among the princes, the one with the highest innate talent was not the second prince, Li Chen, but the fifth prince, Li Ran. It is said that when Li Ran was born, auspicious phenomena graced the heavens, and it was proclaimed within the palace that he was a congenital Dao, a natural prodigy in cultivation. From a young age, Li Ran exhibited exceptional aptitude. By the age of 9, he could rival the crown prince in literature, displaying a talent for cultivation that eclipsed the second prince by a wide margin. During the late emperor's military strategy assessments, he outperformed the third prince by a considerable distance. He was nothing short of an all-encompassing genius, possessing extraordinary abilities. Truly the favored child of destiny. The late emperor showered Li Ran with affection, bringing him to court daily. When meeting foreign envoys, he would prominently introduce Li Ran, allowing him to showcase his talents before these dignitaries. Even in matters of statecraft, the late emperor would solicit his opinions, ostensibly to test him. Undoubtedly, Li Ran excelled in all his endeavors, and the late emperor's admiration for him was widely recognized. At that time, Li Ran enjoyed privileges that even the crown prince lacked. Many officials speculated that the late emperor was hinting at something significant. Li Ran's mother was also of noble lineage, and the late emperor's favoritism towards Li Ran elevated her status to unprecedented heights, hinting at a potential to supplant the Empress Dowager. Yet 5 years ago, on a fateful day, it was reported that Li Ran had been caught in a scandalous liaison with the late emperor's most cherished concubine. When the emperor, accompanied by the imperial guards, burst into the chamber, he indeed found Li Ran and the concubine in a compromising position. According to rumors gleaned by Li Chen from the palace gossipers, when the door to the concubine's quarters was forcefully kicked open, the crown prince, second prince, and third prince were all present, alongside the Empress Dowager. Do not inquire why Li Chen only heard of this. He had refrained from joining the commotion. In truth, the presence of the crown prince, second prince, and the Empress Dowager was understandable, as they were all situated in the imperial capital, even within the palace itself. Allegedly, the emperor was infuriated, executing the concubine on the spot, then ordered Li Ran's eyes to be gouged out, his tendons severed, and he was castrated, subsequently imprisoning him in the cold palace. Thus began the tragic downfall of an extraordinary talent, with many believing it ultimately stemmed from his excessive brilliance. Li Chen, however, feels the truth is neither so simple nor overly complex. Given the immense power wielded by Li Ran's mother at that time, she must have arranged numerous safeguards for him. Either one is threatened, bribed, or ultimately killed. Li Ran's mother and the Empress Dowager are in conflict. The one who loses faces such a fate. Even if the late emperor suspected that Li Ran was framed, the presence of so many witnesses compelled him to take a stand. Had there been fewer people around, he could have contained the information and conducted a thorough investigation over time. Perhaps it was impulsive passion or a desire to preserve the dignity of the crown that led the late emperor to opt for such a swift resolution. The struggles within the imperial harem are starkly unembellished. According to later reports, Li Ran's mother wept daily, ultimately succumbing to despair. Was her demise truly as reported? Who can say? Regardless, this was the account given by the imperial physician. Did Li Chen choose to be low-key because of this incident? No. His mother held little power and was in frail health. From the very beginning, Li Chen intended to remain inconspicuous, wishing only to bide his time until he reached his full potential before making his presence known. This incident further solidified Li Chen's resolve. At that time, Li Ran had not yet matured and had offended so many. His chances of survival seemed bleak, despite the fact that Li Chen had also made enemies. Even more than before, he remained unscathed. As he arrived, a faint sound echoed from within. "Who is it?" The voice was weak and somewhat delicate. "It is I, Li Chen," he casually replied. "Old Six, have you also been confined by His Majesty?" "No, I merely passed by." Perhaps Li Ran was still unaware that the late emperor had passed. Li Chen was already the emperor now. The eunuchs in palace, maids who usually brought him meals, would not inform him of such matters. Everyone in the palace knew that associating with those in the cold palace often led to a grim fate. Just as Li Chen was about to test whether the sinister arts were being cultivated by Li Ran, another sound emerged from within. "Passing by is fine. If my memory serves me right, you are not young anymore. You should quickly request a fee from His Majesty and leave this place of turmoil." "No, it seems they bear you no malice. Simply observe who ascends to power and ingratiate yourself with them. Finding a residence in the imperial capital as a prince would be safer than seeking a fief. Alas, why am I telling you all this? You have survived this long. You must be wiser than I. I have simply not spoken with anyone for too long and have rambled on. After you leave, do not mention our meeting here." It is likely that Li Ran had spoken more in that moment than in the entirety of the past few years. His words dripped with bitterness and weariness, the delicate timbre of his voice accentuating the tragedy of his situation. "What if I wish to become emperor?" This statement rendered Li Ran momentarily speechless. "After all this time, it turns out you are the one with the greatest ambition." Yet, at this moment, Li Ran considered that if Li Chen aspired to the throne, it would greatly benefit him. At the very least, Li Chen would assist him in escaping this perilous place, even avenging him. Having lost his sight, his limbs severed, and being castrated, the only thing keeping him alive was his thirst for revenge. Normally, having severed limbs would disqualify one from cultivation. However, Li Ran possessed extraordinary innate talent and had developed a unique method of cultivation that did not rely on meridians. Even though his initial progress was slow, through daily refinement, he astonishingly discovered that his perfected technique yielded results far beyond expectations. In a sense, his misfortune had turned into a blessing. Initially, he planned to cultivate for several more decades before emerging. However, Li Chen's words stirred a spark of ambition within him. With Li Chen's assistance, he might reach the legendary realm more swiftly. It was precisely because he had cultivated to a certain level that he inadvertently leaked a trace of his power during a breakthrough, which Li Chen had detected. Even knowing that Li Chen's inquiry was a test, Li Ran resolved to take a gamble. "Fear not. If you are not afraid, why should I be?" With that, Li Chen pushed the door open. Chapter 47. The Past of the Li Clan, Secrets of the Previous Dynasty. As Li Ran was blind, the room was shrouded in darkness, lacking any illumination. Perhaps due to the occasional cleaning by palace maids and eunuchs, it was not overly filthy. After a serious discussion, Li Ran informed Li Chen that to become emperor, one must possess both strength and loyal subordinates. As for the latter, Li Ran was unable to provide any assistance. Now rendered powerless and having lost his mother, any influence she had was likely extinguished or had shifted allegiance to others. The only thing Li Ran could offer was access to vast resources. As the saying goes, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. The rare treasures accumulated by Li Ran's mother were hidden in a secret location known only to them. Li Chen could utilize these resources to enhance his power and cultivate his own followers, possibly even bringing some into the palace for Li Ran. "If you collaborate with me, I can reveal the location. Alas, I do not truly have the right to propose such a partnership. I find myself in a position of seeking your aid." Li Ran had humbled himself considerably, adopting a tone of supplication. He understood that if Li Chen acquired the resources and later reneged, he would have no recourse. "Enough of this banter. I am now emperor and at the saint level. I only came by because I sent someone practicing sinister arts," Li Chen stated lightly, yet his words struck Li Ran like a thunderbolt. "What? Are you sure of what you were saying? Just moments ago, we were discussing how to make a comeback. And now you inform me that you have reached a realm I could only dream of?" It was akin to two impoverished beggars discussing where to beg for their next meal, only for one to suddenly declare he is a billionaire. The other was left in shock. Li Chen now felt as if he had been thoroughly humiliated. So all this time when I confided in you, you were merely mocking me. Most importantly, Li Chen had subtly revealed a fraction of his own power. And although Li Chen could not ascertain whether he truly was at the saint level, the overwhelming aura he projected left no doubt that he was far superior, at least 100-fold. At that moment, Li Chen stood agape, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to say, "Then why did you bother telling me all this?" Li Chen felt an overwhelming urge to curse, yet his upbringing restrained him. "You are truly emperor? And what of it? Did they not trouble you?" "On my first day in court, the second prince caused a ruckus," Li Chen succinctly recounted. "Ha! That cracks me up. Those fellows never dreamed that you would be at the saint level. No wonder you can sit so securely. It is a pity I am blind and cannot see their loathsome faces." Li Chen found solace in the fact that Li Chen's actions were quite satisfying. These scheming individuals suddenly faced an unfathomable presence. How entertaining it must be. After pondering for a moment, Li Chen inquired, "Since you know I cultivate sinister arts, do you not intend to deal with me? You are the emperor, after all." Li Chen replied, "You practice sinister arts to seek revenge. It is not I who harmed you, so why should I concern myself?" Earlier, Li Chen had feigned a desire to become emperor merely to gauge Li Chen's honesty. Seeing Li Chen's relatively agreeable attitude, Li Chen found no reason to confront him. Moreover, the sinister arts Li Chen practiced merely utilized his own negative energy. He had harmed no one. Many sinister arts in the world are ambiguous, such as the burning blood technique, which inflicts damage upon oneself, shortening one's lifespan to enhance cultivation. Had Li Chen truly cultivated through murderous means, Li Chen would not have offered him a chance to speak. "Very well, you are now emperor, and I am even less qualified to negotiate terms with you. Given my potential, how about you provide me with some resources, and I will become your enforcer once I reach the saint level?" Li Chen was aware that this statement was mere grandiloquence. Yet he found himself with only this singular advantage of talent. Who would not desire a subordinate of the Xingzhe realm? Which Xingzhe would willingly serve under another? At this juncture, should Li Chen offer him assistance, he would indeed be more than willing to serve as Li Chen's subordinate. "Brother Daikunba, your words seem quite distant. Go wherever you wish, it is of little consequence." Although Li Chen's remark was somewhat crude, Li Chen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude within. Most royal offspring are born into enmity. He did not seek Li Chen's aid, and the mere fact that Li Chen posed no threat to him was the greatest assistance he could hope for. Since Li Chen had uttered such words, Li Chen resolutely vowed, "I understand you dislike troublesome matters. From now on, I shall resolve all your troubles, whether it be the second prince, the third prince, or the Empress Dowager. You, as the emperor, cannot take action without incurring public scorn. Leave it all to me." Li Chen coughed lightly and replied, "As for the Empress Dowager, let that be. I currently have no conflicts with her." Upon hearing this, Li Chen smiled faintly, as if to say, "I understand you." He promptly added, "I comprehend. I shall assist in eliminating the Empress Dowager's influence, leaving her for your own enjoyment." Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression seemingly questioning. "What do you truly understand?" Nevertheless, he found the proposal acceptable. Li Chen further considered that since Li Chen had cultivated to the Xingzhe realm without anyone monitoring him, perhaps the late emperor truly did not care for him. Li Chen briefly recounted that, in order to extend their lifespan and enhance their cultivation, the powerful of the previous dynasty would use living beings for their practices, employing special methods to siphon the essence from them. The exposure of this practice had caused a national upheaval, leaving the populace in a state of panic. "Are you suggesting that the late emperor's demise may be linked to the Empress Dowager?" Li Chen inquired. "Why would the late emperor keep so many remnants of the previous dynasty in the palace? Is it for excitement? Do not forget that many of the so-called aristocrats are descendants of the previous dynasty's powerful families. They rebelled against the imperial family and sought refuge with our Li family, which enabled our successful uprising. No, our successful insurrection. Even our Li family held a certain status in the previous dynasty." At this point, Li Chen grasped the complexity of the palace's inner workings and felt fortunate that he had not taken any rash actions. Li Chen shared numerous insights from his mother's prior investigations, revealing that after the Li clan seized the palace, the remnants of the previous dynasty set a great fire. Many crucial documents in the library may have been destroyed or relocated beforehand. The ancestral emperor, adhering to an agreement, prohibited the practice of evil arts, declaring that violators would face execution, and gradually built the Tiance Dynasty into its present splendor. Li Chen knew a wealth of information that could not be exhausted in a single night. Li Chen asked, "So, does this mean that any woman associated with the previous dynasty is off limits?" Li Chen could no longer maintain a human faade, yet he understood what men desired. After conversing for some time, he recognized Li Chen's inclinations and sought ways to ingratiate himself with him. Upon hearing this, Li Chen patted Li Chen on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I leave this matter in your capable hands. As long as you can manage it well, we shall share a bond of brotherhood for life." In Chapter 48, The Joys of the Shengzhe Realm, one could hardly imagine. That night, Li Chen and Li Chen engaged in extensive conversation, and he began to comprehend the intricacies of the imperial capital. Even Li Chen found it absurd that Li Chen, so unaware of everything, had managed to survive to this day and even ascended to the throne. Yet, upon further reflection, perhaps it was precisely because Li Chen was so oblivious that he posed no threat to anyone, leading to his unmonitored existence. Those like Li Chen, who understood much and became embroiled in palace intrigues, faced dire consequences upon defeat. The reason Li Chen was able to converse with him was solely due to his idleness. As he sought to pass the time, Li Chen now understood why the truth behind the crown prince's death remained elusive, with leads constantly severed. The presence of traitors within the court likely obscured the evidence, or perhaps those individuals simply had no desire to uncover the truth. Li Chen summarized that the remnants of the previous dynasty sought to restore their power by courting the aristocracy. Many of the concubines in the harem were descendants of these aristocratic families, thus falling within the scope of the previous dynasty's alliances. It was certain that some had already pledged allegiance to the previous imperial family, resulting in the series of unfortunate events surrounding the crown prince and the late emperor. According to Li Chen, the next target for the remnants of the previous dynasty would undoubtedly be Li Chen, the Shengzhe emperor. Their hesitance to act stemmed from the element of surprise Li Chen's strength provided. They feared alarming the proverbial serpent. It was clear they were also strategizing. At this point, Li Chen paused, intending to instill a sense of urgency in Li Chen, knowing that this would make Li Chen more reliant on him, thus yielding certain benefits, namely, Li Chen's protection. However, Li Chen merely yawned, displaying remarkable composure devoid of any trepidation, as he continued to engage in casual conversation with Li Chen. Li Chen expressed his confusion. The remnants of the previous dynasty have infiltrated the imperial capital for quite some time. Are you not concerned about what they might do? This question left Li Chen momentarily speechless. Why do I feel as though this fellow is merely posturing? And what are the second and third princes? They're likely plotting to seize your throne. Let them try. I have no regard for them. I am curious. Why did you choose to become emperor? I have never been emperor before. I thought I would give it a try. What of it? After a prolonged silence, Li Chen inhaled deeply and remarked, "Is this the joy of the Shengzhe realm?" Li Chen chuckled lightly. "Indeed, the joys of the Shengzhe realm are beyond your imagination. Are you attempting to show off again?" Li Chen thought. It seemed this fellow had taken on the mantle of emperor merely for the sake of ostentation. He pondered how Li Chen could remain so undisturbed, despite the weighty matters he discussed. Now it became clear that Li Chen was simply indulging in the experience, showing no concern for the throne. At this moment, Li Chen found it curious how fate worked. So many princes had fought tooth and nail for the throne, yet Li Chen, who cared the least for it, remained comfortably seated upon it. "Wait, will you let me go?" Li Chen expressed a desire to leave. He had places he wished to be. "I have said you may leave whenever you wish. I have no control over you. But can you even leave in your current state? Do not underestimate me. Though my sight is impaired, my other senses are heightened." To prove his point to Li Chen, Li Chen stood and took a few steps. As expected, he collided with a pillar. Li Chen looked on in disbelief at the scene of Li Chen cradling his head. "You are truly putting on a faade, aren't you?" Nonetheless, Li Chen felt emboldened to speak this way because he understood Li Chen's character. This individual was simply one who enjoyed life, and taking his life would be as easy as a breeze. Most importantly, there was no enmity between them. That was a minor mistake. Let us continue. This time, Li Chen employed his cultivation technique, unleashing a unique energy that spread outward. The surrounding structures gradually materialized in his mind, allowing him to navigate around obstacles, which even Li Chen found somewhat remarkable. Sensing Li Chen's scrutiny, Li Ran asked, "Would you like to learn?" "You." As they exited the cold palace, Li Ran inquired whether he should change into different attire, such as that of a eunuch or guard, to avoid detection. Li Chen nonchalantly replied, "It matters not. I am the emperor. Who would dare to touch you? This territory is indeed under my command. Even if others were to discover it, what could they do? They would need to possess the power to kill me." Although Li Ran was blind, he sensed that Li Chen's expression was filled with the confidence and pride characteristic of a true strongman. Someone approaches. With his acute hearing, Li Ran detected the sound of 3 light footsteps drawing near as he exited the cold palace. Given that the imperial guards typically moved with more gravitas, these lighter footsteps, carrying a certain weight, were likely not those of palace maids, but rather eunuchs. Based on his assessment, the lead eunuch possessed considerable cultivation. With this in mind, he quickly concealed himself, waiting for the group to pass before emerging. Little did he anticipate that Li Chen would call out directly to the approaching figures, "Eunuch Shui, come here." Upon hearing Li Chen's call, the esteemed eunuch Shui Gonggong hastened his steps, kneeling on the ground to respectfully address, "Old servant pays respects to your majesty. May I inquire what commands you have?" Li Chen gestured towards Li Ran, who was concealed within the cold palace, and instructed, "You are acquainted with the 5th prince. He wishes to leave without drawing attention. Please make the necessary arrangements." This statement astonished not only Li Ran, but left Shui Gonggong utterly bewildered. How had the emperor become entangled with the 5th prince? What were his majesty's intentions for visiting at such a late hour? Shui Gonggong was beset with countless questions. Yet he dared not inquire further, nor did he wish to know more. Li Ran, too, pondered the meaning behind Li Chen's words. Was he suggesting that Shui Gonggong had already allied himself with him? Was assigning such a perilous task to Shui Gonggong indicative of that? Or did he intend for Shui Gonggong to keep watch over him during this opportunity? In truth, both were overthinking. Li Chen was simply too lazy to escort Li Ran himself, and had chosen someone at random to do so. Old servant obeys. Shui Gonggong swiftly led 2 trusted eunuchs into the cold palace to retrieve Li Ran. Li Chen patted his shoulder and said, "Take care, visit often, and remember our agreement." Li Ran paused, realizing that Li Chen was referring to the Dilong Shangjing from the previous dynasty. "Thank you, your majesty. I shall not disappoint your trust." With others present, Li Ran still addressed Li Chen with his official title, demonstrating his respect. After Li Chen departed, he followed Shui Gonggong out. Unlike Li Chen, Shui Gonggong was not so audacious. He instructed 2 young eunuchs to dress Li Ran in eunuch attire. It must be said that while others might find such clothing constricting, it suited Li Ran perfectly, as he was indeed a true eunuch. As they left the palace, Shui Gonggong excitedly chattered about how fortunate the 5th prince was to earn the emperor's trust, reminiscing about his own past when he received the favor of the noble consort. He offered assistance should Li Ran have any needs in the future. Li Ran understood that Shui Gonggong was merely performing, ever since his mother had fallen from grace. These eunuchs had neglected him. Shui Gonggong's current demeanor was solely due to Li Chen's influence. Had Li Chen truly won over Shui Gonggong? No. Such a person would only heed the emperor's commands, particularly one with genuine authority. Clearly, Li Chen held significant power and respect within the palace. What was most astonishing was that he had only recently ascended to the throne. As he left the palace, Li Ran was overcome with mixed emotions. He had envisioned countless escape plans, yet he had never imagined leaving so openly. However, he was resolute in honoring his agreement with Li Chen. The following morning, Li Chen appeared punctually in the court, arriving late, as was his custom. The morning assembly was as it had always been, bustling with activity until Li Chen's arrival. The court officials exchanged pleasantries and engaged in idle chatter. Many praised Li Chen for having the Grand Tutor kneel and pledge allegiance the previous day, which brought them a sense of honor as well. Those who had attended the event began to boast about how impressive the emperor had been, stirring envy among those who had not. However, some of the Grand Tutor's disciples displayed displeasure, though none dared to voice their concerns. In truth, the court officials were well informed, discussing current events during their daily assemblies. Some were engaged in conversation about a banquet held at the residence of the Minister of Justice the previous night. Casting glances towards Feng Huai, only high-ranking officials would dare to speak of Feng Huai, suggesting they had caught wind of some rumors. though the specifics of the events remained unknown due to Feng Huai's excellent discretion. Prime Minister Zhao Wenyuan stood impassively, his thoughts a mystery to all, and none dared to approach him. The military leader, Guo Poyan, remained under house arrest and did not make an appearance. His Majesty has arrived. Li Chen's demeanor had grown increasingly languid, yet his authority was rising. The first to report on the day's affairs was the Minister of Revenue, Lu Minghan. The Minister of Revenue was not only a vital official, but also the cornerstone of national finance and household management. He was tasked with overseeing the state's treasury, ensuring its abundance and balanced expenditures. This required not only proficiency in arithmetic, but also a far-sighted strategic vision to address various emergencies and the needs of national development. Additionally, he was responsible for household registration, ensuring accurate and complete population data to provide a reliable basis for the allocation of human resources and tax collection for the nation. Lu Minghan was no ordinary figure. The late emperor had consistently praised him. In his youth, he was renowned as a prodigy, and without a doubt, he had entered the court as the top scholar. It was said that during that examination, all candidates aspired to the second place, none daring to compete for the top. Lu Minghan's rapid ascension in office was astonishing. While other officials may have had connections, he was a person of genuine capability, untainted by corruption. With such a remarkable individual at the helm of the Ministry of Revenue, there had been no significant issues. One could say that he had contributed to the stability of the Tiance Dynasty. To be frank, Li Chen listened intently as Lu Minghan reported. Lu Minghan began by addressing the issue of military expenditures. Currently, various regions were increasing military funding to stabilize the situation and suppress the powerful feudal lords. Additionally, the tense situation at the borders necessitated increased military spending. If this continued, the treasury would surely face a deficit. Thus, Lu Minghan suggested that Li Chen reduce the number of idle troops to cut military expenses. Upon hearing this, the court erupted in chaos. Military officials began to accuse Lu Minghan of harboring ulterior motives. How could stability be achieved without an army? Particularly those connected to the troops proposed for reduction vehemently argued. If the Northern Royal Court attacks, will you, Lu Minghan, stand in their way? While some troops may be deemed idle, they could become critical forces in times of conflict. Some military officials even boldly stated, His Majesty is preparing to confront the Northern Royal Court. Your actions, Lu Minghan, will only embarrass the emperor. Li Chen struggled to contain himself. They were truly adept at spinning narratives, even dragging him into the fray. It was evident that the military officials sought to use Li Chen to pressure Lu Minghan. Li Chen had repeatedly stated his intention to deal with the Northern Royal Court, and reducing military forces at this juncture would indeed diminish his authority. Lu Minghan, undeterred, retorted that if military expenditures continued to rise unchecked, there would be no need for the Northern Royal Court to attack. The treasury would run dry, and the troops would not receive their wages, leading to chaos in the realm. Each side presented their arguments, neither conceding ground. Li Chen remained silent. Such disputes were customary in morning assemblies. Once they had exhausted their arguments, he turned to Zhao Wenyuan and inquired, "What is the Prime Minister's perspective?" Zhao Wenyuan felt a wave of exasperation. "Your Majesty, you are remarkable to pass the ball to me at this moment. Do you wish for me to offend so many?" Yet, as Prime Minister, he could not shy away from expressing his opinion. Failing to do so would make him appear ineffectual. Before he could speak, he sensed the intense scrutiny of many eyes upon him. If his words displeased them, he would surely face backlash. Li Chen was indeed shifting the responsibility. Zhao Wenyuan had no choice but to bear the burden. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wenyuan stepped forward and stated, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should launch a northern expedition. When faced with uncertainty, it is prudent to engage directly. After all, most of those slated for reduction are stationed in the north, where military expenditures have consistently risen in recent years to deter the royal court. It would be wiser to allow them to take action. Furthermore, since the emperor had previously issued such demands, the opportunity for negotiation was virtually non-existent. As long as victory is secured, any issue can be resolved, and it conveniently allows for some gains as well." Li Chen nodded, finding this suggestion rather astute, and thus declared, "Agreed. Let us embark on a northern expedition at an auspicious date." Consequently, Lu Minghan and the martial generals ceased their quarrels, effectively resolving the matter. The generals even volunteered, determined to capture the Khan of the northern court and present him to His Majesty. This proclamation elicited a look of disdain from Li Chen, who remarked, "I have no particular inclination towards handsome men. Why would you bring the Khan to me?" These generals had indeed failed to flatter him appropriately. Had they merely mentioned capturing a few beautiful maidens, he would have readily acquiesced. In truth, the one left utterly bewildered was the Khan of the Northern Court. In recent days, he had just received the humiliation of a proposed marriage alliance from the Tiance Dynasty, and before he could even muster his anger or condemnation, he was met with a declaration of war from the same dynasty. In the realm of great nations, particularly with one as formidable as the Tiance Dynasty, the protocol dictated that they must first inform their opponent of impending hostilities before executing their plans. The Khan was a loss. Had it not been agreed that he would have 6 months to prepare, why then, just days later, was war being declared. Was there such urgency? Had he committed some transgression that warranted this aggression? Normally, faced with such provocation and declaration of war, the Khan would be incensed enough to mobilize his forces. Yet the behavior of His Majesty of the Tiance Dynasty was so peculiar that it led him to question whether the opposing side was already prepared for battle. Did he have traitors among his ranks? Were the leaders of the tribes truly loyal to him? If the enemy had no such readiness and yet declared war inexplicably, would it not be sheer folly? The people of the Tiance Dynasty were known for their astuteness, and he could not fathom that Li Chen would engage in battle without adequate preparation. When this intelligence reached the ears of the third prince at the border, it stirred tumultuous waves within him. Could it be that the sixth prince had uncovered his intentions? Within the court, the military funding issue had just subsided when the deputy censor Zhang Anchang boldly accused the Minister of Punishments, Feng Huai. Chapter 50. Who gave you the audacity to defy me? As a Minister of Revenue, Lu Minghan withdrew. Deputy censor Zhang Anchang stepped forward, holding his tablet, his voice resonating like thunder. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Li Chen raised a hand slightly. Speak. Commence your performance. With Li Chen's consent, Zhang Anchang's gaze sharpened, locking onto the Minister of Punishments, Feng Huai, his tone stern. Your Majesty, I must accuse Minister Feng Huai. It has been nearly half a year since the tragic passing of the Crown Prince, a matter of national concern that has left the populace in a state of anxiety. Yet, to this day, the Minister of Punishments, responsible for investigating this case, has made no tangible progress. I dare to inquire, Minister Feng, what is the reason for this? Upon hearing this, Feng Huai's expression darkened, though he remained unflustered. Initially startled by the accusation, he had thought it was about his alleged conspiracy with the second prince. Instead, it was merely this trivial matter. Zhang Anchang accused Feng Huai because he was a former subordinate of the crown prince. Following the prince's demise, many of his followers had aligned with other factions, yet a few, like Zhang Anchang, remained loyal, intent on uncovering the truth and seeking justice for the crown prince. The accused Minister of Punishments, Feng Huai, slowly stepped forward, clasping his hands. Your Excellency, your words are misguided. The case of the crown prince is intricate and multifaceted, involving numerous elements that cannot be resolved in a short span. Your Majesty, since I took charge of this case, I have not dared to slacken my efforts. I have interrogated day and night, sought verification from various sources, striving to restore the truth. Although no breakthroughs have been achieved thus far, I remain fully committed and would never allow myself to be careless. This statement was mere empty rhetoric. After all, as long as no progress was made, such claims could be asserted indefinitely. Feng Huai was a seasoned bureaucrat, adept at navigating such conversations. Zhang Anchang scoffed. Minister Feng, does this not appear as an attempt to shirk responsibility? More than half a year has passed, ample time to scour the capital and interrogate countless suspects. Yet the outcome? The case remains as perplexing as ever. With the culprit at large, Minister Feng, do you possess the capability to solve this case? Or do you harbor undisclosed secrets that you dare not reveal? The exchange quickly escalated into a heated argument, transitioning from state affairs to personal attacks. Zhang Anchang relentlessly pursued Feng Huai, insisting that if he lacked the competence, he should retire, and if he could not speak up, he should relinquish the information or authority for him to investigate the case himself. Determined to uncover the truth for the crown prince, Feng Huai, having served for many years, found himself increasingly enraged as he was openly berated. In the court, discussions among the ministers grew more fervent, the atmosphere increasingly tense. Li Chen observed the spectacle with apparent amusement, indifferent to their quarrel. After approximately 15 minutes of bickering, Zhang Anchang once more faced Li Chen, bowing. Your Majesty, I do not intend to deliberately trouble Minister Feng. However, this case pertains to the foundation of the nation and the spirit of the late Crown Prince. I must advocate for the truth, urging Your Majesty to discern the minutiae and swiftly unveil the reality to reassure the populace. Given the gravity of his words, Li Chen could certainly comprehend the implications. It was untenable for the death of the Crown Prince to remain unresolved. Thus, he gently nodded. You speak wisely, dear Minister. Feng Huai, as the Minister of Punishments, it is your duty to solve this case. I grant you an additional 3 months. You must uncover the truth and ensure that no one escapes justice. As for you, Zhang Anchang, as Deputy Censor, you possess the right to supervise. I permit you to investigate the records concerning the Crown Prince's case within the Ministry of Punishments, to ensure that this matter is addressed justly and fairly. Li Chen's pronouncement was faultless, urging Feng Huai to expedite the investigation while allowing Zhang Anchang to conduct his inquiries, thereby precluding any claim that Li Chen had denied him the opportunity. Just as Zhang Anchang expressed his gratitude for the decree, Feng Huai vehemently opposed it. The declaration stunned all present. Feng Huai, bold enough to invoke the memory of the late emperor, was clearly prepared to confront the new emperor head-on. In essence, he wielded his esteemed position and years of service as leverage against the new ruler. Li Chen furrowed his brow and said, Dare you repeat that? Anyone could discern that Li Chen's mood was far from amiable. Yet Feng Huai seemed emboldened, having already lost many of his privileges. Now, he perceived others encroaching upon his Ministry of Punishments. Having long harbored resentment towards Li Chen, he continued, Your Majesty, it is not my intention to be obstinate. Rather, it is the late Emperor's directive, not to be taken lightly. Very well. Then I shall send you to meet the late emperor. Li Chen scoffed, his disdain palpable. Accompanied by a mere gesture, a powerful and pure energy tore through the void, arriving in an instant. In that moment, the very fabric of space quivered. The mountains and rivers trembled. Bang, bang, bang. The body of Minister of Punishments Feng Huai erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Even with his profound cultivation, he had no recourse. Meeting his end in an instant, every inch of his body detonated. Bones reduced to powder, flesh and blood mingled into a gruesome mash. A crimson-black stain marked the ground, with blood mist wafting through the air. The force of the explosion reverberated through the entire palace, leaving everyone bewildered, feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the court. The most unfortunate were the ministers surrounding Feng Huai, who were splattered with blood. Li Chen's display was utterly shocking, transcending mundane comprehension, leaving the assembly of ministers in stunned silence. The martial generals, seasoned in their training, remained standing, while the civil officials were blown back by the shockwave, collapsing in agony. In that moment, all the ministers pondered. No wonder His Majesty always appeared fearless. No wonder the Empress Dowager dared not govern openly. Was this the might of a sage? They were experiencing firsthand the formidable power of a sage, truly an eye-opening moment. Li Chen showed no leniency towards this old minister. I offered you an opportunity, yet you insist on defying me? You disregard my words and dare to invoke the late emperor? Do you fancy yourself formidable? You speak of the late emperor, and now I shall send you to him. Are you content now in pieces? Chapter 51. Power, once grasped, how many are willing to relinquish it? At this moment, no minister dared to defy Li Chen, for he was a man of lethal resolve. The demise of Feng Huai evoked no dissent, as it was a consequence of his own actions. The emperor had already spoken in a manner that left no room for negotiation. Yet Feng Huai continued to invoke the late emperor's name. Had the throne been occupied by a less capable sovereign, even in a fit of anger, procedures would have been followed. Perhaps the imperial guard would have apprehended Feng Huai, and even if imprisoned, he would likely escape with a plea for mercy and a written confession. However, Feng Huai faced Li Chen, a sovereign of the sacred realm, who granted him no chance to plead for his life. The outcome was instantaneous obliteration. Now, the ministers began to reassess their attitudes when conversing with Li Chen. Their fear of him, already palpable, intensified. Zhao Wenyuan, having served as chancellor for decades, was visibly shaken for the first time. The suddenness of it all left him astounded. He had never anticipated such a volatile temperament from the new emperor. This truly exemplified the concept of a ruler demanding the death of his ministers, who had no choice but to comply. The emperor bore no grudges, and his wrath was immediate. Soon, the commander of the imperial guard, Li Chen, entered the court to inquire about the events that transpired. Li Chen replied nonchalantly, stating, "It was nothing, merely the execution of a disobedient subject. Have someone clean up the mess." "As you command," Li Chen gulped, feeling apprehensive even from a distance due to the overwhelming display of power. Despite being a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm, a prodigy of the royal family, he felt that he could scarcely withstand a single move from Li Chen. His loyalty, once unwavering, was now fortified. Before departing, Li Chen glanced around and asked, "What of the body?" After his exit, eunuchs and palace maids swiftly entered to clear the scene. At this moment, Li Chen began to murmur to himself, "Even with my power diminished, why do you still remain seated? Next time, I shall lower it further. Rise, please." This statement instilled even greater terror among the ministers. Feng Huai, a once formidable practitioner, had been eliminated in an instant. Was Li Chen truly capable of such destruction? If he truly unleashed his full strength or miscalculated, would they not all perish? Had Li Chen been privy to their thoughts, he might have remarked, "Nonsense. If you all survive, what purpose will my training serve? Surviving a single attack makes you formidable." Though this statement bore an air of arrogance, Li Chen undeniably possessed the merit to back it. One by one, the civil officials rose, and the court session resumed. Those who had not offended Li Chen recovered quickly, reassured by their lack of enmity with the emperor. In contrast, those who had signed their names alongside Feng Huai trembled in fear, worried that they too might meet a similar fate should the emperor discover their treachery. They had been coerced by Feng Huai, loyal to the royal family, with heaven as their witness. As for the second prince, they hardly knew him. If he sought death, he need not drag them along. The ministers inwardly prepared their performances of sorrow, with Yan Hai, the minister of rights, feeling particularly fortunate. Although he was aligned with the second prince, he had consistently heeded Li Chen's directives. He had followed Li Chen's orders to the letter, whereas the second prince's commands were considered after much deliberation. He had suspected that offending Li Chen would result in immediate demise, and now it had come to pass. This incident further solidified Yan Hai's resolve never to oppose Li Chen, to utter a blasphemous thought. As long as Li Chen lived, he would remain a loyal subject. With Feng Huai's death, the farce concluded. Li Chen turned to Zhao Wenyuan, stating, "The position of Minister of Justice is crucial to the nation's security and cannot remain vacant. Do you have a suitable candidate to recommend?" Zhao Wenyuan, the expert in handling such matters for Li Chen, understood there was no evading this. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward, bowed, and solemnly declared, "Your Majesty, there is indeed one person in my mind who is fit for this heavy responsibility." Li Chen nodded slightly, urging him to proceed. Zhao Wenyuan took a deep breath and continued, "This individual is the chief officer of the Ministry of Justice, a certain Pang Jin. Since his entrance into the ministry, he has demonstrated diligence and responsibility, consistently solving major cases and earning significant merit. His character is upright, and he commands great respect among the officials of the ministry. Moreover, his capabilities are substantial. I believe that Pang Jin possesses both the competence and stature to fulfill the role of Minister of Justice." This proposal elicited a strong reaction among the ministers. For Pang Jin was merely a mid-level official, lacking even the qualifications to attend court. Above him were the deputy minister and other senior officials. Elevating Pang Jin to the position of deputy minister would be a considerable leap. Zhao Wenyuan recommended him precisely because he was not beholden to any faction, merely a man of exceptional capability. Feng Huai had dominated the ministry for years, and all the higher officials were his trusted allies. Selecting anyone else would have been unsuitable. If the emperor sought a competent administrator, Pang Jin was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Zhao Wenyuan's suggestion was both unexpected and reasonable. After all, Pang Jin had been in the ministry long enough for his abilities to be recognized. "Very well, I shall promote Pang Jin to the position of Minister of Justice. Does anyone have any objections?" With this pronouncement, Li Chen sealed the matter, and no one dared to voice dissent. Hadn't Feng Huai's slight dissent led to his demise? Particularly among the senior officials of the ministry, they eagerly praised the emperor's wisdom. They had no desire to contend for the position of Minister of Justice. It was already a stroke of fortune that Li Chen had spared their lives. Such occurrences in the court were rare, but not incomprehensible, and the session continued. News of Feng Huai's execution spread swiftly. In the Empress Dowager's palace, still shaken, she received intelligence from a trusted maid. What? Feng Huai had the audacity to openly confront the emperor? At that moment, she grasped that the earlier commotion had originated from Li Chen. The strength of the sacred realm indeed inspired an insatiable thirst in her eyes. The emperor had granted Feng Huai a chance, yet he remained obstinate. The maid succinctly recounted the events, like a cold-blooded news reporter. Those in power seldom wish to relinquish their grip. The Empress Dowager understood the minister's inner thoughts, yet they failed to consider who they were truly facing. Although Li Chen appeared amiable, when provoked, he was unyielding. Engaging with someone of the sacred realm was far more perilous than dealing with an emperor, especially when Li Chen embodied both. Chapter 52. Li Chen is formidable, yet I have no reason to concede. Among those most shocked by Feng Huai's sudden death in the court was the second prince, Li Chen. He had just received a significant boost from the Ministry of Justice and was in high spirits, envisioning his future maneuvers. However, before he could issue commands or strategize, Li Chen swiftly eliminated that advantage. This left Li Chen questioning whether Li Chen had already placed spies among his ranks. How else could Li Chen have acted so promptly following the intelligence he had just received? Compounded with the news of the northern expedition, Li Chen concluded that both he and the third prince had been infiltrated by Li Chen's agents. This maneuver, seemingly reckless, was in fact a calculated intimidation by Li Chen towards both him and the third prince. It was quite revealing. He had previously underestimated Li Chen. From this point onward, Li Chen began to regard Li Chen as a worthy adversary in their intricate game of power. However, Li Chen remained unperturbed for as long as his master intervened. He saw no reason for defeat. In his eyes, victory was still assured. In the courtyard of the Grand General's residence, Guo Piyun was diligently tending to his vegetable garden. Despite having refrained from such labor for many years, his skills had not diminished. Each motion flowed seamlessly, executed with an effortless grace. Even after a morning spent in the fields, not a bead of sweat graced his brow, his physique robust beyond his years. Having turned over the soil, he realized it was nearly time for the morning court session. He settled into a chair in the sitting room to sip tea while listening to his subordinates report the latest news. Feng Huai brought his own demise upon himself. However, I never expected His Majesty to prioritize the northern expedition. He mused inwardly, lamenting the missed opportunities of the day, confined to his home. Seemingly struck by an idea, Guo Piyun urged his servant to fetch his attire, appearing ready to venture out. At that moment, his son, Guo Zhenwei, happened to stroll by and, noticing his father's demeanor, inquired, "Father, where are you off to?" With a grave expression, Guo Piyun replied, "His Majesty is embarking on a northern campaign. I must be part of this expedition. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, it would be preferable to dying in the court." No marshal general would miss such an occasion. For them, it was a matter of honor. This explains why so many generals in the court were beseeching Li Chen to allow them to join the fight. "But father, you are currently under house arrest by His Majesty. Have you forgotten how Feng Huai met his end? It was through defying His Majesty's orders." Guo Zhenwei's words instantly sobered Guo Piyun. Truth be told, he harbored a considerable fear of the new emperor, Li Chen. Indeed, His Majesty's confinement of me is a gesture of mercy. Moreover, it is only for 7 days. Had I not acted rashly during my last visit to the imperial study, I might have been summoned to court by now. Should I leave without a summons, would I not be defying His Majesty's command? What does an emperor despise most? Undoubtedly, disobedient subjects. Is not Feng Huai's fate evident? I had just scorned him and nearly found myself in the same predicament. Guo Piyun understood Li Chen's temperament well. He had almost forgotten this crucial point in his eagerness. Yet with the commanders for the northern campaign still undecided, what if someone else seized the opportunity? "How about this? I will seek an audience with His Majesty and convey my intentions," proposed Guo Zhenwei. While Guo Zhenwei's suggestion was indeed sound, Guo Piyun harbored concerns. Li Chen's thoughts were more inscrutable than those of the late emperor. If his son were to offend Li Chen, the risk of missing the chance to fight paled in comparison to the potential of familial annihilation. Previous emperors at least adhered to certain protocols and sentiments. But this one did not seem to care for such niceties. Sensing his father's apprehension, Guo Zhenwei continued, "Do not worry, father. We are merely subjects, His Majesty's loyal hounds. As long as we demonstrate our fidelity, all shall be well." This seemingly crude statement resonated deeply with Guo Piyun. Only by adopting such a subservient attitude could one hope to engage with the emperor without incurring his wrath. With that, Guo Piyun urged his son to hasten, lest other generals outpace them. Clad in his formal attire, Guo Piyun swiftly mounted his horse and raced towards the palace. However, upon arriving at the palace gates, he was taken aback. Hundreds of figures thronged the area, all martial generals of the Tiance Dynasty, accompanied by their subordinates. Many of these generals were clad in armor, their steeds similarly adorned. Without exception, they had come, having heard of the emperor's intention to launch a northern campaign, to volunteer for battle. Numerous young commanders, much like Guo Zhenwei, mingled among them, alongside seasoned generals from Guo Piyun's own era. They had not graced the capital's public sphere in decades, now unable to contain their eagerness to meet their fate on the battlefield. While civil officials would engage in pleasantries and polite exchanges, the martial generals, embroiled in competition, were already at each other's throats. "What are your qualifications to request participation in a northern campaign? You look so frail, you'll freeze to death before reaching the north." "Huh, I have fought in countless battles, far more than you have ever witnessed. What gives you the right to contest with me?" "Silence. Allow me to speak fairly. I have just returned from a northern front and am familiar with the local customs. I shall take the lead this time." "What did you say? Where did you hear such rumors? Do you wish to be beaten?" The gathering of martial generals was anything but dull. Had it not been for the intervention of some, those with pre-existing grievances would have surely clashed right outside the palace gates. Guo Zhenwei, witnessing this scene, began to sweat profusely. He struggled to push his way to the front, discreetly producing some banknotes to present to the palace eunuch, Cui Gonggong. "Eunuch, I am the son of Grand General Guo Piyun." Today, Cui Gonggong had already turned away dozens of notable figures, and Guo Zhenwei's status was insufficient to earn him a favorable reception. His father, Grand General Guo Piyun, might have garnered more respect. Li Chen's orders held the weight of imperial edicts in Cui Gonggong's eyes. No amount of money from Guo Zhenwei would sway him. Moreover, amidst such a crowd, one would need to find a more secluded spot to offer any bribes. It was baffling whether these generals were truly foolish or simply blind to the prevailing circumstances. Cui Gonggong himself, feeling emboldened by the new emperor's growing power, sensed a shift in his own standing. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when controlling the hound. The stronger the master, the more audacious the hound. In the presence of a master like Li Chen, Cui Gonggong felt no fear in offending others. "After all, I am merely Li Chen's servant, and my actions serve to assist my master. Should you dare to confront him, let us see how he deals with you." Chapter 53. You want me to plead with His Majesty? On what grounds? Am I indebted to you? Guo Zhenwei faced a significant setback at the palace gates, facing jeers from numerous generals. Upon learning of the situation, Guo Piyun felt a surge of agitation. As the foremost martial general, he indeed held the right to seek an audience with Li Chen, yet he was currently under house arrest. Venturing out now would surely provoke Li Chen's ire, extending his confinement as punishment for disregarding imperial commands. The emperor, who already harbored a distaste for such insolence, would hardly grant him a reprieve. If he were to receive such leniency, how would other ministers perceive it? "Why are we going to the prime minister's residence?" "We are not acquainted with him," Guo Zhenwei questioned. "I understand now, father. I shall go at once." Like a mere tool, Guo Zhenwei scurried about. At that very moment, within the imperial study of the palace, the head of the Ministry of Punishments, Pang Jin, and the deputy censor, Zhang and Song, knelt before Li Chen. Both had been summoned by Li Chen, thus qualifying to appear in the imperial study. Among the two, the one most apprehensive was undoubtedly Pang Jin, who could now be referred to as the Minister of Punishments. Pang Jin was tall and imposing, exuding a competent demeanor, with a face as resolute as iron, and an air of indomitable spirit emanating from his brow. His presence was calm, yet formidable, akin to a mountain, instantly revealing that he was no ordinary individual, but rather a master of exceptional skill. Upon entering the imperial study, he spoke little, yet when posed questions by Li Chen, he responded with clarity and precision. Whatever Li Chen inquired, he answered in detail, much to Li Chen's satisfaction. In Li Chen's eyes, such a person was capable of diligent work. The late Feng Huai, whom he had executed, was a complete blight upon the bureaucracy. His daily discourse was filled with lofty officialese, giving the illusion of sophistication, yet lacking substance. Nothing of value emerged from his mouth. You two shall cooperate fully to ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. Should you encounter any obstacles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. While Li Chen held no particular affection for the crown prince, he understood the necessity of the investigation, also serving as a test of Pang Jin's capabilities. Your Majesty, I, Zhang and Song, humbly accept your decree. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Regarding the case of the crown prince's demise, I, Pang Jin, shall exert every effort and utilize all my abilities to uncover the truth and fulfill your trust. After the two ministers concluded their statements, Li Chen waved his hand, urging them to depart swiftly. They managed to leave the imperial study without incident, unlike many other ministers who feared that place, with some even being carried out by the imperial guards. Zhang and Song, a court minister, had already witnessed the events of this morning and held no significant thoughts, only longing to understand the circumstances surrounding the crown prince's death. Pang Jin, however, had been at the Ministry of Justice earlier that day and had initially thought the eunuchs from the palace were there for some urgent matter. He soon learned that the head of the Ministry of Justice, Feng Huai, had been killed on the spot by the emperor for repeatedly defying him, and that he had been nominated by Prime Minister Zhao Wenyuan as the new Minister of Justice. It was indeed a sudden turn of events, and Pang Jin was nearly taken aback. After years of service, he had not anticipated such a swift elevation to the position of minister. In the realm of governance, one must either choose a faction or possess remarkable achievements to rise to prominence. Though Pang Jin felt elated at his promotion, the case at hand was truly grave. When the crown prince died, the late emperor had been furious, and the Minister of Justice, Feng Huai, personally led an investigation. Pang Jin, known for his decisive judgment, was also present at the scene. However, by the time he arrived, the area had been meticulously cleared by professionals, leaving no traces behind. At that moment, Pang Jin suspected that the method employed was the work of an insider within ministry. For only someone with extensive experience in the ministry would know precisely how to eliminate the evidence that the ministry would seek. He surmised that it was unlikely for Feng Huai and the other high-ranking officials to be involved, as they had been trusted confidants of the late emperor since their youth, and harming the crown prince would serve no benefit to them. Thus, the traitor was most likely among the capable mid-level officials within the ministry, of which he himself was one. The case of the crown prince had lingered for over half a year, and by now, all leads had undoubtedly faded. If he could identify the insider, the truth would inevitably come to light. Previously, Pang Jin lacked the means to investigate, and he was no fool. He understood that if he spoke openly to Feng Huai, the other mid-level officials might unite against him. However, the situation had now changed. He was the head of the ministry, and his authority had significantly expanded. With the backing of the new emperor, this was a prime opportunity for him to prove himself. Pang Jin also recognized that probing into such a case would surely offend some, but he was unperturbed. In the Ministry of Justice, who had not offended someone? If one feared retribution, who would dare to work in such a place? Moreover, the ministry inherently wielded substantial power. Pang Jin believed that the matter concerning the crown prince was pivotal to the fate of the nation, and he would need to apprehend more than just one culprit. On the day he unveiled the truth, the entire imperial capital would surely be drenched in blood. However, before that, he needed to meet someone, Prime Minister Zhao Wenyuan. His appointment as Minister of Justice was not solely due to his own capabilities, but significantly attributed to the recommendation of the Prime Minister. At this moment, within the Prime Minister's residence, Zhao Wenyuan was savoring his ordinary tea, which, though simple, he found remarkably delightful and refreshing. Before him stood a young general. Although he was referred to as young, he was already over 30. The Tiance Dynasty seldom had generals in their 20s, so his age was considered youthful. Guo Jinwei conveyed his father's requests earnestly, pleading with Zhao Wenyuan to seek an audience with the emperor to allow his father to lead troops into battle. He even spoke of his father's lifelong aspirations, claiming that he would have no regrets in death. Zhao Wenyuan, possessing a refined demeanor, found little motivation to scold him. Why should I implore the emperor on your behalf? What have I done to owe you? Is it merely your words that compel me? Or do we share a close relationship? The emperor chooses whom he wishes to send. Why do you think my words would hold any weight? Whether regarding the northern expedition or the appointment of the Minister of Justice, it was only at the emperor's behest that I spoke. Would I dare to act independently? Do you think I possess such audacity? Your father is under house arrest at the emperor's command because of his own arrogance. Furthermore, the preparations for the northern expedition cannot be completed in a day or two. By the time the preparations are nearly finished, your father's house arrest will have long since been lifted. If he fears for his life, he may plead for himself in court. Guopoyan is the foremost martial general. During that time, how many generals would dare to compete with him? I truly do not comprehend how you martial men think. The mere mention of battle sends you into a frenzy. These words contained much irreverence, and Zhao Wenyuan lacked the patience to expound further, merely offering this brief admonition. Indifferent to whether Guo Zhenwei grasped its meaning. In a certain sense, Prime Minister Zhao Wenyuan had begun to comprehend Li Chen's habits and thoughts. To Zhao Wenyuan, Li Chen favored ministers who excelled in their duties, avoided excessive chatter, and could offer strategies and solutions in times of trouble. Zhao Wenyuan mused, "Is this not a reflection of myself?" Chapter 54. You best depart swiftly before I change my mind. The minister whom many feared like a tiger, Li Chen, was regarded by Zhao Wenyuan as quite amiable. The former emperor, plagued by suspicion, devised methods to scrutinize court officials or employed imperial tactics to discomfort them. This was not unique to the previous emperor. Many monarchs throughout history shared this trait. Thus, Zhao Wenyuan conducted himself with utmost caution, even refraining from extravagant tea, wishing to avoid providing anyone with incriminating evidence. He often speculated on the former emperor's intentions to prepare for possible contingencies. In contrast, with the new emperor Li Chen, one need only avoid provoking him. He was disinterested in meddling with others. He harbored no fears of rebellion from his ministers, for they dared not challenge him. And he himself was unafraid. There was no need for such exhaustion. Was this not the epitome of an ideal sovereign? Thus, when Li Chen revealed the card of saintly realm, Zhao Wenyuan, in turn, played the card of loyal minister, fearful that Li Chen might mistakenly eliminate the wrong individual. Just after bidding farewell to Guo Zhenwei, another visitor arrived. I am Minister Pang Jin, paying my respects to the esteemed Prime Minister. Upon arriving before Zhao Wenyuan, Pang Jin performed a respectful bow. What brings you to my humble abode, Minister Pang? Zhao Wenyuan inquired courteously, remaining seated and showing no intention of rising. Few could command his attention based on either seniority or rank, especially not someone as newly appointed as Pang Jin. Prime Minister, I wish to express my gratitude for your recommendation during today's South Morning Court Assembly. Pang Jin had come primarily to thank Zhao Wenyuan for his elevation. Zhao Wenyuan, upon seeing him, had already surmised that it was indeed he who had spoken on Pang Jin's behalf before the emperor. Otherwise, the position of Minister of Justice would not have been within his reach. Your gratitude is well-deserved. After a brief pause, Pang Jin continued, in addition, I have another matter I wish to discuss. Zhao Wenyuan replied, Speak. His tone and demeanor bore a resemblance to Li Chen's straightforwardness. Li Chen was known for his forthrightness, preferring to address matters directly without unnecessary elaboration. Zhao Wenyuan, unconsciously mimicking Li Chen, was also a reflection of his admiration for him. The underlying message was clear. Although I'm grateful for your recommendation, I do not engage in factionalism. I hope the Prime Minister can understand. This was conveyed quite subtly, as he did not wish to offend Zhao Wenyuan. Hearing this, Zhao Wenyuan chuckled. Ah, they say you are quite straightforward. I find you to be rather astute. You are correct. Your loyalty should lie solely with the emperor, and do not overthink the rest. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Prime Minister. With that, Pang Jin took his leave, not daring to linger for even a moment, fearing that others might misinterpret the situation. Should this news reach Li Chen's ears, he might overthink the matter. Pang Jin had limited interactions with Li Chen, thus he acted with utmost caution. In truth, Zhao Wenyuan recommended Pang Jin precisely because his background within the Ministry of Justice was the cleanest. Pang Jin was born into a family of hunters in the western region of the Tiance Dynasty. Due to his extraordinary talent, he was selected to further his studies at the Combat Academy in the imperial capital. During his time there, he distinguished himself among numerous prodigies and was specially recruited into the Ministry of Justice. After taking office, he solved several major cases, earning the admiration of his superiors and swiftly rising to the position of head of the ministry. Given this background, it is evident that he is a capable individual. As the Chancellor, he possesses comprehensive knowledge of all officials, both high and low, within the court, as well as local magistrates' records, all stored in his mind. His photographic memory is merely a foundational skill for Zhao Wenyuan. Without a solid foundation, who would dare to undertake delicate matters? Meanwhile, the imperial study was filled with wails. To the uninitiated, it might seem that Li Chen had died. Speak up. What is the cause of this lamentation? Can someone inform me as to who has perished? Li Chen gazed in bewilderment at the 6 ministers who had entered, prostrating themselves on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. They lamented their lack of loyalty to His Majesty and pleaded for forgiveness. Most importantly, despite their prolonged weeping, Li Chen remained oblivious to their words. Ultimately, he commanded them to cease their crying and pointed at one, instructing him to clarify the matter. That minister, inching forward while kneeling, recounted the events of the previous night, when Feng Huai had coerced them into signing a pledge of allegiance to the second prince. They repeatedly asserted that they had no intention of betraying Li Chen and that they had been compelled to act. Regarding Feng Huai's demise today, they expressed relief and gratitude to Li Chen for rescuing them from peril. Upon hearing this, Li Chen smirked and said, "I thought the crown prince was the one you had murdered, coming here to confess and seek leniency. And you weep over such a trivial matter?" This statement left the 6 ministers pale with fear. "Your Majesty, we dare not jest, for such accusations cannot be made lightly. If we were truly implicated, it would be a crime worthy of exterminating our clans." These ministers were seasoned officials under the previous emperor, and according to Pang Jin, there was no justification for them to act against the crown prince. The crime of conspiracy against the throne, though not insignificant, hinged upon Li Chen's judgment. Despite the ministers being powerful figures outside the palace, in the imperial study, their lives rested solely on Li Chen's decree. Li Chen had never regarded the second prince as a threat, and casually remarked, "As long as you act in accordance with your official robes, I shall let this matter pass." Upon hearing this, the 6 ministers wept again, this time genuinely overwhelmed with gratitude. They had prepared themselves for imprisonment, yet they faced no consequences, only a verbal reprimand. In their eyes, Li Chen radiated a divine light, akin to an eternal sovereign. Observing the ministers still weeping, Li Chen impatiently stated, "You had best depart swiftly before I change my mind." At this, the 6 ministers quickly rose, expressing their thanks before leaving. One minister, perhaps weary from kneeling too long or overcome by the recent emotional outburst, struggled to stand, prompting his colleagues to assist him out. With their departure, Li Chen's duties for the day were nearly concluded. He was aware that the military officials were anxious over the northern expedition, but urgency was futile. Such matters entirely depended on his disposition, as he held absolute authority. Finally, the day came to a close. Stretching and setting down the last memorial, Li Chen exited the imperial study, cradling the warmth and softness in his arms, inhaling the faint fragrance. The weariness of governance dissipated entirely. Chapter 55. The conspiracy of the envoys from the royal court. An undercurrent surges. "So, have you completed your assignment for today?" he said, pinching Li Xining's delicate face. Feigning sternness, "The reinforcement of the 2 meridians is finished. It nearly exhausted me." The training tasks Li Chen assigned her were quite simple, particularly for someone of her exceptional talent. Moreover, with Li Xining's innate abilities, reinforcing 2 meridians daily was indeed manageable. The remainder of her time was spent either playing or clinging to Li Chen. Li Chen, bearing a sense of responsibility, meticulously examined her meridians to ensure no mistakes had been made. This was a critical period for laying a solid foundation. Rushing due to distractions could result in damage or even rupture of the meridians during future practices. After a thorough inspection, he perceived a somewhat volatile energy flowing within Li Xining's meridians, which assured him, in a few days, she would likely be ready for the awakening ceremony, at which point she would enter the mid-stage of meridian opening and be able to continue fulfilling system tasks. The deadline for these tasks was set at 60 days, presumably to allow adequate preparation. The Wild Secret Realm not only provided cultivation resources, but also served as a trial for practitioners, enhancing their combat capabilities. In battles of equal rank, those with rich experience often held the upper hand. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he declared. Hooray! Li Chen was quite indulgent towards this younger sister. After all, he had little else to occupy his afternoon, so a stroll would be pleasant. Meanwhile, near the residence of the 9th princess in the imperial capital, figures had been lying in wait for some time. Following the fallout between Li Chen and the envoys from the royal court, Altai and Ataid conspired to abduct the ninth princess. Altai remained stationed, while his brother Ataid awaited the opportunity. The escape route had already been planned. Capturing the ninth princess would enable them to reach the royal court in record time. At that juncture, the Khan would not only refrain from punishing them, but would also bestow generous rewards. Today, Ataid finally received word from his informants outside the palace gates that the ninth princess's carriage had departed. His heart raced with excitement. At last, the moment had arrived. He had heard tales of the ninth princess's unparalleled beauty and was eager to behold her. However, as he entertained some nefarious thoughts, a woman suddenly appeared before him. With fair skin, an oval face, and exquisite features, she was a beauty seldom seen by Ataid, exuding an air of confidence. In the past, he would have approached her to strike up a conversation. However, the current circumstances were different. Upon noticing her official attire and the squad of officers accompanying her, Ataid found himself momentarily at a loss. Lin Yue gripped the hilt of her sword with one hand, her expression stern. She was a recent graduate of the Xinhui Combat Academy, having excelled in her studies. Thanks to her exceptional performance and connections with Li Chen, the Minister of Rights, Yin Hai had recommended her for a position within the capital as government. Lin Yue's strength earned her the title of captain. Although her official rank was modest, she commanded a security team in her jurisdiction, which conveniently included the ninth princess's residence. Having received reports from the public, she was obliged to lead her team to investigate. Those idling in the capital were often scouting for opportunities to commit theft, and Lin Yue's area housed numerous royal offspring and noble families, filled with valuable possessions. So she could not afford to be lax. Ataid, caught off guard, felt a wave of confusion. He had meticulously planned for days without detection, only to be exposed today by a public report. In truth, it was precisely because he had been lurking for several days that the nearby residents had perceived something amiss and reported it. Being from the Northern Royal Court, Ataid knew that if he were captured, it would be difficult to explain. As he averted his gaze, contemplating an escape, a sharp sword was suddenly pressed against his neck, its blade glinting menacingly. The swift motion of Lin Yue, drawing her sword, astonished Ataid, who had not anticipated such prowess from mere constable of the Tiance Dynasty. Ataid, possessing strength equivalent to Lu Hao, both standing at the pinnacle of the Pisu realm, sensed that Lin Yue was also harnessing the same energy. Bolstered by the presence of additional constables nearby, he was uncertain whether he could extricate himself swiftly should he become ensnared. He would be left defenseless against the arrival of other formidable opponents. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, deeming the capture of the ninth princess not an immediate concern. Consequently, Ataid and his two subordinates were apprehended by the officers, prompting those who remained free to conceal themselves, preparing to rescue Ataid. After a while, as Lin Yue led her men away, Li Chen and Li Xining passed through the vicinity. Ataid was fortunate to have been captured ahead of time. Otherwise, he would have confronted Li Chen. Given Li Chen's temperament, any aggression directed at Li Xining would not merely result in an interrogation. Inside the district office, regardless of Lin Yue's inquiries, Ataid maintained his story of idleness, challenging her to provide evidence if she suspected him of foul play. His demeanor was exceedingly insolent. Leveraging his status as an envoy, he audaciously rested his legs upon the table during questioning. In the imperial court, he would never dare act in such a manner. But here, in this mere district office, he felt unconcerned. His subordinates had already departed, and it would not be long before diplomatic pressure escalated. As long as no evidence was presented, Lin Yue would be compelled not only to release him, but also to apologize. He was eager to witness the haughty and frigid beauty bowing her head in contrition. Ataid's face was a canvas of mockery. If he could not deal with your emperor, how could he be troubled by you? Unbeknownst to Ataid at this moment, Li Chen had already consented to the northern expedition that very morning. Although the news had yet to be officially announced, once it was made public, Ataid would no longer be merely an envoy. After an afternoon of interrogation, Lin Yue was exasperated. She had only recently begun her duties and was already beset by numerous challenges. In her jurisdiction, many of the nobles and scions wielded immense power, compelling even the governor and chief constable to bow and scrape. There was even a brazen prince's heir who persistently harassed her due to her beauty. Lin Yue felt powerless. Being newly appointed, she could not afford to offend these influential figures and had to endure. Finally apprehending a petty thief, she hoped to achieve some merit to repay Li Chen's trust in her. Unexpectedly, This thief turned out to be an envoy from the royal court, who was now threatening her with diplomatic repercussions if she failed to handle the situation properly. An elderly officer nearby advised Lin Yue to simply apologize to Atade and let him go. As she exited the prison, Lin Yue sighed, finding it all exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, she refused to abandon her resolve, believing that since Atade was an envoy, he could not possibly linger in that place without ulterior motives. Chapter 56. The Expert at Playing the Fool. As dusk approached, the fading sunlight cast a golden veil over the affluent district of the imperial city, bestowing a majestic aura upon the area. Lin Yue, clad in form-fitting attire with a sword at her waist, moved purposefully along this solemn street. This thoroughfare stood in stark contrast to others, with towering walls that seemingly shielded it from the clamor and chaos of the outside world. A grand plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed with illustrious family names, signifying the extraordinary status of this locale. Outside certain estates, powerful guards wielded long spears, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings to ward off any ne'er-do-wells. As Lin Yue traversed this street, her heart brimmed with myriad emotions. Gazing at the imposing mansions, she pondered when her meager salary would ever afford her a home in this precious imperial city, although the wages in the capital surpassed those of other regions. For an ordinary constable like her, establishing a residence in this area seemed a mere pipe dream. If she were to buy, it would have to be in areas beyond the 6th ring of the capital. However, those locations were far removed from her workplace, and suitable housing was scarce. There lay familiar landscapes, amiable neighbors, childhood memories, and dreams. Reflecting on this, Lin Yue gently tapped her face, murmuring to herself, "Lin Yue, you've only just begun your job. You haven't even received your first month's salary, yet you're contemplating purchasing a home. If you don't focus on your duties, how can you justify the Emperor's trust in you?" Clearly, the royal envoy had ulterior motives. Perhaps uncovering the truth could contribute to the stability of this area. Though reality was harsh, aspirations remained steadfast. For now, she needed to complete her work diligently. However, life seldom unfolds smoothly. Just as Lin Yue approached the vicinity of Atade's capture, preparing to delve deeper into the investigation, a cacophony shattered the surrounding tranquility. She furrowed her brow, turning towards the noise, and beheld a figure reeking of alcohol, accompanied by several subordinates, staggering toward her. It was Su Zifeng, the prince's heir, disheveled and clearly emerging from a house of ill repute, his steps unsteady and his gaze bleary. The mingling scent of perfume and makeup lingered in the air around him. Lin Yue felt a sinking feeling, ever since her promotion to constable. Su Zifeng had been a source of constant annoyance, routinely harassing her during patrols and even daring to disrupt the district office, much to her chagrin. She had hoped to evade this trouble today, but found herself confronted once more. Upon spotting Lin Yue, Su Zifeng's eyes lit up, a lewd smile spreading across his face. "Ah, fate is truly remarkable. Constable Lin, just off duty? Why not join me in my residence for a drink?" Su Zifeng, audacious in his approach, presented his suggestion as an invitation, but intended to forcibly escort Lin Yue away, relying on his status. As Su Zifeng drew closer, Lin Yue gritted her teeth in anger, preparing to evade him when suddenly, a figure interposed itself before her. It was Xue Wu, a young nobleman, who had also taken a liking to Lin Yue and could not tolerate such indignities inflicted upon her. Lin Yue held a favorable impression of Xue Wu. At the very least, he was upright and had a respectable family background, distinguishing him from the likes of Su Zifeng. In Xue Wu's eyes, Lin Yue exuded an aloof beauty, and he had long sought an opportunity for a private encounter. Today, however, he felt elated, grateful to Su Zifeng for granting him the chance to be the hero in rescuing the damsel in distress. By dealing with this scoundrel, he believed Lin Yue would surely grant him an opportunity for a meal together. With this thought in mind, Xue Wu rebuked Su Zifeng. "Su Zifeng, as the prince's heir, you ought to uphold the law and set an example for the people. Yet here you are, behaving tyrannically and harassing law enforcement. This is a blatant disregard for the law and a display of utter arrogance." Su Zifeng, hearing this, smirked coldly, emboldened by his status. "And if I do harass her, what of it? Even if your father were here, he wouldn't be able to control me. What you, Xue Wu? In this imperial city, there's nothing Su Zifeng dare not do. It was evident that he was displeased at having his enjoyment interrupted. "Mind your words. You may criticize me, but do not involve my family." With a mocking tone, he added, "Oh, did that useless father of yours not teach you? If you lack the capability, do not shout recklessly." This remark struck Shui Wu like a dagger, deeply wounding his pride. He had idolized his father since childhood and could not tolerate Su Zifeng's insult. It could be said that Su Zifeng had precisely hit his sore spot. "You!" Shui Wu's face turned an ominous shade of green with rage. He could no longer tolerate the situation and resolved to teach Su Zifeng a lesson. With a single command, his subordinates surged forward like untamed wild horses, charging towards Su Zifeng and his followers. Su Zifeng, refusing to be outdone, unleashed his own cadre of meticulously chosen experts, and thus erupted a chaotic melee. Fists and feet clashed, weapons collided, and the street was soon filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the sharp sounds of metal striking metal. Lin Yue stood to the side, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions as she observed this sudden eruption of violence. She was grateful for Shui Wu's gallant assistance, yet apprehensive that this skirmish might lead to greater troubles. As a mere minor official, she was caught in a conflict between a princely heir and the eldest son of a prominent noble, neither of whom she could afford to provoke. Most troubling was that this was her jurisdiction. She ought to intervene to quell the fight, yet the situation had spiraled beyond her control. If word of this incident reached the ears of the governor or the chief constable, she would surely face their ire, which weighed heavily on her mind. Before Lin Yue, the conflict had escalated into a fever pitch. Shui Wu, despite his age, displayed remarkable strength, his formidable presence far surpassing that of Su Zifeng. When he activated his pulse technique, the energy fluctuations were terrifying. Yet, Su Zifeng was a cunning individual, adept at concealing his true prowess. Many were unaware that his father was a powerful prince commanding a formidable army, and Su Zifeng himself had demonstrated extraordinary martial skills from a young age, even reaching the mid-stage of the Liuhe realm. Coupled with his innate strength, exceptional talent, and extraordinary fortune, he was more than capable of engaging in battles beyond his rank. The former emperor, wary of the Prince of Zhennan, had sent his son to the imperial capital as a hostage. Upon his arrival in the imperial capital, Su Zifeng had consistently courted trouble, committing minor infractions while avoiding major blunders. His debauched demeanor and frequenting of establishments of ill repute had earned him a notorious reputation. Over time, people began to perceive him merely as a spoiled scion relying on his father's prestige. However, his reckless behavior was a fade, intended to lower the defenses of the former emperor against him and his father. From birth, he had harbored grand ambitions, unwilling to accept the role of a mere princely heir. While he appeared to be creating chaos in the imperial capital, he was in truth cultivating his own influence in the shadows, biding his time until he could incite his father to rebel, coordinating their efforts to achieve their grand ambitions. Shui Wu, formidable as he was, seemed weak in Su Zifeng's eyes. His earlier insults towards Shui Wu's father had been intentional, knowing that Shui Wu held deep respect for him. Such words would surely ignite Shui Wu's fury. Each day, Su Zifeng devised new ways to stir trouble. As the greater the chaos he generated, the safer he felt. After a while, it appeared that both sides were evenly matched in their exchange. But then, like a specter, Su Zifeng vanished before Shui Wu's eyes. Startled, Shui Wu barely had time to react before he felt a tremendous impact to his abdomen, sending shockwaves that whipped up a fierce wind in the vicinity. A searing pain surged through him, rendering him breathless. He was hurled backward, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust, utterly disheveled. At that moment, Shui Wu writhed on the ground, involuntarily drooling, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. He groaned in agony, entirely stripped of his earlier bravado. Lacking strength, he should not have attempted to play the hero. He was utterly useless. Su Zifeng slowly approached, looking down at Shui Wu with disdain. Even giving him a light kick, his eyes filled with scorn. Just a glimpse of his true capabilities was enough to render Shui Wu so helpless. A testament to Su Zifeng's formidable strength, Lin Yue felt a wave of pressure at Su Zifeng's display of power. She had not anticipated such ferocity from this seemingly frivolous youth. She attempted to withdraw, but a hand gripped her shoulder tightly. "Yue, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply share a drink with me," Su Zifeng declared, adopting the demeanor of an overbearing ruler, convinced that women were inherently drawn to men of his stature. Regardless of any animosity, After repeated encounters, they would inevitably submit. Moreover, aside from her modest bosom, Lin Yue was quite striking, possessing commendable capabilities and potential that could be nurtured into a valuable informant. Release me, or I swear. Lin Yue struggled for a moment, but suddenly ceased her resistance. It was not due to acquiescence. Rather, an unexpected figure appeared behind Su Zifeng. This individual merely placed a hand lightly on Su Zifeng's shoulder, rendering him immobile as if locked in place. Furious at being interrupted, Su Zifeng glared at the newcomer, his anger escalating upon seeing the person's appearance. How dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who my father is? As the heir to a prince with military might, few would dare provoke him. Anyone who truly crossed him would face the wrath of the Prince of Zhennan. However, before Su Zifeng could finish his tirade, Li Chen, with a swift motion, sent him flying as if swatting away a fly. Su Zifeng's body arced through the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. He landed with his rear elevated, face against the earth, his attire and hair strewn with dirt and debris. Unconscious, a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. For a moment, the surrounding air felt as though it had frozen, all onlookers halting their actions, wide-eyed in disbelief. Just moments ago, the arrogant and overbearing Su Zifeng now lay on the ground like a defeated dog, more humiliated than the vanquished Shui Wu. Li Chen remained rooted in place, having not moved an inch, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Self-introduction? How superfluous! In the Tiance Dynasty, I never concern myself with the backgrounds of those I strike. No matter how formidable your lineage, can it match mine? I care not who your father is. Even if he stands before me, I shall not hesitate to act. Li Chen had been idly wandering near the residence of Li Xining when he sensed a violent pulse technique emanating from this vicinity. Out of curiosity, he approached, only to encounter a familiar face leading to the spectacle before him. Su Zifeng's sycophants were the first to react, the leader pointing an accusatory finger at Li Chen. You, what have you done? Our master is the Prince of Zhennan. At that moment, Lin Yue also came to her senses. She knelt and bowed her head, announcing, "This humble servant, Lin Yue, pays her respects to your majesty." In an instant, all the surrounding subordinates were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees. The previously writhing Shui Wu, despite his agony, forced himself to rise and kneel before Li Chen, demonstrating an extraordinary willpower that commanded respect. Particularly, the sycophant who had pointed at Li Chen was now fervently banging his head against the ground, blood streaming from his skull, his cries echoing with pleas for forgiveness. The sound of his desperate kowtowing reverberated through the street. At that moment, he wished he could take Su Zifeng's place on the ground, as being unconscious was far preferable to the alternative of death. Had he known this extraordinary individual was the emperor, he would not have dared to point. The other subordinates were equally terrified. As mere footnotes in this grand narrative, they dared not meet Li Chen's gaze, their heads bowed low. "Rise, ignorance is no sin," Li Chen casually remarked, waving them away. It must be said, these subordinates fled with remarkable speed, collectively hauling their master away, disappearing swiftly from the street. As Li Chen was about to speak to Lin Yue, the latter's stomach emitted a rumbling sound. She had been occupied since noon and had not had a moment to eat, and indeed, she felt quite hungry. The occurrence made her feel somewhat embarrassed in front of Li Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen remarked, "I have resolved your troubles once again. Will you not treat me to a meal?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yue was overjoyed and responded, "I am deeply grateful for your majesty's grace. It is an honor." She was aware of a delightful little eatery nearby that she often frequented, and thus invited Li Chen to join her. This was not their first meal together, but this time Lin Yue felt more restrained due to Li Chen's identity. Nevertheless, she navigated the situation with finesse, demonstrating her respect for him without revealing his status. Dining with the emperor filled her with excitement at the very core of her being. Accustomed to palace cuisine, Li Chen found the flavors of this humble establishment quite pleasing. During their meal, he glanced at Lin Yue and commented, "That attire suits you remarkably well. It appears as though it was tailored just for you." In Chapter 58, Am I the emperor? Must I prove my identity with this? Lin Yue, possessing a fine physique and a strikingly spirited visage, appeared quite dignified in her uniform. Li Chen contemplated preparing a similar outfit for Chu Ruoyan, envisioning how it would complement her long legs with a unique charm. "Thank you for your kind words, your majesty. Without your support, I would not have the privilege of wearing this uniform, Lin Yue replied. In truth, she took great pleasure in her work, though certain complications dampened her spirits. Sensing the cloud of discontent in her expression, Li Chen inquired about her recent work situation, urging her to speak candidly. After gazing at him for a moment, as if steeling herself, Lin Yue signaled the waiter to bring some wine. Adhering to her usual practice, she felt compelled to drink before speaking the truth. After 2 jars, Lin Yue finally divulged her recent frustrations. As a constable, she had been diligently enforcing the laws of the Tiance Dynasty, arresting the guilty and administering punishment where warranted. However, many of the locals had connections, and those she apprehended often sought to leverage their influence. Not only the nobles and high-ranking officials, but even the stewards of their estates could summon the local magistrate to their aid, forcing the chief constable to bow and scrape. After receiving reprimands from the steward, the chief constable and the others would turn their ire toward her. Each time, Lin Yue was coerced into apologizing to those she had apprehended, but her stubborn nature refused to comply. Ultimately, it was the chief constable who had to apologize on her behalf. I have committed no wrongdoing. Why must I apologize? I am here to work, not to beg for forgiveness. In just a few days, Lin Yue realized the helplessness of being in such a powerful center without any backing. She yearned to rise above, to become a paragon like Pang Jin, who was celebrated among the teachers at the Combat Academy. Yet in the many years since the Academy's establishment, how many could truly be like Pang Jin? Perhaps in Li Chen's eyes, Pang Jin held little significance in the grand scheme of the court. But to the students of the Academy, he was an idol, a legendary figure born from humble beginnings, deserving of admiration. Only after drinking a bit did Lin Yue dare to voice such sentiments. Otherwise, who would dare speak freely in the presence of the emperor? Li Chen listened attentively as she shared her troubles over their meal. Once she finished, he handed her an item, saying, "Take this and experience the joy that power can bring." Lin Yue was momentarily stunned, for he had offered her his imperial token. This was the exclusive insignia of the emperor, unique to the entire Tiance Dynasty. With the token in hand, it was as though Li Chen himself were present. Trembling, she accepted the token, pinching her waist to ensure she was not dreaming. Perhaps she squeezed too hard, for the sharp pain drew a sharp breath from her, instantly sobering her senses. Staring blankly at Li Chen, she asked, "But your majesty, if I possess your token, what will you do?" This question momentarily left Li Chen speechless. Am I the emperor? Must I prove my identity with this? He gently tapped her on the head with the opposite end of his chopsticks, finding her wide-eyed expression and the way she cradled her head utterly endearing. Who would dare demand that Li Chen prove himself? That would be inviting trouble. I am curious. Your majesty, why do you choose to assist me? Lin Yue still felt a bit overwhelmed by the honor. Is it not natural for me to assist you? When you were a student, you were my subject. It is only right that I help you. Now that you are working, I am your direct superior and your support. So naturally, I will assist you, will I not? Li Chen acted according to his whims when he was in a good mood. He naturally tended to look after those he saw. Moreover, he possessed both the ability and authority to do so, a privilege afforded by his dual identity as a sage and emperor. Lin Yue was akin to a recent graduate, filled with lofty aspirations and steadfast convictions. Eager to make her mark, yet upon entering the world, she faced numerous obstacles. Li Chen was also curious to see how Lin Yue would wield this newfound power to reform her workplace. After their satisfying meal, night had fallen, and Li Chen stood to leave, waving her off so she would not see him out. As she watched his upright figure depart, Lin Yue felt he radiated a certain brilliance. While she was uncertain how others regarded Li Chen, in her heart, he was the one true deity of this world. Holding the emperor's insignia, her recent discontent melted away. It seemed that the emperor's benevolence was a debt she would never be able to repay in this lifetime. Brother, where have you been? Have you eaten dinner? Would you like me to prepare something for you? Li Xining eagerly rubbed her hands together, as she had always enjoyed making snacks for Li Chen. However, upon hearing her, a hint of apprehension crossed Li Chen's face. No, I have already eaten. And I must advise you, focus on your cultivation and refrain from constantly thinking about making snacks. You nearly poisoned me before. Li Chen found it perplexing that Li Xining possessed such a remarkable talent for concocting poisons. Moreover, her body was peculiar, allowing her to be immune to toxins, even treating poisons as if they were candy. Back then, I simply did not understand. Now I will certainly be careful. This was, in fact, linked to Li Xining's bloodline. Her mother's ancestors included a formidable wielder of the bone corrosion poison body. Those with such a physique can automatically decompose and absorb any toxin, transforming it into a source of strength. Li Xining was born with this innate ability, which meant that consuming toxic substances posed no danger for her. However, at that time, without any training and with the Tiance Dynasty prohibiting such practices, she inadvertently infused her snacks with poison. It was not her intention to poison Li Chen. She simply lacked control. Fortunately, at that time, Li Chen's concealed cultivation was sufficiently high, granting him strong resistance to toxins. Otherwise, he might have perished at Li Xining's hands. Li Xining shared these circumstances with Li Chen, expressing her genuine desire to work alongside him, even if it meant simply making snacks. It was a reason to be close to him. Observing his sister's eager expression, Li Chen proposed, "How about this? Once you reach the breaking void stage and can control the toxins within your body, then you can prepare food for me." Li Chen was not one to shy away from expressing his thoughts. He had no qualms about being forthright. While he doted on Li Xining, he would not indulge her whims excessively. This request was not unreasonable, and Li Xining assured him she would hasten her cultivation to the breaking void stage. Little did Li Chen realize that the novice he was nurturing would eventually become a formidable poison and thunder practitioner, feared by countless cultivators. Typically, poison-type practitioners would lure their enemies into close combat before ensnaring them. As a result, Li Xining is adept at the art of thunder, capable of delivering poison to her enemies from afar with remarkable speed and precision. The following day, at the imperial capital's court, Lin Yu'er had just stepped through the entrance when the governor and the chief of the constabulary approached her. Chapter 59, His Majesty is Right. Power is indeed a source of joy. The governor and chief constable arrived early at the court upon hearing that Lin Yu'er had apprehended a northern envoy. This matter had escalated to a diplomatic level, with officials from the Ministry of Rights demanding accountability. The governor and chief constable found themselves in a predicament. Mishandling the situation could lead to demotion and loss of salary. Lin Yu'er, with unwavering conviction, stated the northern envoy was lurking near the residence of the ninth princess. "I suspect this is due to His Majesty's refusal to marry her off. They intend to abduct the ninth princess, and I am merely taking precautions." After Li Chen departed the previous night, Lin Yu'er conducted a thorough investigation and compiled information regarding the northern envoy's activities since their arrival in the capital, leading her to this conclusion. In truth, she harbored suspicions of espionage, possibly colluding with certain members of the royal family, but lacked concrete evidence. "Do you have proof that they intend to kidnap the ninth princess?" "Not yet determined, but grant me some time." "So you have none?" "We cannot wait until they act before we intervene. I am the chief constable of that area. It is my duty to ensure its safety." The surrounding officers were astonished by Lin Yu'er's audacity in confronting the governor. The chief constable, noticing the governor's face reddening, began to counsel, "Sir, Lin's words hold merit. If she does not act promptly and those envoys attempt to abduct the ninth princess, both of us will be guilty of negligence." It was evident that the chief constable was protective of Lin Yu'er. He articulated the severity of the situation. If the royal envoys caused a disturbance, their dismissal would be a minor concern compared to the threat of execution. Moreover, Lin Yu'er had acted upon public reports and was following protocol, not seeking trouble. "What do you propose?" "The officials from the Ministry of Rights and the royal court are inside," the governor lamented, feeling deflated. The diplomatic pressure was immense, and his subordinates were obstinate, leaving him in a bind. The role of governor was nothing short of suffocating. After a moment of contemplation, the chief constable advised Lin Yu'er earnestly, "Perhaps you should apologize to the royal envoy. Then we can release him and assign additional personnel to monitor them to ensure they do not cause chaos in the capital. This could resolve the issue." However, the imprisoned Atade insisted that Lin Yu'er must apologize. If she did not kneel before him, he would rather perish in the court. The chief constable understood Lin Yu'er's temperament, but hoped she would concede in this instance. "I will handle it myself." With that, Lin Yu'er strode towards the area where the prisoners were held. The governor and chief constable exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation, and followed her. Upon arrival, Lin Yu'er overheard a group of officials from the Ministry of Rights urging Atade to leave his cell. Atade, being obstinate, only became more resistant as they spoke, asserting that the prison was quite comfortable. Nearby, several individuals clad in the formal attire of the Northern Royal Court continued to apply pressure on the officials. As soon as they saw Lin Yu'er, the instigator, they began to condemn her collectively. Lin Yu'er, come forth to apologize to the royal envoy, or you shall lose your position as chief constable. How could you handle this matter so poorly? Is it within your authority to arrest the royal envoy? The officials from the Ministry of Rights, holding positions higher than Lin Yu'er's, took the opportunity to reprimand her. Atade, upon seeing Lin Yu'er approach, mockingly exclaimed, "Isn't this the illustrious chief constable Lin? Whatever happened to your bravado during the arrest yesterday? I wonder how the Khan will react to this debacle." The mention of the Khan was intended to intimidate the lesser officials, and while the Khan may not intimidate someone of Li Chen's stature, it certainly struck fear into the hearts of others. They joined in derision, and soon Lin Yu'er found herself the target of their collective scorn. Surveying the grotesque expressions of the crowd, Lin Yu'er coldly stated, "Are you finished? Because I am about to begin." As her words fell, she drew forth a medallion from her bosom. This medallion, crafted from the finest black gold, radiated a resplendent golden glow. Intricate dragon motifs were carved upon its surface, appearing as if they might take flight at any moment. In the center of the medallion were inscribed two powerful characters, Imperial Grant. When this medallion appeared before the assembly, an overwhelming aura of authority descended upon them. An imperial pressure, the previously raucous atmosphere, fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were drawn to the medallion. Disbelief etched upon their faces. A voice trembled among the officials. The Emperor's medallion. The officials from the Ministry of Rights recognized its provenance, their voices laden with reverence. Lin Yu'er raised the medallion high, her tone cold yet resolute. "By the Emperor's decree, this medallion is present. Kneel." In an instant, all present, including the previously arrogant officials from the Ministry of Rights, fell to the ground, their faces etched with terror and respect, trembling as though in the presence of an omnipotent force. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Lin Yu'er gazed at the kneeling crowd, a wave of indescribable satisfaction swelling within her. "What? Why have you ceased your chatter? Did you not claim your rank surpassed mine? You chastised me without discerning right from wrong. Now you realize I too possess influence, do you not? Indeed, this is a powerful tool. His Majesty is right. Power is indeed a source of joy. I had intended to explain myself, but now I find myself disinclined to do so." After surveying those of higher rank than herself, Lin Yu'er cast a disdainful glance at the befuddled Atade. "Your patron is the Khan of the Northern Royal Court, while mine is His Majesty of the Tiance Dynasty. Who is to fear whom? This is the court. You all are to vacate immediately." Lin Yu'er commanded without hesitation. Upon hearing her directive, the officials from the Ministry of Rights and the royal envoys fled in a frenzy. Atade, still in his cell, was left dumbfounded. "Weren't you here to rescue me? Why do you leave so abruptly?" As Lin Yu'er reached the door of the cell, she remarked, "You claim to enjoy your stay here, so remain as you wish." Atade's heart sank. How could this chief constable possibly know the Emperor? Initially, Lin Yu'er intended to depart, but then reconsidered and approached the cell door. Looking at the dazed Atade, "I bring tidings of great importance. Our Emperor has announced plans to wage war against your royal court. Should this conflict arise, you shall find yourself imprisoned for an eternity." Witnessing Atade's transition from confusion to terror, Lin Yu'er departed with satisfaction. Atade's initial relief transformed into despair. "Chief Constable Lin, I was wrong. Release me. I shall never act against you again," he pleaded, but no one paid him any heed. Had he known this would transpire, he would have acquiesced to the officials from the Ministry of Rights and the governor's pleas for release. Alas, his chance to escape had vanished. In his hubris, he never anticipated such consequences. Regret washed over him. Had he foreseen the humiliation from the Emperor of the Tiance Dynasty, he would never have pursued the ill-fated scheme to capture the 9th princess. Now, he faced the repercussions of his actions. Once a fervent warrior, Atade now hoped that the Khan would cherish the current peace. For the sake of tranquility, he was willing to make concessions. He fervently wished for no conflict to arise. As long as war had not formally commenced, even if his schemes were uncovered, they would be deemed attempted crimes, allowing for a chance at leniency. However, should conflict ensue, escape would be impossible. Chapter 60. Every person has their vulnerabilities. After Ling Yue emerged from the prison area, the officials of the Ministry of Rights had long since fled, for they were not inclined to remain and face her wrath. However, the governor and the chief constable still lingered. They both wore expressions that deviated from their usual stern demeanor, forcing out unpleasant smiles as if they were about to utter some flattering words. Ling Yue, disliking such pleasantries, raised her hand to interrupt, stating, "No need to say anything. I comprehend your predicament, but you must always remember that as officials, our duty is to alleviate the Emperor's concerns." Indeed, indeed. Thank you for the reminder, Chief Constable Ling. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to let us know. With her superiors making such declarations, Ling Yue finally led her team away to continue with the day's routine patrol and case investigations. However, today was markedly different in the area under her jurisdiction. Whether they were members of the royal family or nobility, anyone caught engaging in unlawful activities would face dire consequences. Before Li Chen's badge, these individuals had no connections that could shield them. Once they bid farewell to the revered Ling Yue, both the governor and the chief constable breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. After a moment, the governor turned to the chief constable with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Why do I feel as though she is our superior?" Meanwhile, at the Wangfu of the Zhen Nan Wang early that morning, Su Zifeng had just regained consciousness after a faint. Having received a slap the previous day, his face was sore, and he now felt a throbbing pain in his head. Nearby, a remarkably beautiful matron sat gracefully, regarding him with affection. She was clad in a resplendent robe of red and white, her skin fair and smooth, with thin, rosy lips. In her hands, she held an ointment, applying it tenderly to Su Zifeng's face. Her every movement exuded elegance and grace, and the mature aura about her was intoxicating. Each time he beheld her, Su Zifeng would instinctively avert his gaze, fearing that lingering too long might lead to complications. This enchanting woman was Ji Lingyu, the younger sister of Su Zifeng's mother and his guardian in the imperial capital. The Ji sisters had been renowned beauties in the capital, one marrying the Zhen Nan Wang and the other wedded to a Hanlin scholar. Although the Hanlin scholar was merely a civilian official, many prime ministers had risen from such ranks, indicating a promising future. However, on the day Ji Lingyu entered her new home, the frail Hanlin scholar passed away. Based on Su Zifeng's understanding, it was likely that his aunt had not yet consummated the marriage that night, remaining a maiden. At his age, living under the same roof as such a voluptuous and beautiful widow was hardly bearable, igniting a fiery passion within him. This was also the primary reason for his frequent visits to entertainment venues to relieve his frustrations. To harbor no thoughts towards his alluring aunt would be quite improbable. Yet, as his ambitions were yet unfulfilled and he relied on her care to navigate the imperial capital, he refrained from expressing any unusual sentiments. While he often acted arrogantly, his aunt was aware that he was merely concealing his talents and had continually assisted him in tidying up the messes he created. Once Ji Lingyu had finished applying the ointment, Su Zifeng sat at the edge of his bed, increasingly agitated. He struck the wooden bed frame with fury, exclaiming, "Damn it! Who was that scoundrel who struck me yesterday? Just wait, I shall make him pay dearly." After years of navigating the imperial capital, he had always played the role of the predator. Never before had he endured such humiliation. He could disregard others, but he was particularly averse to appearing weak in front of his aunt. He had longed to prove himself as a capable individual to her. "I cannot let this slide. If I do, how will I survive in the future? The one who struck you is none other than the reigning emperor." This revelation left Su Zifeng frozen in place, unable to move for a while. It finally dawned on him why that individual had not introduced himself before striking. Clearly, he was not required to announce his identity. An emperor indeed need not provide justification for his actions, provided he so desires. Is it truly the new emperor of the Shengzhou realm? As a prince in the imperial capital, Su Zifeng had numerous channels for information. Indeed, your subordinates witnessed Ling Yue kneeling before him, addressing him as your majesty. Seeing Su Zifeng's plight, Ji Lingyu felt a pang of sympathy. Though she had no children of her own, she had always regarded Su Zifeng as her own. Moreover, as the son of her older sister, she felt a deep obligation to care for him, even more so than Su Zifeng's mother had. Now that he had been struck by Li Chen, Ji Lingyu harbored intense resentment towards the unseen new emperor. Truth be told, had Li Chen not been the emperor, Ji Lingyu would have leveraged her influence to avenge Su Zifeng. A fierce glint flashed in Su Zifeng's eyes. He had not anticipated encountering the emperor so soon. This confrontation was fated, and he would eventually settle the score with Li Chen. As Su Zifeng prepared to leave, Ji Lingyu, fearing he would act rashly, hastily cautioned him. Do not be impulsive. He is the emperor now. Do not worry yet. I have my ways. Observing that Su Zifeng had regained his composure, radiating an air of confidence, Ji Lingyu finally permitted him to depart. What methods could Su Zifeng employ against Li Chen? For the moment, he certainly had none. The reason for his bravado was merely to save face before Ji Lingyu. He could not afford to show weakness. What would happen if his aunt looked down upon him? He even entertained the notion of bestowing her the title of imperial concubine once he ascended the throne. Stepping into the courtyard, Su Zifeng indeed pondered how to contend with Li Chen. As a child of fate at the pinnacle of fortune, he could not simply swallow this indignity. After years of maneuvering in the imperial capital, he appeared to be a frivolous playboy, yet he had cultivated his own network of informants. Many residences along this street had Su Zifeng's eyes and ears. Privy to the preferences of the influential noble Shui Wu and the concealed transgressions of his father within the military. He even had agents within the factions of the second and third princes privy to their secrets. Should these secrets be exposed, it would undoubtedly bring great embarrassment to the two princes. As long as someone held power, Su Zifeng could find a way to infiltrate. Yet, Li Chen, the new emperor, was a peculiar exception. Not only did he possess formidable prowess, but he was also the emperor himself, and it seemed he lacked any specific faction. This rendered Su Zifeng's plotting nearly impossible, for Li Chen appeared to have no vulnerabilities. However, every human being must have their flaws. Perhaps he could exploit Li Chen's preferences. Chapter 61. Truly, one may traverse miles in search of iron shoes, only to find that the answer comes effortlessly. Su Zifeng began to adjust his thoughts. He excelled in intellectual battles, understanding his enemy's inclinations, which was a tactic he often employed in his schemes. To ascertain what Li Chen favored, he could begin with those in his inner circle. Su Zifeng recalled that his aunt seemed to have a good rapport with the Empress Dowager in the palace. There was an instance when he had caused quite a ruckus and found himself imprisoned in the Ministry of Punishment. It was only through his aunt's intervention with the Empress Dowager that he was released. At that point, he could enlist her help to gather intelligence. By targeting Li Chen's preferences, he could position individuals close to him. With this thought, Su Zifeng's brow began to unfurl. Indeed, he was a genius. He had conceived of such a plan. Li Chen, await your reckoning. That slap from yesterday shall be repaid tenfold. With the matter settled, Su Zifeng felt elated and, accompanied by his sycophants, ventured into the streets, ready to engage in his daily frivolities as a playboy. Good morning, Yue. You still smell delightful today. Su Zifeng inhaled deeply next to Ling Yue, maintaining his usual frivolous demeanor. He was confident that Li Chen could not be by Ling Yue's side at all times. Yesterday was undoubtedly an anomaly. He was well aware of Ling Yue's background. Moreover, this time he had only spoken without action. Someone, seize him, Ling Yue commanded coldly. As a result, Su Zifeng was sentenced to 7 days of imprisonment for his flirtation with the officials. Lin Yue, however, was unconcerned with such matters. Her sole intention was to apprehend anyone who dared evade her grasp. Su Zifeng attempted to explain that he was merely speaking casually and did not expect to be captured. It was only upon seeing Lin Yue produce the emperor's waist token that he grasped the gravity of the situation. How infuriating it was that Li Chen lingered like a specter. Lin Yue, filled with disdain, recalled how, in their previous encounters, she had attempted to reason with him, only to be suppressed by his authority. Now that she wielded power, she had no intention of indulging him. The day did not witness only Su Zifeng's capture. With Li Chen's waist token in hand, Lin Yue's fervor for arrests intensified. In total, she apprehended 13 second-generation scions who had dared to provoke her during her tenure, alongside 7 others embroiled in street brawls. The magistrate's office exhibited remarkable resolve, swiftly ejecting the arrogant stewards of these progeny when they arrived to demand accountability. When the royal relatives stormed in, they were met by Lin Yue, brandishing Li Chen's waist token, which compelled them to kneel and retreat in disgrace. The emperor's waist token alone was formidable enough. One could only imagine the terror invoked by Li Chen, a sovereign of the Saint Realm. Lin Yue had thus achieved a significant milestone. The prison had never before housed such a multitude of second-generation science. According to the punitive regulations, hefty fines were levied. The constables, emboldened by the authority of the emperor's token, were unafraid. They invited any dissenters to take their grievances directly to the emperor. Su Zifeng, languishing in the prison, was astounded. Typically, he faced no repercussions for his actions, yet this time, a mere offhand comment had landed him in confinement. How extraordinary was Lin Yue's fortune to have acquired Li Chen's waste token. Surrounding him were not only the envoy from the royal court, but also the renowned second-generation disciples of the imperial capital. Such an illustrious assembly was a rare sight. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would have been vocally protesting. Su Zifeng surmised that their current compliance, their silence, was likely a result of the token's influence. The second-generation scions were indeed not of the same caliber as the reigning emperor. Their fathers paled in comparison to Li Chen, leaving them with little standing. Su Zifeng pondered whether Lin Yue had a connection to Li Chen. Could it be that if he managed to win over Lin Yue, he might uncover Li Chen's secrets? If so, he could simultaneously pursue Lin Yue while having his aunt gather intelligence within the palace. What a foolproof plan. Even in the face of adversity, he would transform challenges into opportunities. Such was Su Zifeng's proud capability. Meanwhile, at the residence of the newly appointed Minister of Justice, Pang Jin, he arose exceptionally early. For this was his inaugural attendance at the morning court. Clad in the formal attire of a minister, he appeared far more imposing than Feng Huai. Nonetheless, when he met with several high-ranking officials, they were exceedingly courteous, assuring him of their cooperation. Thus, Pang Jin transformed from a subordinate into a superior. He believed this was a sign of the emperor's favor, who must have been concerned about his ability to maintain his position as the Minister of Justice, hence reprimanding the senior officials on his behalf. This thought deeply moved Pang Jin, who vowed to fulfill his duties as minister to alleviate Li Chen's burdens. Li Chen, on the other hand, remained oblivious as to why his ministers grew increasingly loyal, despite his doing nothing to provoke such fidelity. After rehearsing some conversational tactics to engage with other officials, Pang Jin arrived promptly at the palace. Numerous courtiers immediately approached him, extending their congratulations on his promotion. However, his first day at court was marred by an awkward moment. He was uncertain of where to stand. Li Chen had the advantage, having ascended to the throne on his first day simply by taking his seat on the dragon throne. Consequently, Pang Jin approached his acquaintance, the deputy censor Zhang Ansong, to quietly inquire about his designated position. Under Zhang Ansong's guidance, he found his place. Zhang Ansong explained, "This was the position of your predecessor, who met an unfortunate fate." Pang Jin responded, "Ah, I see." Gradually, the weight of pressure began to bear down on him. Each courtier emitted an air of distinction, particularly the Prime Minister Zhao Wenyuan, seated not far ahead, which made the newcomer feel quite anxious. As the sound of bells and drums reverberated through the hall, Li Chen, donned in his dragon robe, entered the grand hall, prompting all present to stand in solemn respect. From Pang Jin's vantage point, Li Chen appeared as a resplendent sovereign descending upon the mortal realm, exuding an inherent dominance that instilled an unspoken pressure upon everyone present, dimming the very essence of the world. Even though the surrounding courtiers were formidable in their own right, they appeared as mere grains of sand in the presence of Emperor Li Chen. Particularly striking was Li Chen's demeanor, which commanded respect without a hint of anger, causing many courtiers to feel a growing unease. In that moment, the newly appointed officials profoundly felt the emperor's authority and majesty. To Pang Jin's eyes, this was the true embodiment of a ruler capable of commanding the world. From Li Chen's perspective, rising early was quite vexing. His minor morning irritability manifested as an imposing presence in the eyes of the courtiers. Once seated upon the throne, Li Chen commenced his daily duties. To his surprise, the first report came from the usually unflappable Prime Minister, Zhao Wenyuan. He stepped forward and bowed, addressing, "Your Majesty, I, Zhao Wenyuan, humbly wish to present a matter for your consideration." At Li Chen's nod, Zhao Wenyuan continued, "Regarding the grand spring hunt in 10 days' time, I dare to inquire as to the location you wish to designate for the event, so that I may prepare accordingly." While Li Chen was not particularly knowledgeable about state affairs, he was indeed aware of the spring hunt. This event, where the emperor engaged in outdoor hunting during spring, was one he had participated in during his youth as a prince. He simply preferred not to reveal his full capabilities and did not wish to appear overly eager. Since the other princes were all exceptional, Li Chen felt it sufficient to maintain an average performance, thus avoiding scrutiny. If he were to deliberately underperform, it might raise suspicions of him concealing his true talents. The Tiance Dynasty had a tradition of rewarding the top scholar of the spring examination with the honor of hunting alongside the emperor. With the spring examination imminent, the results would be announced 12 days hence, and the top 3 would be invited to the palace for further examination. The top scholar would uniquely partake in the emperor's hunt, symbolizing the sovereign's favor and expectations for their talent, a cherished tradition of the Tiance Dynasty. Moreover, this hunting expedition served as a grand stage for the scions of nobility to showcase their equestrian and archery skills. Numerous royal offspring, descendants of illustrious families, and elite representatives from prominent clans would partake, eager to display their prowess. Participation in this hunt was reserved for the royal family and relatives of the emperor. Li Chen could also elevate some promising individuals, allowing them to experience the emperor's benevolence. Typically, the emperor would need to prepare thoroughly for such a hunt to ensure his safety, regardless of Li Chen's prowess as a saint. The ministers were obliged to fulfill their roles diligently. This was also part of the emperor's responsibilities, and thus, Li Chen chose the Songmang mountain range in the northern city as the hunting ground. Subsequently, the military generals clamored for a northern expedition, kneeling to implore Li Chen for permission to engage in battle. Li Chen felt somewhat exasperated. He had yet to even send a missive to the northern royal court, and they had not responded. So what was the rush? A confrontation was inevitable, regardless of whether the Khan of the northern court acquiesced. They were destined to face Li Chen's formidable might. However, much preparation was still required before taking action. As the saying goes, before the troops march, provisions must be ready. As a newly crowned emperor, Li Chen was unfamiliar with the generals and unaware of their capabilities. Therefore, he simply stated, "My loyal ministers, your enthusiasm pleases me. Let us do this. During the spring hunt in 10 days, whoever performs exceptionally well shall be chosen. Do not say, 'I have not provided you with an opportunity.' It is now up to you to strive for excellence." Chun So serves as a grand hunt, and to a certain extent, it also tests the leadership abilities of the commanders as well as their judgment in complex terrains. This statement undoubtedly ignites the martial generals present, who are eager to commence Chun So at once, desiring to showcase their prowess before Li Chen. Little did Li Chen anticipate that his casual remark would precipitate the largest Chun So in 5 centuries. Whether they sought to launch a northern expedition, curry favor with him, or harbor malicious intent, this occasion undeniably presents the most opportune moment. The morning court session concluded rather swiftly today, as matters were not overly abundant. Upon returning to the imperial study to attend to the remaining duties, he encountered a familiar figure, dressed in splendid robes, with a dignified yet approachable demeanor. It was none other than the late emperor's own brother, Prince Jingyan, Li Longyu. Upon seeing Li Chen, Li Longyu's face instantly brightened with a respectful and warm smile. He hurried forward, performing a standard kneeling salute, proclaiming, "I, your humble servant, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Li Chen raised his hand slightly, gesturing for Li Longyu to rise, his voice calm, yet authoritative. "Uncle, there is no need for formalities. May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" This uninvited guest likely had important matters to discuss, so Li Chen awaited his explanation. Li Longyu rose, offering a scroll with both hands, his face adorned with a humble smile. "Your Majesty, I have 2 matters to discuss. Firstly, in 5 days, it will be my birthday. I dare to invite your Majesty to grace the occasion with your presence, which would greatly enhance my joy. It would be an honor to have you attend. Secondly, regarding the matters you instructed me on a few days prior, I have completed them all, and I seek your approval." Li Chen accepted the scroll, casting a brief glance before responding with a smile. "For your birthday, I shall attend. Furthermore, I wish to take this opportunity to review your recent progress." Upon hearing Li Chen's consent, Li Longyu expressed his profound gratitude, his smile broadening. Regardless of how fearful these individuals may be of Li Chen, the mere act of inviting him to their celebrations represents the pinnacle of honor. The presence of an emperor of the sacred realm at one's birthday is a boast worthy of decades. "What? You couldn't invite this emperor of the sacred realm for your birthday? My ability to do so proves my higher standing in this dynasty." Truth be told, There are very few within the entire Tiance Dynasty who have the privilege of inviting Li Chen to a banquet. Being invited to a birthday feast is merely a familial gathering, and Li Chen found this entirely reasonable. His uncle had been somewhat amenable last time, so he could afford to grant him some face. Upon entering the imperial study, Li Chen instinctively glanced at the desk. Noticing the minimal clutter, he finally exhaled in relief. After completing his tasks, Li Chen exited the study, feeling quite pleased, and decided to reward himself. Thus, he summoned Chu Ruoyan to the palace. Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, Chu Ruoyan donned her training attire, weapon in hand, her expression somber. Today marked the appointed time when Xiao Ming intended to abduct her. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Li Chen, and she yearned for nothing more than to be with him, rather than endure a life of homelessness with Xiao Ming. In every conceivable aspect, Xiao Ming was unworthy of comparison with Li Chen. Li Chen was gentle, handsome, immensely powerful, and held a position of great authority. Even if Chu Ruoyan were blind, she would know whom to choose. After finally making progress in their relationship, they were on the brink of breaking through the final barrier, allowing her to become an imperial consort. Not only was the entire Chu family eager for Li Chen's favor, but she herself was equally hopeful. Judging by the dampness of her sheets, she had been indulging in many romantic dreams lately. Now, armed for defense against Xiao Ming's potential assault, she was prepared to draw her sword at the slightest indication of his presence. The very rustle of leaves in the courtyard heightened her alertness. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance. Chu Ruoyan swiftly drew her sword, startling the maid outside. Upon recognizing her own maid, she inquired, "Why are you in such a rush?" The maid, regaining her composure, replied excitedly, "Miss, the Emperor summons you." This news filled Chu Ruoyan with delight. Typically, Li Chen would summon her in the afternoon, but it appeared he had finished his work earlier today. She promptly closed the door, changed into attire that accentuated her advantages, and hurried out to board the carriage to the palace. Throughout the journey, she remained anxious, frequently scanning her surroundings, fearful that Xiao Ming might cause trouble at this moment. Nonetheless, she understood that once she entered the palace, she would be safe. Chapter 63. With the main course arrived, who would still eat the side dishes? In the Emperor's chamber, Li Chen was instructing Li Chen in her training. Li Chen possessed a remarkable talent for cultivation, but was rather playful. Each day, she completed only the tasks assigned by Li Chen, neglecting any additional practice. At this moment, Li Chen was teaching her the techniques from the Nine Heavens Dragon Vein art. However, Li Chen struggled to control her limbs, resulting in a somewhat chaotic performance, causing Li Chen some frustration as he had to adjust each movement for her personally. At that moment, a tall woman appeared. Chu Ruoyan was clad in a finely tailored deep robe, akin to a Chong Sam that Li Chen was familiar with. The cleverly designed slit accentuated the contours of her long legs, each step exuding endless allure. Her waist was slender, exuding an astonishing combination of flexibility and strength. The low-cut design of her attire revealed glimpses of her soft, fair skin, swaying enticingly as she approached, igniting a fervor within Li Chen. Last time at the Yin Yuan Mountain, the surroundings were crowded, but now within the palace, he certainly would not let her leave easily. Sensing Li Chen's unabashed gaze assessing her, Chu Ruoyan felt a twinge of pride, knowing that she had dressed to appeal to his tastes. In this world, women generally exhibit modesty, yet such modesty is often meant for other men. Li Chen, however, was the clear exception. "Your Majesty, are you instructing Xin Yin in her cultivation?" Chu Ruoyan inquired as she positioned herself beside Li Chen, curiously observing the oddly postured Li Chen. This child possesses much promise, but her limbs are somewhat uncoordinated. "How has your recent training been?" Li Chen gradually shifted the conversation from Li Chen to Chu Ruoyan, with the main course present, who would still dine on side dishes. Chu Ruoyan asserted that she had diligently maintained her training, hinting at a potential breakthrough into the mid-stage of the Dongshu realm. Li Chen encouraged her to demonstrate her cultivation techniques and forms. As a master of the sacred realm, he was more than capable of offering her guidance. What he termed guidance was, in truth, merely a prelude to the main event. Chu Ruoyan began to showcase her techniques, and Li Chen meticulously corrected any flaws in her movements. "Do not bend your arms excessively. This could lead to self-injury during the aftershock of your sword technique. Do not overly puff your chest. You must lower it slightly to ensure sufficient power when executing this move. Tighten your abdomen. Yes, just like that. Slowly feel it. particularly with Chu Ruoyan's legs, whether it was her inner thighs or calves. Wherever her form deviated from the technique, Li Chen would personally adjust her posture. After sufficient guidance, Li Chen remarked, "Your legs are truly remarkable." Chu Ruoyan blushed and responded, "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." As the sounds of instruction dwindled, the air filled with more hurried breaths. At this point, Li Xinyan, having sensed the shift in atmosphere, discreetly slipped away. Observing that the main course was ready, Li Chen embraced Chu Ruoyan and entered his chamber, where she offered no resistance, perhaps even desiring it more than he did. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Chu residence, Xiao Ming was scaling the wall, fully prepared to abduct Chu Ruoyan today. Just a few steps more, and he would finally meet the goddess he had long desired. In recent days, he has been so engrossed in his cultivation that he has not even laid eyes on Ruoyan. Nevertheless, he has made significant progress, having reached the latter stage of the PX realm, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his strength. At this moment, the one most anxious is the remnant soul of the sage, who, this morning, sought various means to dissuade Ming, claiming that his condition has not fully recovered. He urged Ming to wait a few more days. However, Ming was unwilling to heed such words and rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Along the way, the remnant soul even mentioned that there were individuals nearby exuding the aura of those who had attacked his family, suggesting that Ming investigate. Yet, Ming remained indifferent. His family had been nearly annihilated, and his mother's whereabouts had been uncertain for quite some time, rendering such concerns trivial. However, if the goddess were to perish, all his years of devotion would be in vain. Hearing this, the remnant soul was infuriated, lamenting that this young man was truly the epitome of a sycophant. The remnant soul remained calm, for he still had one final stratagem. He was well aware that the CH family had an ancestor in the Gu Ntn realm. He planned to create some disturbances at the moment Ming took action, thus alerting the ancestor, who would undoubtedly come to thwart Ming. As his master, he had to assist Ming as promised, and then feign a few strikes. This was necessary to guide Ming's meridians, which would be an immense burden for him. The remnant soul could at most elevate Ming to the mid-stage of the Li H realm, a level insufficient for the Gu Ntn realm to take notice, yet adequate for an escape. But could the remnant soul escape? He intended to merely buy time, causing Ming to exhaust his strength and faint. Then the remnant soul could control Ming's body and flee, leaving Ruoyan behind. Since Ming was acquainted with the ancestor of the CH family, who understood that he came from matters of the heart, it was likely they would not pursue him further, allowing Ming to depart. By the time Ming regained consciousness, it would be impossible for him to take Ruoyan away. The remnant soul would then comfort him, proclaiming that there were still opportunities, urging Ming to strive for further cultivation. At this juncture, Ming would undoubtedly devote himself to rigorous training. The remnant soul, as the director, had already prepared the script. To prevent Ming from absconding with Ruoyan, the remnant soul had made more than 3 layers of preparations. However, when Ming arrived at the chamber where Ruoyan resided, she was nowhere to be found. All that remained was a training outfit she had worn and a sword that belonged to her. Upon touching the training outfit, he felt a faint warmth, and there were signs that the sword had been drawn. An ominous premonition surfaced in Ming's mind. He dashed into the courtyard and seized hold of Ruoyan's maidservant. "Where is your mistress? Tell me at once." Ming articulated each word with barely restrained fury. "Coz, she has been summoned to the palace by His Majesty," the maidservant replied. Having seen Ming before, as he, along with 2 others, had been a devoted admirer of Ruoyan, often buying gifts to curry favor with her maid. The maidservant had a favorable impression of Ming, but his expression now instilled fear in her. "What has transpired?" she questioned. Ming tightened his grip, causing her shoulder to ache. "My mistress was dressed in her training outfit this morning," she continued, recounting the events surrounding Ruoyan, even mentioning how she had been startled when Ruoyan had drawn her sword. Upon hearing this, Ming released her and stood helplessly in place. His heart ached profoundly, even more so than if his entire clan had been obliterated. He could envision Chen donned in that training outfit, preparing to elope with him. Only the right attire would enable a cultivator to perform at their optimal level. It was the ideal choice for escape and evasion. He deduced that when Chen had drawn her sword upon seeing the maid, it was likely because she did not wish to enter the palace and face that wretched emperor, even contemplating self-harm. How utterly helpless she must have felt. How earnestly she must have awaited his arrival. It was his fault. He should have come sooner. If Chen had known that Chen had drawn her sword in defense against him, how would he have felt? Chapter 64. A world where only Chen suffers. Chen attributed all blame to himself. Realizing that Chen was absent from the estate, he scaled the walls and pursued her, charging toward the palace gates like a valiant warrior battling for love. Perhaps Chen had departed early, or perhaps she had urged the carriage to hasten. Chen was unable to catch up to the carriage, and before him stood the cold, imposing gates of the palace. The remnant soul, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. He feared Chen might catch up, for facing the palace's formidable guardians would not bode well for him. Master, I wish to infiltrate the palace. Chen expressed his deep unrest, uncertain of the reasons behind it. The remnant soul immediately began to dissuade him. This was a delaying tactic. He could not allow Chen to become reckless. Particularly with the last statement about implicating the family maid, it was the very thing that could calm Chen. The sycophantic nature of Chen was overwhelming. He feared for his goddess's safety above all else. If his actions would endanger Chen, he would undoubtedly refrain from proceeding. Familiar with the courtyard, having been a devoted admirer for many years, he recognized much of the environment better than the family servants. The remnant soul internally scoffed at him, thinking that if he had applied even a fraction of this determination to his cultivation, he would not be in such a predicament. The family girl was merely a mid-stage X realm cultivator, considered an ordinary talent. Her continued rejection of him stemmed from his lack of distinction. With his mid-stage PX realm strength, he was already a genuine prodigy, remarkable in other contexts. If the family girl were to encounter him alone, she would undoubtedly perceive him favorably. Yet, the imperial city was rife with prodigies. At the time, his rival, Li Chen, was in the late stage of the PX realm, a notch above him. Another competitor, WQ, was in the early stage of PX. But his grandfather was in the TNYUN realm, with prospects of breaking into the Sage realm, thus boasting a wealthier background than Xiaoming's. The competition among them was evenly matched, leading the girl to remain undecided, treating them all as mere options. Was the family girl deliberately stringing them along? Certainly not. It was they who insisted on being her options. Had Xiaoming heeded the remnant soul's counsel to cultivate to the Li H realm, surpassing the CH girl by 2 realms and outshining the other 2 competitors in potential, and adopted an attitude of, if you do not accompany me, I shall seek another, she would have had no choice but to choose him. Yet, he insisted on being a sycophant, following her around day and night. With the new emperor's arrival, despite possible flaws in his strength, his status was undeniable, and they could not compete. Who could he blame? At this moment, Xiaoming was consumed by anxiety, fearing that Chen might take advantage of his goddess. Even a mere thought of Chen hands on Chen made him feel ill at ease. The remnant soul, too, was anxious, silently urging Chen to hasten and win over Chen. Chen was indeed exerting himself vigorously. Whether it was due to sensing the remnant soul's encouragement or not, he began to push himself even harder. The very bed was shaking with the intensity of the moment. Each passing minute was torturous. Not only was Xiaoming in torment, but so was the remnant soul. For every minute Xiaoming waited, Chen reveled for 60 seconds. By around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a full 8 hours had passed since Chen had entered the palace. A servant rushed in, and the CH family erupted in jubilant cheers. Xiaoming's heart raced as he pressed his ear against the wall of the CH family's hall to eavesdrop. The news he overheard nearly stopped his heart, for the palace eunuchs were in the hall, proclaiming that the eldest daughter of the CH family had been favored by His Majesty and had become a consort in the palace. The moment this news broke, the entire CH family erupted in celebration, instantly elevating their status from a second-tier family to royal kin. the maid has the opportunity to ascend to the status of a palace maid. The Chu family has also received substantial rewards. Li Chen felt quite pleased, and Chu Ruoyan was equally elated. The lingering remnants of the sage's soul finally felt at ease, nearly unable to contain its laughter, praising the emperor's remarkable efficiency. Only Xiao Ming was left in a wounded state. The thought of his beloved having engaged with another twisted him entirely. At this moment, the sage's soul within the necklace discovered that the energy within Xiao Ming was surging uncontrollably. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation was exceedingly rare. It seemed this young man must surely possess a hidden sacred physique, though the conditions for activation were absurdly difficult. Fueled by anger, Xiao Ming charged forth, his intent seemingly to storm the imperial palace. Was this a significant issue? Not in the least. The sage's soul had already devised a plan. Xiao Ming could hardly contend with it. Before long, the sage's soul forcibly took control of Xiao Ming's body. Master, let me go. I must confront that despicable emperor. Xiao Ming's mind was incapable of rational thought. All he desired was to slay Li Chen in a fit of rage. Witnessing Xiao Ming's frenzy, the sage's soul scolded. Disciple, if you seek death now, would that not render the Chu family girl's wait in vain? This statement left Xiao Ming perplexed. Since Chu Ruoyan had become an imperial consort, why was she still waiting for him? However, the mere mention of her name caused his infatuation to ground him. Observing his disciple regain some composure, the sage's soul continued to manipulate him. You are aware that the Chu family girl was prepared to draw her sword in despair. Yet she chose to compromise with the emperor for your sake. If you die now, would she not have endured all this suffering in vain? This remark reignited Xiao Ming's infatuation. He believed the sage's soul spoke the truth. Chu Ruoyan must have borne tremendous grievances for his sake. Sensing Xiao Ming's thoughts aligning properly, the sage's soul began to morally bind him. Do you genuinely harbor affection for that girl from the Chu family? I do, with all my heart. Xiao Ming nearly shouted this declaration. After years of unrequited devotion, he believed no one loved Chu Ruoyan more than he did. Naturally, every infatuated individual shares similar thoughts. The sage's soul, seasoned by years of experience, understood the nature of such desires. Previously, it had cared for Xiao Ming as a mentor, indulging his whims. However, it now felt that this indulgence must cease. It was time for Xiao Ming to become a true powerhouse. Thus, the sage's soul continued its moral coercion. Let me ask you, since you truly love her, can you accept that she is already married or perhaps even has children? Chapter 65. As long as you possess sufficient strength, there are good people all around. Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment, his mind struggling to respond. If you cannot accept that, how can you claim your feelings are sincere? She is willing to sacrifice herself and endure pain for you. If you deem her tainted, would you cease to love her? No, as long as it is her. I can accept anything, even if our child bears her surname. But do I still have a chance? Xiao Ming charged toward the palace because he felt hopeless. He believed it better to fight to the death than to succumb to despair. The sage's soul anticipated this response. Xiao Ming merely needed a glimmer of hope. A tantalizing prospect. Crafting such a vision was the sage's expertise. If you wish, I can show you the way to win the heart of the Chu family girl. Master, I beg you, please tell me, how can I live without her? This plea nearly choked the sage's soul. Once a powerful being, it had faced countless trials. Yet such unabashed devotion was a first. Nevertheless, it was within tolerable limits. To persuade Xiao Ming, the sage's soul suggested he hone his character in the official arena, offering him a plausible means to interact with Chu Ruoyan. The sage's soul had also considered suggesting Xiao Ming retreat to cultivate in seclusion. However, this young man lacked patience, and his luck was extraordinary. Just as he left one woman behind, another would appear, and he might succumb to his infatuation once more, thus rendering the sage's efforts futile. As long as he entered the official realm, maintaining occasional contact with the Chu family girl, even from a distance, would stabilize his heart. The sage's soul could not allow Xiao Ming to sever his feelings for Chu Ruoyan. Master, is there a simpler method? Indeed, become a eunuch. You will see her soon. Let us skip that. Let us discuss the matter of officialdom. Noticing Xiao Ming had taken the bait, the sage's soul began to elaborate on how to become an official. In the Tiance Dynasty, graduating from a prestigious school was undoubtedly the best choice for entering the ranks. However, This path was lengthy, and Xiao Ming likely lacked the patience. Next, he would need to participate in various examinations. In essence, these examinations were merely formalities. Securing an interview would rely on connections. Others were merely there to fill the gaps. In the capital, every time a position became available, numerous powerful families would vie for it, and most were preordained. Although entering the Void Realm was possible, the capital was teeming with talent. Hearing this, Xiao Ming expressed confusion. Then doesn't that mean I won't be able to enter? The sage's soul replied, see, you're getting anxious again. Since I say there's a way, there surely is. In the capital's various departments, there exists a category known as external hires, which offers lower treatment and lacks formal positions. With Xiao Ming's strength, he would undoubtedly qualify for such roles. To swiftly transition from an external hire to a formal position, the best approach was to achieve merit. Which department in the capital is most conducive to earning merit? Naturally, it is the criminal department. Other departments measure seniority and qualifications, essentially requiring patience. The criminal department is inundated with cases. If Xiao Ming could solve a few major ones, he would soon secure a formal position. At that point, he could rapidly ascend the ranks. Officials within the criminal department wield significant power, and many formidable individuals reside there. The sage's soul recounted how Xiao Ming's family had been annihilated. Once Xiao Ming ascended to a mid-level position within the criminal department, would it not be exceedingly simple to deal with his enemies? Not only could he mobilize the forces of the criminal department, but even local lords would be keen to cooperate. A government official dispatched to the capital, however minor, would not be trifled with by local authorities. Furthermore, through his official status, he could cultivate relationships with the palace's eunuchs and maidens, thereby gaining access to the Chu family girl. Without an official title, opportunities to enter the palace are scarce. Perhaps he could even find a chance to elope with Chu Ruoyan. This approach was far more expedient than toiling in cultivation until reaching the sage realm and then challenging the emperor. Ultimately, the sage's soul concluded that as long as Xiao Ming pursued an official career, all his problems could be resolved. If they could not be resolved, it would merely be due to his insufficient rank. Look at the new emperor. He acts with impunity solely because of his position. The sage's soul was determined to stabilize Xiao Ming for now, as its potential revival depended on him. Very well, master. I shall heed your advice and report to the criminal department. Xiao Ming felt an urgent need to distract himself through work. Whenever he found himself idle, his mind would conjure images of his goddess with the grotesque and corpulent emperor. Within the palace courtyard, as Li Chen emerged from his chamber, night was nearly upon them, underscoring his formidable prowess. At that moment, Li Ning approached with a wicked grin, her expression as malevolent as could be. Brother, are you truly that formidable? Or were you merely stalling within, fearing that your sister might underestimate you? Li Chen shot her a glance, unwilling to engage in conversation. Noticing that your royal sister-in-law cannot even rise from her bed, do you still need to question me, your brother? In this regard, Li Chen is indeed an experienced hand. How could Chu Ruoyan withstand such pressure, having fainted several times without even realizing it? Li Chen, seeking to change the subject, refrained from discussing this matter with Li Ning. Oh, the Empress Dowager had come initially, but was intercepted by eunuch Chui. Li Ning expressed that she had discreetly slipped away upon seeing Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan becoming increasingly intimate, then instructed the eunuchs not to disturb Li Chen. This pleased Li Chen greatly, for she was indeed a considerate sister. Although Li Ning wished to avoid the Empress Dowager, she had always harbored a deep-seated fear of her since childhood. In her mind, the Empress Dowager loomed as a more formidable shadow than the late emperor. Just as she braced herself to step outside, eunuch Chui arrived in the nick of time. According to Li Ning, the Empress Dowager was quite furious. As a mere head eunuch dared to block her path, seemingly unfit to linger in the palace. The Empress Dowager's imposing presence frightened even Li Ning, who was cowering in a corner. Eunuch Chui, wearing a smile of apology, explained the situation, stating that Li Chen was currently preoccupied. Upon learning the details, the Empress Dowager lightly mocked the absurdity of the situation during the day, though Li Ning could not discern her words clearly from her distance. Before departing, the Empress Dowager instructed eunuch Chui to keep a vigilant watch here. Should anyone disturb his majesty, the head eunuch would no longer hold his position. However, no one knew the specific reason for the Empress Dowager's visit to Li Chen. One thing was apparent to Li Ning. Eunuch Shui was indeed a loyal subject. She could not fathom how Li Chen managed to inspire such unwavering loyalty among those in the palace. After all, Li Chen had accomplished nothing upon ascending to power. Once you reach the realm of the sage, you will understand. As long as you possess sufficient strength, those around you will be virtuous. Li Chen was acutely aware of this, which is why he remained reluctant to emerge until he attained the pinnacle of the sage realm. Suddenly struck by a thought, Li Chen addressed Li Xining, asking if she wished to accompany him to see the Empress Dowager. No. I have yet to complete the tasks my brother assigned to me, so I shall continue my practice, Li Xining replied before swiftly departing, not even inquiring about the earlier events. Meeting the Empress Dowager was far less appealing than her training. After a while, Li Chen entered the Empress Dowager's chamber, finding the space warm and elegant, with the Empress Dowager seated comfortably on a soft couch, engaging in lively conversation with a beautiful woman he had never seen before. Chapter 66. Could this young man truly believe in the Emperor's letter? The woman beside the Empress Dowager possessed striking beauty, adorned in luxurious garments, her demeanor exuding both grace and gentleness. Particularly from a side view, her ample bosom and the delicate sway of her movements captivated the heart. Compared to the mature Empress Dowager, this woman possessed a hint of youthful freshness, making her presence all the more rare. At first glance, Li Chen suspected she might still be an unwed maiden, appearing melancholic yet untouched by the sweetness of experience. Once she tasted it, she would undoubtedly crave more. This was the insight gained from Li Chen's own experiences. Upon Li Chen's arrival, the beautiful woman quickly rose, performing a graceful bow, her voice imbued with an appropriate blend of respect and distance. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. Her gaze briefly swept over Li Chen, concealing a myriad of complex emotions, though any resentment was cleverly buried deep within her eyes, never revealing itself. Li Chen glanced at the Empress Dowager, inquiring, "Who might this be?" The Empress Dowager smiled softly and explained to Li Chen, "Your Majesty, this lady is an old acquaintance of mine. She has come specifically to seek an audience today. Her nephew has unfortunately been captured by Captain Lin, and the token he possesses is, in fact, yours." At these words, Li Chen felt a slight shiver run through him. It appeared that Lin Yue was quite capable, diving into her work immediately upon receiving the token, which seemed well-deserved. Analyzing the beautiful woman, Li Chen discerned that her attire and her ability to meet with the Empress Dowager indicated her considerable status. Thus, her nephew must certainly be someone of significance. Li Chen asked nonchalantly, "Might I inquire what offense your nephew has committed?" If it was merely a case of loose talk, it would indeed be a minor issue. The Empress Dowager also seized the chance to speak a few kind words, her eyes brimming with hope and pleading. At that moment, the one most taken aback was Ji Lianyu. Historically, even if her nephew had been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon, the Empress Dowager could send a palace maid to deliver a message, and the Minister of Justice would have to release him. Even if the Minister of Justice was a confidant of the late Emperor, the Empress Dowager did not seek the late Emperor's counsel. This time, however, he was merely detained in an office near the Ministry of Justice, yet due to Lin Yue possessing Li Chen's token, even the Empress Dowager stated she would wait for Li Chen's consent as she lacked the authority. This indicated that the Emperor wielded not only power, but also significant influence. Otherwise, how could the Empress Dowager require the Emperor's approval for such a minor matter as releasing someone from a mere captain? Li Chen did not recognize this woman, but he still owed the Empress Dowager some courtesy. After all, she had no enmity with him and was introducing him to the harem. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with delight, and she quickly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, your majesty, for your great kindness. I shall surely keep this in mind and ensure my nephew is strictly disciplined henceforth, never to err again." The Empress Dowager also displayed a satisfied smile, relishing the favor bestowed by Li Chen. Having the Emperor of the Sage Realm speak kindly to her granted her a sense of honor. Once Ji Lianyu took her leave, Li Chen began to articulate the purpose of his visit. It was not a matter of great importance. He merely wished to expedite the selection of the next candidate from the 10 harem lists the Empress Dowager had prepared. The Empress Dowager assured him there would be no issue, saying, "You may doubt my character, but you must trust my judgment." The two engaged in casual conversation for a while before Li Chen took his leave. First, He praised Eunuch Shui and generously rewarded him with some gold. Eunuch Shui expressed that it was his honor to alleviate the burdens of your majesty. Although he graciously accepted Li Chen's reward, the amount of gold was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that it came from Li Chen. When his subordinates diligently performed their duties, Li Chen naturally must bestow some compensation to encourage their continued efforts. There was one more thing. He wanted a thorough investigation into the identity of the woman who had just left the Empress Dowager's presence and who her nephew was, as well as the nature of his offense. Upon receiving Li Chen's command, Eunuch Shui promptly set to work. Initially, it was expected that news would take until the next day, yet within just over an hour, Eunuch Shui returned with the information. Li Xining, who had been toying with her trinkets nearby, approached curiously to see what Li Chen was examining. After a moment of observation, Li Chen began to understand. The young scion who had provoked Lin Yue yesterday was actually Su Zifeng, a hostage left in the capital by the king of Zhennan. This morning, he had indeed been thrown into the dungeon due to his provocative remarks. Remarkably, the beautiful woman was Su Zifeng's aunt, a widow whose husband had passed away shortly after their marriage. Most of the mess Su Zifeng had created in the capital was likely being cleaned up by her. As Li Chen perused Su Zifeng's dossier, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This young man was putting on quite the show. His deliberate mischief only served to arouse further suspicion of ulterior motives. Li Chen scoffed. Indeed, I can see that this so-called Su Zifeng is problematic and is intentionally seeking trouble, Li Xining added. Li Chen remained baffled by Su Zifeng's mindset. Had he approached the capital with humility, avoiding mistakes, he would have drawn little attention, allowing him to cultivate his strengths discreetly. Instead, Su Zifeng chose to stir up trouble, committing minor offenses while avoiding major ones, thereby naturally catching the attention of law enforcement. By behaving in this manner, it became impossible for the authorities to overlook him. He believed himself to be acting convincingly, yet he was thoroughly scrutinized by the Ministry of Justice and the officials. Li Chen could even discern traces of the late emperor's reviews within these intelligence documents, revealing that the late emperor had penned remarks suggesting that before taking action, various departments should turn a blind eye. Otherwise, arresting him would effectively provoke a rebellion from his father. I pondered how swiftly Gong Shui managed to uncover the truth. It all became clear. Li Chen murmured. Within these intelligence files, even the minutiae of Su Zifeng's encounters, when, where, and with whom, were meticulously monitored by the experts of the Ministry of Justice. Did Su Zifeng truly believe that the officials of the Tiance Dynasty were fools? Li Chen reflected that during his time as a prince, he merely acted ordinarily, and no one seemed to take notice. If he had displayed utter incompetence, would others not suspect that his latent talents were being concealed? You, young man, presented yourself as valiant and exceptionally wise at the fiefdom, earning a stellar reputation. Yet upon arriving in the capital, you appeared transformed, deliberately committing minor errors while avoiding significant blunders. This was far too conspicuous. Had you made a few grave mistakes, I might have believed your act, but your impeccable conduct makes it difficult for me to misunderstand your intentions. Your behavior essentially broadcasts to everyone. I am preparing to conceal my true abilities. Does this young man truly believe he has the emperor's trust? Chapter 67. Li Chen employs different strategies with different individuals. Not only Li Chen, but also Li Xining recognized Su Zifeng's pretense at a glance. The most salient point being that your father has recently been training troops, seeking to ally with the surrounding strongmen and major powers, making his intentions all too transparent. This is not merely a faction of rebels. They have yet to formally revolt. Brother, how do you intend to deal with Su Zifeng? He has already established numerous informants in the capital, plotting nefarious schemes. Li Xining undoubtedly wishes for Li Chen to remain emperor, ensuring her continued prosperity. Should anyone dare to usurp Li Chen's throne, she would be the first to object. Recalling the beautiful woman seen in the Empress Dowager's palace, Li Chen found himself somewhat aroused at the prospect of merging her with the Empress Dowager for that voluptuous sensation. What might Jilian you do? It was difficult to say, but once Chu Ruoyan awakens, she is bound to suffer again. Li Chen instructed Gong Shui to send someone to inform Lin Yue to keep a close watch on Su Zifeng. Regardless, with my decree, you may release him. After he is out, find a way to create trouble for him, capture him, and confine him. Do not impose too harsh a sentence. A fine and an increase in imprisonment duration would suffice. Thus, in this manner, Lin Yue could enhance her performance metrics, the ministry would receive fines, and Li Chen would undoubtedly gain his own advantages. Li Chen surmised that the Empress Dowager could not possibly intervene on every occasion. At most, there would be 1 or 2 instances. By then, would that beautiful woman not come seeking my favor? Madam, you surely do not wish to see your nephew languishing in prison indefinitely, do you? With different individuals, Li Chen has varying approaches. She is not like Chu Ruoyan, who possesses a clean background. There is no need to cultivate emotional ties. It suffices to indulge in the pleasures of the moment. After all, these individuals are all rebels. There is no need for excessive courtesy. On another street, near the Ministry of Justice and the government office, with Li Chen's decree in hand, Su Zifeng was able to exit the government office. Xiao Ming had just passed the Ministry of Justice's scrutiny, becoming an auxiliary member of the ministry. The two crossed paths on the street. The fates of these two sons of destiny began to intertwine. What a stroke of bad luck. That woman actually possesses the imperial waste token. He picked up the ginseng soup his aunt had brought and used it as mouthwash, casually spitting it back into the bowl. Ji Lianyu felt immense pity for her nephew, believing he must be cold and hungry after being imprisoned for half a day, thus preparing him a plethora of delicacies. Su Zifeng was indeed famished and began to devour the food voraciously. Given that Lin the head constable holds the emperor's waste token, it would be best not to provoke her. Ji Lianyu recognized that Li Chen was a ruler of considerable power. Su Zifeng's father was not yet prepared. There was no need to offend Li Chen prematurely. Aunt, rest assured, I have my own measures. It is merely a junior constable wielding the emperor's waste token. Should force fail, I shall resort to gentler means. Having navigated the capital for so long, Su Zifeng was confident, having cultivated many informants without being discovered. In a hidden chamber within a dilapidated house beyond the 7th ring of the capital, turbulent energy surged within a young man. The remnant soul of the sage beheld this scene with unrestrained elation. His disciple's energy was now swirling vigorously, and his meridians were continually strengthening. It is worth noting that Xiao Ming had previously trained at an astonishing pace. However, since becoming infatuated, he had remained stagnant in the mid-stages of the Broken Void Realm for an entire year. The remnant soul of the sage increasingly felt that his approach was not misguided. Child, it is not your fault. It is my failure for not recognizing your talent sooner. Xiao Ming's hidden, saintly physique required a certain degree of negative emotions. The more intense the negativity, the more potential it could unleash. Today, Xiao Ming had accumulated sufficient negative emotions, rendering it unnecessary for the remnant's soul to provoke him. However, the remnant's soul would not offer him comfort. It feared that if Xiao Ming found clarity, it would spell trouble. He intended to keep Xiao Ming in despair, fostering a sense of guilt that would augment his hatred. Hatred is indeed the key to many Sons of Destiny's cultivation. Having completed today's training session, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. Even though his progress had been rapid lately, he remained unsatisfied. His mind held little concept of cultivation levels. He merely yearned to see his goddess sooner. In his eyes, Li Chen resembled the ultimate malevolent force, the final challenge he must overcome to ascend in this world. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Ming lay on his bed, envisioning that at this very moment, his goddess must be shedding tears within the palace. Chu Ruoyan was indeed weeping, but not in the manner Xiao Ming imagined. The next day, Chu Ruoyan found herself unable to rise from bed. This could not be blamed on Li Chen. After all, she was the only one in the harem bearing the brunt of all the pressures. Once Li Chen had risen to attend court, Chu Ruoyan was astonished to discover that her cultivation had inexplicably improved. Yesterday, she had unexpectedly broken through, advancing from the mid to the late stages of the Broken Void Realm, even while in a state of unconsciousness. Could it be that reaching the Broken Void Realm merely required filling the void? With this thought, she felt a bit embarrassed for her incessant musings. Nonetheless, withstanding Li Chen's rigorous training would naturally enhance her physical resilience. After a few hours, she practiced her cultivation technique, circulating energy through several cycles. And once her body had sufficiently recuperated, she could slowly rise. The chief palace maid, possessing considerable cultivation, had been waiting outside. Upon hearing movement from within the room, she naturally brought other maids to assist her in dressing. Now, she was Li Chen's first imperial concubine, and the palace maids naturally wished to leave a favorable impression on her. The chief maid continually praised Chu Ruoyan, complimenting her from head to toe, her sweet words lifting Chu Ruoyan's spirits. Following this was breakfast and pastries. The chief knew her fondness for Longxian Yulu cake and had prepared an ample supply. Having expended considerable energy the previous night, Chu Ruoyan was in dire need of replenishment. Thus she began to eat. Observing these rare ingredients and her favorite pastries, Chu Ruoyan felt that being an imperial concubine was truly splendid. Moreover, there was a man here whom she found irresistible yet unattainable. Just thinking of Li Chen's handsome and formidable demeanor, she could not help but feel a rush of warmth. Adjusting her mindset and preparing to enjoy her breakfast, she inquired of the chief maid beside her, "Are there any particular customs for dining within the palace?" She rarely entered the palace during her last visit. The Empress Dowager had taught her a few things, but her attention had been entirely focused on the Empress Dowager at the time, and she had not paid close attention. Relieved, Chu Ruoyan did not behave too rudely and completed her breakfast normally. The maids would also adjust their preparations in accordance with her tastes in the days to come. After finishing her breakfast, she stepped outside into the courtyard, where she noticed Li Chen practicing her martial arts. Chu Ruoyan walked over, poised to utter a few words. But upon noticing Li Chen's dark circles, she inquired with curiosity whether she had not slept well the previous night. Little did she know, Li Chen, irritated by the remark, retorted, "I'll live right next door. With the volume you were at last night, and the things you were saying, how could I possibly sleep? You ought to consider my feelings as well. And don't pretend you don't remember the indecent things you said to my brother." Chapter 68. It is said, when one ascends, even the dogs and chickens rise with them. Li Chen expected her words to instill shame in Chu Ruoyan. To her surprise, Chu Ruoyan defiantly asked, "What did I say last night? I don't recall at all. Could you repeat it for me?" She exhibited an endearing stubbornness, genuinely eager to know what she had said. Li Chen was taken aback, replying incredulously, "How can you even ask me? The vulgarities you uttered last night are hardly something I could repeat. Most were just filler words. How am I supposed to convey that?" In truth, Li Chen had misjudged Chu Ruoyan. The latter had been only half-conscious at the time, unaware of her own words. This was not their first encounter, and with Li Chen's intimate connection, they naturally found themselves engaging in conversation. The two prodigies of the imperial capital began to converse in Li Chen's palace. Should the other young talents of the imperial capital witness this, tears of envy would surely flow. Merely being in the presence of these two would bring them joy for days. Many young aspirants dreamed of merely catching a glimpse of them. Yet for them, this was just a part of Li Chen's daily life. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. In just 5 days, you have already strengthened 10 major meridians." As a disciple of a cultivation family, Chu Ruoyan found Li Chen's pace of advancement astonishing. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir among the lower echelons of the cultivation circles in the imperial capital. "Sister, please do not comfort me. My brother says that my speed is merely average within our Tiance Dynasty. It is just a hobby, not to be taken seriously." Li Chen unconditionally believed in Li Chen's words, considering herself an utterly ordinary cultivator. Chu Ruoyan was about to explain, but then recalled that Li Chen had already attained the Saint Realm at such a young age, and by his standards, Li Chen indeed fell short. Suddenly remembering something, Chu Ruoyan inquired about the procedures upon entering the palace. As a princess, Li Chen had been educated in such matters since childhood and informed her that if she could move freely today, it would be prudent to pay a visit to the Empress Dowager, who held a significant position in the harem. Following that, she would need to organize her palace. Essentially a renovation. A formal consort would certainly have her own quarters. The imperial palace had many vacant palaces, and since Chu Ruoyan was the first to arrive, favored by Li Chen and recommended by the Empress Dowager, she could likely choose for herself. This prospect delighted Chu Ruoyan, whose family had previously resided on the outskirts of the third ring in the aristocratic circle, which was already quite respectable. It was through the connections of the Empress Dowager's nephew that they gained the right to settle in the third ring. Thus, for many years, the Chu family had been serving the Empress Dowager's nephew loyally. Residences in the first and second rings were not simply purchasable with wealth. One also required status and standing. At the very least, one needed to belong to a first-rate family or have family members holding a certain position in the court to reside in the second ring. As for the first ring, aside from shops, it was predominantly occupied by royal relatives and high-ranking officials. Without some form of solid power, it was impossible to settle in such a place. The patriarch of the Chu family dreamed of elevating their status to the second ring, which would be a monumental achievement in their family history. However, Due to Chu Ruoyan's circumstances, they had bypassed the second ring entirely and entered the elite circle of the first ring in the imperial capital. When the news of Li Chen bestowing the title of imperial consort upon Chu Ruoyan spread, the rewards for her family naturally followed. In this precious first ring, the Chu family estate had expanded tenfold compared to their previous residence. This exemplified Li Chen's affection for Chu Ruoyan and his favor towards the Chu family. That very night, the patriarch of the Chu family moved directly to the new estate, meticulously inspecting every area. Unable to contain his excitement, he began planning a grand banquet, intending to invite everyone he knew from far and wide, purely to showcase their newfound status and let them witness what the first ring of the imperial capital looked like. On the second day, following Chu Ruoyan's elevation as imperial consort, the patriarch began compiling a list for the housewarming celebration. Ideally, he would invite Li Chen, though he considered this merely a fanciful thought, believing the emperor to be far too busy to attend. Should he truly come, the patriarch would be utterly elated. The first name on his list was Li Chen, with hopes that his daughter might casually inquire. After all, he believed Chu Ruoyan would definitely attend, as this was a joyous occasion for her natal family. Her presence as an imperial consort would undoubtedly be significant. The subsequent names on the list included the Empress Dowager's nephew and the prominent nobles he knew in the imperial capital. Previously, the patriarch had to bow and scrape before them, as they were lofty figures he could only aspire to. Now, these individuals would greet him as Brother Chu. Thanks to his daughter and her connection with Li Chen, the patriarch could now claim a respectable standing within the imperial capital. The entire social network in the imperial capital revolved around Li Chen, with proximity to him determining one's status. Chu Ruoyan's relationship with Li Chen was not merely close. It was exceedingly intimate. Thus, even the most distinguished members of the royal family dared not offend her. Yet, at present, her thoughts were solely occupied by Li Chen, without consideration for other pursuits. After hearing Li Xining's explanation, Chu Ruoyan felt a surge of excitement. Here, in the very heart of the first ring, having a residence was akin to a dream come true. Li Xining knew that there were many sizable palaces within the palace that she could show to Chu Ruoyan. However, Chu Ruoyan was astute. What was the point of grandeur if it did not bring her closer to Li Chen? Consequently, she chose a nearby, well-appointed palace as her quarters, ensuring she could reach him swiftly whenever he wished to summon her. Moreover, this location was already in proximity to Li Chen's chambers, allowing her to meander about conveniently. Seeing the location chosen by Chu Ruoyan, Li Xining gave her a thumbs up. With the palace selected, the next step involved the configuration of maidservants. It is said that when one ascends, even their servants rise with them. The maidservants from Chu Ruoyan's household eagerly anticipated entering the palace. These two maidservants were equivalent to having formal positions, a reality coveted by countless individuals. Do not underestimate this position. These two would serve as the imperial consort's personal maids. The other maidservants would be arranged by the palace. Typically, palace maids performed minor tasks within the palace. However, once outside, even lower-ranking officials would bow to them. This is no jest, for these officials could not see the emperor, but they could see them. According to the social hierarchy centered around Li Chen, the status of Chu Ruoyan's maidservants was naturally elevated. Should anyone dare to offend them, they could report to Chu Ruoyan, and with her connection to Li Chen, the offending official would surely face dire consequences. Often, Chu Ruoyan would not even need to involve Li Chen. Her status alone could garner assistance from numerous nobles. These nobles would require a favor from someone of her rank. Should any affront occur towards the emperor, or should there be favorable policies from the Tiance Dynasty, they could count on Chu Ruoyan to speak a good word on their behalf. Many held no intention of offending Li Chen, but were nonetheless prepared to win his favor. Chapter 69. Did a cultivator at the pinnacle of Tianyuan realm perish so easily? In the Chu family, Chu Ruoyan indeed has a maidservant, and her mother is to select another maid as well. This maidservant could potentially be a cousin of Chu Ruoyan, seeking to secure a position for herself. As long as her background is thoroughly vetted, she could be chosen to enter the palace. However, Chu Ruoyan's mother is certain to select a loyal maidservant, fearing that while Chu Ruoyan's position by Li Chen remains precarious, those cousins might vie for her favor, leading to considerable trouble. After paying respects to the Empress Dowager, Chu Ruoyan's mother received a summons and entered the palace with two maidservants. Upon entering the grand palace gates, they were filled with trepidation. Coming from a second-tier noble background, they had never before held the privilege of entering the palace. This was a different era. They were now royal kin. Even the attitudes of the palace maids and eunuchs had markedly improved. Chu Ruoyan's mother, being quite sensible, arranged matters accordingly. Her daughter, adorned in elegant palace attire, paired with her breathtaking grace, did indeed resemble a royal consort. How delightful! My daughter is a consort. Besides visiting her daughter, Chu Ruoyan's mother also brought a request from her husband, inviting Li Chen to attend the upcoming grand banquet celebrating the Chu family's relocation, which would take place the day after tomorrow. Chu Ruoyan's mother was keenly aware of this. She simply wished for Li Chen to perceive her daughter as sensible and not one to indulge in frivolity. "Mother, I understand," Chu Ruoyan replied, recognizing that her father, having toiled in the imperial city for a lifetime, now wished to stand tall and showcase their newfound status, which was only natural. If Li Chen were available, she would extend the invitation. If not, she would remain silent. Decorum must be maintained within the palace, especially in Li Chen's presence. Subsequently, Chu Ruoyan guided her mother and the two maidservants through a tour of her sleeping quarters, accompanied by a head palace maid. Once Chu Ruoyan had conducted a cursory inspection, she would instruct the maids to decorate the space according to her preferences. Even in its current undecorated state, the grandeur of the palace left them awestruck. Her mother and the two maidservants were utterly dazzled. Each decorative piece here would command a hefty price if presented elsewhere. Even the floor tiles were of exceptional quality. When faced with Chu Ruoyan's inquiries, her mother dared not offer any opinions, simply suggesting that her daughter decide for herself. After some time spent touring, her mother inquired whether they should seek out His Majesty to pay their respects. At that moment, Li Chen was dozing off in the court. There were no significant matters at hand today, merely routine reports from the officials and updates on various projects. Li Chen was becoming increasingly adept at managing state affairs. Having never received formal instruction, he simply followed his inclinations. He decided matters as he saw fit. At this juncture, a notification from his system alerted him. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected in the southern part of the imperial city. The wilderness secret realm has been activated. Please complete the task within the designated time. Li Chen pondered for a moment. Li Xining had now successfully cultivated 10 primary meridians. It was time to provide her with some resources. The resources provided by the system were indeed the finest treasures of the age, guaranteed to propel her directly into the realm of the great perfection. The addition of another fully leveled companion would enhance their safety. Originally, Li Chen intended to bring Li Xining along, as the wilderness secret realm could offer valuable combat experience. In battles of the same level, experience often provides a considerable advantage. However, the issue was that Li Chen himself had limited combat experience, relying solely on his level to dominate. He felt no shame in this, even if a veteran in the opening veins realm had decades of combat experience. He could eliminate them from 800 meters away in the sacred realm. Bringing Li Xining would complicate matters, as he would need to look after her. It was more prudent to venture alone, allowing him to familiarize himself with the foundational processes he had yet to encounter. Li Chen felt akin to a fully leveled character undertaking novice tasks. The ferocious challenges that awaited the new recruits would be even more daunting. Having momentarily lost focus, the morning court session was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, the newly appointed Minister of Justice, Pang Jin, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I, Pang Jin, have a report to make." Noticing Li Chen lazily raise his hand, Pang Jin nodded slightly, his voice steady and resonant. "Your Majesty, regarding the case of the Crown Prince's demise, I have made some new progress today." He paused, surveying the assembly in the court, and continued. "When His Highness the Crown Prince tragically passed away, his bodyguard, Fan Kuai, was a master at the great perfection of the Tianyuan realm, known as the fastest blade in the imperial city. Yet following the Crown Prince's death, Fan Kuai mysteriously vanished. At that time, many speculated that there might be intricate connections between this incident and Fan Kuai, but regrettably, he has remained missing, shrouding the case in uncertainty. Pang Jin elaborated on the background, ensuring Li Chen grasped the context. Many officials were aware of this information, but Li Chen might not be. He had previously paid little attention to the matter, so Pang Jin's explanation was indeed considerate of his feelings. Pang Jin continued. "However, this morning, I received a report from subordinates in the Ministry of Justice, stating that Fan Kuai was found dead in his home. More shockingly, his cause of death mirrored that of the Crown Prince, with a blue mark left upon his chest, devoid of life." An uproar erupted in the court. "What? A master at the great perfection of the Tianyuan realm has passed away so quietly? Even a mere sacred realm practitioner would struggle to kill Fan Kuai, let alone a fellow master of the Tianyuan realm. Fan Kuai was not easily intimidated. He had long been renowned and was a trusted bodyguard of the crown prince, not someone to be trifled with. The known sacred realm practitioners in the imperial city could be counted on one hand. Who could possibly be responsible for this? If there had been a struggle, there would surely have been violent fluctuations. To kill a master like Fan Kuai, even a formidable sacred realm expert would need to exert considerable force to succeed. Given the multitude of experts in the imperial city, they would likely have sensed something amiss, prompting someone to report the incident. Yet, Fan Kuai's death was so bizarre that it felt distinctly uncanny. Particularly those who had previously aligned with the crown prince were eager for Pang Jin to uncover the truth swiftly, bringing solace to the crown prince's spirit in the afterlife. Upon hearing Pang Jin's report, Li Chen nodded slightly and instructed, "It is good to have progress. Continue your investigation. I trust you and the capabilities of the Ministry of Justice." In response, Pang Jin respectfully bowed, proclaiming, "I shall obey your orders. I will not fail to meet your Majesty's expectations." With that, the morning court session concluded. At this time, Eunuch Chui led Pang Jin to the study. Before Li Chen, Pang Jin bowed and stated, "Your Majesty, I have a confidential report." Chapter 70. Is there anything shameful about being at the great perfection of the sacred realm? After speaking, Pang Jin glanced at Eunuch Chui, his meaning clear. Li Chen indicated for Eunuch Chui to usher the others out. He could discern from Pang Jin's expression that there was an important matter to discuss. Understanding, Eunuch Chui closed the door behind him and signaled for the surrounding attendants to leave. "Speak freely, what is it?" Li Chen set aside the memorials and looked at Pang Jin. "Your Majesty, Minister Feng has investigated for 6 months without any progress. I have just taken office. Yet I have already located a crucial missing person, and there are leads to pursue. Do you find this normal?" Pang Jin stated earnestly. "It is just the two of us here. Speak plainly." "I understand," Li Chen replied, casting him a sidelong glance. "Don't play riddles with me. It's just the two of us, and you needn't resort to formalities. I am not so naive as to require your slow guidance for analysis." Pang Jin awkwardly smiled and recounted the entire matter. He felt that Fan Kuai's sudden appearance and the leads left behind were too convenient. If those responsible for the crown prince's murder were behind it, they would have likely eliminated all traces. Thus, he suspected that someone must have deliberately orchestrated this, luring him into an investigation. In other words, someone was laying a trap, waiting for him to fall into it. The individual behind this scheme might not be the one who murdered the crown prince. They could simply be aiming to exploit the pressure His Majesty exerted on the Ministry of Justice, compelling them to follow the clues they provided to achieve their own ends. Therefore, this scenario was a scheme within a scheme. He resolved to pursue the clues to discern the true intentions of the orchestrator, employing this method to lower the vigilance of those behind the plot. Subsequently, he would extricate himself from this entanglement and set a new trap. In a few days, he would falsely claim to have discovered a lead that he had fabricated. The plotters would undoubtedly find this perplexing, having left no stone unturned. Why would new clues surface? Could it be that the murderer of the crown prince had acted? The actual murderer would also sense something amiss, questioning who was impersonating them. In such circumstances, the two hidden factions would begin to harbor suspicions towards one another. Even if the orchestrators and the murderers knew it could be a trap, they would still send individuals to investigate. For this new clue represented an unknown that could potentially expose them. At that point, by strategically placing sentinels to identify individuals who should not have been present at the scene and subsequently tracking them, they could truly extend their net. This was Pang Jin's strategy of killing two birds with one stone. One must admit, reaching his level, especially from humble beginnings, indicated that he possessed considerable acumen. Through Pang Jin's discourse, Li Chen grasped his intended meaning. The myriad hidden powers within the imperial capital meant that if they truly wished to eliminate someone, akin to the crown prince and the late emperor, they would leave no trace. Any lead that could be directly traced back was likely a result of one faction attempting to frame another, perhaps inadvertently left behind or discovered without the opportunity for retrieval. These were matters for Pang Jin to ponder, not for Li Chen. Those lurking in the shadows either remained utterly still, leaving no flaws to be detected, or they would act decisively to take your life. Such individuals were the most challenging to guard against within the imperial capital. Li Chen could hardly find the words to criticize Su Zifeng, whose foolishness was so profound that others were disinclined to deal with him, believing he was hidden well. It seemed like a guise of humility, but in truth, it was sheer ignorance. Proceed with your methods, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to voice it. Li Chen understood that Pang Jin's visit was likely not solely for the purpose of discussing this matter. He could handle such trivialities himself, having the authority to do so. Since he had come, it was evident that there was something beyond his capacity to resolve. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Pang Jin knelt again and inquired, "I dare to ask your majesty, what is your level of cultivation?" Li Chen replied, "The pinnacle of the saint realm." At this revelation, Pang Jin's pupils dilated, and his entire being trembled slightly. What? The pinnacle? Regardless of who it was, they would have assumed that someone of Li Chen's age would only have reached the early stages of the saint realm. The distinction between the early stages and the pinnacle of the saint realm was vast. Was this news not startling? The pinnacle of the saint realm is also referred to as the realm of one step to the heavens, the most formidable force beneath the heavens. Practitioners below the saint realm, upon witnessing Li Chen in a state of eruption, would at most recognize him as a practitioner of the saint realm, unaware of his exact level. Even a saint realm master like Yu Fuzi could only perceive that Li Chen was stronger, but would only understand the extent of that strength through confrontation. Thus, he dared to inquire again, "When the time comes, I humbly request your majesty to take action personally." Originally, Pang Jin intended to eliminate Fan Kuai, who was at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm, believing that the assailant must possess formidable strength, possibly even a hidden practitioner of the saint realm among them. If the Ministry of Justice were to uncover this, it would be challenging to address. Therefore, he sought to have Li Chen activate the imperial weapon. The so-called imperial weapon is one of the trump cards of the royal family of the Tiance Dynasty. It is said that the second emperor of the Tiance Dynasty, who failed to ascend, transformed his body into an imperial weapon, also referred to as an imperial corpse. If future descendants encounter a crisis, they may activate the imperial weapon. The imperial weapon possesses the strength of the saint realm. The conditions for activating the imperial weapon are exceedingly stringent, and Pang Jin was unaware of the specifics. He reasoned that if there were indeed practitioners of the saint realm concealed within the imperial capital, it would be prudent for Li Chen to activate the imperial weapon for assistance. Upon considering that Li Chen himself was a practitioner of the saint realm, he unwittingly posed this question. The result of his inquiry left him profoundly shocked. That was the pinnacle of the saint realm. The activation of the imperial weapon would only serve to alert the enemy. It would be more prudent to have the emperor act directly. Pang Jin began to comprehend why. After Li Chen ascended to the throne, the second prince had fled the imperial capital under cover of night. It became clear why Li Chen dared to brazenly declare war against the northern royal court. This was his confidence. The pinnacle of the saint realm was beyond Pang Jin's imagination. As a loyal subject, he felt that his sole support lay with the emperor. Now, it seemed this support was more solid than he had anticipated. I had wondered why the cunning Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan appeared so uncharacteristically compliant. It turned out he shared my sentiments. Very well, inform me ahead of time when you require my assistance. This, after all, falls within Li Chen's purview, and he would certainly agree. Only by resolving these issues could he find peace of mind. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not disclose this matter to a third party. Hearing Pang Jin's assurance, Li Chen's lips twitched slightly. Is the pinnacle of the saint realm something to be ashamed of? Why should it not be known to a third party? Since reaching full capacity, I had no intention of disguising my capabilities. However, understanding that Pang Jin had his own plans, Li Chen allowed him to act as he saw fit. Once Pang Jin departed, Li Chen continued to review memorials and, upon completing his work, set about fulfilling his tasks. Meanwhile, the Tianyuan divine sect began to make significant moves. Chapter 71. Unable to handle Li Chen. Can they handle you? The leader of the Tianyuan divine sect, known as the Celestial Being, announced that he would enter seclusion with his partner, the fairy Yulan, to forge a peerless treasure. During his seclusion, the sect's grand elder would act on his behalf. This news, upon release, caused a tremendous stir within the cultivation community of the central Tiance Dynasty. What kind of treasure could compel both of them to enter seclusion simultaneously? In truth, this announcement was merely a smokescreen, deliberately disseminated to lead everyone to believe that the Celestial Being and the fairy Yulan were crafting a treasure to assist Li Chen in dealing with Li Chen. In reality, they had quietly set off towards the imperial capital. In their quest for a surprise attack on Li Chen, they naturally kept their identities concealed. However, complications soon arose. For in their desire to remain incognito, their attire was rather ordinary, and their mounts were not extravagant. On their journey to the imperial capital, the fairy Yulan felt the lecherous gazes of countless men upon her. Her voluptuous figure became the object of many a passerby's fantasies. Had it not been for the celestial being's protection, those men would likely have rushed forth to strip her bare. There was no remedy. Her figure was too alluring, rendering it exceedingly difficult for any male to avert their gaze. While dining at an inn, the celestial being had to intervene several times to dissuade those attempting to approach her. His approach was primarily one of intimidation, if he resorted to violence. The law enforcement of the Tiance Dynasty would surely investigate, especially since those who dared to make lewd remarks towards his partner were mostly young scions with considerable backgrounds. Killing them would lead to severe repercussions. Thus, the two practitioners of the Saint realm endured considerable humiliation along the way. Were it not for the celestial being urging the fairy Yulan to be patient, they might have left a trail of corpses in their wake. High and mighty, the celestial beings of the sect had never encountered such indignities. As they trudged along in their plight, the second prince, Li Chen, had already arrived at Yunlu Academy. Having set off ahead of them, Li Chen recalled his previous visits to this place, where the students were typically exuberant. On the path to the Guanxing building, one would often encounter numerous students reading the classics aloud. However, this time was different. The overall atmosphere of the academy was not as lively as before, and the number of students had significantly diminished. Disguised during this visit, no one recognized him. His subordinates had made arrangements with the Yu Fuzi, allowing him to ascend directly to the floor where Yu Fuzi resided with ease. Upon arriving at the door, he noticed Yu Fuzi dozing inside. In order not to disturb him, Li Chen waited patiently at the entrance for quite a while, believing that Yu Fuzi was testing him. To gain the trust of this esteemed sage, Li Chen willingly endured the wait. As the noble second prince, he felt a twinge of impatience after such a long wait. Thinking to himself that this old man was merely taking advantage of his lower cultivation. If his sage brother were to come, he would have kicked him awake without hesitation. If Li Chen were aware of his thoughts, he would surely retort that he was thinking too small. If he knew of Li Xian's arrival, he would not dare to sleep. Unfortunately, when one is in need of another's assistance, one must endure. Even if Li Xian was displeased, he had to wait for Yu Fuzi to awaken. Yu Fuzi kept him waiting for a full half-hour before feigning awakening. Li Xian then approached him with an fa ade of honor, greeting him and referring to himself as a student, expressing his respect. With a slight smile, Yu Fuzi inquired, "What brings the second prince to my humble academy?" After speaking, he gently stroked his beard, scrutinizing Li Xian with keen eyes. This remark carried a hint of sarcasm. If the largest academy in the imperial capital was deemed humble, what the other institutions? Li Xian, perceptive to the underlying meaning, understood that Yu Fuzi was belittling his academy and knew he must elevate its stature until Yu Fuzi was pleased. Thus, he respectfully bowed and replied, "Your words are misguided. Yu Fuzi, Yunlu Academy is a treasure of the imperial capital, a hall of knowledge, far beyond the reach of mere mediocrity. To refer to it as a humble academy is an egregious insult." Upon hearing this, the corners of Yu Fuzi's mouth lifted slightly, yet he remained silent, allowing Li Chen to continue his flattery. He thought to himself that he would return the humiliation Li Chen had inflicted upon him in kind. Today, Li Chen had presented himself, offering an opportunity for Yu Fuzi to bask in superiority, and he could not let this chance slip away. Seeing the situation, Li Chen continued, "Your wisdom is profound, and your moral standing is esteemed. You are a model for our generation. Not only are you well-versed in poetry and propriety, but you also possess unique insights into military strategy and martial arts, making you a pillar of the nation. Under your guidance, Yunlu Academy has nurtured countless talents, contributing significantly to the prosperity of our dynasty." Such flattery was indeed excessive, yet Yu Fuzi relished it. He had grown weary of hearing the same from others and preferred to hear it from a prince. "Ha ha ha, you flatter me, second prince. I wonder what brings you here today." Once Li Chen had sufficiently pleased Yu Fuzi, he was able to engage in a more genuine conversation. "I have come to seek your guidance and nurturing, hoping to traverse the path of a prince with greater longevity." This statement implied his desire for the throne, subtly inquiring about Yu Fuzi's support. The path of a prince could only lead to one destination, becoming emperor. Even if Li Chen was aware of Yu Fuzi's disdain for Li Chen, he needed to ascertain Yu Fuzi's stance first for the conversation to progress. He could not simply declare his intentions to revolt right at the outset, as that would be too blunt. Yu Fuzi had already guessed Li Xian's intentions for this visit. Both the second and third princes were openly contemplating rebellion, and their emissaries had come to confer on this matter. Given Li Xian's extraordinary talent and the guidance he had received, he had no need for a mere Confucian like Yu Fuzi. This remark was a veiled attempt to gauge Li Xian's cards. Did your master not promise to assist you? Have you not persuaded your master to deal with Li Chen on your behalf? If you overestimate me, then I must say that if I had such capabilities, I would not have found myself kneeling before you. Indeed, the more wise men, the better. Having the guidance of a sage like you would ensure a steadier path for me, Li Xian conveyed, indicating that his master would indeed take action. And with Yu Fuzi's assistance, it would be even more secure. I have heard that your master is the leader of the Jiu Yuan Shanyu, and I have long wished to discuss matters with him. Yu Fuzi was not easily swayed. He needed to assess Li Xian's hand first. Naturally, when your master arrives in the imperial capital, I shall be sure to invite him for a discussion, and I hope you will extend me the courtesy. Very well. When your master arrives, remember to inform me. I am feeling somewhat fatigued, and you need not concern yourself with me. Li Xian felt a pang of frustration, having gone to such lengths only to be met with hesitation. However, Yu Fuzi remained unfazed. Of course, the second prince seeks my aid, and it stands to reason that the third prince will follow suit. I must first discern which of you is more formidable before deciding with whom to ally myself. Yu Fuzi, only engage in favorable circumstances. A scholar must learn to adapt. Chapter 72. Su Zifeng's Talent, The Schemes of the Zhunnan Wang. Upon exiting Yunlu Academy, the swiftest sword in the imperial capital, Feng Wuhan, approached. Your Highness, did you reach an agreement with Yu Fuzi? In this academy, under Yu Fuzi's watch, it was indeed difficult for him to enter. As Li Xian's confidant, he was tasked with strategizing for him. Enough of that. That old man only acts when he sees results. Li Xian felt as though his visit had been in vain and decided to wait for his master to arrive in the imperial capital before proceeding. At present, he needed to remain concealed in the capital, continuing to gather intelligence on Li Chen and gradually lay his plans. Meanwhile, at the borders, the third prince was also making his moves, embarking on a risky gambit. However, the northern forces of the Tiance Dynasty were already in motion. The northern army, including garrison troops and reserves, was quite substantial, most of whom were loyal to the late emperor and the military generals within the court. They would naturally heed Li Chen's commands, especially as they were eager for battle themselves. Among them were also agents of the Empress Dowager, the second prince, and the third prince. Yet these individuals could not interfere significantly with the northern forces, only providing intelligence and conducting operations when necessary. This was akin to a hidden card, usable only at a critical moment. The ambiguous stance of the Empress Dowager left both the second and third princes perplexed. While the second prince sought alliances, the third prince began to lose his composure. Since the northern court was not entirely reliable, the third prince resolved to reach out to the Zhunnan Wang. As tensions escalated in the north, should conflict truly erupt, the central forces of the Tiance Dynasty would also be mobilized, thus alleviating pressure on the Zhunnan Wang. The Zhunnan Wang's intent to rebel was evident to many. The third prince, therefore, decided to extend an invitation to the Zhunnan Wang for a coalition. Together, they could rebel and lessen the burdens upon each other. In such a scenario, while Li Chen was preoccupied with the Northern War, Li Xian would lack military power. The third prince believed he could be the first to enter the imperial capital. Once he ascended to the throne, he could negotiate with the northern court for a semblance of respect, offering them land in return for their compliance. He would then redirect the northern army southward, swiftly eliminating the Zhunnan Wang. Wouldn't that secure his throne? He even envisioned his great achievements being recorded in history. The corners of the third prince's mouth involuntarily curled upward. Indeed, the throne was destined for him. In military matters, the third prince was exceedingly self-assured, possessing remarkable talent. Of course, he had long since forgotten about the fifth prince, Li Chen. During the late emperor's reign, in his youth, Li Chen had once captured the third prince during a military simulation organized by the emperor. Just a useless person, the third prince thought, dismissing such trivialities. in a dimly lit and tranquil meditation chamber near the imperial capital. Here lies an abundance of cultivation resources, alongside an array of invaluable treasures. The so-called waste Li Chen, as referred to by the third prince, sits cross-legged on a cushion, enveloped in a thick shroud of dark energy, as if he has merged with the darkness of this world. Although he is blind, his mind remains exceptionally clear, wholly focused on cultivating a self-created forbidden technique. As Li Chen's breathing deepens, the energy within him begins to surge wildly, akin to tumultuous waves battering against his body. The dark energy appears almost sentient, swirling around his form, occasionally coalescing into grotesque visages or transforming into sharp black blades that slice through the surrounding air, emitting piercing shrieks. Veins bulge on Li Chen's face, and sweat pours down like rain. Despite blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and eyes, he remains utterly indifferent. Each pang of agony only serves to intensify his sense of burgeoning power. This is not the palace. He can boldly accelerate his training. Li Chen is acutely aware that this is his sole opportunity. He has nothing left to lose. After circulating energy for several cycles, he exhales a breath of foul air. Eldest and second brothers, await your reckoning. Once my cultivation is complete, I shall make you both suffer as retribution for my grievances. After a brief respite, Li Chen departs from the training chamber. He had promised Li Chen to assist him in locating the Long Shengjing. Li Chen, honoring his word, released him from the palace, and thus he too shall fulfill his pledge. To seek vengeance, he undoubtedly requires Li Chen's assistance. It would be exceedingly difficult to challenge the second and third princes, who have maintained their grip on power for so long, single-handedly. In the southern region of the Tiance Dynasty, at the Zhennan Wang Fu, the grandeur resembles that of a small imperial palace. The Lord of Zhennan reigns here like a local monarch, amassing various resources to forge his own paradise. As one of the few feudal lords possessing military authority in the Tiance Dynasty, he is far from complacent. His duty has always been to intimidate the southern nations, and he has succeeded in subduing them all. However, as his power grows, so too does his ambition. The birth of his heir, Su Zifeng, undoubtedly ignites his treacherous thoughts. Su Zifeng possesses extraordinary innate strength, with a cultivation speed several times that of an average person, and is blessed with immense fortune, enabling him to avert calamity at every turn. At such a young age, his prowess is already formidable, and coupled with unparalleled intelligence, he is regarded by reclusive powerhouses as embodying the essence of a dragon among men. The Lord of Zhennan ponders whether this is a divine indication for him to take that fateful step. After all, the southern nations have already been subdued, with even the rulers of minor states bowing before him. Within the confines of the Zhennan Wang Fu, akin to a miniature imperial palace, numerous beauties, captured from the southern nations, are present. On a whim, he may even summon the princesses of these minor states to his chambers. He relishes the pleasures of being a local emperor. Yet, at this juncture, the Lord of Zhennan remains indecisive, for the emperor has not wronged him in any way, and has granted him considerable power. Additionally, the late emperor and the Lord of Zhennan grew up together, possessing a bond of shared history. He finds it difficult to rebel against an emperor who has shown him such favor, fearing the scorn of the world. The turning point arises when Su Zifeng is summoned to the imperial capital as a hostage. The Lord of Zhennan's inner thoughts echo, "You have forced my hand." The late emperor, too, had his own considerations. In his view, the Lord of Zhennan, having a shared history with him, would never revolt. However, what would happen after their deaths? Su Zifeng has always been ambitious, having uttered disrespectful words in public, insinuating that it was time for his family to take their turn at the throne. He has even resorted to violence against royal descendants within his territory. Should he inherit the title of Lord of Zhennan, stability in the south would be unattainable. For the enduring legacy of the Tiance Dynasty, the late emperor made his decision. He harbored no intent to eliminate Su Zifeng, merely wishing to confine him. The late emperor, feeling robust, presumed that the Lord of Zhennan, seasoned by battle, would bear multiple ailments. He acknowledged the Lord of Zhennan's contributions. Yet, who could have foreseen that the Lord of Zhennan would outlast the late emperor? This troublesome situation now lies squarely before Li Chen, who has no ties with the Lord of Zhennan. Thus, the latter's rebellion would pose no concern. as various factions prepare to cause upheaval within the Tiance Dynasty. What is Li Chen doing in preparation? He is taking no preparations at all, having even gone to refresh his auxiliary dungeon. Chapter 73. After all, it's not me being scolded. What do I have to fear? Upon exiting the Imperial study, Li Chen donned a set of ordinary attire. Following the system's guidance, he sought out wild secret realms beyond the capital. These secret realms are said to be bestowed by fate. Wild secret realms materialize randomly in the wilderness, and since the resources yielded are generally of low value, no major powers oversee them. Ordinary wild secret realms can produce resources suitable for the opening of meridians and the condensation of energy, while intermediate secret realms are primarily controlled by major factions and the Tiance Dynasty itself. Only the most exceptional disciples of sects or outstanding students from the Tiance Dynasty's Combat Academy are eligible for entry, serving to cultivate talent for their respective factions. Intermediate secret realms typically appear in fixed locations. To master one equates to a continuous supply of talent for one's faction. As for high-level secret realms, known as the Gates of Tianqi, they are akin to cataclysmic occurrences. Within them, artifacts, techniques, and elixirs from the upper realms may be found. Each time a high-level secret realm descends, the world reacts, drawing countless powerful beings to engage in fierce competition. Li Chen surmises that, according to the system's usual pattern, he must have reached the mid-stage of the opening of meridians, which is why he is seeking out wild secret realms, the lowest tier of realms. Following the system's instructions, he understands that venturing to a higher level would not be deemed appropriate. Li Chen, being experienced, sees no reason to waste time. He quickly arrives at a majestic mountain range to the east of the imperial capital, guided by the system's direction. The entrance to the secret realm stands as a wondrous spectacle, towering majestically between heaven and earth, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Upon reaching the vicinity of the designated point, Li Chen encounters a colossal door. This door, standing 100 meters tall, appears as a gateway to another world. Its grandeur instills a sense of awe at first glance. The door is carved from an unknown black stone, its surface smooth as a mirror, yet imbued with a sense of antiquity. At the top of the door, a massive circular disc is embedded, from which spatial fluctuations emanate continuously. As Li Chen gazes up at the door, he perceives an unfathomable mirror within. The images reflected are ever-changing, sometimes resembling a black hole, at other times appearing as stars, eluding any grasp of their true nature. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, hundreds, if not thousands, have gathered. They hail from surrounding cities, some alone, others in pairs. Despite the throngs, the vastness of the space prevents any sense of crowding, and a steady stream of newcomers arrives from all directions. It is as if paths had never existed in this world, only to be forged by the footsteps of these cultivators drawn to the secret realm. The moment Li Chen steps into this area, he hears a cacophony of calls. Experts of the Yuanshan realm are leading expeditions into the secret realm. Only 2 spots remain. Don't miss this rare opportunity. The Ningyuan realm's self-reliance team needs one more, preferably a frontliner. There are beauties assisting. Is there anyone in the Kaimai realm with wind attributes looking to sneak in? Let us help each other out. Those with speed-enhancing treasures take priority. A sword formation is needed for the Ningyuan realm sword cultivators, and those with experience in secret realms are urged to join the team. Upon hearing this, Li Chen expressed his confusion. Was the strategy for outdoor secret realms truly so intricate? In his recollection, a secret realm merely entailed entering, fighting, and then exiting. To simplify matters, Li Chen had come alone. He glanced around and noticed many individuals eagerly preparing, their eyes fixed on the circular disc at the entrance of the secret realm, seemingly awaiting its activation. Some are leaving with their heads hung low, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. There were even a few maintaining order at the entrance, urging others not to crowd, so that everyone could enter when the time came. Seeking to understand the workings of this secret realm, Li Chen resolved to inquire with someone experienced. At that moment, a sword cultivator clad in training attire approached him. Is this your first time in a secret realm, brother? Indeed. May I ask how one should navigate this secret realm? Li Chen immediately referred to the cultivator as brother, leaving the latter somewhat bewildered. However, he remained silent, sensing that Li Chen might possess a notable status. The sword cultivator, named Luo Yong, had a penchant for making friends. Observing Li Chen's extraordinary attire, he approached to greet him. Even if Li Chen had merely donned a different outfit. The fabric was of a rare quality not commonly found among the mundane populace, suggesting he hailed from a family of privilege. It must be noted that Luo Yong was quite discerning. Those who could reach the entrance of this secret realm were predominantly individuals from the imperial capital. In the capital, knowing more people translates to more opportunities, potentially leading to assistance when needed, all with just a word. Li Chen found Luo Yong's character agreeable. At the very least, he was straightforward. Unfamiliar with the secret realm's intricacies, Luo Yong freely shared information about it. Within the secret realm lies a unique world replete with rare treasures and fierce beasts. Cultivators entering the secret realm are randomly transported to various locations within this extraordinary realm to explore. With a stroke of luck, one might stumble upon high-quality spirit herbs or rare ores. However, most resources are guarded by ferocious beasts, necessitating either their defeat or the distraction of these beasts by teammates to acquire the resources, which can later be distributed upon exit. Extracting resources from the secret realm is no simple task. Each outdoor secret realm lasts for 2 hours. After 1 hour of activation, a beam of light descends from the heavens, allowing those who step into it to carry out the resources they have gathered. If the 2-hour mark is reached without entering the light, individuals are forcibly ejected, and any resources acquired within remain unretrievable. This is why many seek to ally with Yuanshan realm cultivators. In such low-level secret realms, the resources available are primarily suited for Kai Mai and Ningyuan realm cultivators, with high-level cultivators rarely venturing into these spaces. The presence of a Yuanshan realm cultivator in such a dungeon is akin to having a powerful ally. To enter the outdoor secret realm, one must approach when the disc at the entrance is illuminated. At this point, Luo Yong expressed his frustration. Damn it. Last time, a mere Shushi realm cultivator brought a few Kaimai realm practitioners to farm the outdoor secret realm. How shameless. According to Luo Yong, the appearance of a Shushi realm cultivator would elevate the strength of the beast within, yet the quality and quantity of materials would remain unchanged, ensuring only Kaimai and Ningyuan realm resources would manifest. This explains why higher-level cultivators generally refrain from participation. If lower-level cultivators mistakenly enter such advanced realms, they should not expect to obtain resources. Their best option is to find a secluded spot and wait until time expires to exit. What? A Shushi realm cultivator dares to come here? How shameless. If I catch him, I will surely reprimand him. Li Chen spoke with fervor. He felt indifferent, for he was not a Shushi realm cultivator. He was a Shengzhe realm practitioner. They were criticizing the Shushi realm cultivators, not him, so he felt justified in joining in. Initially, Luo Yong was taken aback by Li Chen's vehement criticism, thinking him to be quite formidable, only to realize at the end that Li Chen was merely a brash talker. However, upon reflection, he understood that Shushi realm cultivators were indeed the epitome of talent. Who would dare provoke them without cause? Perhaps sensing that Li Chen might be anxious on his first visit, Luo Yong reassured him. Do not worry. The secret realm is not limited to a single world. Higher-level cultivators are usually grouped together. As long as we are not unfortunate, we should not end up in their company. Upon hearing this, Li Chen comprehended that those high-level cultivators seeking to dominate the weak would be matched against others of their kind. Thus, it dawned on him that those Shushi realm cultivators bringing others to prey on the weak were likely to be matched with him. A smile crept upon Li Chen's lips at this thought. Initially, he felt somewhat embarrassed to participate in a low-level dungeon given his cultivation level, which was why he had come alone. However, the prospect of overpowering those who sought to dominate the weak seemed enticing. He was curious to see which unfortunate souls would be matched against him. Meanwhile, at another outdoor secret realm entrance outside the imperial capital, masked individuals appeared. Leading them was Wu Qi, a renowned prodigy of the Shushi realm. Recently, Wu Qi had been vexed by his inability to connect with Li Chen. With the goddess Chu Wen entering the palace as a consort, he had long relinquished any hope. His two rivals, Xiaoming was nowhere to be found, and Lu Hao, a scion of a noble family, was preoccupied preparing for the grand spring gathering, leaving him with no opportunity to venture out. Wu Qi's previous routine mirrored that of Xiaoming, trailing Chu Ruoyan and playing the sycophant, thus squandering his potential. Now, deprived of access to both his goddess and his rival, Wu Qi felt an unsettling void within. It was then that his two younger cousins from a Ningyuan realm mentioned that a secret realm was about to open, requesting him to lead them. The Wu family was a prominent clan in Hujiqing, with interests in the imperial capital as well. With nothing else to occupy his time, Wu Qi consented to their request. The reason for his mask was that it was quite embarrassing for a Xuxi realm cultivator to engage in such a dungeon. He felt reluctant to reveal his identity. Accompanying Wu Qi were his two cousins and his aunt, Wu Nanji. With just a slight exertion of his strength, he could easily dispatch those younger practitioners, evoking a sense of dominance akin to punching a kindergarten and kicking an old-age home. Many nearby sensed Wu Qi's formidable presence and chose to avoid this round, opting to enter the next one instead. After all, each outdoor secret realm refreshes, permitting each individual entry only once. Many sought to cherish this opportunity. Observing Wu Qi's overwhelming aura, numerous cultivators were dissuaded from entering, while his two cousins began to flatter him. Brother Qi is truly impressive. I could learn from you for a decade. With Brother Qi here, we are sure to succeed. We must gather ample resources and strive to break through to the Yuanshan realm, so we can serve Brother Qi and contribute to the Wu family. Hearing such praise from his cousins brought a hint of pride to Wu Qi's heart. Having played the sycophant for years, he nearly forgot that he was indeed a legitimate prodigy. This was the treatment he deserved. The reason Wu Qi had brought his aunt Wu Nanji along was twofold. First, he wanted to alleviate her boredom, and second, he sought to redeem himself after failing to secure a spot at Yunlu Academy, which had drawn her scorn. He had long heard that Xuxi realm cultivators idly engaged in outdoor secret realms, and this time he came to teach them a lesson. Wu Qi had prepared a reasonable justification for himself. As a prodigy, he frequently dominated ordinary Xuxi realm cultivators. His presence here would be akin to a dimensional suppression. I wonder which unfortunate souls will be matched against me. Even before entering, Wu Qi was already brimming with arrogance. At another outdoor secret realm entrance, after a leisurely chat, Luo Yong invited Li Chen to enter the secret realm together, forming a duo. This so-called teaming up involved touching the door before it opened, leaving a mark on their hands. They could then high-five anyone they wished to partner with a maximum of 4 individuals allowed in a team. Li Chen felt that Luo Yong was indeed a good friend, yet he politely declined Luo Yong's offer. It was not a matter of camaraderie. After all, I am in the Shengzhe realm. Do you dare team up with me? You should be wary of the monsters lurking within. Luo Yong, being a cheerful individual, remarked, I did act a bit presumptuously just now. However, should we end up in the same team, do not hesitate to call for my assistance. Li Chen, I suggest you hope not to be grouped with me, for you would find it most troublesome. As Luo Yong departed, he thought to himself, young man, you have missed a golden opportunity to lean on a strong ally. He had also concealed his true strength, being a peak Dongshu realm cultivator, a level above the Yuanshan realm. He was a well-known genius in the imperial capital, comparable to Churuoya. While Churuoya may appear ordinary before the likes of Xiao Ming and Wu Qi, among ordinary practitioners, she is undeniably formidable. Yet, in comparison to Li Chen, who is in a league of his own, she pales. Li Chen's prowess is extraordinary, having reached this level without engaging in fruitless social interactions during his early cultivation. This was Luo Yong's second visit to assist his younger brother in acquiring resources. His brother had previously suffered a setback during a breakthrough, wasting considerable resources. Upon arriving, Luo Yong felt as though he were striking from a superior dimension. Noticing Li Chen's attire, he surmised that the young man hailed from a distinguished family. Thus, he proactively sought to extend a favor, only to find Li Chen uninterested. Nonetheless, he said nothing, recognizing that such matters rely on fate and cannot be forced. In his view, Li Chen's caution was perfectly understandable, considering it was their first encounter. As the hour struck, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the disk atop the wilderness secret realm. All prepared cultivators gradually entered, embarking on this journey of exploration. Wu Qi's group was particularly formidable, positioned at the forefront as the first team to enter the secret realm. It was his inaugural venture into such a place, and as he crossed the threshold, he sensed violent spatial fluctuations surrounding him. The starlit tunnel ahead surged violently before a blinding white light suddenly flashed. When his vision normalized, he found himself amidst a primordial forest. The scent of fresh earth after rain wafted into Wu Qi's nostrils, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Before he could commence his exploration, the joyful chirping of insects filled his ears, only to abruptly cease, replaced by the sounds of birds and beasts flapping their wings. Images of birds hunting for insects materialized in his mind. Having grown up in Hujue City, surrounded by mountains teeming with demonic beasts, Wu Qi felt entirely at home in this environment. With his aunt and two younger cousins by his side, he took the lead in the exploration. In such treacherous places, early awareness of dangers often indicated the presence of resources. The area he could access was naturally high level, with the strength of the demonic beasts unlikely to be lacking. It was conservatively estimated that due to his presence, the strength of these beasts would be around the Dongshu realm. Wu Qi was confident this was not a casual skirmish. While others sought to avoid danger, he actively sought it out. His surroundings were filled with robust tree trunks, closely growing shrubs, and broadleaf plants. Under the dim light, he could see some large rhinoceros beetles crawling on the trunks, feasting on resin and fermented wood shavings. The faint sunlight above was filtered by the leaves, casting scattered patches of light on the ground. Wu Qi's team advanced confidently through the jungle. Typically, one would tread cautiously in such perilous locations. Yet they made no effort to conceal their movements, even attempting to attract the attention of the demonic beasts to discern which areas held treasures. Any spiritual herbs or spiritual mines rich in spiritual energy were their targets. As for the quality of the items they found, that would depend on their luck. Wu Qi felt fortunate, for within mere minutes of exploration, he stumbled upon a 2-meter-tall wolf demon. Nearby, two exceptionally high-quality wild medicinal herbs, known as Yuehualinya, thrived. The leaves of this spiritual herb were translucent and emitted a faint glow, brimming with the essence of heaven and earth. Such herbs were coveted by practitioners in the Ningyuan realm, yet outside, they were rare and valuable. Wu Qi's two cousins were thrilled, for acquiring these two herbs would undoubtedly facilitate their breakthroughs. They had not anticipated finding them so swiftly. As Wu Qi boldly approached, the wolf demon stirred from its slumber. Just as it prepared to strike, Wu Qi sensed something amiss. Why did this wolf demon emanate such a potent aura? With a resounding crash, Wu Qi's body collided violently with a nearby tree, embedding him half deep in the soil. Staring at the wolf demon before him, he was filled with shock and disbelief. How could he have nearly faltered after just one blow? What madness was this? A wolf demon of the Liuhe realm, and a peak Liuhe realm at that. Although he was capable of challenging opponents of higher levels, he had not anticipated such a vast disparity. In that moment, Wu Qi was bewildered. Wasn't it said that only Dongshu realm beasts inhabited this area? Why were there Liuhe realm creatures here? Now, it was not just Wu Qi, but all the high-level cultivators who had entered this secret realm, intending to overpower weaker foes, who were taken aback by the prowess of these wild beasts. Thus far, they had not encountered any beast below the Liuhe realm, with the lowest being in the early stages of Liuhe. Even a genius like Wu Qi found himself without the strength to fight back, while the higher-level cultivators were simultaneously pursued by the demonic beasts, cursing their misfortune, who had entered this realm to elevate the beast's strength to such heights. It could not be merely for the resources of the Kaima and Ningyuan realms. The situation was far too dire. They had intended to challenge the lower-level cultivators with some difficulty, yet they found themselves facing overwhelming odds instead. Wu Qi estimated that at least an old monster of the Guantian realm had entered, empowering the beasts to this extent. Unfortunately, he was the unluckiest, encountering the strongest beasts here upon his arrival. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the periphery. The beasts deeper within were even more ferocious. For a Shengzhi realm cultivator had also come in. Not to mention his meager Dongshu realm status. Even those of the Guantian realm would flee in terror. Wu Qi, emboldened by his experience, relied on the advantages of forest combat to evade the wolf demon's attacks. He shunned the ground, traversing the towering trees, particularly those branches sturdy enough to support his weight. The wolf demon, due to its weight, would break these branches in its pursuit, crashing down and failing to capitalize on its speed, thus unable to catch him. Liuhe realm beasts were hardly formidable compared to the dangers he had faced before. Wu Qi, having forgotten his injuries, began to grow arrogant again. He had initially planned to distract the absurdly powerful wolf demon while his cousins quickly retrieved the Yuehualinya. However, to his dismay, the enraged wolf demon let out a howl, calling for reinforcements. Wu Qi then remembered that wolf demons were typically pack animals. 3 terrifying auras surged forth, revealing 3 additional mid-stage Liuhe realm wolf demons. Wu Qi's heart sank. It was not that he could not escape, but he predicted that his cousins and aunt would be in peril, as they were hiding along the path the wolves would take. As the other 3 wolf demons appeared, Wu Qi's cousins fled in panic, while his aunt, Wu Nanji, turned ashen with fear. Wu Qi found himself powerless to save them, for they had already been surrounded by the wolf demons. The very breath of these creatures was enough to leave them reeling, as an aura of death began to spread around them. A wolf demon suddenly lunged towards Wu Nanji, each of its powerful strides reverberating through the earth, stirring swirling eddies of fallen leaves and dust. At that moment, it opened its gaping maw, capable of devouring all in its path, preparing to consume its prey before it. Within that cavernous mouth, razor-sharp fangs glimmered coldly, and saliva dripped from the corners, exuding a nauseating stench. The branches trembled in the wind, producing a rustling sound that added a layer of desolation and despair to the pursuit, enveloping the scene in an ineffable atmosphere of impending death. However, at this critical juncture, it seemed as if an invisible force shattered the seal within Wu Nanji's body, unleashing an ancient and formidable aura. Subsequently, a holy tiger emerged from within her, exuding an overwhelming might, and struck directly at the advancing wolf demon. That single blow seemed to embody the weight of mountains and rivers, leaving the wolf demon no time to react before it was violently propelled away by the immense force. It tumbled through the air, emitting a wretched howl, ultimately crashing into a tree trunk more than 10 meters away, leaving its body deeply embedded within. Its teeth shattered upon impact, blood gushed from its mouth, and it lay on the ground, gasping for breath, eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Meanwhile, in the place where Wu Nanji had just stood, a colossal creature appeared, a holy tiger, standing over several meters tall, adorned in a striking black and gold pattern. The tiger's eyes sparkled with terrifying power, its physique strong and agile, each muscle teeming with explosive strength, its tail resembling a black steel whip that could summon fierce winds with a mere flick. When this holy tiger manifested, it seemed as though the very heavens trembled. The surrounding trees appeared minuscule before its massive form, toppling as if swept away by a tempest. With a single roar, its voice resonated like thunder, instilling dread in countless nearby demon beasts. Some of the weaker beasts were even rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the sound, collapsing to the ground in a daze. The once fierce wolf demons now lay prostrate in fear. "What? Our Wu family's holy beast resides within my aunt?" exclaimed Wu Qi from a distance. The city of Hujucheng earned its name because, in ancient times, a holy tiger wreaked havoc, only to be subdued by the Wu family's powerful sage. The ancestor of the Wu family, recognizing the arduous cultivation of this holy tiger, sealed it within their body, hoping to tame it and pass it down as a guardian beast to protect the next generation of the Wu family. Thus, the origin of Hujucheng was born. Wu Qi had always believed this holy tiger resided within his grandfather. He never expected it to be with Wu Nanji. This spells trouble. Could the recent enhancement of demon beasts in the wild secret realm be due to my aunt? Yet this concern was minimal, as his aunt seemed to be the strongest presence here. Therefore, he resolved to let her handle all the monsters. With that thought, Wu Qi leaped forward, shouting towards the holy tiger that had its back to him, "Aunt, please eliminate those wolves." No sooner had he spoken than the holy tiger swung its tail. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. Most of the massive trees in the area where Wu Qi had just been standing were felled by the impact. Had he not reacted swiftly and jumped onto a neighboring tree, he would have been crushed. Escaping from the jaws of death, Wu Qi was now drenched in sweat. "Run! My aunt cannot control this holy tiger," he shouted to his dazed cousins nearby. Without hesitation, he turned and fled as far as his legs could carry him, for the holy tiger had begun to bare its teeth and emit a series of low growls. Having spent years navigating the mountains, Wu Qi understood that this noise indicated the holy tiger was hungry. If he did not flee now, he would have no chance once the tiger turned its gaze upon him. His 2 cousins also took off running as the tiger cast a glance, its terrifying aura bearing down upon them. The 4 wolf demons, due to their size, quickly became the tiger's prey. At that moment, Wu Nanji was within the holy tiger, able to observe the situation outside. This was her first time summoning the tiger. She was striving to communicate with it, but the creature seemed indifferent to her presence. Before long, the area had descended into chaos, littered with the corpses and blood of demon beasts. Elsewhere, Li Chen was leisurely strolling through the forest, casually gathering resources while awaiting the circle to refresh. He found this excursion into the wild secret realm quite satisfactory. Whenever he unleashed his aura, the demon beasts scattered as if they had seen a ghost. Those that were slower to react prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Some demon beasts even attempted to appease Li Chen, wagging their tails in a plea for him to mount them. However, Li Chen thought, "Why would I ride you, you spiny beast? That would be torturous." He had contemplated whether he should find a mount for easier travel, yet ordinary mounts did not appeal to him. Just then, he sensed a powerful wave of energy accompanied by the roars of demon beasts. Upon arriving at the scene, he witnessed a massive tiger-like creature severing the neck of a giant bear demon. Observing the golden-black striped holy tiger radiating immense demonic power, Li Chen's expression turned to one of satisfaction. This was the type of mount he desired. To others, the holy tiger might appear as a devastating beast, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Yet, to Li Chen, it resembled a rather large house cat. The holy tiger was about to devour the bear demon when, unexpectedly, a figure appeared atop a towering ancient tree. This person stood tall, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance and authority, as if they were the sole ruler of heaven and earth, gazing down imperiously at the holy tiger. Sensing the threat emanating from Li Chen, the holy tiger was instantly roused from its berserk state. It leaped to its feet, its fur bristling as if it were a cat startled, displaying unprecedented vigilance. Its eyes gleamed with caution as it fixed its gaze upon Li Chen, seemingly assessing the strength of this sudden intruder. Li Chen was uncertain if the holy tiger could comprehend human speech, but he knew that the best way to deal with such a creature was to subdue it. In a flash, he seemed to meld into the void, and the next moment, the holy tiger was astonished to find that its target had vanished without a trace. While the tiger searched in vain for Li Chen, a soft voice resonated in its ear. "Are you looking for me?" Before it could process the words, Li Chen's figure appeared on its forehead, as light as a feather, yet exuding an unprecedented sense of pressure. Li Chen gently struck down with his palm, and the holy tiger felt an invisible force instantly lock its body in place, completely sealing its meridians, rendering it utterly immobile. The once formidable gaze now brimmed with fear and despair as it looked at the man before it, believing him to be 100 times more terrifying than the one who had previously sealed it. The holy tiger, which instilled fear in all, including the talented Wu Qi who dared not approach, could not withstand even a single move from Li Chen. Just as Li Chen prepared to mount the holy tiger for training, a sudden bang echoed, and the holy tiger vanished, replaced by a naked woman before him. Li Chen blinked in surprise. Where's my mount? Chapter 76. Strive to stay aware, deny Li Chen any advantage. Wu Nanji, within the holy tiger, sighed in relief upon seeing her nephew and 2 clan members escape. However, the subsequent situation spiraled out of her control. The holy tiger stubbornly refused to communicate with her, continuing its rampage against demon beasts. One by one, the beasts met their tragic end before Wu Nanji, and in an unfortunate twist of fate, the holy tiger had yet to attack any humans. As the Sheng who claimed the life of the Xiong Yao, a familiar figure emerged atop the treetops. This man, whom she had encountered on Yinyuan Mountain, was Li Chen. With his strikingly handsome visage, it was nearly impossible for any woman to forget him. Although she did not know his name, she found herself desperately urging him to move quicker, though her pleas fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, the Sheng who leapt away, adopting a cautious stance. This was the sequence of events, as Wu Nanji recounted to Li Chen. The reason for their current position was that Li Chen had instinctively caught her in his arms as she fell to the ground. "Is that so? So you're not a tiger, turned into a spirit?" Li Chen replied with utmost seriousness. The vastness of the world held endless wonders, and encountering such a practitioner was truly astonishing. "Your hand," Wu Nanji remarked, her cheeks flushing crimson. For one of Li Chen's hands rested on her waist, while the other lingered at her chest. "Well, my hand." Li Chen did not relinquish his grip. Rather, he squeezed a few times, admitting to himself that the sensation was rather pleasant, his single hand unable to encompass it entirely. The placement of his hand was not merely for stability. It was simply more comfortable for him, and indeed, the reality reflected that. Regaining some strength, Wu Nanji blushed fiercely and struggled to free herself from Li Chen's grip. The few squeezes he had given her left her feeling weak and heated. Are you still looking? She exclaimed. Yes, he replied nonchalantly. I meant for you to stop looking, not to continue. Wu Nanji thought that at such a moment, Li Chen should exhibit a semblance of embarrassment, perhaps turning away with closed eyes and removing his clothing, allowing her to accept it with some reluctance. Yet to her dismay, Li Chen had no intention of disrobing. Instead, he stared unabashedly, even stroking his chin as if appraising the situation. It dawned on Wu Nanji that he was utterly devoid of shame. Li Chen even uttered a remark that nearly made her choke in indignation. Don't cover up. It's not like I haven't seen before, and your little hand can't conceal such a grand display. To be teased by a man nearly the same age as her nephew filled her with embarrassment, nearly causing her to faint. However, she realized that if she succumbed to unconsciousness, it would only grant him further opportunity. Thus, she fought to remain alert, denying him any advantage. Regaining her composure, Wu Nanji recognized that Li Chen's thought process was rather unconventional and could not be assessed by ordinary standards. Hence, she ventured, young sir, might I trouble you for a set of clothing? I assure you, I will repay you once I am outside. With so many people outside the secret realm, she could not afford to appear in such a state. Repay? With your body, perhaps? You infuriate me, she retorted. How does lending a set of clothing equate to such a thing? This is far too casual. Perhaps Li Chen did not recognize her, as she had been cloaked during their previous encounter. In truth, he had comported himself well back then, and she had harbored some fondness for him. But her current fury overshadowed all else. The more flustered she became, the more Li Chen seemed to revel in the situation. The more agitated she grew, the tighter his grip became, and the more her delicate skin seemed to bloom under his touch. Lending clothing? How could I? If I cover you, what shall I see? Seeing the ire radiating from her, Li Chen proposed, how about this? You accompany me, and we follow the trail left by that tiger to see if we can find her lost garments. Li Chen was merely toying with her, devoid of any embarrassment. After all, it was not his body on display. Observing others engage in such wild exposure was quite thrilling. Wu Nanji was at a loss to comprehend how a man like him could exist. He was the very embodiment of a rogue. Though she was furious, she found herself unable to morally coerce Li Chen. To her, his behavior was utterly devoid of ethics, and he did not seem like a man of integrity. Upon reflection, Li Chen had indeed committed no wrongdoing. The clothing belonged to him, and he had no obligation to lend it. Wu Nanji longed to flee, but what if she encountered others? At least Li Chen was merely staring. The possibility of running into someone far more deranged was a far greater concern. Very well, I shall have to impose upon you, she conceded after much contemplation. Thus, standing there in her bare state, she followed Li Chen, feeling an incessant chill enveloping her. Her eyes darted about, fearful of any sudden appearances. The mixture of embarrassment and shame made her walk somewhat awkwardly. If others were to witness her traversing the forest in such a state, they might mistake her for a deviant. Should word of this escape, it would bring disgrace upon the entire Wu family. Wu Nanji was nearly driven to despair, lamenting her decision to come to the imperial capital. That rascal Wu Qi had insisted on bringing her to this wild secret realm, and now she faced the consequences. At that moment, Li Chen noticed her ears had turned crimson. Could you walk a little faster? Wu Nanji chided. Yet, Li Chen only strolled slower, clearly in no hurry, even laughing as he ambled along. This made Wu Nanji yearn for a place to bury her head in shame. In her eyes, Li Chen was nothing short of a demon, a stark contrast to the suave gentleman she had met on Yin Yuan Mountain. If memory served her right, this unscrupulous man had a partner, for when she last saw him, he had been accompanied by an exquisite beauty. That woman was young, strikingly beautiful, and possessed a captivating figure. Wu Nanji had never encountered such a finely crafted woman before. She had observed the way he treated the woman with utmost kindness, leaving her perplexed as to why he was so cruel to her. According to Li Chen's logic, if a woman was exceedingly beautiful, kindness may be forgotten, as many would shower her with affection. However, cruelty would leave an indelible mark upon her memory. Once emotions were stirred, everything that followed would be easy to manage. While Wu Nanji was lost in her thoughts, a rustling in the surrounding grass startled her, prompting her to hide behind Li Chen, cautiously peering in the direction of the sound. At that moment, a creature resembling a guinea pig bounded forth. This beast, with its endearing appearance and soft gray fur, was irresistibly inviting to touch. Its round eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of naivete, as if it were perpetually fascinated by the world, yet always slightly delayed in its reactions. Moreover, its temperament was gentle. It never initiated aggression, even in the face of predatory beasts that eyed it hungrily, merely gazing back in apparent ignorance of their hostility. Having grown up in the palace, Li Chen had never encountered such a delightful creature and approached it with eager curiosity. Had it not been for Wu Nanji pulling him away, he might have continued to play with it for some time. In truth, throughout their journey, Wu Nanji was nearly driven to madness by Li Chen. She could not fathom whether his antics were deliberate. He seemed endlessly curious, teasing birds and admiring flowers. If it were any other time, she would have relished such activities. But at present, she was unclothed. Li Chen would undoubtedly remain etched in her memory as the most unforgettable man of her life. Aside from the carcass of the wolf demon, the area was strewn with fallen trees. Her clothing was perched high in the branches of a tree. Wu Nanji glanced at Li Chen, only to find him watching her intently. She knew he would never assist her in retrieving her garments. If Li Chen were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "Indeed, it was not I who tore it. Why should I retrieve it?" Chapter 77. Once is sufficient. Do you truly consider me a pervert? After confirming that this fellow would not assist her, Wu Nanji decided to ascend the tree herself. Though her cultivation was modest, climbing a tree posed little challenge. However, the predicament was that while climbing, her hands could not shield her body, thus potentially granting this young man an unwelcome view. After a moment's hesitation beneath the tree, she resolved to ascend. After living for so many years, today marked the most humiliating day of her life. Li Chen, unfazed, took his time to linger, for he had a captivating view of a beautiful maiden climbing a tree. From different angles, one could behold various spectacles. As a resident of Huju City, Wu Nanji possessed a modicum of wilderness survival skills, and not wishing to risk a fall that would afford Li Chen an advantage, she successfully retrieved her clothing on the first attempt. The garment, due to her transformation, bore a substantial tear. With a few modifications, it could still be worn to conceal her alluring fair skin. However, vigorous movement remained a concern, as it could easily tear further. To remedy this issue, Wu Nanji tore a strip from the hem of her dress and secured it around her body, achieving a satisfactory result. For now, she thought it prudent to express her gratitude. Wu Nanji gazed at Li Chen, her heart a tumult of emotions. This man had watched her throughout, leaving her at a loss for words. She was, after all, a young lady of proper upbringing, having outgrown the age of petulance. No need for courtesy. Should such an opportunity arise again, do remember to invite me. Li Chen waved dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. This remark left Wu Nanji fuming. Next time, once was more than enough. Do you genuinely consider me a pervert? Having secured her clothing, Wu Nanji intended to depart from this place. Li Chen did not pursue her further, choosing instead to wander in another direction. However, he had scarcely ventured far when a commotion behind him indicated that Wu Nanji had hurriedly followed. Is there something amiss? Li Chen inquired with curiosity. She had not walked far before encountering a formidable demon beast, fiercer than a wolf demon. Unless she wished to summon the holy tiger once more, remaining close to Li Chen was her best option. Despite his apparent rogue nature, she could discern that Li Chen possessed significant strength. As for the specifics of his power, she remained uncertain. Indeed, I am honored, Li Chen smiled, exuding a demeanor of great grace. This only deepened Wu Nanji's confusion. To her perception, Li Chen was simply a rogue, yet now he appeared entirely transformed. Nevertheless, she would never forget the actions he had taken. As Li Chen continued on his path, Wu Nanji kept a vigilant watch over him, carefully trailing him, wary that he might seize the opportunity to act against her. Yet after a while, she noticed that Li Chen did nothing untoward, merely meandering about and gathering the spiritual herbs they passed. The guardian beasts of these herbs, upon spotting Li Chen, would flee in terror, unwilling to approach. Gradually, Wu Nanji lowered her guard. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Li Chen. Women, after all, possess an insatiable curiosity once it is ignited. Even though his earlier behavior had angered her, she was no innocent girl. She understood that Li Chen had no obligation to expend such effort for a stranger. One aspect Wu Nanji found peculiar was that this man seemed reluctant to initiate conversation with her. She had anticipated that Li Chen might inquire about her residence or propose a meeting after they exited, at which point she would withhold that information to provoke him. Yet, it appeared as if Li Chen could read her thoughts and chose to remain silent. At this moment, several beams of light descended from the heavens, randomly appearing in a location within the secret realm. According to the realm's rules, by entering the light with the resources in hand, one could exit with them. Conveniently, this occurred not far from Li Chen's position. Having come merely to complete a task, he had already obtained the resources and saw no reason to linger. Thus, he approached the light without hesitation. Wu Nanji found herself baffled. The appearance of the light indicated that there was but an hour left in the secret realm. Yet this man chose to leave so abruptly. Did he not desire to remain for a moment longer? Was it a case of feigned indifference? The surroundings remained perilous, prompting Wu Nanji to follow Li Chen closely. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Chen reached the vicinity of the light. As he stepped into the illuminated circle, he suddenly inquired, "Where do you reside?" "I live at number 7, Chongqing Street. Didu. And you?" Wu Nanji had not yet managed to ask Li Chen where he lived when he vanished from the secret realm. What has transpired? Although she had not intended to divulge that information, the urgency of the moment compelled her to speak. Wu Nanji felt as though she were being led by the nose. In truth, her instincts were entirely correct, for Li Chen knew that as long as he remained unhurried, it was others who would feel the pressure. His actions were undoubtedly designed to leave a lasting impression on the young woman. For whatever the reason, she would inevitably wish to see him again. He simply posed the question before departing, adhering to the wisdom of the remnants of the saint. As long as a man exhibits sufficient assertiveness, displaying an attitude of either you provide or I shall depart, a woman will most often concede when she realizes he is genuinely leaving. When a woman perceives a man's efforts as expected, she will naturally impose even more demanding conditions and continually test his limits. Even if these men feel that the goddess is being unreasonable, the prolonged investment without return becomes meaningless. Thus, they continue to give, having grown accustomed to it. This is how licking dogs are cultivated, and these women are spoiled by their affections. Li Chen never indulged anyone. He merely posed the final inquiry. "You may give if you wish, but if not, so be it." He emerged from the secret realm. Yet most of those matched with him within the same realm would still endure another hour of torment. Due to the differing exits, Li Chen and Wu Nanji naturally found themselves in separate locations. Just as Li Chen prepared to depart, a ragged beggar emerged from the secret realm. Upon closer inspection, Li Chen recognized him as Luo Yong and approached to inquire about his ordeal. At that moment, Luo Yong bore an expression of relief, gasping for breath as he remarked, "Brother, it is fortunate you did not team up with me. Otherwise, you would witness what true hell on earth entails." The demon beasts within were utterly frenzied, terrifying beyond belief. Upon hearing this, Li Chen mused that it appeared this fellow had encountered a situation akin to his own and deduced that this Luo Yong must possess considerable strength. It was fortunate that he managed to escape, as the light had manifested near him. Wu Qi and those seeking easy prey were now huddled in a corner, too fearful to make a move. This experience would undoubtedly give rise to various legends about the secret realm. Chapter 78. I am merely forthright. It does not imply I am foolish. Upon arriving at a resting place, the chief eunuch, Chui Gonggong, hurried over. Noticing the absence of others, he presented Li Chen with an item. "Your Majesty, this is something the 5th prince entrusted me to deliver to you." Li Chen examined it and discovered it to be the first volume of the Di Long Shengjing. Evidently, Li Ran remembered his promise, and the promptness with which he acted indicated his desire to curry favor with Li Chen. Li Ran understood that for his quest for vengeance, it was imperative to secure Li Chen's assistance. When it comes to the Saint realm, it is better to win favor than to earn enmity. As the saying goes, who would dare to provoke a being of the Saint realm without good reason? Furthermore, Li Chen was the emperor, wielding formidable power. Tell Li Ran to focus on his cultivation. Should he require anything, he need only inform me. On the other side, in the imperial capital's Yamen, in recent days, Lin Yue has gained quite a fearsome reputation. Initially, she merely apprehended the second-generation scions of the capital, but now she has escalated to arresting their fathers. With evidence in hand, she apprehends without hesitation, and once verified, she will adjudicate as deemed fit, indifferent to the identities of those involved. In Lin Yue's perspective, the imperial waste token is firmly in my possession, It signifies the emperor's trust in me, not merely a decorative piece. The more I apprehend, the more I demonstrate my capabilities. It is evident that the Yamen's prison has entered an unprecedented era of activity, with even serving officials among those detained. Do not question why Lin Yue dares to make such arrests. Rather, ponder whether those apprehended would dare to resist. In their daily lives, these individuals have been overbearing, leveraging their power to create chaos in various locales. Having benefited from the emperor's grace, they are obliged to fulfill their duties. Lin Yue is a person of considerable integrity. Since she has accepted her salary, she adheres to her principles and professional ethics. As she leads her team through the streets, common citizens find reassurance in her presence, some even approaching her to exchange greetings. Children passing by express their aspirations to become like her one day. The adoration she receives fills Lin Yue with immense satisfaction. Conversely, the second-generation scions and officials avoid her path, fearful of being inadvertently confronted and subsequently detained. As the workday neared its end within the Yamen, the chief constable approached Lin Yue's office. At that moment, she had just finished reviewing case files and was preparing to depart. "Chief Constable, do you require my assistance?" she inquired. In truth, there was no pressing matter, but could he request a moment of her time? Lin Yue held a favorable impression of the chief constable. He was reputedly a graduate of the same esteemed academy, and he had been a supportive senior during her early challenges. Nodding, Lin Yue followed the chief constable to a secluded area within the Yamen. With a grave tone, he cautioned, "Li, if you continue on this path of arrests, they will seek revenge. You must consider this carefully." He referred to those with considerable influence, suggesting that if Lin Yue aimed to bolster her performance, she could target those with less formidable backing. Even if she were to apprehend the fallen aristocracy or reputable martial families, they would not pose significant challenges to the Yamen. As her arrests intensified, she began targeting even the royal kin. The chief constable felt a shiver at the thought. In response, Lin Yue replied with solemnity, "Chief Constable, how can you presume that I will remain merely a constable in the future? The emperor bestowed this waste token upon me for a reason. He observes my boldness. The more fiercely I act, the more capable I appear in his eyes. As long as my achievements rise, my future position will not be low. If I were to misuse the emperor's token against insignificant figures, what would that signify? How would the emperor perceive me? My straightforwardness does not equate to foolishness." Her words left the chief constable momentarily speechless. Indeed, his concern for her had stemmed from a desire to guide her in navigating the complexities of their world, fearing she might offend too many powerful individuals. Yet, if her future power were to surpass theirs, they would dare not retaliate against her. For others, such assertions might seem ludicrous, but one must not forget that Lin Yue has the formidable support of Li Chen, the sovereign of the sacred realm. As long as Li Chen remains unscathed, Lin Yue's position should remain secure. The chief constable sighed. "Very well, you are correct. Regardless, our Yamen shall support you." Despite the governor's daily worries, the recent fines have been quite substantial, and he is pleased, having refurbished many interiors of the Yamen and even raised our salaries. After uttering this, the chief constable felt relieved. He had underestimated Lin Yue. Reflecting on his own graduation from the esteemed academy, he had once been filled with ambition, fighting for justice against the powerful, even sustaining injuries in the process. He had been spirited, oblivious to the moment he transformed into a more cunning figure. Seemingly perceiving the chief constable's thoughts, Lin Yue placed a hand on his shoulder, imparting a serious reminder. "Chief Constable, do not act recklessly. I possess the waste token, while you do not." The chief constable responded, "Lin Yue, this is no jest. If I were to cause trouble, I have the emperor's backing. However, if you provoke issues, you must bear the consequences and you must consider the ramifications. Different individuals navigate life in varied ways. Moreover, the emperor's waste token is singular. I have no authority to bestow it upon you." After conversing with the chief constable for a while, Lin Yue departed the Yamen, intent on locating someone. She had yet to complete her primary mission for the day. Li Chen had instructed the palace's eunuchs to inform her to devise a strategy against the heir of the Zhennan Wang, Su Zifeng. Although Lin Yue was uncertain of the implications, she recognized that the emperor's directives were to be followed. One must commend Lin Yue's remarkable efficiency for that very evening. While Li Chen was engrossed in studying the Dilong Shengjing, a eunuch from the Empress Dowager's entourage arrived to announce a visitor. Given the eunuch's affiliation with the Empress Dowager, it was evident that he sought to request a favor from Li Chen. Such minor matters were indeed beneath the Empress Dowager's dignity to address personally. After receiving Li Chen's permission, a gracefully attired woman entered the study, her demeanor reflecting weariness. Yet her eyes sparkled with urgency and anticipation, clearly there for a specific purpose. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." To Li Chen's surprise, the visitor was none other than Su Zifeng's aunt, Ji Lianyu. Recognizing her elegance, Li Chen was taken aback. He anticipated her arrival, but did not expect it to be so soon. Clearly, granting the waist token to Lin Yue was a prudent decision. This subordinate was indeed worthy of cultivation. Even aware of Ji Lianyu's intentions, Li Chen feigned ignorance, casually inquiring, "What brings you here?" While speaking, Li Chen did not meet her gaze, instead feigning disinterest as he perused his books. It was essential that his intentions remained subtle to avoid arousing her suspicions. Without Li Chen's consent, Ji Lianyu remained kneeling, pleading, "Your Majesty, I come on behalf of my nephew Su Zifeng. He, in his youthful exuberance, has gotten into a dispute at a tavern and has unfortunately been apprehended by Constable Lin, facing a month of incarceration." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. Her affection for her nephew was evident, and she could not bear to see him suffer in confinement. Su Zifeng's misfortune stemmed from his habitual tendency to stir up trouble, culminating in a confrontation with a wealthy merchant's son, ultimately leading to his capture by Lin Yue. Alas, the Yamen kept records of such behavior, and it was after completing her investigation that Lin Yue had set out to apprehend him. Upon hearing Ji Lianyu's lament, Li Chen furrowed his brow, remarking, "How, is it him again? Did I not spare him last time? Moreover, you had promised me that you would discipline him rigorously, ensuring he would not err again." His tone, though gentle, carried an undeniable authority, hinting at a disappointment akin to turning a blind eye to folly. Unbeknownst to Ji Lianyu, Li Chen's inner thoughts were, "Lin Yue, well done." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Ji Lianyu's heart sank, aware of her shortcomings. Yet she persisted, saying, "But your Majesty, Zifeng is young and impulsive. This incident was merely a momentary lapse. Furthermore, he is not solely to blame. I implore your Majesty to show mercy." In truth, this statement was one that Ji Lianyu herself found hard to believe. She was well aware that Su Zifeng was likely feigning ignorance, intentionally stirring up trouble once again. Unfortunately, this time, misfortune struck as he happened to cross paths with Lin Yue. Had it been any other officer, they might not have been capable of handling Su Zifeng. Li Chen could probably surmise what had transpired, yet he knew he must maintain the facade. After all, his true objective lay before him. With a deep sigh, Li Chen, his gaze piercing, remarked, "Madam Ji, am I not aware of Zifeng's youth? Precisely because of this, he requires tempering. This incident may serve as a lesson for him, an opportunity for growth." Li Chen continued to play the role, knowing that yielding too quickly would make this woman perceive him as overly accommodating. Ji Lianyu clearly took the bait, pleading fervently, "Your Majesty, Zifeng's mother entrusted him to my care, should anything untoward occur to him in prison. How could I face his mother? I implore your Majesty to show mercy." Ji Lianyu felt she could not invoke the title of the Princess of Jinnan, given the current tensions between the prince and the court. Thus, she appealed to Li Chen's compassion through the lens of maternal love. Having reached this point, Li Chen felt it was time to act and approached her. He surveyed the surroundings before kneeling before her, gently lifting her smooth, delicate chin with his hand. From his elevated position, he looked down at the somewhat flustered beauty and said, "Since you have expressed this, I shall grant Zifeng another chance. However, should he err again, you must be aware of the consequences." After speaking, Li Chen caressed her in a soft manner, causing her to shudder. His actions served as a psychological cue. At her age, she should comprehend that seeking Li Chen's favor would not be as simple as mere words. As long as she entertained this thought, she would be mentally prepared for their next encounter, and any demands he might make would not seem out of place. Strategy, after all, must be approached gradually. Pressing too hard would yield little satisfaction. Li Chen possessed the means to elicit her cooperation, even to the point of prompting her to act voluntarily. Ji Lianyu had never encountered such levity and was internally flustered, her heart racing uncontrollably. Had it been anyone else, she would have already lost her temper. Yet, faced with a powerful emperor and having a request to make, she could only bear it silently. Grateful that Li Chen was willing to spare Su Zifeng, Ji Lianyu expressed her gratitude before taking her leave. As she exited the palace, her steps were somewhat hurried. She had an ominous feeling that she could not return, lest she fall prey to those insidious claws once more. Recalling Li Chen's earlier touch sent another shiver through her. A nearby palace maid inquired if she was unwell, to which Ji Lianyu replied that she was fine before departing the palace. Once she had left, Li Chen instructed the eunuch to release Su Zifeng and to continue his efforts. Today had been rather unfortunate for him. While attending to his routine duties, he had encountered complications. However, what of it? A mere constable wielding a dog emperor's token was nothing to fear. With his aunt's protection, he would surely emerge unscathed. Without that token, one was nothing at all. Just as Su Zifeng was instructing his attendants to prepare a hangover remedy, a figure appeared beside him. "Come here. I have something to discuss," his aunt said. Su Zifeng nodded and followed Ji Lianyu to the sitting room. For some inexplicable reason, she exuded an alluring charm today, radiating a unique appeal. Merely following her, he found himself captivated by her graceful silhouette. As Ji Lianyu turned to face him, he reverted to his usual demeanor and found a place to sit, slightly adjusting his posture. "Aunt, it was an accident," he began, but Ji Lianyu interrupted him. "I'm aware of your situation, but given that Lin the constable is enforcing the law rigorously, can't you endure this for a while longer? His Majesty may grant you leniency on a few occasions." Ji Lianyu spoke earnestly, believing that the incident was largely unrelated to Li Chen and solely due to Lin Yue's strict adherence to the law. Lin Yue had merely executed her duties as a constable, and although Ji Lianyu harbored resentment toward her, she was at a loss for words. "All right, I understand. I promise to behave myself for the time being. Surely that suffices," Su Zifeng replied. She simply wished for her nephew to avoid further trouble. His continued safety was of utmost importance. Due to her unique status, Ji Lianyu had remained widowed for many years, and finally having a nephew to care for allowed her to express some semblance of maternal affection. She possessed a strong, nurturing instinct, which had led her to move into the Prince of Zhunnan's residence. This, in turn, contributed significantly to the gradual change in Su Zifeng's psyche. "By the way, Aunt, how is the investigation I asked you to conduct progressing?" Su Zifeng inquired, referring to Ji Lianyu's efforts to uncover Li Chen's preferences and his relationship with Lin Yue. He had no means of investigating Lin Yue himself. All he had discerned was that she was either training or attending to official duties, with no other apparent interests. If one were to claim she had a hobby, perhaps accumulating political achievements was her pastime. However, he could not simply offer himself up to her on a silver platter because of that. At present, I am uncertain. I cannot exactly say that His Majesty is lecherous. Can I? Should you ask me why? Would you like me to recount what he just did to me? Furthermore, the Empress Dowager had hinted at this topic. During a casual conversation, she had jokingly mentioned that Li Chen, being young and spirited, might appreciate an introduction to any good young women, given the void in the harem. Though it was merely a casual remark at the time, it held some truth. As the heir to the Prince of Zhunnan, Su Zifeng was indeed eligible to participate in the spring gathering festivities. After all, he had not committed any grave misdeeds, and his father had yet to rebel. Do not act recklessly. Those who congregate at such events are the elite of the Tiance Dynasty, Ji Lianyu cautioned, fully aware of such matters as a woman navigating the upper echelons of the capital. "And do not worry. My father is not prepared yet, and I will not act foolishly. However, I suspect that the second and third princes may take advantage of this opportunity, regardless of the outcome. It has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to gather some leverage against them." Su Zifeng relished the intricacies of behind-the-scenes operations, collecting secrets on various individuals in the capital. He understood the value of such information. It could very well serve as his advantage in the future. Ji Lianyu observed Su Zifeng, contemplating whether to voice her concerns. However, she recognized that he was a man driven by ambition, unlikely to relent. The Prince of Zhun had spent many years preparing, and the rift with the court was beginning to manifest. Thus, she could only resolutely stand by Su Zifeng's side, doing what she could to assist him. Yet, Li Chen's earlier touch lingered in her memory, leaving her with an undeniable sensation. Meanwhile, in the imperial quarters, after Ji Lianyu's departure, Li Chen found it difficult to concentrate on his reading. Today, he had encountered two women who stirred his emotions. Just as he was preparing to seek out Chu Ruoyan, she appeared uninvited. Was this mere coincidence? The door to the study gently creaked open, and a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped the room as the imperial consort, Chu Ruoyan, entered gracefully, bearing tribute tea. Clad in an elegant palace gown primarily adorned in soft blue, embroidered with exquisite golden patterns, she embodied both her noble status and a gentle, refined beauty. Newly appointed as the imperial consort, her demeanor had begun to transform, exuding a dignified aura with every movement, further enhancing her grace and poise. Today's ensemble accentuated her figure impeccably, every curve perfectly showcased. Unbeknownst to her, Li Chen, upon witnessing this, found himself pondering how stunning her long legs would appear in sheer black stockings. As he noticed Li Chen engrossed in his reading, Chu Ruoyan quietly approached him, placing the tribute tea on the table with a gentle elegance, as if striving not to disturb his thoughts. Subsequently, she gently seated herself beside Li Chen, a faint smile gracing her lips, a smile that emanated from the depths of her heart, for the sight of Li Chen filled her with joy. With a foundation of affection, their relationship naturally flourished, allowing the two to coexist with ease, free from excessive reservations. "Your Majesty, what book are you reading?" Chu Ruoyan inquired softly as she offered him a cup of tea, her voice tender and melodious. This was a side of her she had never revealed before others. Li Chen lifted his gaze, glancing at her as he accepted the tea, a flicker of indulgence dancing in his eyes. "Just an ordinary collection. Is there something you wish to discuss?" He found Chu Ruoyan to be quite transparent, her shy demeanor betraying her intentions. Upon hearing this, Chu Ruoyan leaned slightly closer to Li Chen and said, "I have come today with a request." Li Chen, while absent-mindedly exploring, asked, "Oh, what is it? Speak freely." Chu gently bit her luscious lip, hesitating momentarily before summoning the courage to articulate, "Tomorrow, my household will host a banquet for playwrights, and I wonder if your Majesty might be available to attend?" As she spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks, reminiscent of a bashful maiden. Li Chen, observing her coyness, chuckled mischievously. "Well then, it will depend on your performance tonight." Chu Ruoyan patted her chest, assuring him that she would manage splendidly. 2 hours later, Chu Ruoyan lost consciousness once more. In the adjacent room, Li Xining supported her chin in annoyance. "Here we go again. How are we supposed to sleep with this racket?" Chapter 80. Do not let me catch you, or I shall make you pay dearly. At number 7, Chongqing Street, the imperial capital, Wu Qi had encountered a stroke of misfortune the previous day, tortured by demonic beasts in the wild secret realm. He ultimately sought refuge in a tree hollow, enduring for 2 hours before escaping the realm. Upon his return, Wu Qi reflected on the simple joy of being alive. He resolved that he would never again venture into such a low-level secret realm. Early in the morning, Wu Qi departed from his residence. The Wu family owned shops in the imperial capital, which he managed while pursuing studies and friendships, thereby enhancing his reputation in the city, laying the groundwork for the inheritance of the family business. Wu Qi's primary purpose for coming to the capital was to forge friendships, ideally mingling with the elite youth, cultivating connections with the offspring of the powerful. However, despite his efforts to integrate into the youthful circles of the capital, he had not made any friends and had instead garnered enmity due to his association with Chu Ruoyan. For instance, Lu Hao, a scion of a prominent noble family, had become an adversary rather than an ally. This situation clearly indicated that Wu Qi's capabilities were lacking, prompting thoughts of replacing him with a new heir for the Wu family. Fortunately, after a brief act of flattery towards Li Chen, he had managed to secure some support within the family, allowing him to remain in the capital. Otherwise, he would likely be receiving a warm welcome from his father back in Huji City. Since Chu Ruoyan had distanced herself from that circle, Wu Qi had returned to normalcy, his cultivation accelerating and his shops thriving. However, these matters were secondary. Cultivation was a long-term endeavor, and the shops would operate without him. Wu Qi mused that if he could establish a connection with Li Chen, it would surpass the need to befriend all the elite in the capital. Li Chen was indeed at the core of power in the entire city. The crux of the matter was how to ingratiate himself with Li Chen. He was merely wealthy, lacking the influence that Lu Hao possessed. Apart from utilizing Chu Ruoyan as a conduit, he could not conceive of another approach. Having heard that the Chu family was hosting a grand relocation banquet in the capital, Wu Qi, being a junior, knew he was not on the guest list. Yet he prepared to shamelessly attend. After all, after years of servitude, he had become somewhat familiar to the Chu family patriarch. and he believed his presence would grant him entry. He now contemplated procuring a gift, as it would be improper to arrive empty-handed. Wu Qi considered that Chu Ruoyan would likely attend, providing him an opportunity to converse with her, perhaps seeking her guidance. Ideally, he could introduce his aunt to Li Chen, allowing him to rise to prominence in the capital, much like the head of the Chu family. While attending the Chu family banquet was manageable solo, bringing others along would seem impractical. After a brief exchange with Wu Nanji, he departed from the residence. Will they meet again? That man had behaved atrociously, forcing her to wander naked in the forest, a profound humiliation. Yet, she could not help but dwell on the incident. It was evident that a man, when possessing certain assets and behaving wickedly, would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on a woman. Whether it was to confront or express gratitude to Li Chen, she could never forget that experience, a memory that would likely linger for a lifetime. However, since her emergence from the secret realm yesterday, the man had not appeared, as if he had vanished from existence. This morning, she pondered whether he had simply been preoccupied the previous day. But now, on the second day, why had he still not come? Was it possible he truly had not heard, or were there other reasons? Wu Nanji's idle thoughts stemmed from her boredom. The flowers in the courtyard had been nearly plucked to their roots. Do not let me catch you, or I shall make you pay dearly. She suspected that Li Chen might be employing a strategy of enticing pursuit, and indeed, it had proven effective, stirring emotions within her that had previously lain dormant. Each time she thought of Li Chen, her teeth clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, the very Li Chen she yearned for was currently attending court. Today, the confinement order on the national protector, General Guopoyan, had finally been lifted, and he was eager to attend court early in the day. It must be said that military officers were truly lacking in eloquence, each one coming forward to congratulate Guopoyan. Guopoyan was perplexed. What was there to celebrate? Should they not wait until he acquired command of the northern expedition before offering their congratulations? By bringing this up, would he not be contradicting the emperor? Thus, Guopoyan dutifully attended court without much thought. He was determined to secure the spring harvest, for he was confident that no one could rival him in this regard. His faction within the court was substantial, and among these military officers, few dared to compete with him or show him disrespect. The command is mine to claim. The other positions are yours to contend for. Until Li Chen made his appearance, Guopoyan would not be courteous to anyone. As a legendary leader of the Tiance Dynasty, he had rendered significant contributions to the realm. When he led troops in a battle, most of these officers were still in their infancy. What right did they have to contest with him? Just a glance from him would leave them feeling dwarfed. When Guopoyan's gaze fell upon Pang Jin, he paused momentarily. Oh, it has been a few days since I last attended court. I see we have newcomers. Esteemed General Guo, I pay my respects, Pang Jin replied, exhibiting utmost humility. His position was not low, but Guopoyan's rank was higher. Additionally, being a newcomer to the court, he needed to observe proper decorum. Furthermore, he had long heard of Guopoyan's legendary exploits, and now that he stood before him, he felt a rush of excitement. Guopoyan patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him to work diligently and relieve the emperor of his burdens. With Li Chen yet to arrive, Guopoyan continued to greet those in attendance. His actions, while appearing warm, served to convey to everyone present that despite his absence, he remained the foremost military leader, deserving of their utmost respect in future dialogues. Do not provoke me, lest you regret it, he seemed to imply. He indeed possessed the authority to instill a sense of intimidation among the court officials. As part of his duty was to establish a degree of prestige for both military and civil leaders within the court. Zhao Wenyu appeared as frail as ever, occupying the esteemed position of the civil officials, squinting his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Guopoyan approached cautiously, inquiring, had there been any significant developments recently? I have heard rumors regarding the progress of the Crown Prince's case. His words remained as carefully guarded as ever, revealing nothing beyond his official duties. Even if he possessed knowledge, it was inconceivable for him to divulge it here. Thus, they engaged in a casual exchange, one probing while the other skillfully evaded. This was the customary dance of court politics, cultivated over decades. Li Chen acknowledged Guopoyan's arrival with a symbolic greeting, Guo-Aiching. It has been many days since we last met. How fares your health? The underlying tone reflected Guopoyan's yearning for the upcoming northern expedition. Li Chen discerned this, but chose not to address it. The atmosphere in the court today was unusually solemn. It seemed many were aware of the news, yet refrained from seeking the spotlight. At that moment, a middle-aged man in official robes, with a resolute countenance, strode confidently into the grand hall. He was Peng Zhao, the envoy of the Tiance Dynasty who had been dispatched abroad. In his youth, Peng Zhao had already distinguished himself with exceptional abilities and possessed profound knowledge of geology. The courtiers within the hall cast respectful glances, fully aware that this young envoy's return heralded extraordinary news. Following Peng Zhao were several attendants carrying a massive scroll. He first knelt in reverence to Li Chen. Then with a booming voice proclaimed, "I, Peng Zhao, have served abroad for 12 years, traversing the nations surrounding the Tiance Dynasty, conducting thorough explorations of various terrains. I have now crafted a new map, which I humbly present to your majesty." This declaration astonished the entire assembly. 12 years, a span of time indeed. The arduous efforts Peng Zhao exerted to produce this map were beyond ordinary comprehension, earning him the admiration of all present. This was also the reason why Guopoyan had been probing Zhao Wenyu during the court session. Both were privy to the news, yet neither had spoken it aloud. Despite Guopoyan's long-awaited return to court, he understood that today's spotlight was not on him. At Li Chen's behest, Peng Zhao instructed his attendants to unfurl the precious map slowly. The map depicted mountains, rivers, cities, and fortresses, all rendered with vivid detail, as if a vibrant tableau unfolded before the audience. Li Chen approached personally, scrutinizing the map as a look of appreciation gradually emerged on his face. Throughout this, Peng Zhao provided explanations based on Li Chen's gaze, as if each detail bore his essence, a testament to his diligent journeys. He even shared anecdotes from his experiences in the field. "Excellent! What a remarkable map!" Li Chen exclaimed with delight. "Peng Aiching, after 12 years of honing your skills, you have finally created this map, a true blessing for our Tiance Dynasty. I have decided to bestow upon you the title of Zhaoyuan Ho and grant you 1,000 taels of gold as a token of recognition for your extraordinary contributions." Ordinarily, Li Chen would have sought Zhao Wenyu's counsel regarding the bestowal of titles, but the matter had been conveyed to him by eunuch Shui the previous day. Several ministers were already aware of the news. Li Chen had inquired how to bestow honors, and thus he stated it directly today. In truth, this was merely a formality for Peng Zhao, who had been dispatched by the late emperor and had been away for 12 years. Long enough for a new emperor to ascend the throne. As he gazed upon the map, which was several times larger than the previous one, Li Chen felt a surge of emotion. To the north of the royal court, there were still nations in existence. To the south of the southern states, a similarly grand nation stood tall. It dawned upon him just how vast this world truly was. As the emperor, a thought crossed his mind. If I were to conquer these lands, how much time and effort would it require? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Peng Zhao was overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling humbly and bowing. "I thank your majesty for your profound grace. I shall continue to serve you and the Tiance Dynasty with utmost dedication until my last breath." 12 years of toil for a title of nobility. Indeed, it all seemed worthwhile. The courtiers congratulated Peng Zhao in unison, and the leading civil and military officials did not hesitate to offer their praises. Guopoyan, particularly, understood that this detailed map would serve as a crucial strategic resource in the impending conflict with the Northern Kingdom. Li Chen, as emperor, recognized that only through sufficient rewards could he inspire his ministers to give their all. The remainder of the court session involved routine reports. Minister of Revenue Lu Minghan presented a list of official transfers. Given Lu's prodigious abilities, Li Chen felt assured after a cursory glance, indicating that a thorough verification would suffice. The morning court concluded relatively early, allowing Li Chen to proceed to the imperial study to review the various petitions submitted by officials from across the regions, after which he could conclude his day. In the imperial study, Li Chen was engrossed in examining the map presented by Peng Zhao, along with its detailed annotations. At that moment, Li Xinong entered, reporting that she had successfully cultivated 12 meridians and had now reached the mid-stage of the Kaimaging realm. Inquiring what her next steps should be, Li Chen had been her mentor in cultivation, as she trusted him implicitly. Had she not mentioned it, Li Chen might have forgotten. He had yet to check the system's rewards for completing his task yesterday. Congratulations to the host for completing the task in the fierce secret realm. Rewarded with a long-wind jade pendant. Time-limited task. Exterminate the demon spirit. Dangerous. Task requirements. This task is exceedingly perilous. The host must strive to advance to the late stage of the Kaimaging realm before venturing to Laoshing Mountain in search of the demon spirit's traces. With a time limit of 90 days, the Long-One Jade Pendant, forged from the purest dragon blood essence and nurtured through countless years of celestial energy, ultimately crystallized into existence. Those who don a Long-One Jade Pendant not only receive formidable protection from the dragon lineage, but also significantly enhance their cultivation speed through the dragon blood essence contained within. Li Chen understood that these items were likely complementary, given that the Long-One Jade Pendant was imbued with dragon blood essence. It would greatly assist Li Xinong in her cultivation of the Jiutian Long Maiju. It appeared that in the future, Li Xinong's attainment of a consummate saint realm would be far from ordinary. Yet, in her current naive demeanor, she seemed blissfully unaware, believing herself to be merely an ordinary cultivator engaging in play. After handing the pendant to Li Xinong, Li Chen advised, "Take a few days to solidify your foundation before commencing the awakening ritual. This ceremony must be approached with utmost seriousness, as it pertains to your future cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Xinong, unusually earnest, assured him that there would be no issues. The value of the Long-One Jade Pendant was of little concern. What mattered was that it was a gift from Li Chen, which she cherished. Upon learning that even Chu Ruoyan did not possess such an item, Li Xinong felt even greater joy, believing it to signify her importance in Li Chen's heart. Content with this realization, she wished to linger by Li Chen's side a while longer. However, she had plans to visit her mother today, and thus took her leave from the imperial study. Once Li Xinong departed, Li Chen delved into the system's task. In truth, this task was indeed perilous from a certain perspective. The demon spirit was akin to the extraterrestrial demons, albeit at a different tier. While the power of the demon spirit was not as formidable as that of the extraterrestrial demons, a careless encounter could result in one's mind being corroded, reducing one to a mere puppet. Of course, the danger was primarily for those in the late stage of the Kaimaging realm. If Li Chen were to confront them, he would not falter before even the mightiest of demons. Returning to his chambers, he found that due to the prolonged battle the previous night, Chu Ruoyan was still resting. Here, Li Chen was alone, and Chu Ruoyan approached him unguarded, her attire disheveled. Sensing Li Chen's gaze, she promptly pleaded for reprieve, reminding him of the banquet schedule for that evening. In order for the Chu family to extend an invitation to Li Chen for the banquet, she exerted all her efforts last night. "Your Majesty, have the other consorts, selected by the Empress Dowager, not yet arrived? If no one else can share the burden, Chu Ruoyan is truly feeling overwhelmed." This remark reminded Li Chen of a certain individual he encountered in the secret realm yesterday, the woman who could transform into a black gold holy tiger. If her qualifications were satisfactory, she could be summoned to the imperial harem. Furthermore, given the distance from Laoshing Mountain, having a mount would indeed be convenient. It would serve multiple purposes, allowing her to ride during the day and at night. Chapter 82. "I'm sorry, I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on. It seems there is still time. Do you have any good recommendations?" Li Chen casually inquired, not expecting Chu Ruoyan to genuinely contemplate the question. "I have a good sister who practiced with me in the imperial capital. She is exceptionally beautiful. I wonder if she is married. 5 years ago, her family experienced some upheaval and relocated to a southern city. I could write her a letter inviting her to the palace for a visit. If your Majesty finds her appealing, I could assist in securing her for you." Upon hearing Chu Ruoyan's suggestion, Li Chen gently patted her curvaceous figure, urging her to take action promptly. Should this matter come to fruition, she would undoubtedly receive a reward. The mere mention of a reward made Chu Ruoyan's long legs tremble with anticipation. After adjusting her attire, she departed from Li Chen's chamber to prepare for tonight's family banquet. Li Chen also donned his formal attire for leaving the palace, heading towards Chongqing Street No. 7 in the imperial capital. Sometimes, fate is indeed remarkably enchanting. It was midday, and Wu Nanji had been cooped up in her residence all day, planning to venture out for a meal. Just as she stepped outside onto Chongqing Street, she encountered a man she would never forget, Li Chen. It appeared he had indeed heard her yesterday. "I thought you weren't coming, man." Wu Nanji stood by the street, waiting for Li Chen to greet her. As they drew closer, she restrained her inner excitement, maintaining her aloof demeanor. However, Li Chen walked past her without acknowledging her, seemingly searching for a door number. Wu Nanji hurriedly ran in front of him, arms crossed defiantly at her waist, accentuating her ample figure. Li Chen feigned hesitation before saying, "Ah, I'm sorry, I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on. You, you. Wu Nanji was so enraged that she struggled to articulate her thoughts, stamping her foot in frustration. She herself was perplexed, seeing Li Chen's face spark her anger inexplicably. How could a man be so infuriating? How could he speak such nonsense with a straight face? His words struck at the core of Wu Nanji's dignity, reviving a humiliating memory she had almost forgotten, and all in public. Onlookers nearby began to cast curious glances, speculating about the nature of their relationship. Before long, according to the chaotic laws of communication, they would undoubtedly become the subject of rumors concerning an improper relationship. Observing Wu Nanji's flushed face and heaving chest, Li Chen felt a surge of delight. After all, she was beautiful, and even her anger was captivating. After teasing her sufficiently, Li Chen proposed, "Shall we dine together?" Hearing this, Wu Nanji initially intended to decline. However, she discerned that his tone was casual and devoid of flattery, which implied that if she rejected him, he would not extend another invitation, and future interactions might vanish entirely. Finally encountering Li Chen, she was not inclined to let the opportunity slip away. Moreover, the number of onlookers seemed to increase, and she did not wish to linger there any longer, so she accepted his invitation. Li Chen, unfamiliar with the street, chose a restaurant at random. This establishment was nestled in a bustling corner of the market, its exterior distinctly different. Abandoning the typical flying eaves and dark tiles of the Tiance Dynasty, it was instead a three-story building crafted from pristine white marble, adorned with golden reliefs that gleamed brilliantly in the evening sun. It appeared to be a restaurant owned by people from another realm. The patrons were mostly affluent, with many couples in attendance. Upon entering, one could observe the elegant ambience, perfect for a romantic rendezvous. Wu Nanji was no naive young girl. She did not feel embarrassed about dining in a place primarily frequented by couples. Guided by a waitress, they proceeded to the dining area. Even some of the men dining with their partners occasionally cast surreptitious glances their way, as it was customary to assume that a man and woman dining together were a couple, leading to assumptions about their intentions. While envy was palpable, there were indeed a few privileged young men present. However, in the imperial capital, a glance at Li Chen's attire made it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Additionally, the notorious Captain Lin Wei's reputation for strictness meant that fines were trivial to the aristocracy, but a trip to the dungeon could lead to a permanent record, jeopardizing their future prospects in the imperial capital. Especially for those already holding positions, they were even less inclined to provoke trouble. Thus, they could only look at Li Chen with envy. These men dared only to sneak glances at Wu Nanji, indulging in fleeting fantasies. Yet, when they turned to their girlfriends, they found them gazing adoringly at Li Chen, their admiration unmistakable. Li Chen, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, complemented by a tall stature and noble demeanor, embodied the ideal man of every woman's dreams. Were it not for their boyfriend's presence, they might have approached Li Chen without hesitation. They cared little for Wu Nanji. Even if it meant a fleeting encounter, they would gladly seize the opportunity. When women become hungry for attention, they can be even more fervent than men. A woman's proactive nature and audacity are reserved for men of extraordinary appearance like Li Chen. Other men receive only modesty and shyness. This disparity made the men, who had previously felt slightly uneasy, instantly discontented. Li Chen found it peculiar that upon entering, the atmosphere felt charged, particularly among the women, whose gazes seemed as if they wished to devour him. Perhaps this was indeed a prime locale for fishing for compliments, but with Wu Nanji as his primary focus, he had yet to consider such pursuits. Following the waitress, they settled into a more secluded spot, and the tension in the restaurant gradually eased. The waitress presented the menu, and after Li Chen placed his order, he handed the menu to Wu Nanji for her selections. Wu Nanji, unreserved, seized the menu and began ordering enthusiastically. For instance, she requested 10 portions of Highland yak meat and 8 six-armed bear paws. Initially, Li Chen wondered if she intended to bankrupt him with such gluttony. However, since he had brought sufficient funds, he assumed she would not succeed in that regard. Once the dishes were served, Li Chen realized that this woman truly had an impressive appetite. She finished everything she ordered without wastage. Plates were continuously cleared away as new ingredients were brought forth. Seeing Wu Nanji relish her meal, Li Chen decided to join in. The six-armed bear paw was a golden yellow dish, tender and succulent, melting in the mouth. surpassing ordinary bear paws in flavor. It was indeed a delightful dish. One could say the chef's skills were commendable, and this establishment truly had its unique offerings. The six-armed bear, being a lower-tier exotic beast, was not an everyday ingredient and was difficult for the average person to acquire. Upon noticing Li Chen indulging in the Li B Shi Ngzh Ing, W and NZH remarked while savoring her meal, "The establishment you chose is not particularly authentic. The Li B Shi Ing is likely farm-raised. When you have the opportunity, visit HJCH Ing, and I shall procure some wild ones for you, as their flavor is truly superior." "Very well. When I find the time, I shall certainly go." "Can you cook?" Li Chen inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, I often prepare my own meals at home. I am not boasting, but I am the champion of culinary delights in HJCH Ing," WNNZH declared. While she may lack other talents, and her cultivation had not progressed significantly, her prowess in gastronomy was quite remarkable. Chapter 83. Yet there are always those who surpass others. The admirers in HJCH Ing were far more fervent than those of CH Ruyn. Many of these admirers were rather aged and had not considered marriage, remaining in wait for WNNZH. As long as she remained unmarried and without children, they would not relent. Due to the overwhelming number of admirers and their lack of distinction, WNNZH had remained single until now. The entirety of the W family was anxious about her marital prospects, frequently arranging blind dates that left her exasperated. Thus, she had come to the capital to escape the pressure of her family's matchmaking endeavors. At least here, she had only one nephew whose status paled in comparison to hers, allowing her a respite from worry. Moreover, she could take advantage of her nephew's acquaintance with the emperor to evade her family's persistent nudging about marriage. It was evident that public sentiment was being orchestrated by the second prince in preparation for seizing the throne. In the capital, where the offspring of the powerful resided, the channels of information were quite clear, making it difficult to spread unfounded rumors. Outside, however, gossip ran rampant, and the second prince could disseminate whatever rumors he wished. Some even claimed that Li Chen, upon ascending to power, engaged in debauchery, sparing no one, including the Empress Dowager. Yet, this was swiftly countered by others who pointed out that Li Chen was no puppet. How could he possibly be entangled with the Empress Dowager? Those who propagated such rumors explained, "She is a woman too." Those in the know understand. Unreliable rumors circulated widely, most of which painted Li Chen in a negative light, contrasting sharply with Li Xian's illustrious image. However, WQ had witnessed Li Chen firsthand and recognized his formidable strength, gleaning from Li Ho that Li Chen held a significant position in the capital. Most importantly, Li Chen was a legitimate heir, not an usurper, leaving no room for criticism. He conveyed this information to his family. Initially, the W family had not intended for WNNZH to enter the palace. But upon learning the truth and verifying it from various sources, WQ's grandfather had recently sent several letters urging WNNZH to enter the palace promptly. WNNZH found this perplexing. "You speak so casually as if I could simply marry the emperor at will. Where would I even find him? I've never even met the emperor." Unbeknownst to her, the emperor was right before her eyes. Upon hearing of WNNZH's culinary skills, Li Chen grew increasingly pleased with her. She was capable in both the kitchen and the parlor, and could even fulfill the role of a bride. A woman with such versatility was indeed rare and desirable. WNNZH was no stranger to Li Chen's unabashed gaze, yet she felt no aversion. Had Li Chen possessed a common appearance, she would have deemed his gaze inappropriate. However, he was quite handsome, and even with a somewhat lascivious look, women often perceived it as a form of admiration. His attention solely on her was a testament to her own allure. Noticing she was consuming more and more, coupled with Li Chen's gaze, WNNZH explained, "I usually do not eat this much. As you know, I was particularly hungry after that fellow awakened yesterday." Li Chen smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I can afford to feed you regardless of how much you eat." This overly sentimental remark elicited a look of disdain from WNNZH. Yet, even when disdainful, her beauty remained enticing. In Li Chen's words, "Such a look only enhances my interest." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Chen found great amusement in teasing her, relishing the shifts in her expressions. "By the way, your skills are quite impressive. How did you cultivate them? I have a nephew who constantly boasts of his genius, yet I feel his abilities pale in comparison to yours." WNNZH deftly redirected the conversation, understanding the unspoken etiquette. One should not pry too deeply into another's background at the outset of an acquaintance. WNNZH was intrigued. Although Li Chen appeared to be of a similar age to her nephew, his cultivation was remarkably advanced. She realized that before mastering her own cultivation, she needed to minimize superfluous social interactions to avoid unnecessary complications that could impede her progress. Li Chen candidly shared that this was indeed his method of cultivation. WNNZH, at that moment, understood why her nephew's progress had been so sluggish. He had been too distracted by needless socializing. She had heard of WQ's infatuation with CHRU-YN while serving as an admirer in the capital, and the whispers about potential successors to manage the family business were certainly circulating. WNNZH had long wished to meet CHRU-YN to see what sort of woman could captivate her nephew so completely, but the opportunity had yet to arise. Moreover, prior to her arrival in the capital, she had heard of the many formidable figures residing there, and it was indeed true. Li Chen was a clear example. As for Li Chen's strength, WNNZH was unsure. Your prowess must be considered top tier in the capital, correct? I am not entirely certain, but there are always those who surpass others, he replied. Oh, who in the capital might be stronger than you? Naturally, there are some, though I have yet to encounter them. WNNZH was momentarily taken aback by Li Chen's response. Well, your modesty is commendable, yet it borders on disingenuous. Why do you suddenly seem so aloof? Had anyone else spoken in such a manner, WNNZH would likely have dismissed them as merely boastful. Yet, Li Chen spoke as if stating a fact, with the confidence to back it up. After a brief conversation, the two had gleaned a modest understanding of one another. Li Chen learned that WNNZH hailed from HJCH and that her family had interests in the capital, while WNNZH discovered that Li Chen was a local with an official position. From her perspective, a man of such formidable strength and status would undoubtedly attract many women. The beautiful and refined woman she had seen at YNYU-NSH must surely be connected to Li Chen. WNNZH's irritation stemmed from the fact that Li Chen had a stunning woman by his side while simultaneously flirting with her, which struck her as rather fickle. Thus, she pondered how to leave a lasting impression on Li Chen, akin to the way he had suggested she wander through the forest unadorned. Perhaps she could orchestrate a scenario where Li Chen's beautiful companion would witness her presence alongside him, making Li Chen uncomfortable. WNNZH reasoned that Li Chen must be clandestinely dating someone while engaging with her. After all, he was powerful, and though she could not change that, she could certainly playfully tease him. However, she would later clarify with Li Chen's girlfriend that their interaction was merely a jest, allowing her to witness Li Chen's flustered expression. With this thought in mind, WNNZH began to devise her plan. Under normal circumstances, she would not resort to such antics, but Li Chen's behavior had provoked her. Chapter 84. The joy of power begins to unfold. After finishing their meal, Li Chen indicated that he had matters to attend to and suggested they meet at a designated time the following day before preparing to take his leave. However, when a maid arrived, WNNZH stood up and insisted on settling the bill. Shouldn't I be the one treating you? Li Chen assumed she had ordered so much food to drain his resources. How might I entice you? You did assist me yesterday, so it would not be unreasonable for me to treat you to a meal. Wu Nanji sought to put Li Chen in an awkward position, but fairness must prevail. Have you truly considered offering yourself in exchange? What on earth are you thinking? You, who were so reluctant to climb a tree to retrieve my clothing yesterday, now dare to suggest such an arrangement. Upon leaving the restaurant, the two bid farewell at the entrance. Wu Nanji watched Li Chen's departing figure, pondering whether he might genuinely wish to dine with her, and if there would be no further developments. If Li Chen were aware of her thoughts, he would certainly retort that he intended to take her to an inn, and she would not accompany him. Ever since meeting Li Chen, Wu Nanji's spirits had lifted considerably. With daylight still lingering, she resolved to check on her family shop and see if Wu Qi was diligently working. The street was lined with bustling shops, a thoroughfare for cultivators. The Wu family shop specialized in the sale of demon beast bones, blood, fur, and inner cores. Cultivators in the imperial capital could purchase these resources to enhance their training speed, and for those seeking special abilities, the blood of higher-tier demon beasts was available. A treasure of considerable value. Whenever new stock arrived, it would attract a throng of cultivators clamoring to seize it. On either side of Yunyin Street were numerous martial arts academies, which not only drew countless cultivators eager to learn, but also provided a steady stream of customers for the Wu family shop. This was a primary reason for the shop's location. In theory, Wu Qi, as the steward of the shop, could cultivate relationships with the powerful figures of the street, namely the heads of the various martial arts academies. Gaining permission to establish an academy in the imperial capital implied a certain level of influence. Wu Qi's father had advised him accordingly upon his arrival in the capital. Yet this young man had been utterly infatuated, neglecting his duties. As Wu Nanji approached her family shop, she encountered a familiar face. "Nanji, I knew you would be here." A dapper young man, accompanied by his entourage, approached her. He was Ma Gao, a scion of the prominent Ma family from Huzhou City, and his excitement upon seeing Wu Nanji was palpable. For he was her most devoted admirer, perhaps the most outrageous of all. He had once offered a substantial sum to procure a maid from the Wu household, instructing her to pilfer Wu Nanji's worn undergarments, which he then brazenly wore himself. However, the incident had been a misunderstanding. The maid, fearing exposure, had substituted her own garments in a bid to keep the money. Unbeknownst to Ma Gao, he had unwittingly donned them for half a year, until a martial arts competition revealed the truth through the ridicule of Wu Nanji's other admirers. Seeing Ma Gao now filled Wu Nanji with disdain. In her view, he was utterly perverse. Her aversion to Huzhou City stemmed from the overwhelming presence of such suitors, with Ma Gao being merely one among many. She had not anticipated encountering him here. Judging by his tone, it seemed he had somehow tracked her to the imperial capital. "I'm sorry, but you have mistaken the person," she said, attempting to enter the shop, where the Wu family staff could shield her from this nuisance. Yet, Ma Gao was not one to relinquish his chance easily. "Nanji, allow me to explain. My feelings for you are sincere." He obstructed her path, even commanding his companions to block her escape. With competition scarce at the moment, he felt this opportunity was long awaited. "I have no interest in you. Kindly leave me be, for this is the imperial capital." Wu Nanji was exceedingly vexed and prepared to push past him. However, Ma Gao, despite his flaws, was a formidable cultivator, and Wu Nanji's abilities were insufficient to displace him. Just as he reached for a shoulder, a strong hand grasped Ma Gao's arm. Enraged, Ma Gao demanded to know who was disrupting his pursuit. Before he could utter further insults, his assailant delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. As Ma Gao rose, ready to retaliate, he hesitated upon recognizing the attire of his opponent. "How dare you harass a respectable woman in broad daylight? You must be seeking imprisonment." The speaker was none other than Xiao Ming, clad in the uniform of the Ministry of Justice. Being an outsider, Ma Gao could not discern the distinction between regular officials and those of higher rank. In his eyes, Xiao Ming was merely an enforcer. While the Ma family held significant status in Huzhou City, they were in the imperial capital now, and facing an official. Even Ma Gao refrained from provoking Xiao Ming directly. Xiao Ming cast a glance at Wu Nanji, seemingly seeking her consent. She shook her head, indicating they were not acquainted. She couldn't be bothered to clarify her relationship with Ma Gao, fearing he might exploit the situation to entangle her further. Wu Nanji had firmly rejected him multiple times, and she would not entertain his shamelessness. "Did you hear that? Leave at once." Xiao Ming's voice rose in anger, brandishing his blade. Ma Gao had no retort, casting a reluctant glance back at Wu Nanji before gritting his teeth and departing. Even in humiliation, he bore no grudge against her, instead blaming Xiao Ming for his interference. Such was the mindset of a devoted admirer. Xiao Ming, recognizing Ma Gao's frustrated but restrained demeanor, relished the moment. Had it not been for his official attire, Ma Gao would have likely attacked him on the spot. Now, would he dare to strike? After all, Xiao Ming was an officer of the ministry. Since joining the ministry, he had begun to relish the taste of power. While the uniform held little sway in the heart of the imperial capital, it was quite imposing in such a locale. He understood the lesson imparted by his master. Indeed, he had not been misled. Chapter 85. The Law of Conservation of Fortune of the Saint's Remnant Soul. At this moment, the Saint's remnant soul within Xiao Ming's necklace bore a grave expression, sensing an impending crisis. This crisis was not one of his own making, but rather a premonition that Xiao Ming might find himself in peril. For Xiao Ming was genuinely a child of fortune, having only recently begun his duties. He had already uncovered a significant smuggling case, a remarkable feat achieved by mere happenstance. Xiao Ming, eager to tackle major cases, such as the death of the crown prince, believed that solving such a mystery would undoubtedly elevate his status. The saint's remnant soul, exasperated, had cautioned him against such ambition, reminding him that as an auxiliary member, he would not have access to cases of that magnitude. Instead, he was assigned minor theft cases. Despite the sage's warnings, Xiao Ming pursued the matter, leading him to follow a thief into a walled compound. Not only did they apprehend the thief here, but they also discovered smuggled salt within a particular dwelling. Initially presumed to be a minor case, the criminal department, following the leads provided by him, unraveled a web of corruption, apprehending numerous officials from the salt industry department. Xiao Ming garnered the admiration of the newly appointed minister of the criminal department, Pang Jin, and it is anticipated that he will soon secure his official position. What began as a simple endeavor to catch a petty thief escalated dramatically. The remnant spirit of the sage speculated that this individual had accumulated an extraordinary amount of fortune over time, which manifested in an unexpected surge of luck. Nevertheless, the remnant spirit was accustomed to such occurrences, as Xiao Ming had frequently encountered similar situations in the past. For instance, after sustaining severe injuries and falling from a cliff, he not only survived by hanging onto a tree, but also stumbled upon a treasure cave nearby. He had been pursued by a ferocious beast only to fortuitously meet an injured, powerful figure. Yet today, fortune smiled upon him once more. Hence, the remnant spirit of the sage sensed a looming crisis for Xiao Ming. If he reverted to his old habits of fawning over the opposite sex, he would likely squander his budding achievements. The remnant spirit's apprehension arose from observing Xiao Ming display his characteristic demeanor of a sycophant, initiating a conversation with Wu Nanji. This distinctive demeanor, as defined by the remnant spirit, involved losing one's sense of purpose at the mere sight of a woman, forgetting everything else, and yearning to remain in her company. Xiao Ming remarked, "In the imperial capital, there are many rogues at this hour. Where are you headed, my lady? If it is far, I would be honored to escort you." Grateful for Xiao Ming's intervention, Wu Nanji indicated a nearby shop and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but my home is right here." As this was their first encounter, Xiao Ming felt somewhat awkward lingering beside Wu Nanji. They exchanged a few polite words before bidding farewell. It was only after watching Wu Nanji enter the shop that Xiao Ming departed. At that moment, the authoritative voice of the sage's remnant echoed in his mind. "Disciple, have you forgotten your original purpose in joining the criminal department? The Chu family girl is still in dire straits, and you're already beginning to develop feelings for another?" Xiao Ming hastily clarified, "Master, you misunderstand. How could I forget my promise to Ruoyan? I am merely fulfilling my duties, honoring this attire." Upon hearing this, the remnant spirit's mouth twitched slightly. "Just yesterday, you were ready to give up. How is it that you are suddenly interested again? What? Ma Gao has actually come to the imperial capital and is bothering my aunt? Quickly tell me where he is, and I shall break his legs." Wu Qi's temper was explosive, and upon learning that his aunt was being harassed at the shop entrance, he could not bear it. Having previously clashed with him, he has already left. A passing official helped me out. Consider him fortunate. Your aunt should be more cautious in the future. I must attend a banquet now. Farewell. With that, Wu Qi hurriedly changed his clothes and departed. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the criminal department, Pang Jin was reviewing Xiao Ming's dossier. This young man had survived the annihilation of his family, journeying from the borders to the imperial capital, and had mingled within the cultivation circles without encountering any dangerous individuals. His abilities were commendable, making him a suitable candidate for cultivation. For this scheme to succeed, certain roles must remain unnoticed by those lurking in the shadows, and Xiao Ming evidently fit that description. Naturally, Pang Jin did not expect Xiao Ming to be the sole player. He viewed him as one of many pieces on the board. If any of these pawns sensed the enemy's presence, it would suffice. The remnant spirit of the sage could hardly fathom that the case surrounding the prince's demise would indeed intersect with this young man. At this moment, the courtyard of the Chu family was adorned with lanterns, and a red carpet extended throughout, creating an atmosphere more jubilant than that of a festival. The Chu family's relocation banquet was undoubtedly one of the grandest events in their history, even considered a milestone. At the entrance stood 2 towering lanterns, radiating a soft and warm glow. The red carpet stretched from the entrance into the courtyard, flanked by an array of fragrant flowers, creating an invigorating ambience. Chu Jingsong, the head of the Chu family, donned a luxurious brocade robe and stood at the center of the courtyard, personally welcoming each guest who arrived to offer their congratulations. His face beamed with pride and joy, unable to suppress a smile, as if, at that moment, he were the most radiant figure in the entire imperial capital. Li Chen, the leader of the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy, presented a millennium-old snow pine, wishing the Chu family abundant blessings in their new abode. A booming voice announced the arrival of a burly middle-aged man, who entered the Chu residence accompanied by attendants. One of his subordinates opened a box revealing a snow pine exuding a subtle chill. The snow pine's lush branches and vibrant green foliage signified its extraordinary value as a congratulatory gift. Shortly thereafter, a ceremonial official entered, clad in official robes, with a subordinate carrying a gift box, proclaiming, "Zhao Yuanda, Deputy Minister of Rights, present a pair of blood jade bracelets, wishing the Chu family prosperity and continuous success." The blood jade bracelets shimmered with a translucent red hue, clearly worth a fortune. The individual had come directly after work, without even changing his clothes, perhaps intending to showcase his official attire. Subsequently, two more prominent figures arrived in succession. One was Qian Wanguan, the president of the Imperial Capital Chamber of Commerce, who gifted a pair of gold vases encrusted with gems, symbolizing abundant wealth and prosperity. The other was a renowned general from the imperial capital, who presented a magnificent steed, representing the Chu family's flourishing fortunes and a bright future. Observing these precious gifts, Chu Jingsong felt a surge of excitement. The more valuable the gifts, the greater the esteem with which they regarded this grand banquet. He personally approached each guest, engaging in conversation and expressing gratitude for their presence. The invited guests, too, wore smiles, warmly shaking hands with Chu Jingsong. Once inside the Chu residence, they mingled throughout the courtyard, exchanging greetings. Some were acquaintances from the same circle, while others sought to expand their social networks. Regardless, the relocation banquet was indeed a lively affair. However, there were also individuals who had not received an invitation from Chu Jingsong but chose to attend unannounced. Among them were several neighbors, and those residing in the vicinity naturally held a certain status. It was not that Chu Jingsong did not wish to invite them. Rather, he did not know them well enough to extend an invitation. Yet, with the eldest daughter of the Chu family being a royal consort, many sought to curry favor, presenting gifts that delighted Chu Jingsong. Of course, there were also individuals like Wu Qi, who were familiar faces but not widely recognized, and thus not invited. Chu Jingsong welcomed all. Every visitor was a guest. The presence of uninvited distinguished guests merely demonstrated the family's influence. Additionally, there were those who had adversarial relations with the Chu family, such as the current visitor, Qiu Kongning, the head of the prestigious Qiu family in the imperial capital. Like Chu Jingsong, Qiu Kongning had originally been a member of a third-rate family in the imperial capital. They had known each other since childhood and were rivals during their cultivation journeys. They shared a complex relationship, having both grown in stature over the years. After 10 years of effort, both families had ascended to second-rate status, yet neither was willing to concede to the other, both aiming for greater heights. Several years prior, Qiu Kongning's son had married into the Wang family, taking the hand of a foolish princess from an elderly lord, which propelled the Qiu family into the ranks of first-rate families, relocating to the second ring of the imperial capital. At that time, Qiu Kongning had specifically invited Chu Jingsong to the family banquet, to which Chu Jingsong had grudgingly attended, feeling that not going would portray him as timid. In hindsight, attending proved to be even more embarrassing, unlike the Qiu family, who resided further out in the second ring. Chu Jingsong had specifically invited Qiu Kongning, intending to find a sense of superiority before this old rival. Just as you once showcased your prowess, I shall do the same to you today. Qiu Kongning, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, shook hands with Chu Jingsong. After exchanging pleasantries, he remarked, "The head of the Chu family has indeed given birth to a fine daughter." The implication was clear. Chu Jingsong possessed no remarkable talents, yet he had a daughter who had married well. "Not at all," replied Chu Jingsong. "The son of the Qiu family is not to be underestimated either. Why is it that I have not seen your esteemed son today?" Indifferent, Chu Jingsong thought, "Your words merely reveal your envy. If you were capable, you would have a child of your own." Upon hearing this, Qiu Kongning claimed his son was quite busy, in truth serving the infatuated princess, with every outing requiring permission from a certain prince. As the guests began to fill the venue, Qiu Kongning spoke up. "Why has the head of the Chu family not yet seated us? Continuing to wait serves no purpose, does it? We wouldn't want the dishes to grow cold. This was a veiled jab, suggesting that Chu Jingsong was putting on airs, truly believing that the emperor would grace this gathering with his presence, despite the esteemed guests in attendance, including notable figures from the imperial capital and even the Empress Dowager's nephew. Their presence was not a result of Chu Jingsong's connections. Rather, they sought to curry favor with Li Chen, hoping to become familiar faces in his court. Some of lower status merely wished to catch a glimpse of Li Chen, to behold his divine countenance. Should Li Chen not appear, it would indeed disappoint many, and Xiao Kongning aimed to witness Chu Jingsong's embarrassment. Chu Jingsong hesitated, pondering whether to continue waiting, when suddenly a synchronized and powerful sound of marching footsteps resonated from the entrance. The dignified cadence commanded the attention of all, and some even held their breath in anticipation. Soon, a contingent of soldiers clad in golden armor entered the courtyard, their long pikes held aloft, marching in unison like a flowing golden great wall, paving a sacred path for the esteemed guest about to arrive. The appearance of the imperial guards silenced the previously boisterous courtyard, as all eyes turned to the rear of the formation. Their presence signified that the man had arrived. At that moment, the palace eunuchs called out in unison, "His Majesty has arrived. The Empress Consort has arrived." Following their proclamation, a magnificent dragon carriage slowly entered the courtyard. Within it sat a man clad in a dragon robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. This was Li Chen, the sovereign of the Tiance Dynasty. Beside him was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, adorned in splendid imperial garb, Chu family's daughter, the newly appointed Empress Consort, Chu Ruoyan. Upon sighting Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan, the entire assembly instinctively knelt, chanting, "Long live His Majesty! Long live the Empress Consort!" The fervor of their voices surged like a tidal wave. Li Chen, with a gentle smile, raised his hand, signaling for them to rise. Today is a joyous occasion for the Chu family. There is no need for excessive formality. Please, rise. His voice, though not loud, was clear enough for all present to hear. Once Chu Jingsong stood, he could hardly be bothered to look down upon the visibly anxious Xiao Kongning. Instead, he radiated excitement as he approached Li Chen, bowing deeply and warmly welcoming him. "Your Majesty's esteemed presence truly brings glory to the Chu family. Please, take your seat." He then guided Li Chen to the most honored position at the center of the courtyard, where a splendid chair had been prepared especially for him. No matter where Li Chen went, the finest place must be reserved for him, as he was the emperor of the sacred realm, an undeniable entitlement of his status. The Yu Fuzi held the privilege to sit at equal footing with emperors, but only among other sovereigns. Who was Li Chen? His temperament allowed for no one to stand alongside him as an equal. Since ascending the throne, Li Chen had thoroughly redefined the essence of imperial supremacy. As he made his entrance, those unfamiliar with Li Chen could not hide their exhilaration. The aura of the unparalleled emperor, the countenance of divine majesty. This was their ruler, particularly for the subjects of the Tiance Dynasty. An overwhelming sense of pride welled within them. In their eyes, this epitomized what an emperor should embody. Li Chen had transcended their very definition of perfection. Once Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan had taken their seats, the guests hesitantly followed suit. Yet they did so with great discomfort. Many yearned to approach Li Chen, to seek his favor. However, seating arrangements were strictly based on status. After Chu Jingsong at the main table came Chu Ruoyan's mother, the Empress Dowager's nephew, and various noble lords and royals. Those fortunate enough to dine at the main table held considerable rank. Regardless, sharing a meal with Li Chen was a privilege everyone felt honored to experience. Today, Chu Jingsong had imbibed copiously, appearing remarkably jubilant, which fueled Xiao Kongning's jealousy. He had not anticipated the emperor would indeed attend, and that he would be such an imposing figure. Xiao Kongning lamented, if only he had borne a daughter instead of this useless son. He recalled once declaring his son to be his pride, only for that pride to dissolve into disappointment. How infuriating was to compare oneself to others. Li Chen had no need to linger at the Chu family's banquet. A mere appearance sufficed. If he stayed too long, all attention would shift to him, overshadowing the true essence of the occasion. The majority of attendees hailed from ordinary families, and with Li Chen present, they felt an overwhelming pressure. Thus, his departure provided them with some relief, allowing them to resume their congratulations to the head of the Chu family. Before leaving, Lu Hao and Wu Qi did wish to greet him, Yet they found no opportunity or qualification, merely watching from a distance as Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan departed. After they left, Wu Qi glanced at the beautiful woman behind Lu Hao and inquired, "Could that be your cousin?" Lu Hao nodded, noting that his primary reason for attending was to introduce her to Li Chen. He was aware of social niceties and refrained from forcing an introduction at such a moment. The prospect of his cousin catching the emperor's eye was uncertain, yet he knew it would surely offend Chu Ruoyan, the hostess of the gathering. Lu Hao chose to remain a spectator, taking no action. Wu Qi was puzzled. While Lu Hao himself was not particularly impressive, his cousin was indeed beautiful. Though she could not quite match Chu Ruoyan, whose title of the dual beauties of the imperial capital was well earned, even if hidden beauties existed in the capital. Achieving such a claim indicated broad recognition. Wu Qi felt he still had a chance, for his own aunt was quite striking. Lu Hao scanned the crowd, pondering, "Where is Xiao Ming?" In truth, it was not that Xiao Ming had chosen to stay away, but rather he was entirely unaware of the event. At that moment, Xiao Ming was engrossed in his daily meditation, dreaming of how to orchestrate an encounter with the enchanting elder sister the following day. Observing his slow progress, the remnants of the Sacred One's soul recognized that this young man was easily distracted. At this juncture, the most unfortunate was none other than Su Zifeng, the son of the Prince of Zhenan, because he was once again imprisoned by Lin Yue. Chapter 87. Either fighting or on the way to fight. When Su Zifeng left his home in the morning, he deliberately avoided the patrol route of Lin Yue, the head constable. His aunt had warned him the previous night to refrain from causing trouble, and Su Zifeng indeed had no plans to stir up any issues today, believing it would be fine to take a couple of days off from his usual tasks. To this end, he did not bring along his usual entourage from the royal manor. However, sometimes matters unfold regardless of one's intentions. Su Zifeng proceeded, as usual, to a location he had established for gathering intelligence in the imperial capital, which was a tavern. Speaking of this tavern, he felt a sense of pride. Since its inception, it had narrowly escaped inspections several times, thanks to his adept behind-the-scenes management and his aunt's covert assistance. Su Zifeng believed he had a knack for intelligence collection. In truth, this establishment had long been thoroughly investigated by the Ministry of Justice and the local authorities, but occasionally, some unsuspecting officers passing by found it suspicious and would come in for a look. Once they reported their findings, the higher-ups advised them to mind their own business, as they could glean much about the movements of the Zhenan Wang through this tavern. Should the tavern cease to exist, it would indeed complicate their inquiries. Even Lin Yue had to pretend not to notice the anomalies when passing by. Only Su Zifeng felt he was hidden well enough. After circling the capital several times to ensure he was not being followed, Su Zifeng entered the tavern. The staff had already hung a closed sign at the entrance. In fact, Su Zifeng had taken a roundabout route unnecessarily, as everyone was aware he was destined to enter here. It would suffice to station a lookout at the entrance. As who had the time to follow him? "Is there any news today?" Su Zifeng inquired while perusing the tavern's account books, savoring a taste of his hometown's exquisite wine, relishing the moment. The two attendants, including the tavern keeper, were all under Su Zifeng's command. The tavern keeper, being quite perceptive, immediately presented Su Zifeng with intelligence. Su Zifeng initially thought it was significant information, only to discover it was the updated roster of courtesans from various brothels in the imperial capital. This nearly caused Su Zifeng to choke, causing him to spit out his drink. "This is not what I requested. I need legitimate news." Su Zifeng zipli evitabili. He used to have a fondness for courtesans, as they attracted the attention of those second-generation heirs, and their jealousy would allow him to justifiably engage in altercations with them, ultimately winning over the courtesans and tarnishing the reputations of the spoiled scions. This had been Su Zifeng's tried-and-true strategy. However, today he truly did not wish to provoke any trouble and was too lazy to visit the brothels. Upon hearing that his master desired something else, the attendant promptly handed over the other intelligence. First was the information regarding the third prince, who had invited the Zhenan Wang to join him in rebellion. The Zhenan Wang's stance was to wait until conflict erupted in the north before making a move, as confronting the third prince at this juncture was not advantageous. Su Zifeng was well aware of this. Despite appearing to lead a leisurely life in the capital, he was broadly informed of the military deployments of the Tiance Dynasty. Next was the intelligence concerning the second prince, which was relayed from their insider within the Tianye Divine sect, indicating that the second prince had departed from the sect. Judging by his pace, he likely had already reached the imperial capital, though his current activities remained unclear. This was because Su Zifeng had also placed operatives within the second prince's estate. Additionally, the leader of the Tianye Divine sect was currently in seclusion, not making any public appearances. Su Zifeng deduced. In that case, Li Chen will undoubtedly take action during the Chun So, and his early arrival indicates preparation. The disappearance of his master at this time should merely serve as a ruse. He has probably already arrived in the capital, and thus, an exciting spectacle awaits. Finally, the most critical intelligence was regarding the assistance he required. After Su Zifeng was released from prison, he had sent a missive to his father, requesting him to approach the Witch King of the Witchcraft Sacred Land. The Witch King was a formidable figure of the Saint Realm and a strategic ally of his father. Upon deciding to rebel, the Zhenan Wang had been actively courting powerful figures from the south, including the Witchcraft Sacred Land. Naturally, someone of the Witch King's caliber would not come in person, as Su Zifeng could not afford to summon him. Instead, he had sent his chief disciple to assist. While the personnel from the Witchcraft Sacred Land might lack prowess in combat, they excelled at orchestrating covert operations. Su Zifeng's intention was to wait for the Chun So, allowing Li Chen and Li Chen to engage in a lethal struggle, from which he could reap the benefits. After reading the messages, Su Zifeng burned the letter. Feeling relatively pleased, he departed the tavern, intending to check on his other lookouts. Upon arriving at a bustling shopping street, he was suddenly confronted by a group of people. Su Zifeng, do you remember me? The leader of the group glared at Su Zifeng with an air of arrogance, his eyes filled with animosity. I'm afraid I do not recall. May I ask who you are? Su Zifeng responded with a puzzled expression. Judging by their attire, it was evident that this individual belonged to the second generation of the imperial capital, likely seeking revenge on him. However, Su Zifeng had fought with so many individuals that he could not recall at the moment. Let me refresh your memory. Half a year ago at the brothel, you kicked me off the second floor. Don't tell me you've forgotten. The leader's teeth were gritted as he spoke. Had it not been for Su Zifeng's interference, he would have already been with the courtesan. Su Zifeng replied with exasperation. Who remembers things from half a year ago? I was just passing by. Su Zifeng initially planned to walk away, but unexpectedly, this second-generation heir summoned a powerful figure of the Lu He realm to assist. Su Zifeng found himself unable to escape, leading to a confrontation. This was the entirety of how he ended up captured. In truth, Lin Yue did not need to deliberately complicate matters to apprehend Su Zifeng. Since arriving in the capital, he had consistently been embroiled in trouble, and many sought to retaliate against him. Even if he wished to avoid conflict, trouble would inevitably find him. In fact, within the Zhenan Wang's fief, Su Zifeng had often found himself at odds with others. If the remnant soul of the saint within Xiao Ming's necklace were to analyze him, it would recognize that this individual had a knack for attracting trouble. He was either fighting or on the way to a fight. The primary reason was that the martial arts he practiced allowed him to grow stronger through combat. Therefore, as long as his meridians recovered, he could seek out opponents. This was also why, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, his cultivation was superior to Xiao Ming's. And this is how it is. I truly did not seek trouble. Su Zifeng explained to his aunt, Ji Lianyu, while in the dungeon. Beside him were the individuals he had just fought against. Lin Yue had shown no leniency, apprehending all of them. Even though Su Zifeng claimed self-defense, there were no surveillance cameras in the capital. Furthermore, any physical altercation could be classified as mutual combat. Since they were fighting in a bustling area, it undoubtedly caused a negative impact, allowing Lin Yue to impose a heavy penalty on him. Consequently, both Su Zifeng and the second-generation heirs beside him received a month-long imprisonment. Chapter 88. A plus in Li Chen's eyes. You might as well reflect on your actions here. A month will pass swiftly. My aunt will bring you food daily and will also take care of the guards, who will look after you. Ji Lianyu consoled softly, her tone filled with concern. Each time she appeared, numerous eyes would turn toward her, as encountering such a graceful beauty in this dreary place was indeed a rare occurrence. Hearing his aunt say this, Su Zifeng grew anxious. With only 8 days until the Chun So, the second prince was already prepared, and the third prince was also stirring restlessly. The undercurrents in the imperial capital were tumultuous, and if he remained imprisoned for a month, the situation might entirely change. Moreover, the help sent by the Witch King would soon arrive in the capital. He could not afford to let the Witch King down. Thus, Su Zifeng earnestly implored Aunt, "Please assist me once more and speak to the Empress Dowager on my behalf." Each time faced with Su Zifeng's earnest pleas, Ji Lianyu found it difficult to refuse. She was reluctant to see Su Zifeng languishing in this prison. The dilemma lay in the fact that Li Chen had subtly hinted at his expectations during their last encounter, and she was well aware of what he required. This time, it was likely to entail her yielding herself, serving His Majesty for an entire night. Yi Lianyu, with a troubled expression, stammered, but the words she could not bring herself to utter weighed heavily upon her. It was inconceivable to disclose the harsh truth to Su Zifeng. Ji Lianyu possessed a gentle nature, often submissive, shaped by her upbringing. Her family had arranged for her to marry a Hanlon scholar, viewing it as a mere investment. Unfortunately, that investment faltered when the scholar met an untimely demise. In contrast, her sister's investment prospered, as the Prince of Zhennan rose to prominence. The Ji family had even abandoned her here, with most relocating to the territory of the Prince of Zhennan. In that moment, she realized her diminishing worth within her family. Alone in the imperial capital, she navigated a world filled with admirers, all of whom were mere libertines. It was only Su Zifeng's arrival that rekindled her sense of familial connection, which explained her indulgent affection towards him. The fact that her younger nephew's plea elicited a but from her suggested that she still possessed a means to assist him, albeit reluctantly. Upon her arrival in the capital, she had been reticent to assist him, but he had a way of persuading her. Su Zifeng began his performance, feigning despair. "Ah, Aunt, I do not wish to trouble you. Perhaps I should write a letter for my mother to help me consider a solution." His mother had entrusted him to Ji Lianyu, who was most averse to revealing this matter to her. This tactic had worked for him before, but he had not anticipated the consequences this time. "There is no need to trouble my sister. I can attempt it myself." Ji Lianyu seemed to have made a resolution. She could not allow the Ji family to belittle her, nor could she permit her sister to pity her. She too had moments when she could be of assistance to the family. After all, Su Zifeng shared the Ji bloodline, and she intended to take a leap of faith. Little did Su Zifeng realize that he was unwittingly pushing his aunt into the abyss. In his eyes, she was merely seeking the Empress Dowager's favor, not Li Chen's. She had always been aware of her own worth and could discern Li Chen's favorable sentiments toward her. On her way to the palace, she fantasized that perhaps Li Chen could be reasoned with, and, as a widow unfamiliar with serving others, she thought that revealing her circumstances might elicit his sympathy. Unbeknownst to her, this aspect might actually enhance her appeal in Li Chen's eyes. As Li Chen was to attend the banquet at the Chu residence, Ji Lianyu had yet to encounter him since her arrival at the palace. Initially, Li Chen had thought that Pang Jin had made progress in a case, only to discover upon arrival that it was Ji Lianyu. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. Had it truly been so swift? Uncertain if it was the matter he had contemplated, Li Chen invited her into his chamber. As she stepped inside, Ji Lianyu prostrated herself and declared, "Your Majesty, my nephew has been unjustly wronged." At that moment, Li Chen understood that this was an opportunity presented to him. Ling Yue acted swiftly, and she deserved a proper reward. Nevertheless, the performance must continue. Li Chen approached her, helping her to her feet. The mere contact caused Ji Lianyu's body to tremble slightly. Even the sight of her brought Li Chen a sense of satisfaction. After encouraging her to lift her gaze, Li Chen remarked, "Madam Ji, this is your third visit. I do not question your words. Recently, I have perused the records, and Su Zifeng's conduct has been quite reprehensible. Is it not true that this predicament stems from his actions?" Li Chen's meaning was clear. He did not wish to hear her explanations. His intentions were unmistakably defined, as he had previously indicated to her, and she was not oblivious to this. She was well aware of Su Zifeng's character, and even if he were to be punished, it would certainly be for good reason. After all, who would dare to attack the heir of the Prince of Zhennan in broad daylight? Ji Lianyu recognized her own culpability. Indeed, it was Su Zifeng who had instigated the conflict out of a desire to conceal his shortcomings. She had deliberately omitted this fact, yet the emperor had perceived it nonetheless. With Li Chen's statements laid bare, she found herself unable to refute him. Was she truly left with no choice but to serve Li Chen in order to extricate Su Zifeng from the prison? Ji Lianyu made a feeble attempt to resist, saying, "Your Majesty, I am already a married woman, and I fear that I may not be suitable for you." Li Chen, uninterested in her protestations, interrupted, "If you are unwilling, you may leave. You have donned this attire, yet you still resist? Had I not allowed you an opportunity to prepare yourself, I would have restrained you the moment you entered. I am the emperor, and I can offer you a chance to serve me. Should you refuse, there are many who would gladly accept." In that instant, Ji Lianyu resigned herself to her fate. Meanwhile, Li Chen had spent another sleepless night. Chapter 89. Just when Chu Ruoyan had calmed down, another disturbance arose. He stepped forward, concerned, and said, "Aunt, do not worry. This time, rest assured, I will stay at home and will not cause any trouble." Su Zifeng was skeptical. How could he be apprehended at home when Ling Yue was not present? Ji Lianyu, though fatigued from the previous night, did not allow it to dampen her spirits. Having experienced a taste of sweetness for the first time in her life, coupled with Li Chen's persistent coaxing, her heart began to shift. Li Chen had reviewed her background, abandoned by the Ji family in the capital. She had faced considerable gossip due to her status as a widow. Such circumstances had rendered her life dreary, her world a shade of gray. During this time, she yearned for support or a thought that could sustain her. Ji Lianyu felt that by aiding Su Zifeng, she found a measure of solace, and thus she continued to assist him. Her fear of abandonment fueled her desire to feel needed. Li Chen, recognizing this vulnerability, had suggested the previous evening that the Prince of Nan was merely a feudal lord. The late emperor's reluctance to act against him stemmed from old loyalties rather than an inability to confront him. It was illusory to believe that the Prince of Nan was invincible. He refrained from rebellion out of fear of the formidable military factions surrounding him. Li Chen, now in possession of real power and lacking any ties to the Prince of Nan, could readily concoct a rationale to deal with him. If conflict arose, what would become of the Ji family? What of Su Zifeng? Understanding her weaknesses, Li Chen guided her thoughts to instill a sense of urgency. Observing her as he deftly maneuvered her mind, he began to suggest, "As long as you serve me well, after I deal with the Prince of Nan, I might extend leniency towards your family, even releasing Su Zifeng." This struck a chord with Ji Lianyu's innermost feelings. Unlike Chu Ruoyan, who required different tactics, Li Chen tailored his approach to suit Ji Lianyu's character. She had long sought to prove her worth to the Ji family, and Li Chen, a newly ascended emperor wielding great authority, represented the greatest ally she could hope for. With this realization, she devoted herself to serving Li Chen with renewed fervor throughout the latter part of the night. This was the primary reason for Li Xinyan's restless night. Just when it seemed that Chu Ruoyan had settled down, another, more tumultuous situation emerged. At the Prince of Nan's residence, upon hearing Su Zifeng's words, Ji Lianyu smiled and reassured him, "Do not fret, Zifeng. Your cultivation requires combat. I will take care of your affairs. My connection with the Empress Dowager remains strong, but you must strive to avoid minor errors, let alone grave mistakes. If you refrain from causing trouble, how will I find an excuse to serve the emperor?" Li Chen had released her precisely because he desired to witness her descent into depravity. After all, he had never lacked for women, and his current situation was no different. Su Zifeng mused, "Is there truly such a fortunate opportunity?" All along, the little ant had been quietly resolving his troubles, rarely disclosing her methods. Coupled with the fact that she mentioned this time it was the Empress Dowager who was assisting, he did not probe further. Of course, had he chosen to inquire, Ji Lianyu would have steadfastly affirmed it was indeed the Empress Dowager. The credit for this anonymous benevolence would undoubtedly be attributed to the Empress Dowager, thus creating a cheerful feedback loop for everyone involved. Su Zifeng, believing he was shielded by the Empress Dowager, continued to stir up trouble, his strength consequently enhanced. Lin Yue could utilize Su Zifeng to bolster her achievements, for she was genuinely under the protection of Li Chen, her status rising ever higher. Ji Lianyu found justification to approach Li Chen, investing in the future of the Ji family, while also ensuring Su Zifeng's safety. Li Chen, being in demand, naturally indulged in pure enjoyment. It was evident that Su Zifeng was indeed the favored child of fortune, with his biological father shielding him in the territory of the Duke of Jinan, and in the imperial capital, Li Chen cared for him even more than his father did. During today's morning court session, Li Chen was in high spirits, efficiently addressing state affairs. Upon returning to the imperial study, a eunuch delivered the news that the Minister of Rights, Yan Hai, sought an audience. After receiving Li Chen's consent, Yan Hai cautiously presented a sealed jade box. an unmistakable expression of pride illuminating his face as he hurried into the study. "Your Majesty, I am fortunate today to have acquired an unparalleled treasure, the inner core of an ancient serpent demon. I dare to request your Majesty's appraisal," he proclaimed, slowly opening the jade box. Inside lay a translucent, golden-hued inner core, exuding a faint, ethereal fragrance. Upon its surface, faint patterns shimmered, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power that inspired awe. "What is the name of this inner core? What miraculous effects does it possess?" Li Chen inquired with a hint of anticipation. Yan Hai, aware that his master, the second prince, was likely to take action, understood that the emperor might not be unprepared. Regardless of the outcome, he had to be ready to respond. He had heard of such treasures appearing in the eastern regions of the Tiance Dynasty and had immediately dispatched his subordinates to procure it, secretly presenting it to Li Chen. Whether Li Chen needed was of little consequence. What mattered was his attitude. If the second prince were to fail, he hoped Li Chen would spare his life. Observing Li Chen's amiable nature, he believed such courtiers would seek to ingratiate themselves. Li Chen, however, did not think too deeply about it. He was unaware of the affiliations among officials. For him, being emperor was merely a job, and as long as courtiers fulfilled their duties without openly contradicting him, he was satisfied. Should danger arise, he had his own methods. Yet at present, nothing had surfaced that evoked a sense of peril. Accepting the tribute from his subordinates, he rewarded Yan Hai with a gift. This reward was significant. Someone of Yan Hai's stature was not in dire need of gold and silver. Li Chen offered him a grinding stone from the imperial study. It was essentially an ordinary yet priceless grinding stone, but its core significance lay in being bestowed by Li Chen himself. A gift from Li Chen, even a single hair, was worth its weight in gold. Yan Hai, elated, grasped the grinding stone, bowing deeply in gratitude as he departed. In the court, how many could claim to have received gifts from Li Chen? In the eyes of court officials, such items held unparalleled value, displayed in their homes. If guests inquired about them, they would boast about their origins, inviting envy. Shortly after Yan Hai's departure, Li Chen completed his official documents and intended to leave for an appointment, taking with him the jade box containing the Mo Lin Yushi's inner core. He had planned to select a treasure for Lin Yue from the palace's treasury, and Yan Hai's delivery spared him one task. In the capital's office, Lin Yue was engrossed in reviewing criminal case files. Upon hearing someone enter, she did not look up and instructed, "Please place the files here." She had just requested her subordinates to retrieve essential documents for the case and assumed it was one of them. Instead, a beautifully crafted jade box appeared in the designated spot, and a glance caught her attention, causing her eyebrows to furrow slightly. Recently, several influential figures had presented her with gifts, all of which she had firmly declined. In the capital's office, Lin Yue was renowned for her integrity. She understood that accepting gifts would hinder her ability to act decisively. Thus, she would refuse anything presented to her. As she prepared to chastise the gift giver, she was taken aback by a familiar face. Lin Yue immediately stood, stating, "I did not realize it was your Majesty. I beg for your forgiveness. It is of no concern. Continue with your duties. I merely passed by to take a glance," Li Chen replied, unfazed by her impoliteness, rather pleased by her earnest demeanor. "Your Majesty seeks me. What is the matter?" Lin Yue's heart brimmed with joy upon seeing Li Chen, her direct superior. The waist badge she wore, symbolizing imperial authority, had been granted by Li Chen. Without him, she might have already sought refuge in a sect. "Someone just presented me with this item, which I have no use for. Perhaps you might find it beneficial." Li Chen's casual remark suggested it was nothing of worth. Yet upon seeing the intricately carved jade box on the table, Lin Yue recognized the value of its contents. While she would refuse gifts from others, Li Chen's offering was a reward. Given Li Chen's encouragement to open it, she felt no hesitation. After all, her debt of gratitude to him remained unpaid. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue felt a surge of anticipation and trepidation as she gently lifted the lid of the jade box. At that moment, a powerful and overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, enveloping her like a tempest. Lin Yue felt an unprecedented shock rising from her heart as she gazed upon the inner core, as if she could sense the formidable presence of the ancient beast Mo Lin Yushi pulsating within that small core. Regaining her composure, Lin Yue examined the softly glowing inner core. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns resembling serpent scales, which seemed to convey a unique language, encapsulating the essence of Mo Lin Yushi's lifetime of knowledge. Should Lin Yue fully refine this inner core, she would undoubtedly acquire some of its capabilities. Even so, she would ascend to the ranks of the formidable within the Tiance Dynasty. Her gaze remained fixated on the inner core, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. She recalled that the highest reward at the Xinhua Battle Academy in the past 4 years had been the inner core of a millennium-old demon beast. That inner core had caused quite a stir at the time, coveted by all students. However, at her previous level of strength, Lin Yue could not aspire to such a treasure, only envying the fortunate recipient. Now, the inner core in her possession surpassed all her expectations in quality. Compared to that millennium-old demon beast's inner core, it was on an entirely different level. She looked up at Li Chen, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for this generous gift. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to alleviate your burdens, facing death without hesitation." The seemingly casual gift from Li Chen might prove to be the catalyst that altered her destiny. Such an offering, it was no exaggeration to say, could compel anyone to be eternally loyal to him. She felt as though her very life belonged to Li Chen. Even if he commanded her to traverse perilous paths, she would not waver. "No worries, just focus on your work. Should any troubles arise, seek me out," Li Chen reassured her. With little else to occupy his time, he found joy in occasionally playing the role of an angelic investor, witnessing the growth of those under his guidance. Nurturing Li Xining within the palace and Lin Yue outside of it were both his cherished pastimes. Most importantly, having enjoyed a feast yesterday, he found pleasure in bringing her joy today. As for why Li Chen did not exhibit the same sense of shock when he examined the inner Dan, it is because he has reached the realm of a saint, rendering the extraordinary effects of a demonic beast's inner Dan inferior to his own prowess. To Li Chen, this was merely a plaything. However, to others, such an object was a coveted treasure beyond reach. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Li Chen took a seat where she had just been and began perusing the document she had examined. "You are investigating the Crown Princess?" The documents revealed the Crown Princess's life story and family background. Such privileged information is ordinarily inaccessible to the average person. Yet, with Li Chen's waist token, Lin Yue was no ordinary individual. Lin Yue had a particularly keen intuition and sensed something amiss. Regarding the Crown Princess, Li Chen had encountered her on several occasions during grand court banquets. At that time, he was not particularly inclined to associate with such dazzling figures. Hence he paid little attention. "Well, do investigate thoroughly, and remember to inform me of any findings." Li Chen held little interest in the case surrounding the Crown Prince's demise. He was indifferent to the outcome, as long as it did not impede his carefree existence. Lin Yue, however, was focused on capturing Su Zifeng. Li Chen essentially wielded the authority of the highest official in the court, capable of assigning tasks to his subordinates. For instance, he had assigned a formidable mission to the Minister of War, instructing him to apprehend the third prince. This was a command that could not be refused. Lin Yue, on the other hand, was fortunate to receive tasks that were straightforward yet bore substantial rewards. After discussing these matters, Li Chen departed the government office under Lin Yue's watchful gaze. Upon returning to her workspace, Lin Yue gazed at the chair Li Chen had just occupied, a peculiar expression crossing her face. After a short while, she too left the office, embarking on her primary mission for the day. Even if Su Zifeng remained at home, she was determined to find a way to have him imprisoned. Yet, Su Zifeng did not pose any difficulties, as he was currently causing a ruckus at the Jiafangxi. Recently, in addition to Li Chen, the residual soul of the saint was in a good mood, as Xiao Ming's fortune had once again been diverted by someone else. After completing his duties at the Ministry of Justice, Xiao Ming arrived at Yun'an Street, near the Wu family shop. Not seeing Wu Nanji, he began to search the vicinity. This fellow's fortune was indeed extraordinary. He easily found Wu Nanji, who was entangled in troubles at the nearby Chongqing Street residential area. Wu Nanji had arranged to meet Li Chen there the previous day and was waiting for him. Little did she know, Ma Gao, unrelenting as ever, had tracked her to her residence and was persistently pestering her. This left Wu Nanji quite exasperated. Had it not been for her concern that Li Chen might not find her, she would have left long ago. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Ming was overjoyed. Since he had some free time today, surely he could rescue the damsel in distress once more and treat her to a meal. With this thought, Xiao Ming charged forward with a flying kick. Ma Gao's cultivation was no match for Xiao Ming's, and he was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. "You scoundrel, still as obstinate as ever. How shall I deal with you today?" Upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice, Ma Gao felt a surge of frustration. Why was this fellow everywhere? He hadn't even begun to act, merely speaking out. Ma Gao's subordinates helped him up, and in a fit of rage, he threatened to report to the authorities. Xiao Ming laughed. "I am the authority. Where will you report me? Moreover, today I have gained the favor of the Minister of Justice, Pang Jin, a high-ranking official. What do you have to contend against me?" The title of Minister of Justice was indeed intimidating. The sense of having a powerful backing made Xiao Ming walk with newfound confidence. Just as the two were exchanging insults, "An extraordinarily handsome man approached." With merely a gesture, this man had both Xiao Ming and Ma Gao's goddess rushing to his side. It felt as if he possessed something unattainable to them, merely a toy for others. Even a fool like Xiao Ming could discern that the goddess whose name he did not yet know was undoubtedly connected to this man. What? I haven't even made my move, and she has gone? Xiao Ming harbored a deep resentment towards two individuals in his life, the emperor and this man before him. Unbeknownst to him, they were, in fact, one and the same. Chapter 91. Whose good person is meeting in such a place? You are truly a good person, esteemed officer. I am grateful for your help today. Wu Nanji, ever polite, expressed her thanks to Xiao Ming before departing. After all, he had indeed helped her by sending the bothersome Ma Gao flying. However, her gratitude only further irked Xiao Ming, who found himself inexplicably receiving a good person card, causing his aspirations as a sycophant to crumble. "It was nothing. It is my duty," Xiao Ming replied with a bitter smile. Watching Wu Nanji's retreating figure, he redirected his anger towards the laughing Ma Gao beside him. Ma Gao had never liked Xiao Ming, and seeing him in a predicament only brought him joy. "If I cannot have the goddess, you shall not either. You think to step over me? How you've fallen." The residual soul of the saint observed this scene with satisfaction, sensing the energy within Xiao Ming fluctuating. It was likely that his strength would experience a slight enhancement following this encounter. Meanwhile, after leaving Chongqing Street, Li Chen casually remarked, "Were those your friends?" She did not wish to admit any acquaintance with Ma Gao, nor did she truly know Xiao Ming. Today, Wu Nanji wore a knee-length dress in a pale yellow hue, accentuating her soft, willow-like waist. Her delicate figure was a sight to behold, with curves that were perfectly balanced. Such attire would have been impossible to carry off without a commendable physique. Having noticed her change of clothing, Li Chen felt compelled to express his appreciation. To him, she was a mere hanger for clothes. Everything she wore looked splendid, and she was equally appealing without them. Wu Nanji was pleased with the earlier compliment, but would have preferred if the final remark had not been made. The two meandered through the marketplace for a while. Wu Nanji, possessing her own funds, purchased some snacks, making it appear as if they were indeed a couple on a date. "Where shall we go next?" Wu Nanji, perhaps feeling a bit fatigued, inquired of Li Chen, the local of the imperial capital, about other enjoyable spots. However, the imperial capital was not very familiar to Li Chen, as he tended to be reclusive. Nevertheless, he did recall a particular location suitable for a rendezvous. With that, Li Chen led Wu Nanji to a rather mysterious venue. Initially, Wu Nanji presumed it to be a romantic spot, only to discover upon arrival, what? Jia Fangxi? She gazed at Li Chen in astonishment, her expression seemingly questioning. "Are we really going to this place? You cannot be serious." If he had merely taken her to an inn, she would have understood. What sort of good person chooses the Jia Fangxi for a date? Had Li Chen known her thoughts, he would have indeed taken her to an inn. "Fear not. It is not as complicated as you imagine, and I have sufficient funds," Li Chen reassured her. Under Li Chen's persuasion, Wu Nanji reluctantly followed him inside. This was her first visit to such an establishment. Prior to this, her impression of such places was one of danger and vulgarity, as they were frequented by the offspring of the powerful, where conflicts were prone to erupt. Moreover, those who entered were not always there for virtuous purposes. Even if she had never been involved in such affairs, she had certainly heard tales. Were it not for Li Chen's presence, she would not have dared to enter. In Wu Nanji's mind, Li Chen, if nothing else, exuded an aura of formidable strength. He likely held a significant position in the imperial capital, which should help in avoiding many troubles. The Jia Fangxi is an elite establishment. Not just anyone can gain entry. Without a certain social standing, one must undergo various assessments and registrations to qualify for admission. It was as if a group of scholars lingered near the entrance, hoping to gain entry through their literary prowess. The courtesans, many of whom favored learned individuals. However, the majority of students here are denied entry as the spring examination approaches, and those with capabilities are primarily focused on their preparations, leaving no time for leisure. Some wealthy merchants can purchase their way in at a hefty price. To put it plainly, it is akin to acquiring a quarterly membership. Even if one does not attend during the subscription period, time will still be deducted. To enjoy premium services, additional payments are necessary. As for martial practitioners, a certain level of social standing is required to gain access. Take Xiao Ming, for instance. Although he once possessed considerable prowess, he lacked the qualifications for entry. Now, serving the criminal department, he naturally qualifies. Of course, these are the general criteria for others. But Li Chen requires none of this. The gatekeeper, maid, possesses discerning eyes and is likely specially trained. Li Chen's attire is not something an ordinary noble could possess, rendering any scrutiny unnecessary. May I inquire your esteemed surname, young master? Li. Upon learning his surname, the maid became even more deferential. Regardless of whether Li Chen is of royal descent, she treats him as a distinguished guest. However, the maid is puzzled as to why he has brought a woman along. If she were an ordinary lady, it would be one thing, but Wu Nanji's beauty, even to a maid accustomed to courtesans, is breathtaking. With such a woman by his side, why would he visit the Jiafangxi? Though she may not understand, professional decorum dictates she should not inquire further. Li Chen requested the maid to prepare a private courtyard for the two of them, followed by an introduction to the services offered. Before the services arrived, Wu Nanji curiously surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "It seems you are quite familiar with this place." "This is my first visit," Li Chen stated earnestly. Though he had never been here before, such establishments generally share similarities. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Wu Nanji rolled her eyes, her demeanor only enhancing her allure. At that moment, she contemplated whether Li Chen intended to engage with the courtesans in front of her. Had she known, she would not have come here in the first place. However, her thoughts underwent a significant transformation within minutes. The services Li Chen selected consisted of standard foot massages, administered by skilled maids. Initially, Wu Nanji was somewhat apprehensive, but the maids provided excellent service, helping her relax while engaging in pleasant conversation that elevated her mood. Gradually, she began to find the place rather enjoyable, far from the dismal expectations she had held. Furthermore, one could savor fine tea, listen to music, and witness dance performances. As long as one is willing to spend, one can indulge in luxurious services. Feeling inspired, Wu Nanji requested a geisha to enjoy the melodious sounds of stringed instruments and vibrant melodies. "I must say, what is it about you men that draws you to such places?" Wu Nanji chatted with Li Chen while enjoying the foot massage. It seemed she was quite content with this unconventional outing. Frankly, among the men she had encountered, Li Chen was the most enigmatic. She could never predict his next move. Thus, being in his company felt like a daily surprise. Gradually, she began to forget her original intent of exposing Li Chen to embarrassment, simply wishing to enjoy the moment. This is merely the beginning. The night promises to be even more thrilling, Li Chen chuckled. Wu Nanji merely huffed in response, not replying. However, Li Chen was merely acting on impulse, trying out ideas without any profound intentions. As the service approached its conclusion, he decided to escort Wu Nanji out. Surely, they could not spend the night here. As they strolled from the courtyard toward the entrance, Li Chen inadvertently caught sight of a passerby on a nearby balcony and furrowed his brow. Wu Nanji followed his gaze and beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her features were exquisite, her eyebrows delicately arched like distant hills, her eyes reflecting a serene depth, exuding an air of noble grace, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Even a fleeting glance left Wu Nanji momentarily entranced. Could it be that she is an old acquaintance of yours? Wu Nanji speculated. Li Chen was equally perplexed. Why would the crown princess be in such a place? Li Chen's words prompted Wu Nanji to stick out her tongue. Realizing she may have misspoken, he urged her not to dwell on it, as it was possible he had misidentified her. He had only encountered the crown princess a few times, with his memories lingering from years past. Yet that aura was unmistakable. An ordinary woman could not possess such presence. He recalled that when he was searching for Lin Yue, she had mentioned seeing the crown princess's maid at the Jiafangxi. Thus, Li Chen speculated that if Lin Yue's judgment was accurate, The figure who had just passed by could very well be the crown princess. Even in their decline, the crown prince's household could not possibly resort to having the crown princess act as a courtesan to support herself. What, then, was her purpose for being here? How deep were the connections of this Jiafangxi? Were there close ties between them? This place seemed to harbor too many enigmas, yet Li Chen was uninterested. At his level, he sought only amusement, unwilling to contemplate complex matters. Being an emperor was merely a role. He need not concern himself with every detail. If he were to micromanage everything, what purpose would the bureaucracy serve? Every department of the court has its own responsibilities. Having cultivated to this level, he was here to enjoy, not to endure hardship. Besides, he was not particularly acquainted with the crown prince. Later, based on Lin Yui's investigation, it was revealed that the Jiafangxi was under the purview of the Ministry of Rights, with the minister being aligned with the second prince, who had long been scheming in this arena. Thus, the crown princess's presence at the Jiafangxi was likely to meet with the second prince. This also explained why her maid frequented the establishment. Lin Yui was naturally also delving into the investigation of the crown prince's demise, albeit her approach differed from Pang Jin's. Yet, that was a matter for days ahead. As Li Chen escorted Wu Nanji from the Jiafangxi, night had already fallen. He casually suggested, "Shall we go to my residence?" This was the perfect opportunity for Wu Nanji to discover Li Chen's true identity, yet she declined. She was curious about who he was, knowing only that his family must be involved in officialdom. However, she sensed that if she were to visit Li Chen's home, she might not leave. This man clearly did not seem like someone who would let her go easily. She had felt this since their first date yesterday. For this man, openly stating he wanted to support her and have her dedicate herself to him was too blatant, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. This led Wu Nanji to wonder if Li Chen treated every woman this way, such as the one she had seen on Inyuan Mountain. In truth, Li Chen acted this way only towards her. This approach would not be effective with Chu Ruoyan. At this moment, he was engrossed in studying the Dilong Sheng Jing that his fifth brother, Li Ran, had given him. The royal family of the previous dynasty had a penchant for studying such esoteric techniques. The Dilong Sheng Jing consists of 5 volumes, and Li Chen had obtained the first. Even without the complete collection, based on the content and annotations he had, he could infer that this was a rather arcane dual cultivation technique. It purportedly allowed one to rapidly enhance their cultivation through a method of siphoning. Upon reaching a pinnacle state, one's body would be protected by divine favor, enabling them to resist external attacks and harm, as well as to sever all evil practices and curses. This was the benefit Li Ran had mentioned. Upon reaching the highest realm, one could even alter the consciousness of others through the act of union. It was said that the founding emperor of the previous dynasty achieved dominion through the aid of 7 powerful women. According to historical records, only the founding emperor of the previous dynasty achieved such a profound realm. Subsequent emperors encountered numerous setbacks. Not only did they fail to reach the supreme realm, but even the saint level eluded them. If Li Ran could find 5 books, Li Chen might very well attempt to cultivate to the supreme realm. His approach to reading is rather unique, marked by his own interpretations. These cultivation methods resemble a mathematical problem. His calculations differ from others, yet the results remain accurate, showcasing his extraordinary comprehension. This is precisely why, without a master to teach him, he could still cultivate to this level through his own exploration. His practice emphasizes an abstract form of cultivation. It matters not how he cultivates, but rather whether he attains the highest level. If he succeeds, it serves as evidence that his methods are indeed valid. Thus, when guiding Li Xining in her cultivation, Li Chen did not concern himself with her understanding of the techniques. He was solely focused on the outcome. In truth, Li Chen's method of cultivation is predicated on his innate talent that surpasses that of the original creators of these techniques. Typically, the authors of such methods write them based on their own cultivation experiences, yet they cannot encapsulate their unique constitutions or the extraordinary opportunities they have encountered, which cannot be replicated by others. Every powerful practitioner who reaches the pinnacle possesses their own distinct legendary journey. Consequently, future practitioners studying these techniques may find themselves perplexed, pondering why, despite following the written instructions, they are unable to break through. If fortune smiles upon them, they may encounter a rare opportunity for enlightenment, allowing them to discern where they fall short. Otherwise, they may remain stuck at their current level for a lifetime. This explains why some techniques can only be mastered by their creators. The emperors of the Tiance Dynasty faced similar circumstances. The founding emperor achieved the pinnacle of the saint realm, while the second emperor attempted to follow the first methods. Perhaps he received guidance from the founding emperor. Though he was not as formidable, he still managed to reach the saint realm. However, subsequent emperors fared increasingly poorly, as they merely imitated the founding emperor's techniques, compounded by the misguided annotations added by each generation, leading to increasingly chaotic practices. The second prince did not follow this path. Instead, he sought a master at the saint level, allowing his talent to flourish, achieving the observation of heaven realm at such a young age. With the Tian Yuan realm within reach, Li Chen, however, was even more formidable. He merely perused the techniques penned by the founding emperor, disregarding the annotations of later emperors. At that time, Li Chen mused, how could those with such low cultivation dare to write annotations? If they could comprehend the material, why had they not reached the saint realm? This young man did not even adhere to the founding emperor's thought process, instead cultivating in a highly abstract manner, and remarkably, he succeeded. In other words, Li Chen currently stands on par with the founding emperor of the Tiance Dynasty in terms of cultivation. After perusing the Di-Long Shengjing, twilight descended, and as Li Chen prepared to summon Chu Ruoyan, a eunuch arrived to report that Ji Lian Yu sought an audience. Li Chen anticipated that Ji Lian Yu would return, though he did not expect her to come so soon. Was Lin Yu truly working that hard? Might it be somewhat contrived? Upon seeing Ji Lian Yu's slightly apologetic expression, Li Chen surmised that Su Zifeng had once again caused trouble. What now? Has Zifeng been caught again? Li Chen set aside his book, inviting Ji Lian Yu to sit beside him, and began serving hot dishes. Yes, your majesty, Zifeng has always been bold and combative. This child truly gives me no peace of mind. Were Su Zifeng to hear Li Chen's words, he would surely be infuriated. What is this? You are my father. Am I meant to ease your worries? Chapter 93. An overview of civil techniques in the Tiance Dynasty. Recently, Chu Ruoyan has been in particularly high spirits, having experienced significant improvements in both her cultivation and status. According to the remnants of the saint's soul, her unique constitution allows for double the effectiveness when cultivating together. Is this why Li Chen values Chu Ruoyan? Certainly not. He has already reached the apex and is indifferent to such matters. What matters is that he enjoys her company. Li Chen does not require an increase in power, thus he has no need to take anything from her, resulting in Chu Ruoyan's cultivation speed being enhanced fourfold, allowing her to monopolize all the benefits. Coupled with her status as a royal consort, she's able to access even more resources. It won't be long before she likely reaches the breaking void realm. Recently, aside from managing her own quarters, she has been paying her respects to the Empress Dowager, as well as learning etiquette from Li Xining. Chu Ruoyan possesses a certain stubbornness, while Li Xining is rather two-faced. When in Li Chen's presence, Li Xining is exceedingly casual, but when away from him, she behaves like a dignified princess, leaving Chu Ruoyan unable to discern which side is her true self. The reason they have not been lingering around Li Chen of late is due to their busy schedules attending to various concubines in the harem. After some time, Chu Ruoyan sought out Li Chen. In the imperial study, she entered with familiarity. Chu Ruoyan is quite considerate. Whenever Li Chen reprimands ministers, she refrains from entering. However, in recent days, no minister has dared to provoke Li Chen, allowing him some leisure. Typically, when she visits, she brings Li Chen his favorite delicacies. In moments of tranquility, she can sit in his lap, feeding him. Their little life together is quite pleasant. Once Li Chen completes his review of documents, Chu Ruoyan speaks up. Your Majesty, the recent exhibition of magical artifacts in the imperial capital has been quite lively. Shall we go and take a look? Chu Ruoyan has loved such trinkets since childhood, but previously, the Chu family's finances were not robust, limiting her spending money. Each visit to browse, she could only afford to purchase small items. Recently, with the generous rewards from Li Chen, she has been contemplating acquiring some personal treasures. That will depend on your performance. Li Chen replied with a mischievous grin, instructing a palace maid to close the door of the study. Chu Ruoyan was taken aback that he would begin here. During this time, Li Chen even had her change into several new outfits. These were custom-made garments prepared in advance for Chu Ruoyan. Although she is now a royal consort, some of the attire made her blush merely at the sight, let alone when wearing them. After approximately 2 hours, they finally finished dressing and exited the palace. As they walked, Chu Ruoyan explained to Li Chen that this event was also known as the Imperial Capital Spirit Light Artifact Expo, located in the central square of the capital. Upon their arrival, Li Chen beheld a vast and bustling area, surrounded by towering buildings and thriving shops, renowned as the most lively and prosperous locale in the capital. Surrounding the central square were exquisitely constructed exhibition stages and galleries, allowing participants to display their magical artifacts. Whenever the expo is held, not only do crowds flock from within the capital, but visitors from neighboring cities, sects, and even foreign guests journey from afar, drawn by the allure of these precious artifacts. This expo is not only a grand affair for the artisans of the Tiance Dynasty, but also a rare opportunity to assess the skills of the populace. From ordinary inventors to masters of artifact forging, all are welcome to showcase their creations. The artisans of the Tiance Dynasty hold a tradition, believing that magical treasures should serve humanity, not be placed on a pedestal. Only items cherished by all are deemed worthy. It is crucial to distinguish between an expo and an auction. Auctions sell finished products, while this expo is about techniques. Here, many artifact cultivators promote their wares. Some resplendent and extravagant, others simple and unadorned, yet all imbued with the creator's dedication. These magical artifacts often capture the attention of investors. If an artifact is truly exceptional and encounters a discerning investor, it can lead to immense wealth through the transaction of technical copyrights. Moreover, should your artifact be valued by professionals from the Gongbu of the Tiance Dynasty, you stand a chance of receiving substantial investment from them. This not only signifies that your artifact will undergo more professional crafting and promotion, but also presents an opportunity for you to directly join the Gongbu and become an official member of the Tiance Dynasty. For instance, last year, a folk artisan improved the horseshoes for military steeds, enhancing their grip while running, even on icy surfaces, thereby significantly boosting their combat effectiveness in harsh winter conditions. This invention received orders from major northern military groups of the Tiance Dynasty before it even began production. Additionally, there was a weaponsmith who invented a blood-sucking dagger, which could swiftly extract blood without a trace, making it an unparalleled choice for stealthy assassinations. However, he was promptly apprehended by the Department of Justice, and no one knows how he was subsequently dealt with. Some speculate that it may be connected to recent bizarre murder cases, while others believe his technology is somewhat sinister and may have led to his recruitment. Such discussions abound, yet the fervor for magical artifacts remains palpable. Furthermore, there are designated venues for showcasing the efficacy of these artifacts, essentially serving as arenas where master craftsmen demonstrate the prowess of their creations. During her visit to the exhibition, Chu Ruoyan purchased numerous items from a refining sect, whose booth primarily featured exquisite jewelry crafted by women. Experts noted that while the cost of producing these ornaments was low, the resulting pieces were remarkably refined and innovative, attracting the attention of the aristocratic ladies of the capital. Women approach shopping differently than men. While men prioritize practicality and cost-effectiveness, women are often swayed by aesthetics, with many favoring glittering items. Chu Ruoyan acquired several such pieces, including a bracelet that changes color according to her mood, allowing Li Chen to discern her current happiness. After an hour of exploring just a corner of the exhibition, as they prepared to continue, a figure approached stealthily. Chapter 94. What? There's another expert. Wu Qi also attended the exhibition today, still serving as the young master of the Wu family in Huju City, tasked by his family to scout for quality demon hunting tools. Indeed, Wu Qi discovered a talent who had invented a special demon-catching net. This device operates similarly to a pokeball. When thrown, it ensnares the demon beast upon impact. Meanwhile, Wu Nanji, with nothing pressing to do since Li Chen had not invited her for a date, continued her leisurely stroll. Approaching the jewelry section, she was startled to see Li Chen's figure. Just as she was about to greet him, she noticed an exceptionally beautiful woman beside him. Wasn't this the same lady she had seen on Inyuan Mountain? She thought to herself, so that's why you stood me up today. You had an appointment with another girl. Truly a master of time management. Wu Nanji initially intended to find a moment to instigate a conflict between Li Chen and the girl beside him. However, upon reflection, she realized that aside from their encounter in the secret realm, Li Chen had not acted excessively, and her impression of him had been quite favorable in recent days. There were many people at the exhibition, and she felt it would be somewhat unfair to embarrass him in front of so many onlookers. After all, being the soft-hearted sister, she decided to let him off the hook this time. Besides, she had always been aware of the women around Li Chen and had never paid it much mind. "Hey, you're here too. Want to explore together?" Wu Nanji was taken aback, seeing that Chu Ruoyan was engrossed in examining items at the display case and had not noticed her greeting Li Chen. She quickly gestured for silence and pointed at Chu Ring, implying it was best not to draw attention, lest the woman beside him become upset. "I'm letting you off this time. Why do you still dare to approach me?" Chu Ruoyan, upon spotting Wu Nanji, felt a wave of admiration. The beauty and figure of this woman were enough to incite jealousy among those who beheld her. Before Li Chen could speak, Wu Nanji interjected, "I'm his sister." Li Chen responded, "Ah, are we playing roles? In that case, I shall not hold back." Wu Nanji feared that Chu Ruoyan might become jealous and provoke a conflict with Li Chen, hence her remark, "Oh, if you're his sister, then let us shop together." Chu Ruoyan had never heard of a long princess in the palace, but judging by Wu Nanji's attire, she appeared not to belong to the royal family. Hence, she deduced that she must be related to Li Chen's mother. As Li Chen's partner, it was only natural for Chu Ruoyan to present herself favorably in front of his sister. "No, before Wu Nanji could finish her sentence, Li Chen took her arm and cheerfully declared, "Let us go, sister." Wu Nanji was infuriated. "I've just said that, and you still take advantage of me. You're playing with fire." Chu Fen, however, thought nothing of it and continued to address her as sister. Soon, the two women were engrossed in selecting jewelry, nearly forgetting Li Chen's presence. In such moments, Li Chen felt no need to interject and simply enjoyed the view. After some time, the trio arrived at the central plaza, the designated venue for the contests. The atmosphere was already vibrant, indicating the presence of some heavyweight participants. In the refining community, two renowned figures were present, Bai Zhanfei, the master of the Balian sect, and Xiao Yoning, the owner of a millennial-old blacksmith shop. They were both showcasing their crafted divine weapons. Bai Zhanfei presented a sword made of special metal known as the Separation Sword. His slogan proclaimed, "Are you often troubled by having your sword techniques blocked? With my Separation Sword, even if your opponent deflects your attack, they cannot evade your blade." The Separation Sword is composed of 5 blade segments. For example, if you wield the Separation Sword and execute a leaping slash, your opponent may block one of the segments, but the other 4 will continue their descent, inflicting damage on the enemy, achieving remarkable effects. By channeling energy into the hilt, the segments instantly form into a complete sword. Quickly, someone in the audience posed a question, "Master Bai, what if someone steals the blade segments?" Bai Zhanfei chuckled with pride, seemingly anticipating the inquiry, and explained, "Simply carry extra blade segments with you. I have them for sale here, and you can customize them to your preferred length. They are incredibly useful." Upon hearing this, the crowd marveled at his ingenuity, recognizing Bai Zhanfei's prowess, as he had not appeared for quite some time, yet returned with such an impressive weapon. Li Chen thought to himself that this item was certainly profitable. Its efficacy remained to be seen, but its market potential was undeniable, as anyone purchasing this sword would likely carry additional segments for backup. Not to be outdone, Xiao Yoning showcased his spiral sword. His slogan declared, "Are you frustrated by your inability to penetrate your opponent? With my spiral sword, its powerful rotation guarantees a hole in your adversary." Just by observing the demonstration, Li Chen discerned that this weapon functioned similarly to a power drill. Through high-speed rotation, it significantly enhanced the piercing power of sword attacks, achieving a force capable of breaking through barriers. Both of them are masters in the art of weapon forging, each convinced of the superiority of their own creations. Thus, they eagerly took the stage to showcase their skills. Bai Zhanfei proposed, "Our duel holds little significance. The true test of a weapon lies in its effectiveness in the hands of others. Let's invite 2 individuals to demonstrate its prowess." His suggestion stemmed from the fact that his own cultivation and combat experience were inferior to Xiao Yoning's, making him disadvantaged in a direct confrontation, unable to showcase the true might of his weapon. In reality, Bai Zhanfei employed a sly tactic, as the bystanders he casually invited were actually his hired actors. Xiao Yoning's choice was rather nonchalant, as he invited Li Chen. At this moment, Li Chen realized that this exhibition was devoid of a script, at least from his perspective. Bored and encouraged by Chu Ruoyan and Wu Nanji, Li Chen decided to participate. Upon receiving the Helix Sword, Xiao Yoning briefed him on its usage and precautions, which Li Chen grasped effortlessly due to his innate understanding. After preparing with the Separation Sword, Li Chen and Zhao Chong ascended to the arena. The rules were straightforward. To maintain harmony, both participants would suppress their cultivation to the Kaimai realm, as it was the most populous tier in this world and represented the primary market for these ornate weapons. The audience below was a sea of eager spectators, awaiting this contest. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, Li Chen already triumphed, for he possessed striking good looks. Yet, combat is not solely reliant on appearance. Skill is paramount. With the sound of a crisp bell, the weapon trial commenced. Zhao Chong, with a swift movement, unleashed a fierce strike akin to a tiger descending. His long sword slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at Li Chen's vital points. Li Chen appeared oblivious to the weapon before him, raising his sword to block the strike directly. Clang! The two long swords clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening sound. At this moment, the unique feature of the separation sword came into play, as the four unblocked sword shards surged towards Li Chen. However, with a nimble sidestep, Li Chen evaded them effortlessly. As the shards scattered upon the ground, Li Chen seized the opportunity to launch a thrust with the helix sword, a powerful gust of wind billowing forth. Reminiscent of a dragon diving into the sea, unstoppable. Even when attempting to block the rotating helix sword with his own blade, Zhao Chong found it unyielding. The so-called thrust was merely a single attempt. Should it miss, one would exhaust their strength and need to change tactics. As the battle progressed, their swordplay became increasingly intricate. Zhao Chong executed a move called Meteor Chasing the Moon, with the sword light streaking through the night sky, swift as lightning, aimed at Li Chen's waist. Yet, Li Chen evaded it with ease. Zhao Chong then unleashed clouds rolling and unrolling, the tip of his sword flicking lightly, causing the sword light to swirl like clouds, splitting into 5 residual long swords that enveloped Li Chen. Yet again, Li Chen deftly avoided the strike. The two exchanged blows, the flickering sword light and the continuous clashing of weapons resonating in the air. Sweat trickled down Zhao Chong's brow. He thought, am I truly at a disadvantage? I even employed the accompanying sword techniques of the separation sword, and I still cannot gain the upper hand? Ultimately, with a gentle nudge, Li Chen caused Zhao Chong's sword hilt to slip from his grasp, marking the conclusion of the duel and Li Chen's victory. Did you all witness that? My helix sword undoubtedly outshines the separation sword, Qiu Yuning proclaimed proudly as he stepped onto the stage to deliver his victory speech. Zhao Chong cast an apologetic glance at his master, acknowledging that he had indeed been bested. Witnessing the admiration from the crowd, Qiu Yuning felt exhilarated.